Chapter 101. Cleansed in Simple Garb. Entering the Sacred Temple, the poem of King Zhou. In the present day, the Shang dynasty has fallen into the hands of Emperor Xian from a young age. Emperor Xian harbored grand ambitions, seeking to reverse the decline of the Shang and establish an unprecedented golden age within the court. There were capable ministers such as Wen Zhong and Bai Gan, who served as the pillars of support, gradually transforming the previously dismal state into one of prosperity. Though it is often said that a new ruler brings forth new ministers, Emperor Xian chose to heed the counsel of several advisors, amending regulations and reforming outdated politics. Much to the delight of Wen Zhong and his peers, Emperor Xian was commonly referred to as King Zhou. At merely 20 years of age, King Zhou was youthful and impetuous. Possessing exceptional martial skills, his tall stature and regal demeanor brought comfort to Bai Gan and the others, yet, alongside loyal ministers, treacherous officials also lurked. The fate of a nation hinges upon the character of its leaders currently. King Zhou had the likes of Fei Zhong and Yu Han among his ranks, two notorious treacherous ministers, however. With Wen Zhong's presence in the court, their ambitions were kept in check. King Zhou, possessing remarkable intelligence, thought to himself, with a ruler such as I, how could the nation not flourish? The capital of the Shang was located in Chaoga, making it the political and economic heart of the entire Huaxia. After countless generations of development, it thrived remarkably under King Zhou's rule, for major lords governed the territory. Dongbua Ho Jiang Huan Chu, Nambua Ho Yichong Yu, Shibua Ho Ji Chong, and Beibua Ho Chong Ho, who these four lords commanded 200 smaller vassal states, contributing to the nation's vigorous strength. Yet, beyond the borders of the Shang, there were smaller states that defied King Zhou's authority, declaring themselves kings in the borderlands, including the notorious band of rebels led by Yuan Fu Tong from the 72 factions of Beihai Wen Zhong. The esteemed Grand Preceptor of the Shang, renowned for his military prowess, had previously led an army to quell these rebellions but had yet to achieve victory, much to his frustration. On this day, within the imperial palace of Chaoga, the ministers stood respectfully in the golden lawn hall. King Zhou, adorned in a yellow robe, sat majestically upon the throne, exuding an air of maturity and royal presence. No one dared to underestimate this seemingly youthful figure. Noticing the ministers were all impeccably dressed, but uncertain of the occasion, King Zhou inquired, "My esteemed ministers, do you have matters to present?" Upon hearing the king's words, Bai Gan stepped forward and bowed. "Your Majesty, today marks the annual grand sacrificial ceremony, a day to pay homage to our mother goddess Nuwa and the creator deity." He paused, awaiting the king's response, while the other ministers nodded in agreement. King Zhou smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Alas, how could I have forgotten this? Please wait a moment. My ministers, I shall prepare myself for the offerings." He then rose and retreated to the inner palace. While the ministers bowed in attendance, a quarter of an hour later, King Zhou emerged. Impeccably dressed, however, he had exchanged the imperial robe for simpler attire, displaying more youthful vigor than regal grandeur. Although he had never seen Nuwa and Yi Feng in person, he had often heard of them from his family and held them in high regard. Nevertheless, his youthful arrogance led him to eschew walking like the other ministers. Instead, he opted for a grand procession beneath a phoenix and dragon canopy. Bai Gan shook his head in resignation, thinking to himself that the king was still too young to grasp the gravity of certain matters, further solidifying his resolve to assist King Zhou diligently. The sacrificial hall, known as the Sacred Temple, lay 10 miles outside Chaoga. King Zhou and his ministers arrived in grand fashion, only to find a multitude of common folk gathered outside, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Upon sighting King Zhou, the crowd knelt in reverence. A sense of pride surged within the king as the people parted to allow him passage, and the ministers followed closely behind. Upon reaching the entrance of the temple, King Zhou dismounted his carriage, gazing in awe at the temple's splendor, which he had previously overlooked. It was even more magnificent than his own palace, igniting a flicker of irritation within him. Yet, surrounded by so many, King Zhou concealed his displeasure and proceeded toward the temple. Bai Gan, recognizing the king's distraction, hurriedly approached and said, "Your Majesty, it is customary for each emperor to kneel thrice and bow 9 times upon entering the sacred temple. Have you forgotten this?" King Zhou, already feeling a surge of anger, retorted, "Bygone, am I not a rightful emperor? Must I adhere to such rituals?" As Bygone prepared to continue his counsel, King Zhou's fury escalated. No further words. With that, he strode forcefully into the temple, leaving Bygone with no choice but to follow. Upon entering the sacred temple, King Zhou was met with the sight of vibrant phoenixes and dragons, adorned with glass inlays and canopies the opulence surpassed that of his own palace, which only fueled his ire. Within the grand hall stood 2 towering statues and several smaller ones, depicting Yi Feng, Nuwa, and Feng Linger unbeknownst to them. At that very moment, an invisible figure also entered the temple, unseen entity that eluded their perception. This hidden figure watched King Zhou with a sinister grin, gesturing with a hand as a beam of golden light shot into the king's body, reigniting his previously quelled anger. Though he remained unaware of the source of his agitation, the invisible figure chuckled at the king's reaction. Bygone, undeterred by King Zhou's fury, approached and bowed. "Your Majesty, we may commence the offerings." King Zhou grunted in response, kneeling before the statues with little semblance of reverence. The invisible figure, witnessing this, let out a cold laugh, and a sudden chill swept through the temple. The white veil that had obscured Nuwa's statue was lifted by the gust, revealing her breathtaking beauty. The statue emanated a sense of life, captivating King Zhou completely. As he gazed upon Nuwa's radiant visage, he was momentarily entranced, taken aback by her unparalleled beauty. Her skin was as fair as snow, her hair like wisps of blue smoke, her brows arched like crescent moons, and her face bore the blush of peach blossoms. Her teeth shone white against her red lips, and her delicate hands resembled tender green shoots. In that instant, he could not help but compare her to the beauties of his own harem. Feeling an acute sense of inadequacy, lost in reverie, he was jolted back to reality by Bygone, who, disregarding the risk of incurring the king's wrath, stepped forward. "Your Majesty, Nuwa and the creator deity are revered sages. You must not gaze upon them in such a manner." King Zhou's daydreams were abruptly shattered by Bygone's interruption, and in a fit of rage, he turned to glare at Bygone, stammering. His fury left him momentarily speechless. Bygone, sensing the king's wrath, knelt in trepidation. However, as King Zhou's gaze shifted back to Nuwa's statue, his anger dissipated, replaced by a smile as he strolled closer to the statue, reaching out to touch it, coincidentally brushing the spot where Yi Feng had once smoothed out the creases in Nuwa's garment. Bygone, witnessing this, was alarmed and quickly rose, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, you must not." Yet, King Zhou had already placed his hand upon the statue of Nuwa in that moment. Bygone felt as though a bolt of heavenly lightning had struck him, nearly rendering him unconscious. This behavior was uncharacteristic of King Zhou, who had never acted in such a manner before. He hurriedly approached the king, attempting to pull his hand away from the statue, urgently saying, "Your Majesty, kneel before the goddess, or the Shang may very well be doomed." Seeing Bygone interrupt him once more, King Zhou's rage boiled over, and he shoved Bygone aside. The latter, unable to withstand the king's strength, fell to the ground. King Zhou, fuming, declared, "Bygone, do not think that because you are my uncle, I will not act against you. If this sorcerer continues to disturb me, I shall have you thrown into the dungeons." With that, he stormed out of the hall, nearly toppling the offerings of fruits and meats upon the altar. The ministers outside the temple were taken aback, each treading carefully, fearful of incurring King Zhou's ire, knowing that their very lives hung in the balance. Though King Zhou had been striving to develop his administration, his methods were equally ruthless. As he exited the sacred temple, King Zhou's anger dissipated, replaced by an expression of admiration. As he gazed at Fei Zhong and Yu Han in the distance, he beckoned them forth, and the two, startled and uncertain of their missteps, approached him cautiously. "Your Majesty," they trembled, "we are at your service. What matters do you require of us?" King Zhou, observing their apprehensive demeanor, felt a wave of disdain. Yet he also recognized their ability to curry favor with him. Thus, he commanded, "You two, fetch me the 4 treasures of the study." With that, he disregarded their astonishment and made his way to one of the towering pillars at the front of the temple. There were 2 massive pillars in total before the sacred temple. In due course, Fei Zhong and Yu Han fetched the 4 treasures of the study, and King Zhou cast a highly Approving glance at the two, it was only then that they felt their anxieties dissipate like sycophants. They reverently held the treasures, standing beside King Zhou. With deference, the king let out a hearty laugh as he picked up the brush, taking a deep breath before gazing intently at the pristine column, upon which he began to write with fervor. The fluidity of his strokes revealed that King Zhou possessed considerable skill in calligraphy. Upon seeing the words he inscribed, "The Phoenix and the Wan's precious ledger, splendid beyond compare, adorned with exquisite golden patterns, winding mountains bathe in emerald hues, as graceful sleeves dance against the rosy dawn pear blossoms, drenched in rain, vie for beauty, while peonies, shrouded in mist, don enchanting makeup. If only one could embody such enchanting grace, to summon forth the long-lost joys for the king." Fei Zhong and Yu Han remained oblivious to the fact that the king had penned such verses upon beholding the statue of Nuwa. However, being labeled as treacherous ministers, they had mastered the art of flattery, exclaiming in unison, "Your Majesty is truly divine, crafting such exquisite poetry, unparalleled in both past and future." With that, they surrounded King Zhou, showering him with praise. At that moment, the king relished their adulation, laughing heartily. In high spirits, King Zhou dismissed his grand affairs and returned to the palace. Disregarding the frailty of Bygone, once the king departed from the sacred hall, Bygone knelt before the statue of Nuwa and implored, "Lady Nuwa, please quell your wrath. King Zhou, in his youth and ignorance, has sullied your name. Should you seek to hold someone accountable, let it be this old minister. For it is my incompetence that has led to this." With that, the aged man repeatedly bowed his head in supplication. Upon hearing the king's laughter from beyond the hall, Bygone emerged only to catch a glimpse of the king's departing figure with a heavy heart. He shook his head in resignation as he turned. His gaze fell upon the poetic inscription on the column, and upon reading it, he was so taken aback that he collapsed to the ground. Kind souls rushed to assist him, but tears streamed down Bygone's weathered face. He borrowed a bucket and a brush, meticulously scrubbing away the king's verses from the column, all the while seeking solace in the hope of Nuwa's forgiveness. Meanwhile, word of Bygone's plight reached King Zhou, who, in a fit of rage, declared his intention to imprison Bygone within the confines of Pangu Mountain. As King Zhou's hand rested upon Nuwa's statue, she became aware of his presence, mistaking it for Yi Feng. Her cheeks involuntarily flushed with memories of their previous encounter, yet the warmth quickly transformed into ire. After all, even the most serene beings harbor a semblance of wrath. As a divine being, she could not tolerate such disrespect from a mere mortal, especially when he dared to express it in verse. How could Nuwa not be angered? Meanwhile, Yi Feng was engrossed in his study of the Chaos Pearl within the Pangu Hall, oblivious to the unfolding events. However, as Nuwa's fury surged, Yi Feng sensed it and, alarmed, exited the hall to find her visage clouded with anger, a stark contrast to her usual gentle demeanor. Yet, upon seeing Yi Feng, her face flushed anew, embarrassment evident as she cast her gaze downward, recognizing her as a saint. Yi Feng quickly grasped the situation, his own expression darkening with indignation. How could he have forgotten? Nuwa was now his wife. Regret coursed through him. Approaching her, he gently wrapped his arms around Nuwa's delicate form, and she leaned her head against his shoulder in silent support. Yi Feng declared, "Nuwa, your husband shall seek retribution on your behalf." She nodded softly, and as her anger manifested, the earthly realm trembled over the skies of Chauga. Darkness enveloped the land, with ominous clouds descending upon the capital. Specifically, the royal palace. Chaos erupted within the palace walls now, free from the influence of the invisible man. King Zhou's clarity returned, and he sought information from his court. Yet Fei Zhong and Yu Han dared not reveal the truth, merely claiming ignorance. Although the king's mind settled slightly, Bygone, in his sorrow, wept openly, devastated by the king's actions. Witnessing the saint's fury, one could only wonder what calamity would befall the realm. A tempest brewed, heralding impending calamity. With a single thought, King Zhou's fate sealed the future of the Shang dynasty. Leaving no hope for his envisioned utopia, the saints wielded their powers with ease, and the fate of a small kingdom was but a trifling matter. Some saints smirked, while others bore malicious grins. At Doshui Palace, Laozi opened his eyes, gazing upon the earth with a subtle twitch of his lips, the meaning of which remained a mystery. Meanwhile, within the Jade Void Palace. Yuan Tianzun looked down upon the world with a cold smile, nodding in satisfaction before retreating to make his own arrangements. 2 years ago, while collecting firewood, Yifeng was approached by his neighbor, Wang Zuda, a burly man who urgently exclaimed, "Yifeng, your grandfather, your grandfather!" In that moment, Yifeng felt as though his heart had been pierced, and he ran home in a frenzy. Upon entering the room and seeing his grandfather lying on the bed, gravely ill, Yifeng experienced a wave of dizziness and nearly collapsed. He staggered to his grandfather's bedside, knelt down, and with tears held back, closed his eyes and called out, "Grandfather Tian," as if just awakening, looked at Yifeng with kindness. After a long pause, as though having made a momentous decision, he inhaled deeply and said, "Fenger, have you not always wanted to know about your parents? Today, I shall tell you. 18 years ago, I went to the city to collect books for students, and on my way back, I found you. You were merely a few months old, crying by the roadside, and unable to bear the sight. I took you home, but I did not know your surname, so I gave you mine. Do not blame your biological parents too harshly. Perhaps they had their own reasons." After uttering these words, Jieyin Tian seemed to expend all his strength. His gaze dimmed, and he slowly closed his eyes. That Yifeng, bowing his head deeply, trembled uncontrollably. It felt like a century had passed, or perhaps just a fleeting moment, when Yifeng lifted his gaze to meet Jieyin Tian's. That in a surprising display of strength, Jieyin Tian reached out and grasped Yifeng's hand, trembling as he said, "Fenger, no matter what you think, I will always be your grandfather, and you will always be my beloved grandson. Take good care of your sister. In this life and the next, we shall be grandfather and grandson again." With that, he closed his eyes, and his spirit departed. That Yifeng could no longer contain his grief, crying out, "Grandfather, please do not leave. Open your eyes and look at me. Fenger will never be mischievous again. I will never sneak your chalk again." In the midst of his tears, he fainted. When Yifeng awoke, it was already midday the next day, and the villagers were helping to arrange Jieyin Tian's funeral. Although the village was quite poor, they made sure to conduct the old man's funeral with great respect. From the moment he regained consciousness, Yifeng knelt before Jieyin Tian's grave, not having eaten or drunk for 3 days. Before his passing, Jieyin Tian had entrusted Yifeng to his neighbor, Wang Zuda, a well-known honest man in the village. The local children would often call out to him playfully, "Fatty Wang," to which he would simply smile. Yifeng had often fought with the village children over this. Wang Zuda had taken great care of Yifeng's family, and in Yifeng's heart, he had long regarded Wang Zuda as family. Later, Wang Zuda married Su Tilian from a nearby village, a gentle and kind woman, and the couple lived harmoniously together. As the past lingered like smoke in his mind, Yifeng stood by the clear water river, reminiscing about all that had transpired. Unbeknownst to him, a single crystalline tear fell into the river, captivating a school of fish who, upon realizing there was nothing to be had, scattered in a flurry. The moon rose high in the sky. Stars filled the night, and darkness inevitably descended. In the distance, lights flickered, and faintly, he could hear someone calling, "Yifeng." The voice startled him awake, and as he looked up, he realized how late it had become. Quickly, he splashed his face with water from the river, adjusted his clothing, and, seeing the twinkling lights, understood that it was his uncle Wang Zuda calling him home for dinner. Walking home with Wang Zuda, listening to his casual chatter about daily life, Yifeng felt a warmth spreading through him as they approached the entrance. Before they even stepped inside, a sweet, childish voice rang out, "Brother, Daddy, you're back. Mommy made a lot of delicious food." With that, the little girl rushed towards Yifeng, arms outstretched, exclaiming, "Brother, hug me. I want a hug." Yifeng bent down, lifting the girl into his arms and affectionately teasing her by gently pinching her nose, saying, "Chinger, have you been naughty?" The innocent little girl replied, "Brother, don't pinch my nose. If adults pinch their noses, they'll turn into a bull demon, and I don't want to be a bull demon. Getting so big and still want to be carried? Hurry down and let's eat before you tire your brother out," said a beautiful woman in her 30s, placing a bowl of soup gently on the table. She was Su Tilian, Wang Zuda's wife. Renowned as the beauty of several nearby villages, it was unclear whether Wang Zuda's lineage had been blessed or if his honesty had brought him good fortune. But marrying Su Tilian had certainly made many young men envious. Wang Zuda, however, wore a constant smile, his face radiating a certain charm. The little girl, feeling her stomach, turned to Yifeng and said, "Brother, I'm so hungry. Let's go eat together." To what Yifeng nodded, setting the little girl down on a chair. Wang Zuda and Su Zulian exchanged glances filled with unspoken joy, sharing a warm atmosphere as the family gathered around the table, slowly savoring their meal. Having spoken so much without introducing the little girl. It is worth noting that 4 years prior, when Yifeng had run out of chalk for school, he had grown up enough for Yi and Tian to send him to the city to buy more. On the way home, he stumbled upon an abandoned infant. In that moment, Yifeng could only think of helping her, feeling immense pity for a child without parents. Unknowingly, he repeated the actions of his grandfather from years before. When he brought the baby home and told Yintan, his grandfather fell silent for a time before walking over to embrace the little girl, saying, "Fate, oh fate, the you of the past and the her of today. Heaven has treated me well." Yifeng, confused, asked, "Grandfather, what do you mean by the you of the past and the her of today?" Realizing he had let something slip, Yi and Tian stammered, "It's nothing." Yifeng, filled with anticipation, urged, "Grandfather, please name her." After a moment of thought, Yi and Tian replied, "Well, we live by the Clearwater River in Clearwater Village, so let us call her Yiqing." Yiqing, what a lovely name. "Oh, I have a sister now," Yifeng exclaimed joyously. After Yi Yuntian's death, the siblings moved into the Wang household, adding warmth and liveliness to their lives. The Wang family had never had a son or daughter of their own, and they treated the siblings as if they were their own children. Yifeng recognized this kindness and quietly cherished their gratitude. After the meal, Yifeng found himself beneath an apple tree in the courtyard. Gazing at the boughs laden with fruit, his thoughts drifting far away. The apple tree bore both fruit and withered leaves, yet it still flourished vibrantly with life. Yifeng yearned to venture out into the world, aware that each person has their own path. The inhabitants of Clearwater Village lived self-sufficiently, content to remain in their small mountain village for life, as this land and water had become part of their very souls. While Yifeng shared similar sentiments, he longed to carve his own path and repay the kindness of his grandfather and all those he held dear. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Zuda had approached. Standing beside him in contemplation of the apple tree. "Feng, are you thinking about the world beyond the village?" He sighed. Yifeng remained silent, fixated on the apple tree. "Feng, whatever decision you make, your uncle and aunt will support you," Wang Zuda said before departing. As night deepened, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying the fragrance of apples far away. That a star in the twinkling sky seemed to shine exceptionally bright. Yet beneath the apple tree, Yifeng's figure had vanished. The tidy room stood empty, save for a few scattered words. The door creaked slightly ajar, and through the opening, a vague silhouette could be seen walking away into the night. Yifeng did not look back. Had he done so, he would have seen 3 figures at the gate. Yiqing, with curiosity etched on her face, asked, "Mommy, Daddy, where did brother go? It's so late." Wang Zuda and Su Zulian exchanged glances, their eyes glistening with tears, and choked out, "Brother has gone to accomplish great things. One day, when you grow up, you will understand." As fine rain began to fall from the sky, Yifeng trudged forward, stepping cautiously. The mountain path was treacherous, and the rain only made it more perilous. Thunder rumbled, as if the heavens were conspiring against him. After a clap of thunder, torrential rain poured down, and Yifeng's frustration mounted as he struggled to see the path ahead. Since his grandfather Yi Yuntian's death, Yifeng had grown cold and indifferent. Faced with the current circumstances, he stubbornly thought, "If heaven won't let me pass, then I will forge ahead regardless." He bent down, seemingly crawling forward, and before he realized it, he had reached the edge of a cliff. With his vision clouded, he was oblivious to his precarious position. Without a second thought, he moved forward. A scream pierced the air as Yifeng plummeted from the cliff. His last thoughts being of his grandfather. "Grandfather, I am sorry for not taking care of my sister." After that, he knew nothing more. Years passed, and an ethereal, azure sphere floated in a nameless void, surrounded by swirling yellowish energies that relentlessly tugged at it. Whenever the azure sphere threatened to succumb, layers of purple gas would emanate from within, helping it resist the onslaught. This azure sphere was none other than Yifeng. who had fallen from the cliff on that fateful day. As he neared the ground, a bolt of purple lightning struck the cliff, creating a spatial rift just beneath him. The Yi Feng fortuitously fell into this fissure, and before he could utter a sound, his physical form was torn apart by the chaotic currents of space, leaving his soul adrift, uncertain of its destination. After countless millennia, Yi Feng found himself drifting in a realm of chaos, surrounded by undulating purple energies that danced around him without repulsion. Thus, Yi Feng's essence was continuously cleansed by the purple gas, gradually solidifying and coalescing. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, countless years have passed. The once abundant purple gas in the atmosphere has gradually diminished, only to be replaced by a new essence, the mysterious yellow energy. Thus, the previously mentioned necessity for purple gas to provide protection arose. Yi Feng has come to be regarded as an enemy by the mysterious yellow energy, which is incessantly plotting to tear him apart. Fortunately, Yi Feng's body has been enhanced by the purple gas, and as time continues to elapse, his physique grows increasingly solid. Chapter 2. The formation of true form amidst chaos. As Pangu emerged, the heavenly Tao shifted. Yi Feng found himself adrift in the chaos, where time held no meaning. One day, he distinctly sensed the chaotic currents converging towards the center of the chaos, as if they were drawing the entire expanse of chaos along with them, carrying him towards the core. After a century, Yi Feng finally reached the source of the chaotic currents. Before him lay an enormous lotus, its size no less than several thousand feet in diameter, towering to heights of millions of feet. The entirety of the lotus was a vibrant green, and at its center rested a colossal golden egg, which absorbed the chaotic energies. Yi Feng stood in awe, struck by the sight of the green lotus and the giant egg as a child. He often listened to his grandfather recount tales of a time long ago when nothing existed but chaos. After an unknowable span of years, a green lotus emerged from that chaos, cradling a golden egg within its heart, which contained their great ancestor, Pangu. The world they inhabited was said to have been cleaved asunder by Pangu's mighty axe. Yi Feng was momentarily dumbfounded by this revelation. He had seemingly returned to a time before Pangu shaped the world. Even someone as resolute as Yi Feng found himself perplexed, a large question mark looming in his mind. Suddenly, a flash of green light drew his attention back. Above the green lotus appeared a long, azure sword radiating a potent chaotic aura. The sword's blade bore ancient characters that read chaos. Anything attempting to approach it was rendered void. And with a soft sound, the chaotic sword flew into Yi Feng's hand. As if a fledgling returning to its nest, he felt a surge of excitement coursing through the sword, which now felt like an extension of his own being. With the treasure recognizing its master, Yi Feng had struck a remarkable fortune. Before he could fully process his joy, he was jolted by a violent tremor, as an even more intense beam of azure light shot skyward. Yi Feng steadied his mind and focused his gaze, noticing an object resembling a book emanating boundless pressure, subduing the entire chaotic space. That object then seemed to take notice of Yi Feng and darted towards him. Before he could resist, it entered his consciousness. This was revealed to be the heavenly book of creation, a manual for cultivation that had been birthed alongside the green lotus, a true treasure of chaos. The book was divided into 12 volumes. Mastering the 12th volume would elevate one to the status of a saint of the universe, capable of creating worlds with but a gesture in a single day. Yi Feng had amassed great treasures, having long forgotten where he was. It was only when a golden light pierced his eyes that he regained his senses. He turned to find that the golden egg had grown slightly larger. At that moment, Yi Feng resigned himself to the reality of his situation. He had truly traversed realms. With a mindset of acceptance, he considered that perhaps one day he might return. Now aware of the necessity to elevate his own strength for self-preservation in the future, Yi Feng sat beside the golden egg and embarked on his cultivation journey. The cultivation hierarchy in this narrative is as follows: Earth Immortal, Human Immortal, Celestial Immortal, Great Luo, Celestial Immortal, Golden Immortal, Tai, Golden Immortal. Great Luo, Golden Immortal, Quasi-Saint, Saint, Heavenly Tao Saint, Great Tao Saint, and Universe Saint. Having been reborn amidst the primordial chaos, Yi Feng's body, transformed by the primordial purple energy and mysterious yellow energy, had already attained the realm of a saint. Yet he had previously struggled to break free from the shackles of his former limitations due to the lack of a cultivation method. Now equipped with a technique, his progress was rapid, akin to 1,000 miles in a single day. As the saying goes, all things were in place, and with the right winds at his back, both his cultivation and power surged forward. Jieyin oscillated between moments of clarity and deep immersion in his practice. While the golden egg continued to grow in the timeless chaos, Jieyin eventually paused his cultivation. Having reached the pinnacle of the late quasi-saint stage, for reasons unknown, his progress had stagnated, compelling him to withdraw and observe the towering golden egg, which had now reached heights of billions of feet. He marveled at the enormity of it, realizing why Pangu was capable of cleaving the heavens. Even this body was a colossal force of nature. Suddenly, the chaotic energies were violently drawn into the golden egg, resulting in a thunderous eruption that fractured the egg's shell, releasing a brilliant golden light that momentarily blinded Jieyin, compelling him to shut his eyes. A roar that seemed to resonate from the depths of his very soul echoed, nearly rupturing his eardrums, prompting him to quickly channel his energy in resistance. Lo and behold, besides myself, there exists life? A colossal figure brimming with muscle, hair disheveled, and eyes ablaze with vitality, exclaimed in astonishment. The sound of his voice unleashed an invisible wave that sent the chaotic energies spiraling in all directions, causing Jieyin to spit blood from the shock. Fueled by his stubbornness, he fervently channeled the techniques from the heavenly book of creation to counteract the force. The giant, witnessing this, immediately tempered his aura, shrinking to the size of Jieyin, and approached him. With a single gesture, he directed a drop of his own blood into Yifeng's body, followed by a wave of his hand, accelerating the chaotic energies into Yifeng's being, with the giant's blood aiding him. Jieyin finally harnessed this fortuitous opportunity to reconstitute his true form, achieving the body of chaos. Though his physique was not on par with Pangu, it was nonetheless immensely formidable, rendering conventional blades ineffective against him. Setting aside his earlier grievances, Jieyin approached the giant and respectfully bowed, saying, "I pay my respects to the great Pangu." The giant, taken aback, responded, "How do you know my name?" Jieyin paused, suddenly recalling that ancient people favored classical language. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "The secrets of heaven are not to be revealed." He then adopted an enigmatic demeanor. Pangu, understanding the nuances, smiled knowingly. "No matter, my friend. If you have unspoken burdens, it is I who should apologize for my rudeness." Jieyin hastily declined the notion, introducing himself. "My name is Jieyin." Pangu's face lit up with joy. "Ah, so is the esteemed Jieyin. Though I've been born within this giant egg, consumed by my cultivation, I have also sensed the life forms outside gradually growing stronger. Yet I did not know it was you." Jieyin nodded in acknowledgement, realizing he was not merely posturing. This was the great Pangu. However, since falling through the rift in the void, so much had transpired, and Jieyin had learned to take matters lightly. Though Yifeng's disposition was somewhat solitary, the simplicity and sincerity of Pangu's character began to evoke a smile from him. One fateful night, under the shroud of darkness, Jieyin and Pangu swore brotherhood, with Pangu conceding to take on the role of the elder brother. With Pangu's assistance, Jieyin had reformed his true self. Though he had not directly ascended to the realm of a saint, his power had significantly increased, just shy of that threshold. In his youth, Jieyin had heard many tales from Yi Yuntian, and he was aware that soon Pangu would sacrifice himself to create the heavens. Thus, he tirelessly cultivated, hoping to assist Pangu in his endeavors. Pangu, in turn, generously shared all the cultivation techniques associated with the transformative jade butterfly that accompanied his birth, bringing Jieyin closer to the realm of a saint. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not breach that barrier. The azure giant lotus that nurtured Pangu was also gifted to Jieyin, a chaotic treasure known as the creation green lotus, the ultimate defense. Impervious to all but treasures of chaos. One day, Pangu paused his cultivation and gazed at Jieyin, letting out a long sigh that reverberated within Yifeng's soul. Jieyin opened his eyes to meet Pangu's gaze and inquired, "Brother, what troubles you?" Pangu sighed again. Little brother, we have shared countless eons, yet I do not understand why your cultivation remains stagnant. If this continues, you will inevitably walk the path of madness and return to chaos. After a moment of contemplation, Pangu continued, what does it mean to grasp tightly, and what does it mean to let go? Yifeng was taken aback, his energy destabilizing, feeling as if he were pierced by 1,000 needles, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Observing this, Pangu extended his hand, enveloping Yifeng in golden light. Restoring his equilibrium, Pangu's voice echoed in Yifeng's mind. Little brother, if you cannot release your past, how can you be reborn? It is up to you to find your own way. Though Yifeng had gained brotherhood from Pangu in this life, he found it challenging to relinquish the memories of his previous existence, his caring grandfather, sister, Uncle Wang, and Aunt Sue. Now, with Pangu as his elder brother, he felt that heaven had shown him mercy. Moreover, with the prospect of returning once his cultivation improved, Yifeng's heart began to clear, and he felt a weight lift from his spirit. Radiating a spectrum of colors akin to a phoenix reborn from its ashes, his skin glimmered with a translucent sheen, and his long hair cascaded down his back. His starry eyes deepened in intensity, and the surrounding chaos grew heavy with reverence. Yet his expression remained as cold as ever. Diminishing his aura, Yifeng smiled and respectfully addressed Pangu. Thank you, dear brother, for your guidance. Pangu feigned anger and said, Second brother, what are you talking about? I'm your elder brother. It is only right that I assist you to not mention it again. Before he could finish his words, he approached Yifeng and added, Congratulations, dear brother, on attaining the saintly position. Yifeng, filled with joy at his significant progress in cultivation, felt an increased capacity for self-preservation. Their countless years of companionship allowed them to understand each other's every glance and smile. With Yifeng having reached the realm of a saint, he no longer rushed to cultivate. He understood that further advancements could not be achieved merely through diligent sitting, but depended on enlightenment. Perhaps a journey could lead to new opportunities, especially since they were in the primordial chaos, where chances were abundant, and as long as one was earnest, their efforts would not be in vain. Yifeng proposed to Pangu, elder brother, why don't we explore the primordial land together to broaden our horizons? Pangu, with his immense cultivation, immediately grasped Yifeng's intentions and laughed heartily. Let us go and see who can find more treasures. After saying this, he burst into laughter. Yifeng also chuckled and, while Pangu was distracted, stealthily slipped towards the primordial land. Pangu shouted, You trickster, and summoned his powers to chase after Yifeng, their laughter echoing through the primordial chaos. From the books he had read and the tales shared by his grandfather, Yifeng knew that before the chaos was split, the primordial land concealed countless miraculous treasures, immensely powerful, free from karma, and capable of safeguarding one's life. Ever since he learned of this, he had been filled with envy, and now his excitement was palpable. Chapter 3. Seeking treasures in the primordial chaos and digging for spiritual roots. At this moment, chaos had yet to be divided, and the primordial world had not yet emerged. All treasures were innate artifacts that Yifeng and Pangu did not employ their powers to search, but relied solely on chance. Even so, they discovered numerous treasures, including the Qian Kuan Ding, Chaos Pearl, and the 4 great spiritual lanterns of heaven and earth, the 8 Scenery Palace Lantern, Jade Void Glazed Lantern, Precious Lotus Lantern, and the Causal Light 2 Instruments Lantern, among others. All were collected by Yifeng. Although Pangu claimed he would compete with Yifeng, upon seeing the spiritual fruits, he became engrossed in eating, showing little interest in finding treasures, in his words. These artifacts were too gaudy compared to his trusty axe, which could surely end a life with a single strike. Yifeng did not refuse, gathering all the Qian Kuan rings he found while treasure hunting. He was not worried about being burdened by artifacts. No one knew he possessed so many. Even if they did, they could not seize them. Qian Kuan Ring contains innate defensive formations, limitless space, and the size of the space depends on the holder's strength. In Yifeng's hands, the space approached billions of miles. After several 100,000 years, Yifeng and Pangu traversed the eastern edge of the primordial chaos, and after several hundred more years, they explored the other 3 edges, acquiring countless treasures, as well as numerous innate spiritual roots and fruits. Yifeng recalled the legendary figures of later generations, such as the Earth-immortal patriarch Jieyin and Zhunti, who possessed the life fruit tree, and the Western Queen Mother, who had the peaches of immortality, all renowned items of the later ages. However, compared to his current spiritual roots and treasures, those seemed extravagantly lavish. As the two traveled across the primordial world, they indulged in countless innate spiritual roots and fruits, leaving the land in disarray, as if it had been plundered. Throughout these numerous years of exploration, Yifeng utilized his creation Heavenly Book alongside Pangu's creation Jade Butterfly to develop a method of lightness and a technique for refining the primordial spirit. The lightness technique allowed one to traverse vast distances, with Yifeng capable of covering billions of miles in a single step. The primordial spirit technique, known as the Chaos Golden Body, could refine the primordial spirit, enhancing combat power manifold. It was indeed an offensive technique, albeit one that inflicted heavy damage on the user. Yifeng would only resort to it in dire circumstances. To be cautious, Yifeng also combined the opening heaven technique within the creation Jade Butterfly with the creation Heavenly Book to formulate a comprehensive opening heaven creation decision. The opening heaven creation decision is divided into 12 levels, corresponding to the 12 volumes of the creation Heavenly Book. Once mastered, it could be said to shake heaven and earth. Pangu truly seemed born solely for the act of creation. He exhibited no inclination to learn any other techniques. One day, as Pangu and Yifeng were journeying, Pangu suddenly halted, gazing solemnly at the chaotic world. With an extraordinarily heavy tone, he addressed Yifeng. The Tao of heaven consists of 50. The transformation of heaven is 49, and one must evade one of these. Looking at this vast chaotic world, there are only the two of us enjoying the treasures of heaven and earth. Today, I feel the weight of responsibility. I shall create a new realm to replenish the heavenly path, yet the splendor of future generations shall remain unseen by me. Yifeng trembled, rendered speechless. He understood that what was inevitable would come to pass. Pangu took a deep breath and continued, "Though I have proven my path through strength, I am still the strongest among saints. However, under the heavenly path, I am powerless to alter destiny. Nevertheless, sacrificing myself for the prosperity of countless beings in the future would not be in vain." Yifeng turned to Pangu, his lips quivering as he said, "Elder brother, is there truly no other way?" After countless years together, he could not bear to part with this seemingly simple-minded elder brother. Pangu laughed heartily, patting Yifeng's shoulder. "Second brother, do not be disheartened. A true man must have his pursuits and his abstentions to achieve something grand is not in vain in this life. Besides, there may still be unexpected turns of events." As if to comfort Yifeng, Pangu added, "Even if misfortune befalls me, as long as your cultivation surpasses the realm of the heavenly path, you could resurrect me." Yifeng nodded firmly, yet he did not notice the tears glistening in Pangu's eyes. To transcend the heavenly path, to surpass the Tao, how challenging it truly was. Meanwhile, Pangu failed to see the resolute glimmer in Yifeng's eyes. The steadfastness and determination that characterized Yifeng would lead him to create one myth after another and achieve the seemingly impossible. Thus, the two returned to the place where Pangu was conceived. With a wave of his hand, Pangu conjured a grand hall exuding an ancient aura, both primitive and solemn, emanating waves of authority. Upon entering the hall, they were met with two cushions. Pangu was the first to sit upon one, with Yifeng quickly following suit on the other. Once everything was settled, Pangu said to Yifeng, "Second brother, I shall enter seclusion for 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, the chaos shall cease to exist, and the primordial age shall unfold." With that, he closed his eyes and began his meditation. Yifeng could not help but call out, "Elder brother." But Pangu had already entered a deep trance. Yifeng felt powerless. Even as a saint, he was but a child before the heavenly path. With a sigh, he too entered meditation. Time in chaos was not measured in years. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed. After this period, Yifeng's cultivation had not improved significantly, yet his powers had greatly increased. Upon opening his eyes, he found that Pangu was no longer in the hall. Stepping outside, he saw Pangu standing in the void, wielding the heavenly axe of creation. With the creation Jade Butterfly atop his head, his muscles rippling with strength. Upon noticing Yifeng, he slightly reined in his aura and smiled warmly, saying, "Second brother, even with my cultivation, I cannot foresee your path ahead. However, I believe your future is limitless. Yet, one must always guard against others. Even I, with my strength, can fall victim to the heavenly path's machinations. Once I commence the act of creation, the heavens will bestow upon me the merits of creation. You should use the Qian Ding to collect them for unforeseen needs, which will ease my mind." With tears in his eyes, Yifeng replied, "Elder brother, you consider everything for me, yet I am unable to assist you in return that I feel ashamed." Pangu laughed. "Do not concern yourself. Second brother, I understand your nature. You should wait inside the hall and observe my act of creation. It may also aid in your cultivation." With a wave of his hand, Yifeng was drawn into the hall, while Pangu waved his hands once more, setting up an innate divine formation outside the hall, the Chaos Annihilation Divine Array. This would later be referred to as Pangu's Great Array. He then smiled at Yifeng and ascended into the void at the center of chaos. Endless powers converged upon him, and his bones cracked as if in response. The heavenly acts of creation radiated golden light and an aura of destruction, igniting the entire chaos, with the void sizzling under the heat. Pangu let out a tremendous roar, swinging the heavenly acts of creation through the chaos, tearing the fabric of space. Yet in mere moments, it began to close once more, prompting Pangu to relentlessly swing the axe. 10,000 and 80,000 years passed, and Pangu carved out an infinitely vast space within the chaotic realm. The pure essence rose while the turbid energy sank, with countless elements of wind, water, earth, and fire tearing through the space. The carved space began to close again, and Pangu glanced back at Yifeng, saying, "Second brother, from now on, this primordial land shall be entrusted to you to guard. As for those connected to me, you may assist them fairly, without bias. Should they act against you, do not hesitate to strike." Yifeng's eyes turned red as he vowed, "Elder brother, I will take care of it. I will watch over you." Pangu nodded, his heart filled with gratitude. With a mighty roar, his body grew to an immense size, propping up the heavens with his hands and standing firmly on the earth. From that day forth, each day the heavens grew a foot higher, and the earth became a foot thicker, with Pangu himself also growing taller. Countless years passed, the heavens had risen significantly, and the earth had thickened immensely. No longer converging, Pangu cast a resolute glance back at Yifeng, who was already in tears, silently shouting, "Elder brother, take care of yourself. I will strive to enhance my cultivation and bring you back to life." As if hearing Yifeng's heart, Pangu smiled warmly once more and let out another thunderous shout, casting the heavenly acts of creation, which transformed into three entities: the Chaos Bell, the Taiji Diagram, and the Pangu Banner. The Taiji Diagram emitted a radiant golden light, stabilizing the tumultuous earth of the primordial realm, torn asunder by the forces of nature. The Pangu flag released a stream of azure energy, tearing through the chaotic currents that continued to rage. With the toll of the Chaos Bell, a layer of yellow light radiated outward, calming the tumultuous land, gradually restoring stability to the cosmos. The three treasures receded into the primordial earth, becoming unseen, while only the Chaos Bell soared towards the Sun Star. Yet, Pangu still fell. As he collapsed, three primordial spirits emerged from his being, vanishing into the primordial earth, along with 12 drops of essence that also disappeared into the land. These two groups would later manifest as the three pure ones and the 12 ancestor witches. Pangu's left eye transformed into the Sun Star. His right eye became the Moon Star. His breath turned into clouds, and his voice became the thunder of the heavens. His hair and beard morphed into countless stars. His body became mountains. His blood became rivers. His veins turned into roads. His muscles became fertile fields. His teeth became precious stones. His bones transformed into jade. His marrow became the spiritual veins of the primordial earth. His hair became the grasses and trees of the land, and his sweat turned into dew. Thus, the primordial realm achieved its grand form. The great Tao consisted of 50, the celestial transformations 49, and the remnants of chaos yielded 50 strands of primordial purple energy. 36 of these strands coalesced into a cauldron, the cauldron of creation, used to maintain the celestial order. 4 strands of primordial purple energy merged with the primordial earth, solidifying it, while 10 strands remained, with one having escaped, leaving 9 to vanish into the primordial earth. The escaping strand fortuitously entered the body of Yifeng, marking him as a singular anomaly beneath the great devoid. It is said that beneath the great Tao lies a thread of hope. Others may never witness miracles unless Yifeng lends his aid. Realizing the inevitability of fate, that the grand scheme was set and Pangu had suffered, Yifeng composed himself and approached the grand hall built by Pangu. With a wave of his hand, a plaque inscribed with Pangu Hall appeared upon the doors. Just as Yifeng intended to claim the Pangu Hall, a radiant burst of multicolored light descended from the heavens. Splitting into 4.3 parts, transformed into a towering structure of immeasurable height, the Tower of Heaven and Earth, vanishing into the primordial realm. 1/3 merged with the primordial spirits that had flown forth as Pangu fell, while another third was absorbed into Yifeng's cauldron of creation. The final part entered Pangu Hall, and in a flash of multicolored brilliance, Pangu Hall grew even more ancient and majestic. It was revealed that Pangu's creation of the heavens had perfected the escaping strand, thus enhancing the great devoid. In recognition of Pangu's monumental effort, the great Tao bestowed down a golden light of merit, benefiting all beings. As Pangu's brother, Yifeng was entitled to a share, while the Pangu Hall, being Pangu's creation, granted him another portion. Moreover, the creation jade butterfly that Pangu had once worn upon his head was shattered, with half hidden in the primordial earth, awaiting a fated individual to claim it. Just as Yifeng was within Pangu Hall, a thunderous explosion echoed from the sky. Unbeknownst to him, a massive red tribulation cloud had gathered above him, swirling violently and ominously. That Yifeng was unaware that following Pangu's creation of the heavens, the great Tao had been perfected. The great Tao consisted of 50, the celestial transformations 49, and the escaping strand had fortuitously come into his possession. This meant that anything could transpire with Yifeng, and the great Tao would not permit such occurrences, necessitating their eradication at the bud. Yet Yifeng, oblivious to the deeper implications, believed it was merely the perfection of the great Tao, prompting the tribulation to descend upon him. He summoned the chaos sword, slashing at the red tribulation cloud, cleaving it in two, but swiftly reformed, seemingly enraged. The red cloud transformed into a purple tribulation cloud, crackling with thunder and ominous pressure that left Yifeng gasping for breath. In a hurry, he summoned the creation blue lotus, which alleviated some of the oppressive force. Regardless, the purple heavenly thunder could not wait. A colossal bolt, several hundred feet wide, struck towards Yifeng with a deft maneuver. Yifeng redirected the purple thunder to either side, causing the primordial earth to tremble. The purple tribulation cloud appeared taken aback. The great Tao had just been perfected, and it did not wish for destruction. Subsequently, the heavenly thunder diminished in size, as if fearful of something, now merely 100 feet wide. That Yifeng chose not to resist, allowing the tribulation thunder to strike him. After enduring the 81 bolts of heavenly thunder, the storm clouds reluctantly retreated. Yifeng retracted the creation blue lotus and the chaos sword. Chapter 4. The deities emerge in the primordial realm. The three races engage in a cataclysmic war after Pangu's creation of the heavens. The world was divided into 4 great continents: the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, the Western Hinyo Continent, the Northern Ju Lu Continent, and the Southern Zhan Continent. Among these, the Eastern Victory Divine Continent brimmed with the most abundant spiritual energy, teeming with countless treasures and blessed lands, a true feng shui paradise in the eyes of the great deities. As the saying goes, where there are treasures, there are beings of renown, and thus many illustrious gods emerge from this land. The Northern Ju Lu Continent, however, was rife with toxic miasma, treacherous mountains, and ferocious beasts, making it a place to be avoided by those not versed in dark arts. The Southern Zhan Continent, while lacking the splendor of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, was nonetheless rich in spiritual energy, home to numerous celestial birds and auspicious beasts. The Western Hinyo Continent was barren, its inhabitants largely uncultured and lacking in enlightenment, deemed a land of savagery. Thus, the four continents gradually evolved, giving rise to many powerful beings. Notable figures included the three pure ones, born of Pangu's primordial spirit, the 12 ancestor witches, derived from Pangu's essence, and deities such as Nuwa. Jieyin and Zhunti, the ancestor of the underworld, Jieyin and Zhunti, along with the Eastern Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun, nurtured upon the sun star. These great deities reveled in the blessings of the primordial realm, attaining celestial mastery from the moment of their birth. Beyond these deities, the primordial earth also birthed three significant races: the Phoenix clan, the Jieyin clan, and the Dragon clan. The Phoenix clan reigned supreme in the skies, firmly establishing their dominion over the vast expanse above. Their strength not to be underestimated, predominantly comprising females, they resided upon the Mount Bujo, formed from Pangu's spine, hence they were richly endowed with fortune. The Jieyin clan, the terrestrial sovereigns, firmly occupied the land, residing in the Qingqiu mountain of the southern Zhan continent, which was formed from one of Pangu's ribs. Although they lacked the fortune of Mount Bujo, they still enjoyed countless years of tranquility. The Dragon clan, masters of the waters, dominated the oceans, with 1/3 of the primordial earth being land, and the remaining 2/3 encompassing vast seas and rivers. Thus, the Dragon clan was a formidable force, capable of rivaling both the Phoenix and Jieyin clans. Yet, as the adage goes, greed knows no bounds. Though the Dragon clan had secured great fortunes from the vast oceans, their eyes wandered towards the abundant treasures of the primordial earth, igniting a surge of greed. Consequently, tensions began to escalate among the three clans at this time. Deep within Mount Bujo, a flash of azure light revealed a young man clad in black. His gaze, cold and indifferent, standing at a height of approximately 175 centimeters. His long black hair flowed freely behind him as he surveyed Mount Bujo with a complex expression. This young man was Yifeng. After the creation of the heavens by Pangu, he had wandered the primordial realm alone. Gaining clarity on many matters, he realized this was a world governed by the law of the jungle, where without sufficient strength, one could be reduced to ashes at any moment. Naturally, there were those foolish enough to attempt to rob Yifeng, but he showed no mercy, sending them to their demise. Having witnessed the cycle of life and death, Yifeng had learned to let go. Destiny brings together and separates, and one must ultimately confront the present. After years of wandering, Yifeng understood that Mount Bujo was formed from Pangu's spine, and he was aware of its later destruction by the northern witch and demon clans. Since he had arrived in this world, he would not allow such an event to transpire. Thus, he made his appearance at Mount Bujo. With a sweep of his divine sense, Yifeng discerned that the majority of Mount Bujo was currently occupied by the Phoenix clan. He had no desire to be disturbed. As long as the Phoenix clan did not harm Mount Bujo, he would remain indifferent. The depths of Mount Bujo were untouched even by the Phoenix clan, for the fierce 9 heavens divine thunder and the howling winds therein posed a grave threat. The strength of the 9 heavens divine thunder was such that even a sage must tread carefully. A moment's negligence could lead to the ruin of millennia of cultivation. The raging winds targeted the souls of beings, capable of harming anyone beneath the sage level. Yet, Yifeng was unafraid. As a sage himself, with powerful treasures to protect him, he had faced even more formidable chaos, heavenly thunder. Thus he paid little mind to the lesser 9 heavens divine thunder. Upon passing through the tempest of the 9 heavens divine thunder, he arrived at a vast lake spanning several hundred miles, the water crystal clear, with lotus blossoms thriving and fish and shrimp abounding. Various exotic creatures roamed freely, glancing curiously at Yifeng before dispersing. In the center of the lake lay an island several dozen miles in size, adorned with peculiar rocks and soaring cranes. A picturesque paradise. With a single step, Yifeng set foot upon the island, and with a wave of his hand, a palace materialized. Pangu Hall. With another gesture, a formidable array emerged upon the island, which Yifeng swiftly adjusted to its normal state, causing the startled beasts to scatter in haste. This array was originally the Chaos Annihilation Array, set by Pangu before Pangu Hall, later modified by Yifeng into the Pangu Great Array. Additionally, the 2 meditation cushions crafted by Pangu for Yifeng, one the Celestial Tao cushion and the other the Tranquil cushion, were placed within the hall. Both were innate treasures, serving to calm the mind and focus the spirit during meditation. After completing these arrangements, Yi Feng sat upon the tranquil cushion to contemplate his great Tao. He believed that by cultivating alone, he would be free from disturbance. However, troubles would inevitably seek him out. Meanwhile, the Phoenix, Jieyin, and Dragon clans, each vying for territory, found themselves embroiled in escalating conflicts. What began as minor skirmishes over the course of several hundred years had escalated into a full-blown war, marked by rivers of blood and forces preparing for battle. The leader of the Dragon clan was Long Batian, the progenitor of the Dragon clan, revered as the first golden dragon of the primordial realm, known as the ancestor dragon. Beneath him were 9 offspring: Yinglong, Qinglong, Huanglong, Heilong, Bailong, Honglong, Lavlong, Malong, and Hualong. Each of these 9 sons possessed distinct temperaments and varying levels of cultivation, yet all were formidable entities in their own right. The Yinglong possesses the cultivation of a late-stage Deluo Jinxian, while the Qinglong stands at the mid-stage of Deluo Jinxian. The other 7 princes also hold the cultivation of early-stage Deluo Jinxian. Aside from these 9 dragon princes, there are 4 esteemed elders of the Dragon clan, namely Long Yi, Long Air, Long San, and Long Si, each of whom wields mid-stage Deluo Jinxian powers. Beneath them are 24 guardians, all of the realm of Tai Yi Jinxian. Accompanied by countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals, their strength undeniably formidable. Across the vast expanse of the primordial land, the Dragon clan is regarded as the second most powerful, with no one daring to claim the first position. Even the renowned Hong Jun Dao Zhu of later generations was, at this time, unbeknownst to all, hidden away in some secluded place for cultivation. The ancestral dragon's cultivation surpasses even that of mid-stage quasi-saint. The Phoenix clan, led by their progenitor Feng Yunxia, possesses early-stage quasi-saint powers, with 4 major guardians under her command: Hua Feng, Shi Feng, Hua Feng, and Kai Feng, all at the early stage of Deluo Jinxian. The rest of the Phoenix clan numbers in the millions. The Jieyin clan, with their king achieving early-stage quasi-saint powers, has 3 sons: Mo Jieyin, Hui Jieyin, and Shui Jieyin. Mo Jieyin has reached late-stage Deluo Jinxian, while Hui Jieyin and Shui Jieyin are at mid-stage Deluo Jinxian. They also have 12 guardians, all at the level of Tai Yi Jinxian, with their clan members numbering in the millions as well. It is well known that battles among the 3 clans are fought by their most formidable figures. Should the leader fall, the conflict would cease to continue. The guardians beneath them are regarded as mere cannon fodder, of little use in the grand scheme. Initially, the 3 clans sought assistance from many great beings of the primordial realm, with numerous deities joining the fray. However, as they witnessed the devastation wrought upon the land, with limbs and bodies scattered, these deities gradually withdrew from the conflict, leaving only those sycophants eager to curry favor. Consequently, the 3 clans abandoned any thoughts of further appeals for help at this time. The Wu and Liao tribes secluded themselves for cultivation, occasionally venturing out to explore, yet lacking any ambition for supremacy. Who could foresee the future, where a mere stamp of a foot would send tremors throughout the 3 realms? The great battle among the 3 clans was drawing near, with the Phoenix clan and Jieyin clan uniting against the Dragon clan. Unity was imperative. A solitary clan would be easily extinguished by the dragons. After years of waiting, the 3 clans could no longer postpone their confrontation. Thus, on an unknown night, the leaders of the 3 clans resolved to engage in battle 10 years hence on the shores of the East Sea. A day the Dragon clan eagerly anticipated. During these 10 years, the 3 clans bound their members to refrain from provoking conflict. Curiously, the primordial realm remained in an eerie tranquility, a stark contrast to the impending storm of war. Yet, the members of the 3 clans understood that this tranquility was but a precursor to cataclysmic battles. At this moment, Yi Feng was immersed in the Pangu hall, contemplating the Tao, fully aware of the unfolding events in the primordial realm, remaining unconcerned as long as the sky did not fall. Meanwhile, the primordial deities continued their cultivation or leisurely pursuits, seemingly indifferent to the impending war among the 3 clans. As for Hongjun, he was engrossed in his own training, aspiring to achieve sainthood, unconcerned with the affairs of others. 10 years later, on the shores of the East Sea, The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, thunder roared, and torrential rains poured down, as if the heavens themselves were aware of the impending battle or sensed the brutality of the conflict, sending rain to cleanse the land. Upon the turbulent waters of the East Sea stood nearly 20 million aquatic soldiers, comprising shrimp soldiers, crab generals, fish warriors, and dragon leaders, armed with wolf-toothed clubs, long spears, and even skulls of foes. In summary, the morale was soaring, with the Dragon Clan members eager for battle, their spirit overshadowing that of the other two clans. In contrast, while the Phoenix and Jieyin clans also boasted high morale and large numbers, they remained slightly weaker than the Dragon Clan. The Phoenix clan, apart from those who had transformed into human forms, were predominantly in their original avian forms, their vibrant colors illuminating the battlefield. The Jieyin clan was similarly fierce, with countless Jieyin radiating an intimidating aura. At the forefront, Longba Tian of the Dragon Clan emerged from the ranks. A tall figure with a chiseled face, wearing a golden crown and a flowing golden robe. His entrance exuded an imperial aura, suppressing the spirits of the other two clans. Observing their diminished morale, Longba Tian scoffed, addressing them. Phoenix and Jieyin, if you submit to my Dragon Clan, there shall be a place for you in this world. Should you refuse, you know the consequences. He regarded the two clans with the condescension of an overlord to his subjects. Before Feng Yunxia and the Jieyin king could respond, their followers erupted in anger, their faces alight with fury. In the primordial realm, the strong are revered, and even the smallest of creatures holds their dignity dearer than their name. Who would wish to survive in such humiliation? Longba Tian's words were akin to pouring fuel on a fire. Silence. A thunderous voice boomed as a muscular figure stepped forward, the Jieyin king. With righteous anger, he glared at Longba Tian and, after a moment's breath, spoke. Longba Tian, do not speak so sweetly. Given your character, would you truly spare us even if we surrendered? Furthermore, would we ever consider surrendering? There is only the standing Jieyin who dies, not the kneeling one. The Jieyin clan erupted in fervent support, their spirits soaring. That a woman with elegant features and flowing hair added. We three clans have existed since the Pangu deity split the heavens, basking in the fortune of the primordial realm. Though the Phoenix clan may not harbor ambitions for supremacy, we are still a dominant force, enjoying prosperity for eons. Yet your Dragon Clan harbors grand ambitions, seeking to claim dominion over the heavens and monopolize the fortune of the world. I may not foresee our future, but I know your Dragon Clan will not find success. The speaker was Feng Yunxia, the leader of the Phoenix clan. Feng Yunxia, cease your rambling. That I end this world. The victor is king, and the vanquished are but bandits. What fortune in the heavens? Nonsense. Once I eliminate your two clans, let us see who dares to utter a word against me. Longba Tian bellowed. Feng Yunxia shook her head in despair. Despite her benevolence in governing the Phoenix clan with vigor, she had not escaped the inevitable outcome of war. At this moment, Longba Tian, growing impatient, declared, I shall give you one final chance. Will you surrender or not? The members of the two clans ignored his words, provoking his fury as he fumed. If you wish for death, then I shall grant it. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, warriors, kill them. This ancient conflict among the three clans erupted into a spectacle of unprecedented ferocity, causing many wandering beings of the primordial realm to hide away, fearing for their safety. Chapter 5. The tragic battle of the three clans. Yifeng's ascension to divinity was a matter of fate. The Jieyin king and Feng Yunxia both raised their hands. The leaders of the two clans swiftly charged towards the Dragon Clan, leading to a scene of carnage, with limbs and bodies strewn across the battlefield. Feng Yunxia and the Jieyin king confronted Longba Tian, who wielded a massive golden staff adorned at both ends with golden rings, the very Rui Jingu Bang famously used by Sun Wukong in later tales. This staff, a primordial treasure, was the guardian of the East Sea, now in the possession of Longba Tian, who, with his robust physique, wielded it with great expertise, creating a whirlwind of force. Feng Yunxia and the Jieyin king could only defend against his onslaught. Conversely, Feng Yunxia brandished three feathers glowing with golden light, darting back and forth, while a radiant five-colored light shimmered behind her. These 3 feathers and the 5-colored light were unique abilities of the royal lineage of the Phoenix clan, representing innate treasures capable of sweeping away artifacts and even affecting beings of lesser strength. However, should the opponent's power exceed that of the user, the effectiveness of the 5-colored light would diminish. The Jieyin king wielded a large blade, exuding a violet glow, unleashing waves of lethal energy. This blade, named Zilong Dao, was forged from the purple dragon crystal of Qingxiu Mountain, specializing in offense, classified among the post-heaven treasures, albeit with a singular purpose, thus not quite rivaling primordial artifacts. Yinglong faced Shui Qilin and Hui Qilin, while Qinglong engaged Mo Qilin. The remaining Huang Long, Hei Long, Bai Long, and Hong Long confronted Hua Feng, Shi Feng, Hua Feng, and Kai Feng, respectively. The entire dragon clan, under the leadership of the ancestral dragon, wielded long spears crafted from the millennium ice of the EC, all classified as post-heaven treasures, creating a scene of chaotic slaughter. The Jieyin clan fought with blade-shaped artifacts, while the Phoenix clan wielded silken weapons and long swords, their presence commanding respect. The remaining 4 esteemed elders of the dragon clan joined the fray. And with the addition of 4 mid-stage Deluo Jin, the 2 clans found themselves at a severe disadvantage, akin to meat on a chopping block. The battle raged on, plunging the sky into darkness and obscuring the sun and moon. It is unknown how long the conflict persisted, but the combined forces of the 3 clans, totaling over 40 million, were halved. A resounding explosion echoed, shattering the surroundings for miles. It was revealed that a Jieyin, in a fit of despair over the loss of kin, had chosen to self-destruct alongside a member of the dragon clan, leading to their mutual obliteration. The repercussions of such actions sent shockwaves, causing others to follow suit, resulting in continuous explosions that rained blood upon the battlefield. The 3 leaders were momentarily stunned by the blasts. When they finally regained their senses and surveyed the battlefield, the dragon clan had dwindled to mere hundreds of thousands, while the Phoenix and Jieyin clans were left with only tens of thousands. That a closer inspection revealed that the dragon clan had lost the Hei Long, Bai Long, Hong Long, and Lu Long, with only 2 of the 4 esteemed elders remaining. The Phoenix clan was reduced to Kai Feng, while the Jieyin clan had Mo Qilin as its sole survivor. Witnessing the devastating losses to their kin, the 3 leaders were engulfed in profound sorrow. There is no greater sorrow in this world than the loss of one's family, especially when one can only watch helplessly as loved ones depart. Feng Yunxia gazed upon the remaining 200,000 of her kin, her eyes misty with tears. With a sweeping gesture, she summoned all her people into the mustard seed space, a dimensional realm established by the powerful, capable of containing living beings, its size contingent upon the user's magical prowess. Witnessing this, the Jieyin king hastily gathered his own tribe, jesting that if he did not act swiftly, their lineage might face annihilation. Feng Yunxia conveyed telepathically to the Jieyin king, "We are not those who cower in fear of death. Yet, should our people continue to fight, they may face extinction. It would be wiser to seek refuge in my Unzao mountain." In hopes of preserving our clan, the Jieyin king found himself at a loss, fearing that if they did not return to Qingxiu Mountain, the dragon tribe would obliterate them. The disparity in their realms could not be compensated by mere numbers. Both he and Feng Yunxia were at the nascent stage of quasi-saint, yet they were but a hair's breadth away from Long Batian, and it was this slender gap that rendered them perpetually vulnerable to his assaults. After their exchange, the 2 turned and hastened towards Unzao Mountain. Long Batian, upon witnessing their flight, felt a surge of determination. He was unwilling to let slip this opportunity to eradicate both tribes, despite the significant cost it entailed. With a thunderous roar, he commanded, "Pursue them! If I do not slay them, my heart's resentment shall remain unquenched." With that, he led the charge, followed closely by the remaining tribespeople and the young prince. Only Yinglong hesitated momentarily before also joining the pursuit. The 3 tribes clashed, painting the entire eastern sea crimson, with remnants of limbs and bodies strewn about, devoured by some lesser fish and shrimp that had yet to awaken their intelligence. Alas, the 3 clans, the titans of the primordial era, were reduced to fodder for these creatures after their demise. A lamentable fate, indeed. It was precisely due to the consumption of these corpses that many aquatic species gradually evolved into the sharks and crocodiles we recognize today. Unbeknownst to the three tribes, their conflict triggered catastrophic upheavals in the sea, volcanic eruptions ravaging the primordial land, leaving countless beings in despair. The three clans remained oblivious to the grand scheme of fate, unaware that the so-called heavenly balance dictated that every entity, upon reaching its zenith, must inevitably decline. Having enjoyed a millennium of fortune from the primordial realm, they foolishly sought to defy the divine order. The celestial law, intent on preserving its dominion, would employ various means to diminish the fortunes of the three tribes. The might of the dragon tribe would inevitably provoke the rivalry of the phoenix and Kirin tribes. Even in their absence, one could only speculate what new race the heavenly order might conjure to restrain the dragons. Feng Yunxia and the Kirin king fled towards Unzao Mountain. Long Batian closely pursued them. Due to Feng Yunxia and the Kirin king carrying their tribespeople, their speed, despite their formidable power, was slightly diminished compared to before. Moreover, Long Batian's cultivation level surpassed theirs, regardless of their attempts to hasten. He closed the distance with alarming rapidity. In his haste, Long Batian felt a burning urgency. He could see the two approaching Unzao Mountain, and the ensuing complications would be significant. Why, you might ask? It was unbeknownst to them when the nameless great formation had materialized around Unzao Mountain. Once ensnared in its grasp, the stars above became indistinguishable, leaving one unable to discern east from west. The Phoenix tribe remained unaware of the formation's origin, but it posed no danger to them. They were oblivious to the fact that Yifeng had established the Pangu Great Formation within Unzao Mountain after his entry years prior, a force potent enough to shatter the heavens. Unzao Mountain was, after all, formed from the spine of the Pangu deity. Sensing the aura of Pangu within the Great Formation, a protective layer began to form around Unzao Mountain, harmonizing with the Pangu Formation. This protective shield would serve as the Phoenix tribe's final lifeline. As the Kirin king entered, he barely had time to react before a bolt of divine thunder struck him. Feng Yunxia, in a panic, called out a warning, but he was struck nonetheless, his body charred black, his hair standing on end, resembling a dark hedgehog. Startled, Feng Yunxia urged, "Stay close to me. Do not stray. This formation is unknown, and its origin is uncertain. Its power is immense. A single misstep could lead to irrevocable regret. Only my Phoenix tribe can traverse freely, but we must remain vigilant." Long Batian, regretting his late pursuit, watched as the two entered the formation, confident in his quasi-saint level strength that he could breach the Great Formation. When the three princes and their kin arrived, Long Batian cleared his throat and bellowed, "Feng Yunxia, Kirin king, do not hide like turtles within. Come forth and engage in battle for 300 rounds. I declare that even with this great formation shielding you, it cannot protect you. Emerge and meet your demise, lest the formation's destruction claim you." He laughed heartily at his own jest. Meanwhile, Feng Yunxia and the Kirin king stood before the grand hall of the Phoenix tribe, their people settled. Yet, anxiety gnawed at Feng Yunxia, though the formation appeared formidable. She wondered if it could withstand Long Batian's might. The Kirin king, known for his fiery temper, could hardly tolerate such provocation. Upon hearing Long Batian's taunts, he roared, "By my ancestors, I shall confront him," and strode towards the exit. Feng Yunxia swiftly flew forward to impede him, exclaiming, "Kirin brother, do not act rashly. Do not throw away your life in vain. If the Kirin tribe loses you, what will become of them?" Alarmed by her words, the Kirin king broke into a cold sweat and gratefully replied, "Thank you, Phoenix sister, for your reminder. I have indeed been impulsive." Embarrassed, he scratched his head, his charred appearance accentuating his two wide eyes. Feng Yunxia couldn't help but smile. The tense atmosphere lightening considerably that moment. Long Batian seemed to lose his patience. With a thunderous roar, he brandished his Rui golden cudgel, channeling all his magical energy into a single strike against the formation. The very foundations of Unzao Mountain trembled, the protective barrier collapsing inward only to rebound violently. Long Batian staggered back 3 paces, his hand throbbing in pain, inwardly cursing, "Truly formidable. My strike could not breach it." Yet, this only fueled Long Baishan's pride. Channeling 12 layers of magical power, he swung his cudgel again, tearing the very fabric of space with its passage. Had Feng Yunxia and the Kirin King witnessed this, they would have been horrified, for Long Baishan's current might could have easily obliterated them on the spot. As the cudgel neared the formation, a flash of azure light pierced through it, sending Long Batian and his cudgel hurtling hundreds of miles away. Struggling to rise, he could not suppress a mouthful of blood. Consumed by rage, he continued to bleed, his injuries evident. Unbeknownst to him, a figure clad in black appeared before Unzao Mountain, emanating a chilling aura that eroded everything in his vicinity. The void seemed to vanish in his presence. This was Yifeng. After millions of years of cultivation, Yifeng's demeanor had transformed significantly. He had grown more cheerful and would occasionally roast celestial birds for sustenance. He was aware of the three tribes' conflict along the eastern sea and knew that the Phoenix and Kirin tribes had retreated to Unzao Mountain. However, he chose to remain uninvolved, as long as their actions did not impede his interests or threaten Unzao Mountain. Yet, it was a grave miscalculation on Long Baishan's part to attack the Great Formation. The tremors from his assault disrupted Yifeng as he was roasting a celestial bird, nearly causing him to drop it. This angered Yifeng, and consequences awaited those responsible. Long Batian was supported by several princes to the foot of Unzao Mountain, still seething with anger as he fixed his gaze on Yifeng. Upon meeting Yifeng's icy stare, he instinctively lowered his head, recognizing he faced a formidable opponent. Long, understanding the gravity of the situation, approached Yifeng respectfully, saying, "Might I inquire if the immortal resides within Unzao Mountain? Our battle has disturbed your peace, and for that, we sincerely apologize. That we hope for your understanding." That Yifeng responded with a cold snort, causing Long to stumble back, nearly losing his balance. Thankfully, Yifeng had shown some restraint, or else he would have been reduced to ashes. With a wave of his hand, the great formation at the mountain's forefront vanished, revealing the Phoenix and Kirin tribes to the onlookers, who remained oblivious. Before the two tribes could react, Yifeng spoke. "You three tribes have enjoyed the bounties of primordial fortune since the dawn of Pangu, flourishing for millennia. Yet, you have failed to strive for progress, foolishly attempting to defy the heavens, resulting in the suffering of countless beings, rivers running red with blood. Do you acknowledge your sins?" With that, Yifeng unleashed his aura, overwhelming all from the three tribes, forcing them to kneel, while Long Batian once again spat blood, nearing his limit. But Yifeng paid him no heed, continuing, "The transgressions you three tribes have committed must be repaid by your own hands. Otherwise, even if I spare you today, you shall not escape the cycle of heavenly retribution. That it would not merely be a battle, but utter annihilation." The three tribes were taken aback. Feng Yunxia hastily clasped her hands and asked, "Might I inquire if the immortal has any means of redemption?" Her face was filled with hope as she gazed at Yifeng. That Yifeng regarded her for a prolonged moment, causing her to blush under his scrutiny. Finally, he spoke, "Two paths lie before you. The first is to depart now, but I cannot guarantee your survival in this world. I enter urgency." Feng Yunxia interjected. "And the second?" She lowered her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yifeng sighed and replied, "The second path requires you to atone for the grave mistakes you have made. Only then can you turn peril into safety." The Kirin King could not contain himself, asking, "What does safety entail?" His large eyes widened as they fixed on Yifeng. Yifeng cast a fleeting glance at him, stating, "Opportunities will present themselves in due time." He then tossed a fruit to Long, saying, "Give this to your father. Only then shall his life be secure." Long expressed his gratitude and hastily placed the fruit in Long Baishan's mouth. The moment it was consumed, it transformed, and soon after, Long Batian regained his vitality and even seemed to have made a breakthrough in his cultivation. He dared not maintain his arrogance and respectfully bowed to Yifeng, thanking him. Yet, Yifeng did not spare him a glance. After a moment of silence, Yifeng inquired, "Have you made your decision?" The members of the three tribes had come to comprehend the balance of heavenly law and the cycle of cause and effect. Filled with regret, especially Long Batian, who had instigated the conflict, he took the lead, declaring, "Immortal, we have resolved our stance. We are willing to fight for a sliver of hope for our people. That Yifeng let out a heavy sigh and said, Your three clans are at war, causing a volcanic eruption in Tiannan, with countless injured and the dormant volcano now ablaze. Feng Yunxia, you must go to Tian and to suppress the earth's fire at the unextinguished volcano. Here is the Nine Heavens Phoenix feather garment, a treasure of innate origin, which will assist you in quelling the flames. With that, he produced a set of garments and handed them to Feng Yunxia. He then continued, Kirin King, in the far north lies the eye of the extreme phoenix, where the winds are frigid enough to harm one's primordial spirit. You shall guard it with a wind confinement formation. Upon finishing, he pointed to the Kirin King's brow, and the confinement formation was instantly bestowed upon him. Subsequently, he produced another item and handed it to the Kirin King, stating, This is the stabilizing wind pearl, an innate treasure that can stabilize winds and serve as a protective charm. Finally, he glanced at Long Batian and said, Long Batian, beneath the eye of the eastern sea lies a source of extreme cold water. Anyone who comes into contact with it will see their primordial spirit and body extinguished in an instant. It is your duty to guard it. He then offered an item to Long Batian, saying, This is the stabilizing water pearl, an innate treasure that can control the waters of the world and also serve as a means of protection. The three men received the treasures with profound gratitude and bowed in thanks. Yifeng added, In 100,000 years, there will come a day for you to shine. The three expressed their thanks once more, and with a wave of his hand, they vanished from sight. Yifeng cast a glance at the remaining members of the three clans, sighed deeply, and then disappeared. From that moment on, the Dragon Clan returned to the sea, the Kirin Clan returned to Qingxiu Mountain, and the Phoenix Clan remained on Buzhou Mountain. The vast land of Honghuang was on the cusp of entering an era of saints. Chapter 6. Hongjun becomes a saint and expounds the great Tao the deities gathered at the Zhixiao Palace. Yifeng returned to Buzhou Mountain, fully aware that a great war between the witch and demon clans would soon unfold, and that Buzhou Mountain would be caught in the fray. After much contemplation, Yifeng decided to relocate, not out of fear of trouble, but rather to avoid disturbance. He casually notified the Phoenix Clan, and they all moved with him. Consequently, Yifeng relocated the entire mountain, unwilling to see the backbone of Pangu brother be shattered. As the center of heaven and earth, Buzhou Mountain served as a pillar of the cosmos. That why Yifeng could only use the Nine Heaven Shirong, a treasure he had obtained during the primordial chaos, to forge a new Buzhou Mountain in its place. The Nine Heaven Shirong, an innate divine soil rich in spiritual energy, lacked the essence of Pangu and the air of majesty. But other than that, it remained unchanged. Our protagonist Yifeng was indeed a remarkable figure beneath the heavens. While others shunned the desolate Beiju Luzhou, he found it appealing. This region was sparsely populated and its environment harsh. Yet for Yifeng, who wielded the power of a saint, it mattered little. Thus, he utilized his abilities to transport the entire Buzhou Mountain to the center of Beiju Luzhou, renaming it Pangu Mountain. He then set up the Pangu Great Formation, which spanned countless miles. Wherever the formation reached, even the most desolate and toxic terrain gradually transformed into a realm of celestial treasures and auspicious beasts. The Pangu Great Formation further absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, nearly liquefying it. Why Yifeng continued to reside within the Pangu Hall, while the Phoenix Clan also settled in Pangu Mountain. Initially, many reckless individuals dared to wreak havoc in Pangu Mountain. But under Yifeng's iron-fisted methods, they eventually ceased to cause trouble. The entire Beiju Luzhou became aware of the arrival of a great demon god, which amused Yifeng, as he was being mistaken for a demon god. At first, many were on edge, fearing Yifeng would seek conflict. But as the years passed without incident, the various celestial beings gradually relaxed their vigilance. Thus, countless years slipped by, and the devastation wrought by the war of the three clans began to heal, revealing a vibrant landscape once more. The remnants of the three clans retreated to their respective homes to recuperate, abandoning their ambitions to dominate the world. However, the vast expanse of the Honghuang land was immeasurable, populated by countless individuals. Although the war had concluded, after tens of thousands of years, a few discontented and obscure figures began to emerge, gradually forming two major factions. one from the demon clan and the other from the witch clan. Both factions consisted of beings skilled in magical powers, each wielding distinct abilities. The demon clan focused on cultivating their primordial spirits. Although they lacked physical cultivation techniques, their natural forms were already incredibly robust. The foremost figures among them were the two emperors, Dong Huang Tai Yi and Di Jun, along with the demon master Kunpeng, all possessing quasi-saint strength. Beneath them were 10 demon saints: Fail Yin, Jimeng, Ing Zhao, Jiu Ying, Shangyang, Baizhe, Gai Mu, Zidian, Wu Ling, and Tun Tian, each possessing formidable powers, residing within the Buzhou mountain that Yifeng had forged from the Nine Heaven Shiro. Dong Huang Tai Yi, born of the solar star, cradled an innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, at birth, transformed from the divine acts of creation, and upon ascending to the throne of the demon clan, he renamed the bell the Dong Huang Bell. Di Jun, born simultaneously with Tai Yi, also cradled an innate spiritual treasure, the He Tu and Luo Shu, at birth, which could evolve into innate formations capable of trapping others. Kunpeng, transformed from a fish. In the northern abyss, there's a fish called Kun. Its size is unfathomable. It transforms into a bird named Peng, whose wingspan is beyond comprehension. When it flies in anger, its wings are like clouds descending from the sky, wielding a divine wooden staff. The witch clan boasted 12 ancestral witches, born from the 12 drops of Pangu's blood, all possessing peak strength at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. The witch clan specialized in physical cultivation rather than the spirit, making their physical prowess unparalleled in Hongwang. They claimed to be the true lineage of Pangu, unable to tolerate the presence of others. Among them were many powerful witches, with the likes of Jiufeng, Xing Tian, Hua Fu, and Ho Yi taking the lead, residing in the ancestral hall of the southern Jiangbu region. The 12 ancestral witches are Dijiang, Ru Shou, Gong Gong, Zhu Rong, Zhu Jiuyin, Chong Liang, Shibai Shi, Tian Wu, Yao Zi Xianming, and Ho Tuesday Di Jiang. With 6 legs and 4 wings, moves with incredible speed, flapping its wings to cover 12,800 miles, the ancestor of space. Ju Meng, a bird with a human face. Riding 2 dragons, the ancestor of wood in the east, Gong Gong, a human with a serpent's head, covered in black scales, standing atop 2 black dragons, entangled with a giant black serpent, the ancestor of water. Zhu Rong, a beast with a human face, standing atop 2 red dragons, entirely red, entangled with a giant red serpent, the ancestor of fire. Zhu Jiuyin, a human-faced serpent, neither eating nor sleeping, the ancestor of time. Chong Liang, a tiger-headed human, 4-legged with long arms, the ancestor of thunder. Shibai Shi, a human-faced beast with 2 ears pierced by green snakes, the ancestor of weather. Tian Wu, a human with 8 heads and 8 tails, with skin of yellow-green, the ancestor of wind. Yao Zi, a dragon-headed human, standing atop black clouds, the ancestor of lightning. Xianming, a human-faced being of wind, with a face resembling bamboo shoots after rain, the ancestor of rain. Ho Tu, a talented singer and dancer, with a human face and a body of earth, the ancestor of the land. The 2 factions could hardly tolerate one another, frequently clashing in skirmishes, yet the high-ranking leaders of both sides rarely appeared on the battlefield. One day, from beyond the 33 heavens, a sudden burst of 7-colored radiance illuminated the sky, accompanied by celestial melodies. Within the 7-colored light, dragons and phoenixes danced, and a fragrant aroma wafted across the vast expanse of Hongwang, causing many uncultivated demons to transform into their true forms. Indeed, a saint of heaven and earth had manifested, creating the divine for the 3 realms. Far away in Beiju Luzhou, Yifeng, holding the Chaos Pearl in his left hand and evolving the world, sensed an anomaly. He opened his eyes and calculated. Realizing that Hongjun had become a saint, that he knew that the next event would be Hongjuan's lecture, and the saints would be positioned. He felt a tinge of anticipation. With a faint smile, he remarked, "So Hongjun has attained sainthood. The unfolding of the Honghuang land shall be spectacular." After a while, a wave of pressure descended from the 33 heavens, enveloping the entire Honghuang land, though Pangu Mountain in Beiju Luzhou remained unaffected. All living beings felt the might of the saint and knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "We kneel to welcome the Tao Ancestor. May the Tao Ancestor be at peace." Then, a resounding voice echoed throughout the Honghuang land, reclining upon the 9 layers of clouds. "I cultivate the true Tao. Beyond the realms of heaven and earth, I shall serve as the supreme teacher." Pangu birthed the Taiji, the 2 instruments and 4 symbols follow suit. One path conveys 3 friends. The 2 teachings elucidate and divide that I, Hung Jun, have comprehended the creation of the jade butterfly and attained enlightenment, that I wish to expound the Tao of creation in the Zixiao palace beyond the heavens. All who are fated may come to listen. With that, he vanished without a trace. In an instant, the Honghuang land was abuzz, with numerous deities hastening towards the Zixiao palace in the heavens, yet few understood the perilous nature of the chaotic currents beyond the 33 heavens. Yi Feng concealed his true cultivation level, presenting only as a quasi-saint, hoping that even Hong Jun would find it challenging to see through. After completing these preparations, he stepped into the void and arrived beyond the 33 heavens. There, amidst the ethereal expanse, stood an ancient palace inscribed with the words Zixiao Palace. Yet from those 3 characters, Yi Feng discerned a deep sense of solitude that a young attendant soon appeared to guide Yi Feng into the palace. The boy, clad in dark robes, bore a youthful face tinged with shyness and green hues that Yi Feng mused that this was the future ruler of the 3 realms, the Jade Emperor, a testament to the adage that one should not judge by appearances. Upon entering the Zixiao Palace, Yi Feng was surprised to find it devoid of anything but a few meditation cushions. That moment. Upon a high platform within the hall sat an elderly man with flowing white hair and a kindly visage. And anyone would be hard-pressed to recognize this as our great Hong Jun Laozu. Hong Jun opened his calm, unfathomable eyes to regard Yi Feng, who met his gaze without flinching. After a moment, Hong Jun furrowed his brow and remarked, Strange. I cannot see through your cultivation. Although you present as a quasi-saint, my observation reveals a hazy ambiguity at why Yi Feng silently marveled at Hong Jun's prowess. He was indeed the most formidable being since the dawn of creation. With a smile, Yi Feng bowed respectfully, stating, "I dare not presume. Teacher, there is no need for concern. I merely encountered a fortuitous opportunity. Today, I come to the Zixiao Palace to listen to the teachings, and thus I shall be your disciple. There is a saying, when 3 walk together, one of them can be my teacher. Regardless of who it is, there is always something to learn from others." With that, he gazed at Hong Jun with a beaming smile. Hong Jun slowly relaxed his furrowed brow and replied, "Your words hold some truth." Yi Feng then spoke, "Master, if you truly care that much, shall we refer to each other as master and disciple in public, and as fellow practitioners in private?" Hong Jun, seeing that this was the only way, replied, "Very well. Let it be as you say, fellow practitioner." In front of Hong Jun lay 7 mats, and Yi Feng, without hesitation, seated himself on the 7th mat. He was aware that these mats were prepared for the several saints, and he was not greedy, content to occupy the lowest seat. Hong Jun observed this with a faint smile before closing his eyes and falling silent. Before long, 3 individuals of distinct appearances entered the Zixiao Palace. The leader was an elderly man with a head full of white hair, neither smiling nor frowning, embodying the essence of Laozi's non-action, who would one day become the supreme Lord Lao. The second was a middle-aged man adorned in gold and silver, wearing a golden crown, exuding an extraordinary aura, with flashes of wisdom gleaming in his eyes. He would later be known as the Primordial Supreme, the founder of the Chan teaching. The final individual had thick eyebrows and large eyes, with a square face that Yi Feng thought to himself, no wonder he would later suffer losses. His face was a typical one that signified misfortune, revealing his lack of cunning. He would ultimately become the leader of the Jie teaching, Tong Tian. As the 3 entered the Zixiao Palace, they directly took their seats on the first 3 mats. Laozi and Yuanshi acknowledged Yi Feng with a nod, while Tong Tian respectfully extended his hands and said, "Greetings, fellow practitioner. I am Tong Tian of the 3 Clear Ones. May I ask how you are addressed?" Yi Feng smiled, finding Tong Tian to be quite open-minded, and replied, "I am Yi Feng. It is a pleasure to meet you, fellow practitioner." After exchanging pleasantries, They each sat on their respective mats in silence. Soon after, a man and a woman entered the great hall. It was Nuwa and Fushi. Following them were two others, a middle-aged man with a full head of red hair who was none other than the great god Hongyun, and another dressed in a blue Taoist robe, with entirely white hair, possessing a kind expression akin to Hongyuan's. He was the Grand Master of the Earth Immortals, Xinyuanzi. Hongyun was transformed from the first red cloud that emerged after the chaos shattered. In his cultivation was remarkable that he held a red gourd, which would later transform into the 9-9 red cloud Scattersoul gourd, but at present, it was used to store wine, making Yi Feng click his tongue in disbelief at how this innate treasure was being misused. Meanwhile, Jieyin cradled a large book, one of the three great scriptures of the universe, the Earth Book, also an innate treasure that served as a means of defense, and Jieyin cultivation was indeed formidable. Having already entered the quasi-saint realm, behind these two was an individual with a face full of excess flesh, exuding a menacing aura. Seeing that the remaining mats were insufficient, he crossed over Xinyuanzi and Hongyun, seating himself on the sixth mat beside Yi Feng. Xinyuanzi could only helplessly share the fifth mat with Hongyun. This individual was the demon clan's master Kunpeng. Gradually, nearly all the divine beings had arrived, with those unable to enter the hall waiting outside. Within the inner hall, there were also the demon clans Tai and Dijuan, as well as the witch clans Hutu and Xianming, along with the ancestor of the Blood Sea. The old ancestor of the underworld ate tea this moment. Tai and Dijuan exchanged glances with Kunpeng, signaling for him to yield his seat, but Kunpeng lowered his head, feigning ignorance, which infuriated Tai and Dijuan. Meanwhile, Yi Feng was focused on Nuwa, the mother of humanity. He held deep respect for this goddess who mended the heavens. For who among the children of Huaxia does not know of Lady Nuwa? She embodies kindness and justice. Nuwa was in her prime, with a slender waist, a delicate neck, radiant teeth, and skin so tender it seemed to glisten. However, Yi Feng had no thoughts of romantic admiration. His feelings were merely one of pure respect and appreciation. As if sensing someone observing her, Nuwa turned her head and met Yi Feng's gaze, which sparkled like the stars, exuding a clean and pure essence. Nuwa paused momentarily, then quickly regained her composure, giving Yi Feng a slight nod before turning away. Yi Feng was taken aback, not expecting to capture Nuwa's attention. Beside Nuwa stood a middle-aged man with broad eyebrows and a square face. Though his cultivation was not particularly high, he emanated an aura of profound mystery that commanded respect. He would one day become the emperor of humanity. Fushi of the demon clan, wielded the Fushi zither, an innate treasure. Just as Yi Feng was about to close his eyes in meditation, a wailing cry erupted from outside. Two figures clad in dark garments surged into the Zixiao palace. The foremost individual had a face marked by cunning yet bore a kind expression, creating a peculiar juxtaposition. The other was a frail, middle-aged man, his face etched with sorrow, appearing so weak that a mere gust of wind could topple him. These two were none other than the revered figures from the western Hinyo state. Jieyin and Zhunti. Jin, with tears streaming down his face, grasped Zhuntai's sleeve and lamented, "Brother, we have dwelled in the impoverished western Hinyo state, countless billions of miles away from this place, that we have devoted ourselves to the pursuit of the Tao. And now, to be able to hear the grand teachings in the Zixiao Palace is the wish we have held for millennia. Yet, we find ourselves without even a seat. Truly, the way of heaven shows no mercy, and the saints offer no compassion." Upon hearing this, Zhunti staggered, appearing even more emaciated. Xinyuanzi hastily rose to assist him, but Zhunti immediately took a seat on Xinyuanzi's mat, thanking Hongyun beside him. "Thank you, fellow practitioner, for your kindness." Hongyun, with no other choice, stood up to give way as Hongyun passed by Kunpeng. Zhunti inadvertently kicked him, causing Hongyun to stumble towards Kunpeng. Kunpeng, seeing this, quickly dodged, leaving his seat vacant. Jieyin promptly took it, not forgetting to express his gratitude to Kunpeng. "Thank you, fellow practitioner, for your kindness." This infuriated Kunpeng, his veins bulging as he cast a resentful glare at Hongyun. Chapter 7. Understanding the Great Tao of Hongjun. Nuwa's visit to Pangu Mountain with Zhuntai's disruption, the atmosphere grew exceedingly tense. This moment. Hongjun spoke from the high platform. All who have come to Zhixiao Palace are indeed fated beings. I should have 7 disciples under my guidance. He then gazed silently at the assembly of deities. After a moment, Heng Jun continued, Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian are all manifestations of the primordial spirit of the great Pangu. They are destined to be my disciples. Laozi shall be my foremost disciple, Yuan Shi second, and Tong Tian last. The 3 clear ones were filled with excitement. Their positions mattered little compared to the honor of being Hongjuan's disciples. They rose and bowed to Hongjun, saying, We pay our respects to the teacher at this juncture. Zhunti knelt once more before Hongjun, pleading, I implore you, Master, show mercy and accept my elder brother as your disciple. Tears streamed down his face, soaking the ground. Hongjun regarded Zhunti, and Jieyin, for reasons unknown, sighed deeply before saying, Very well, I shall accept you too as my 4th and 5th disciples. Jieyin and Zhunti hurriedly rose. Bowing to Hongjun, we pay our respects to the teacher. They then turned to the 3 clear ones, exchanging respectful greetings. Hongjun then addressed Nuwa, who will one day shape the vast expanse of the primordial land. May be my 6th disciple. Nuwa, filled with joy, rose and said to Hongjun, Nuwa pays her respects to the teacher. She then exchanged greetings with the 3 clear ones, Jieyin and Zhunti. Afterward, Nuwa humbly requested, I hope for the teacher's mercy in accepting my brother as a disciple. In pursuit of the great path, she gazed at Hongjun with hopeful eyes. I could see this moment. Fushi also stood and bowed. I hope for the teacher's compassion. Hongjun looked at Fushi and replied, You lack the opportunity. Simply remain here in Zhixiao Palace to listen to the teachings. With that, he turned away from Fushi, who, resigned, took his seat once more. Hongjun then turned his attention to Yifeng, seated on the last mat. Yifeng felt as though Hongjun smiled at him, and then Hongjun declared, Yifeng, you may be my named disciple, position last. After saying this, he cast a meaningful glance at Yifeng before closing his eyes and falling silent. Yifeng was taken aback by this unexpected turn, feeling an urge to spit blood in frustration. Be a named disciple, yet placed at the end of the line. Wouldn't that make him seem lesser in the presence of others? Regardless of his thoughts, he chose not to voice any objections. The remaining deities, seeing Heng Jun fall silent, became anxious. Kun Ping, being rather impatient, stepped forward with cupped hands, addressing Heng Jun, I hope for the teacher's mercy. Witnessing someone speak up, the other deities rushed forward, all clamoring for favor. Heng Jun opened his eyes, surveying the assembly, and said, You all lack the fate of a master-disciple relationship with me. Merely remain in Zhixiao Palace to listen to the teachings. The deities, still eager to plead, felt a wave of pressure emanating from Hongjun, rendering them speechless, and they retreated. After a quarter of an hour, Hongjun opened his tranquil eyes and declared, The teachings commence now. I shall impart them for 3,000 years. After 3,000 years, I, Heng Jun, shall cease my teachings. With that, he began. In the chaos, there exists another entity, the creation Blue Lotus, nurtured within the great Pangu. Pangu opened the heavens, and the primordial world unfolded. I embraced the treasure of chaos and birthed the jade butterfly. Since my emergence into the world, I have known of one thing, the name of which I do not know, and thus I call it the Tao. Hongjun continued to expound, and from the skies, dragons and phoenixes soared. Golden lotuses filled the air. Those who were touched by the golden lotuses experienced a continual enhancement of their cultivation. When 2,000 years had passed, Heng Jun concluded his teachings, while the divine beings remained in meditation, undisturbed. Heng Jun glanced at Yifeng, who was also looking at him, and offered a slight smile, to which Yifeng returned the gesture. When all the divine beings awoke, Heng Jun announced, 2,000 years have elapsed since the teachings began. You all should disperse quickly and return to Zhixiao Palace after 1,000 years. The divine beings respectfully took their leave and exited the Zhixiao Palace. As Nuwa departed, she glanced back at Yifeng, who remained seated, and gradually exited the palace. Once all the deities had departed, Heng Jun stepped down from the platform and approached Yifeng. Yifeng also rose. And after exchanging greetings, Heng Jun inquired, May I ask, fellow practitioner Yifeng, what insights do you have regarding my Tao? Without hesitation, Yifeng replied, What is love, and what is detachment? Love embodies detachment, and detachment embodies love. The way of heaven is merciless, leading to Pangu's sacrifice. Yet, Pangu's sacrifice paved the way for the rise of countless beings, and the way of heaven also shapes this primordial land. Pangu, imbued with deep affection, willingly endured physical loss for the sake of this vast primordial land. Yet could it not be said that he was also devoid of compassion towards himself, having expressed so much in one breath? Yifeng seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, perhaps because it was the most he had spoken since his rebirth. Hongjun, with a sigh, turned to Yifeng and remarked, "Your understanding of the Tao is indeed profound. My friend and I, as the progenitor of that sect, feel a sense of shame at why." Yifeng hastily replied with a respectful gesture, "There is no need for such humility, my friend. Each of us possesses our own path and mission. Why should we concern ourselves with titles that are but illusions? As long as we act with a clear conscience and remain true to our hearts, that is sufficient." Hongjun, feeling enlightened, responded, "Indeed, I have overthought." As if recalling something, he continued, "What are your thoughts on the impending conflict between the witch and demon clans?" After a moment of contemplation, Yifeng spoke. "The grand tide remains unchanged. Yet the minor paths may shift." Following this, Yifeng extended his hand and asked, "Do you still remember our agreement?" Hongjun, taken aback, chuckled. "Indeed, it seems I must trouble you, my friend." At why Yifeng replied, "It matters not. In the presence of others, we are master and disciple, but in private, we are simply friends." With that, he respectfully added, "The hour grows late. I shall take my leave and return to Zhixiao Palace in a millennium." Hongjun also bowed in acknowledgement. "May your journey be safe." With that, Yifeng exited Zhixiao Palace. Upon leaving, Yifeng espied a stunningly beautiful woman standing at the edge of the 33 heavens. The gentle breeze stirred her flowing tresses, revealing an exquisite visage. It was Nuwa. Why Yifeng, not overthinking, recalled that in his previous life, he had been merely a village boy, oblivious to the complexities of love. Yet he felt a deep respect for Nuwa's beauty. Little did he expect that in this life, he would become her junior. Why Yifeng, my friend, Nuwa called softly. Why Yifeng turned in confusion to face her. Nuwa continued, "Might I inquire where you are headed? I find myself with nothing to do and would be delighted to accompany you, if you permit." She gazed at him with hopeful anticipation. Taken aback by her waiting for him, Yifeng responded, "There is no need for such formality. We are both disciples of Hongjun, so you may simply call me Junior." Nuwa, delighted by this, asked, "Then may I inquire where you train?" Her cheeks flushed, though Yifeng was oblivious to this. Why Yifeng replied with a polite gesture, "In Beiju Luzhou." Nuwa, curious, continued, "Beiju Luzhou, I have heard my brother mention that it is a place lacking in spiritual energy, fraught with venomous creatures. How is it that you reside there?" Yifeng chuckled softly and remarked, "What one sees with their own eyes is not always the truth." Unbeknownst to Nuwa, Beiju Luzhou was indeed as she described before Yifeng's arrival. But ever since he had come, he had transformed it with the Pangu array and various means, a feat that was merely a matter of convenience for him. Nuwa seemed to seek some hidden truth in Yifeng's expression, yet found nothing. With a sigh, she suggested, "Then lead the way, Junior. Let us go and see Beiju Luzhou." Why Yifeng remained non-committal and turned to leave, with Nuwa closely following. In truth, Nuwa was not one to easily take a liking to others. Her curiosity stemmed from the clarity and respect in Yifeng's gaze. Yes, he was her junior, and given the nature of her fellow disciples, most either aimless or filled with deceit, Yifeng was a novel presence she had neither met nor heard of before, which piqued her interest. Thus, it was not a matter of love at first sight. The two traveled without utilizing their powers, simply enjoying the scenery. Upon reaching Beiju Luzhou, Nuwa frowned at the pervasive toxic smoke and mist. Glancing back at Yifeng, who showed little reaction as he stepped boldly into the haze, Nuwa thought to herself, "What a stingy person." Yet she followed suit, even though the toxic fumes posed no harm to her, as she was inherently averse to filth and cherished beauty. Thus, she conjured a colorful protective barrier as she advanced. At a quarter of an hour later, they arrived at the edge of Pangu Mountain, where Nuwa was taken aback and exclaimed, "Is this not the unyielding mountain?" Yifeng nodded in affirmation. Indeed, within Unyielding Mountain, Verdant trees flourished, and spiritual beasts and celestial birds roamed freely, with the melodious calls of phoenixes resonating throughout. The majesty of unyielding mountain inspired a sense of reverence and a palpable vitality. Nuwa, puzzled, remarked, "Is an unyielding mountain located in the eastern victory divine continent. How's it come to be here in Beiju Luzhou?" Yi Feng, with no intention of concealing the truth, explained the situation to her. Upon hearing his account, Nuwa clasped her hands in gratitude and said, "Your great virtue, Junior, has spared the three clans from their ignorance of the celestial timing, leading to the squandering of their fortunes over countless years. It is truly lamentable. Were it not for your assistance, the three clans would have faced annihilation." Her expression was heavy with sorrow, as if mourning for others' misfortunes. Observing Nuwa's demeanor, Yi Feng thought, "Truly, she is the revered Nuwa. Even when others face adversity, she feels their pain deeply." Turning his gaze back to unyielding mountain, Yi Feng contemplated for a time, then waved his hand, sending forth a green aura that soared to the mountain's peak. That a flash of azure light illuminated the area, revealing three formidable characters that emanated powerful pressure. Pangu Mountain. Unbeknownst to Yi Feng, these three characters would one day command respect across the primordial land and in the future lands of Huaxia. Nuwa, wishing to inquire further, hesitated upon seeing Yi Feng's expression and kept her questions to herself. Once inside the Pangu Hall, Yi Feng pointed to the ground, causing a lotus seat to materialize, upon which he settled in serene meditation. Nuwa approached the newly appeared seat and took her place. While the Taoist lotus seat remained untouched, the two sat in meditation. Though Nuwa had intended to discuss her understanding of the Tao with Yi Feng, he fell into a deep trance as soon as he seated himself. Left with no choice, Nuwa turned to her own cultivation. With nothing else to occupy her, she explored Pangu Mountain, and after 500 years of cultivation, she returned to Nuwa Palace, while Yi Feng remained undisturbed. Awaiting Heng Jun's final teachings. Yi Feng's cultivation advanced further, yet breaking through to the level of sage remained an arduous challenge. Even Heng Jun, despite his alignment with the Tao, had not achieved such a breakthrough. Yi Feng remained unhurried, continuing to cultivate, with his left hand grasping the chaos pearl, shaping new worlds, and his right hand holding the creation scripture. Chapter 8. Linger seeks apprenticeship and receives the divine sword. The future demon sage is deceived. On a certain day, Yi Feng sat peacefully within the Pangu Hall when unexpectedly, a green aura flew into the chamber. With a quick scan of his consciousness, he understood the situation. Yi Feng retracted the green aura and stepped into the void. In an instant, he found himself before a vast mountain devoid of stones or trees, where crimson smoke billowed and waves of heat washed over him. In the distance, he could faintly see molten lava rolling amidst the forest. Yi Feng perceived the location with clarity and flew towards it. It turned out that while he was engaged in secret cultivation, the incoming green aura was a communication jade talisman he had gifted to the clan leaders of the three clans long ago, intended for emergencies. Today, it was a message from Feng Yunxia. Yi Feng soon found himself inside a cave, which, while barren of flora and fauna, was slightly cooler than other areas. Inside the cave, Feng Yunxia waited anxiously. Upon seeing Yi Feng, she was startled and hurriedly approached. Bowing, Feng Yunxia greets the immortal. Yi Feng nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, "I have noted that no significant events have transpired at the southern immortal volcano. What brings you to seek me?" Feng Yunxia hesitated, then explained, "Immortal, shortly after I arrived at the southern immortal volcano, I gave birth to a daughter named Feng Linger. I did not wish to trouble you, but this volcano poses dangers to her. As she is still young and cannot withstand the flames, I beseech you to take her back to Pangu Mountain, where the Phoenix clan can care for her." She looked at Yi Feng with hopeful anticipation. At that moment, a little girl dressed in green, with two pigtails, timidly approached Feng Yunxia and gazed at Yi Feng. Feng Yunxia quickly urged her, "Come and greet the immortal." The little girl, however, hid behind her mother, too frightened to step forward. Seeing this, Feng Yunxia worried that Yi Feng might be displeased and scolded. "Linger, do not dawdle. Greet the immortal at once." Feng Linger looked distressed, tears welling in her eyes. Yi Feng, seeing this, smiled and said, "There is no need for such formality. She is but a child." He then addressed Feng Yunxia. "Now that this matter is settled, I shall take her away." He picked up Feng Linger and began to leave. The little girl struggled, crying, "Mama, Mama, I do not want to leave you." Her tears soaked Yi Feng's shoulder. Feng Yunxia, with tears in her eyes, waved goodbye to her daughter. "When you return to Pangu Mountain, be sure to listen to the immortal and your elder siblings." Yi Feng did not return to Pangu Mountain immediately, for Feng Linger reminded him of his own beloved sister, Yiqing. Though they were not the same person, this resemblance would greatly benefit Feng Linger, and her future path would undoubtedly be boundless. A year later, Yi Feng returned to Pangu Mountain with Feng Linger, who had by then overcome the pain of separation and was no longer timid around Yi Feng, occasionally running up to him to act cute. One day, as they wandered Pangu Mountain, Yi Feng squatted down to look at Feng Linger and asked, "Do you wish to take me as your master? In this primordial land, none shall dare to bully you." Feng Linger gazed at Yi Feng with her pair of sparkling, watery eyes, and then inquired, "Oh, why did you only take me as your disciple now, master? Don't you remember? I was so frightened when you came to fetch me from my mother. You didn't even smile." Yi Feng found himself both amused and exasperated. His habit of speaking little had been turned against him by this little girl. Linger, being astute, understood the significance of being respected by Feng Yunxia and promptly knelt down, bowing her head 3 times while sweetly calling him master. Then, with an innocent expression, she extended her hands and said, "Master, didn't I hear that one must present a gift when becoming a disciple?" Yi Feng playfully pinched Feng Linger's small nose and replied, "You little imp, who told you that a gift is necessary for apprenticeship?" After a moment, he asked, "So, Linger, what kind of gift do you desire?" Feng Linger tilted her head in thought and replied, "Master, I wish for a sword. I see so many people soaring through the skies on their swords. How wonderful it would be if I could do the same." Yi Feng sighed inwardly, realizing that this girl did not comprehend that a good sword could save one's life in perilous situations. He nodded and said to Feng Linger, "Very well. Let us enter Pangu Mountain, and I shall find a sword for you." Feng Linger looked at Yi Feng with excitement and exclaimed, "Master, you mustn't deceive me. I want nothing else but that sword." With that, she was led into Pangu Mountain by Yi Feng. Upon entering Pangu Mountain, Yi Feng summoned the last remaining Kai Feng from the 3 races' great battle and informed her about Feng Linger. Instructing her to take good care of the girl, he then added, "From now on, Linger may come and go freely at the Pangu Hall." With that, he vanished from sight. Feng Linger followed Kai Feng into the realm of the Feng clan. And from that day forth, Pangu Mountain acquired a mischievous little girl who brought laughter and liveliness to the place. Meanwhile, Yi Feng had reappeared at the spot in Pangu Mountain where the 9 heavens' divine thunder and the infinite gale resided. He recalled his first arrival at Pangu Mountain, where he had encountered a shimmering, multicolored bamboo. Like tea that time, the bamboo was still too small for harvesting, so he had left it there. Today, however, upon hearing Feng Linger request for a sword, he remembered the existence of a primal divine bamboo. This bamboo was known as the first divine bamboo of the primordial land, colorful glazed bamboo, remarkably tough and lushly green. Yi Feng nodded to himself, thinking that crafting a sword from this divine bamboo for Linger would surely be exceptional. Yi Feng took the divine bamboo back to the Pangu Hall and summoned the Qian Ding. Tossing the colorful glazed bamboo into it, he then retrieved a 7-colored crystal from his Qian ring and added it to the cauldron. This crystal was a 7-colored ice crystal discovered by Pangu and himself during the chaos, which could enhance the grade of magical treasures. Yi Feng carefully controlled the fire within the Qian Ding, continuously imbuing various formations into the bamboo sword. After 3 days, a brilliant 7-colored light erupted from the cauldron, and a small flying sword, entirely green yet surrounded by 7 colors, soared forth. The sword bore the ancient characters Feng Ling Divine Sword. This was crafted specifically for Feng Linger, named after her. Yi Feng had considered gifting her a treasure from his Qian ring, but those treasures were too powerful. In her hands, they would merely serve as ornaments, so he resolved to forge one himself. As Yi Feng grasped the sword, a chill coursed through him, but his profound cultivation rendered him unharmed. He then exited the Pangu Hall, and with a sweep of his divine sense, located Feng Linger, who was playfully tormenting a small calf. The little green calf, aware of the girl's formidable status as a recent arrival at Pangu Mountain and the treasured disciple of the enigmatic Yifeng, dared not defy her and could only endure her antics. Utterly exhausted, I could see that moment. Feng Linger was commanding the little calf, saying, "Be a good calf and spin around for me, and I'll give you something delicious afterward." The little calf could only lament its plight and complied. Upon witnessing this, Yifeng spoke up, "Linger, you must not act so recklessly. Do you not know that every plant and creature possesses its own spirit? It is not your greatness that allows you to bully them. Rather, they are yielding to you." Feng Linger, upon hearing Yifeng's reprimand, hurriedly ran to his side, tugging at his sleeve with her small, tender hand, and said, "Master, I know I was wronged. I was just so bored. Without anyone to play with, I had to bother them, but they always tried to avoid me." The little green calf sighed in relief, as Yifeng's presence meant its tormentor would be held accountable. Why, Yifeng, noticing the calf, was taken aback. Was this not the future bull demon king? Although small, the calf exuded an air of regality. And Yifeng thought, I did not expect that this renowned bull demon king would be so easily led in circles by a little girl. After observing, Yifeng addressed the calf, "You may go now." The little calf, as if granted a reprieve, turned and fled. Why, Yifeng called out, "Wait." The calf halted in fright, trembling as it turned its head back, wide-eyed with fear. Amused by its reaction, Yifeng assured, "You need not be so alarmed. I mean you no harm. Here, take this as compensation for Linger teasing you." He tossed a 5-element fruit to the calf. The calf devoured the fruit in a single bite and disappeared in a flash. Little did it know that the fruit possessed extraordinary powers. Even the future Dragon Batian had once consumed one to restore and enhance his cultivation. Turning to Feng Linger, who was aware of her misdeeds, and lowered her little head, Yifeng felt a pang of compassion, but knew it was necessary to educate her. After all, one could never predict what trouble she might cause in the future. Thus, he inquired gently, "Do you understand what you did wrong?" With reddened eyes, Feng Linger, who had never been reprimanded so, struggled to find her words as tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing that his message had resonated, Yifeng ceased his admonishment, slowly crouched down, and embraced her, speaking softly, "Linger, it is not that I wish to scold you, but do you realize that all beings possess spirit? Should the powerful bully the weak? What if you were to be treated the same way?" In Yifeng's arms, Feng Linger timidly replied, "Master, I promise I will never bully them again." Why, Yifeng nodded. "Do you know why I sought you out?" Feng Linger suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, "Master, are you going to give me the sword?" Her face lit up with anticipation as she gazed at Yifeng. He nodded slightly, producing the Feng Ling divine sword in his hand. This sword is classified as a postnatal supreme treasure, a formidable offensive artifact. However, given your current cultivation level, I have sealed some of its functions. But fear not, flying with this sword will be a mere trifle for you. Only when you reach a sufficient level of cultivation will you be able to unlock its full potential. With that, he handed the sword to Feng Linger, who held it with great reverence. Chapter 9. Kong Xin the Rock is encircled. Zhunti and Jieyin seek to cross in the previous chapter. Yifeng forged the Feng Ling divine sword for his disciple Feng Linger. At that moment, within the Qinfu Hall of the Qinfu Mountain in the West Hinyo continent, 2 middle-aged men with contrasting expressions were seated. One bore a countenance of sorrow, while the other wore a benevolent yet cunning smile. These two were none other than Jieyin and Zhunti. Zhunti calculated with his fingers and, filled with excitement, turned to Jieyin, saying, "Brother, this is indeed our opportunity, a foundation for significant future events." Jieyin, rarely showing a smile, responded, "Then let us go together, brother." Zhunti affirmed, and the two exited the Qinfu Hall. Ascending a golden cloud toward the eastern Xingzhou, at the foot of Mount Buzhu, 5 individuals stood in confrontation, divided into 2 factions. One side consisted of a young man in white and a man in black, both exuding an air of arrogance. The white-clad youth was strikingly handsome, while the black-clad individual, though less striking, shared the same prideful demeanor. These were Kong Xian, who had transformed after Feng Yunxia, and his elder brother the Rock. Feng Yunxia's sole desire was for the Phoenix tribe to thrive peacefully, never aspiring for world domination. Both were ambitious individuals, unwilling to remain beneath Feng Yinxia's shadow, and thus ventured forth. However, unbeknownst to them, they had inadvertently improved their cultivation during their retreat, only to find themselves trapped in a deadlock during the three-race war, eventually emerging eons later, long after the battle had concluded. The two individuals, being members of the illustrious Phoenix clan, hastened towards Mount Buzhou without a moment's pause. However, at this juncture, Mount Buzhou had already fallen under the dominion of the demon race. Upon encountering each other, a disagreement erupted, leading to a fierce confrontation between them. Both were at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, yet the area surrounding Mount Buzhou was teeming with lesser demon soldiers, who were no match for them. Consequently, a small demon soldier was dispatched to the Demon Emperor's Hall to report to Dong Huang Tai, Yi, and Di Jun, who were engaged in a discussion with the Demon Master Kunpeng. Upon hearing the news from the small demon, they soon emerged. The three of them quickly grasped the situation and entertained the notion of recruiting the two as their subordinates. Exchanging glances, it was Di Jun who first spoke. Fellow Taoists, might I inquire why you have chosen to cause a disturbance in our Mount Buzhou? Are you under the impression that my demon race is devoid of defenders? With that, he fixed his piercing gaze upon the two. Despite their elevated cultivation, they could not contend with Di Jun's quasi-saintly might. Nonetheless, they stood their ground resolutely, refusing to take a step back. Di Jun nodded in acknowledgement, and at that moment, Dong Huang Tai Yi also voiced his thoughts. Fellow Taoists, the ancient three races were once renowned for their might. However, given your unexpected arrival, one cannot hold it against you. Yet, Mount Buzhou is now the territory of my demon race, and I would urge you to assess the gravity of the situation. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with the Demon Master Kunpeng, who promptly stepped forward, saying, Esteemed Taoists, the great beings of the Phoenix clan have now seemingly vanished. However, with your indomitable spirits, my demon race can provide you both with a path of convenience. Should we come to govern the world in the future, you two could once again revive the glory of the Phoenix clan. He concluded with a sly grin aimed at the two. Kong Xian and Peng found themselves bewildered by the barrage of words from the trio, quickly realizing that the demon race intended to recruit them for their own purposes, holding on to their pride. They recalled how, during the reign of Feng Yunxia, the Phoenix clan had also been unable to secure their allegiance, let alone now with the demon race. Kong Xian clasped his hands in apology. My brother and I were indeed presumptuous earlier. However, circumstances have changed, and it is only natural for us to be somewhat disoriented. I hope the three of you will not hold it against us. Aware that their opponents were quasi-saints, he lowered his lofty demeanor. Yet the desire to leave had already taken root, as it seemed the three were intent on detaining them. Di Jun interjected. There is no need for such formality, esteemed Taoists, as the saying goes. One does not truly know another until they have sparred. Let us not dwell on this trivial scuffle. However, I wonder if you have given due consideration to our earlier proposal. He smiled warmly at them. At this moment, the previously silent Peng spoke. My brother and I are accustomed to freedom and detest any form of constraint. We appreciate your goodwill, but we must take our leave as we seek the Phoenix clan. With that, he grasped Kong Xian and prepared to depart. Yet, Kunpeng interjected, Esteemed Taoists, to come to Mount Buzhou and leave without sharing a cup of tea would surely tarnish the reputation of my grand demon race. Furthermore, it would be a disservice to the dignity of our two demon emperors. He wore that same mischievous smile. Kong Xian replied, We dare not impose upon the three of you, my brother, and I have pressing matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. With that, he turned to walk away. Tea this moment, Dong Huang Tai Yi declared. Do you think my demon race is so easily trifled with? You cannot simply come and go as you please. With that, he stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of Kong Xian and his brother. Dong Huang Tai Yi brandished the Eastern Emperor bell, his countenance filled with rage as he glared at the two. Turning to see Kunpeng wielding the greenwood divine staff, poised for action, and Di Jun holding the He Tu and Luo Shu, it was evident that the three were not merely posturing. Their magical artifacts were all at the ready to prevent the two from escaping. Di Jun activated the He Tu and Luo Shu, and a flash of golden light enveloped the two, rendering them immobile. Kong Xian and Peng, both at the great Luo Golden Immortal level, were no match for the trio. Even a single one of them was sufficient to thwart their escape. Although they fought fiercely against the constraints, their innate pride would not allow them to bow down to that moment. A brilliant golden light erupted from the west, and from within it emerged two figures. One chanted, "The great awakening golden immortal knows no time. The Western wonderful law is the ancestral Bodhi. Neither born nor extinguished, the three paths unfold. All energy and spirit encompass boundless compassion. Emptiness and tranquility naturally follow change. True suchness allows for freedom." The other continued, "The cycle of life and death is fraught with difficulty. Escaping cause and effect over 10 lifetimes is rare. The two ancestors of the West possess profound methods. Ferrying all beings to ultimate bliss. Point one held a branch of the Bodhi tree, a primordial treasure, while the other wielded a long staff, also a primordial artifact. These two were none other than the figures of the two sages, Zhunti and Jieyin. They had prepared to venture to the Eastern Victory Divine Continent to guide souls back to the barren West Hinyo continent, and they had previously calculated that Kongxian was a fated individual. Both were men of great resolve, and despite the presence of the demon trio, they revealed themselves. Upon recognizing the two, Kunpeng immediately discerned their intentions and spoke first. "Esteemed brothers, may I inquire what brings you to this place?" It was an obvious pretense. Dong Huang Tai Yi, disdainful, turned away, while Jieyin and Zhunti remained unfazed, with Jieyin stating, "Three junior brothers, my elder brother felt a calling today, and through divination, it became apparent that one among you is destined to have a teacher-student relationship with my elder brother, prompting us to come together." He gazed at Kongxian with compassion. This moment. Di Jun interjected, "What teacher-student relationship? These two have intruded upon our demon territory, and we three have come to bring them back to account for their actions. That I advise you, esteemed brothers, not to overreach, lest you jeopardize the bonds of brotherhood." The five had all once attended the Zixiao Palace to hear teachings, hence they referred to one another as brothers. Jane persisted, "My elder brother has come solely for Kongxian, and I hope the three of you will acquiesce in due course. Jieyin and my elder brother will not forget this great kindness." Naturally, the three demons were unwilling to comply, as it was evident that Kongxian's future achievements would far surpass those of Dupont. How could they relinquish such a promising prospect? Dong Huang Tai could not contain his fury, exclaiming, "Jieyin, you old scoundrel, do not overstep. Do you not recognize your own worth? Depart at once, and do not further aggravate our mood." This provoked Jieyin, who was relentless in his pursuits and harbored jealousy. He furiously declared, "Tai Yi, I have spoken out of goodwill, but you persist in this obstinacy." With that, he summoned the 7-treasure Miao tree and directed it towards the ensnared Kongxian and Dupont, intent on seizing them. However, Di Jun, in his moment of inattention, inadvertently caused the He Tu and Luo Shu to tilt askew. Seizing the opportunity, Kongxian and Dupont hurriedly took flight, heading towards the direction of the North Julu continent, where perilous beasts lurked. Though they were proud and unyielding, they understood the formidable strength of their pursuers. Preserving their lives for a future reckoning was paramount. Thus, they pressed on with all their might, plunging headlong into the treacherous territory ahead. Meanwhile, Jieyin and Zhunti were engaged in a fierce battle with Dong Huang Tai Yi and Di Jun. Upon witnessing the escape of Kongxian and Dupont, they harbored thoughts of retreat, seeking to pursue. Yet Tai Yi and Di Jun were formidable foes who would not easily relent. The struggle between Zhunti and Di Jun was evenly matched, while Jieyin found himself in a precarious position, narrowly evading the assault of the Eastern Emperor Bel. Observing Kunpeng's pursuit of Kongxian and Dupont, Jieyin acknowledged the latter's formidable cultivation. Capturing them was not beyond the realm of possibility. Realizing this, Jieyin conveyed to Jieyin, "Elder brother, it seems today's endeavor is fraught with difficulty. Perhaps we should settle for capturing Dupont instead, and we can seek out Kongxian at a later date." Jieyin, seeing the situation had escalated, nodded in agreement. Jieyin then addressed the two demon brothers, "Esteemed junior brothers, if we continue this fight, who knows when it will conclude? Instead, let us retreat and capture Dupont. I implore you to open a passage for us. Rest assured, I will remember this favor," he concluded, stepping back from the fray. Jieyin, finding merit in this suggestion, glanced at Dong Huang Tai and said, "Very well, let it be so." Dong Huang Tai, however, merely snorted in disapproval. Jieyin continued, "Then let us pursue Kong Xian and Peng together." After conversing with Zhunti, the two of them hastily pursued, while the two demons also hurried after them. Fearing that Jieyin and Zhunti might employ some devious trickery, as the sun began to set, a gentle breeze swept across Mount Buzhou, revitalizing the mountain's essence, as if the waning sun were merely a transient visitor to Mount Buzhou. Chapter 10. Yifeng's rules display their might. Kong Xian and Peng finally returned previously. Kong Xian and Peng fled towards the northern continent of Luzhou, closely followed by Kuan Peng, while Dong Huang Tai and Jieyin, alongside Jieyin and Zhunti, paused their conflict to pursue them. It was said that within the northern continent of Luzhou, Kong Xian and his companion behaved like two frantic flies, having completely lost their regal demeanor. They dared not linger, as the pursuing Kuan Peng was like a harbinger of death. Close on their heels, any misstep could lead to capture. With their magical powers nearly depleted, they desperately conjured the remnants of their strength. Unbeknownst to them, they were fleeing towards Mount Pangu. On Mount Pangu, Yifeng was in the Grand Hall, imparting wisdom to Feng Ling Air. Though she was still young and struggled to comprehend much, she earnestly listened, having learned to behave after being reprimanded by Yifeng last time. She no longer dared to run amok. Suddenly, Yifeng furrowed his brow while lecturing, causing Feng Ling Air to timidly inquire, "Master, what is the matter?" Yifeng replied nonchalantly, "A wild dog has arrived at the mountain gate. Come, Ling Air, I shall take you to chase it away." With that, he took Feng Ling Air's hand and swiftly made his way to the entrance of Mount Pangu. Typically, Yifeng would prefer to remain uninvolved. But with intruders daring to wreak havoc on his sacred mountain, he could no longer ignore the situation. In a state of panic, Kong Xian and Peng spotted a figure in black robes ahead, and, without knowing what compelled them, flew towards the black-clad person, who was none other than Yifeng. Upon seeing Yifeng, Kong Xian inexplicably felt that Yifeng could be their savior, and he prostrated himself, saying, "I implore you, immortal, to rescue my brother and me. We shall forever be indebted to your great kindness." Noticing Yifeng's silence, he knelt and continued, "I beseech you to save us. In the future, we shall serve as your steeds without complaint." Such is the nature of humanity. What one desires often eludes them, while what one does not wish for arrives unbidden. Meanwhile, the three demons and the two from the west were intent on capturing Kong Xian and his brother. Yet they stubbornly refused to yield. However, upon encountering Yifeng, they prostrated themselves without a second thought. Yifeng replied coolly, "Rise. We shall discuss this matter later." At that moment, Kuan Peng arrived, noticing that the two had not fled, and exclaimed, "Run! Why are you two not fleeing? Once I capture you, you will see what I have in store for you." With that, he erupted into laughter. A cold snort from Yifeng disrupted Kuan Peng's mirth, causing his blood to surge with anger. Startled, Kuan Peng turned to the figure in black and exclaimed, "Ah, it is Brother Yifeng. I pay my respects to you, but may I ask why you are here?" He smiled broadly, well aware that Yifeng was the seventh disciple of Hong Jun and was not one to offend lightly. Yifeng replied indifferently, "There are wild dogs at the mountain gate, and I have come to chase them away." Even Kuan Peng, despite his foolishness, understood that this remark was directed at him. Not one to be easily intimidated, he retorted angrily, "I address you as brother out of respect for our shared time in the Zishao Palace. But do not think I fear you." He then shot Yifeng a sinister smile. Yifeng chose not to engage in a dispute, patiently waiting for others to arrive before taking action. In no time, Dong Huang Tai and Jieyin arrived one after the other. Upon seeing Yifeng, they were momentarily taken aback, but it was Zhunti who spoke first. "Greetings, junior brother. How did you come to be here?" Following suit, Dong Huang Tai and Jieyin also offered their respect. Yifeng replied, "I reside in this mount." He gestured towards Mount Pangu, causing the others to pause in astonishment, especially the three demons. Dong Huang Tai was the first to express disbelief. "How can this be? We have returned to Mount Buzhou." Jieyin, remaining composed, inquired, "Brother Yifeng, may I ask what this Mount Buzhou is?" I will be grateful for your insights. Yi Feng responded coolly, matters of the primordial lands are beyond your understanding. What is so remarkable about two identical Mount Buzzhis? Moreover, this is not even called Mount Buzhou, he added, pointing to the peak of Mount Pangu. As they followed Yi Feng's gesture, they beheld the three characters. Mount Pangu. Zhunti remarked, I never imagined you would reside in such a celestial mountain. You are indeed fortunate, unlike us, who dwell in the western frontier. After speaking, he cast a jealous glance at Yi Feng. Yi Feng ignored their sentiments and turned to Kong Xian and to Peng, saying, all of your phoenix kin are within this mountain. I am already aware of your circumstances. You may enter and seek out your brethren. Without waiting for a response, he waved his hand, and the two entered Mount Pangu. Wait, hold on. Several voices called out in succession. Yi Feng paid no heed to their thoughts and continued ushering Kong Xian and Peng inside. Infuriated, Dong Huang Tai, he exclaimed, Yi Feng, we traveled countless miles solely for Kong Xian and his brother. You have disrupted our plans. If you do not provide an explanation today, this matter shall not end here. He glared fiercely at Yi Feng. Dijun added, Yi Feng, know your limits. Do not sacrifice your life for two unrelated individuals. Zhunti and Jieyin also chimed in. Junior brother, you have gone too far this time. We request you hand over the two of them, and we shall not make things difficult for you. Yi Feng disregarded the gods and lowered his head to Feng Ling Air, saying, Ling Air, do you hear those wild dogs making a ruckus? I shall help you chase them away. Feng Ling Air, with innocent curiosity, replied, Master, where are the wild dogs? I do not see any. She looked around, puzzled at that moment. The deities were seething with rage. Dong Huang Tai, he could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, Yi Feng, you are exceedingly arrogant. Let us see how you handle us alone. Dijun coldly snorted, you will undoubtedly be taught a lesson. Zhunti remarked, Junior brother, why trouble yourself with this mess? He still wore a facade of benevolence. Jieyin, appearing sorrowful, added, you should not act this way. Even for the sake of our master, you must face consequences. Yi Feng coldly retorted, your words are futile. Let us engage in a proper battle. With that, he sent Feng Ling Air to the summit of Mount Pangu. Yi Feng did not summon the chaotic treasures, but instead retrieved a primordial spiritual treasure known as the Zhen Tianqi, shaking heaven-measuring ruler, which primarily served as an offensive weapon capable of establishing a rule-based formation. Within this formation, divine calamity lightning of the same caliber as the nine heavens thunder of Mount Pangu would manifest. Its power overwhelming, Yi Feng understood that with his cultivation and the treasure in hand, he could dispatch several of them in an instant. However, he knew he must refrain from such actions and merely intended to teach them a lesson. Yi Feng wielded the Zhen Tianqi, slicing it through the air, and the deities found themselves ensnared by its rules. They each summoned their treasures for protection. Even Dong Huang Tai, holding a primordial treasure, cautiously shielded himself with the Eastern Emperor's Bell. Within the confines of the formation, divine calamity lightning continually erupted, and even with their divine strength, the deities found themselves battered and bruised, as the ruler of the demon race. Dong Huang Tai, he could hardly endure such humiliation. He summoned the Eastern Emperor's Bell and struck the formation frantically, causing it to tremble violently. Observing this, Yi Feng infused a blue energy sphere into the formation, further solidifying its rules. Inside the formation, Zhunti, Jieyin, and Kuan Peng were the most beleaguered. Their treasures were mostly offensive in nature, and the divine calamity lightning was tremendously powerful. After a few rounds of futile resistance, they could only awkwardly dodge. Although Dong Huang Tai, and Dijun were not as beleaguered due to the defensive capabilities of the Eastern Emperor's Bell and the River Map and Luo Book, they were still in a precarious position. Seeing that it was time to cease hostilities, Yi Feng dispelled the rule-based formation and stowed away the Zhen Tianqi. Regarding the deities coldly, they felt as if they had been thrust into a disorienting void, only to find themselves at the foot of Mount Pangu, fully aware that the formation had been lifted. Dong Huang Tai, now furious, shouted, Yi Feng, do not act like a coward. If you have the ability, let us engage in a genuine battle, rather than hiding behind a formation. He glared at Yi Feng, seething that Yi Feng remained nonchalant, feigning indifference. Dijun cautioned, Tai, Do not be impulsive. He understood that since Yi Feng was capable of employing such a formidable formation, his cultivation must also be impressive. He recognized that Yi Feng had likely spared them, or they might have faced dire consequences. Steady and prudent, he knew that the vast demon race awaited management. He exchanged glances with Kuan, Peng, and Tai Yi, and the three retreated in defeat, leaving Yi Feng unconcerned about their departure. Turning his attention back to Jieyin and Zhunti, he saw that Zhunti's earlier benevolence had vanished, replaced by anger and embarrassment. Casting a glance at Yi Feng, he snorted coldly that why Yi Feng paid him no mind and focused on Jieyin, who understood that Yi Feng sought an expression of acknowledgement from him. Thus, Jieyin stepped forward, saying, "Junior brother, your actions have jeopardized our future opportunities. We shall need to settle this matter later." With that, he took Zhunti and returned to the western Hinyo continent. Despite their disgraced retreat, they did not forget to radiate a flicker of golden light, embodying the spirit of not forgetting to don fresh attire, even in defeat, as the two Western ancestors appeared benevolent. As the gods departed one after another, Yi Feng returned to the summit of Mount Pangu, retrieving Feng Ling Er. He then asked, "Ling Er, did you see me chase away the wild dogs?" Feng Ling Er, still puzzled, replied, "Master, I have yet to see any little dogs. How is it that you're already back to fetch me?" With a smile, Yi Feng took Feng Ling Er to the Panga Hall. Meanwhile, Kong Xian and De Peng entered Panga Mountain and returned to the present dwelling place of the Phoenix clan. Upon seeing the once grand Phoenix clan, now reduced to fewer than 1,000,000, their faces were etched with sorrow. However, time had passed, and regret was futile. The Phoenix clan did not ostracize Kong Xian and De Peng. Despite their lofty pride, they were inherently good-hearted individuals. After joining the Phoenix clan, they were appointed as guardians and elders by the Rainbow Phoenix, sharing a kinship of status with her. The return of Kong Xian and De Peng significantly bolstered the strength of the Phoenix clan. Yet matching the Dragon clan remained an impossibility. Furthermore, the Phoenix clan could not pursue vengeance at this time, in her quest to seek a sliver of opportunity for the Phoenix clan under the celestial laws. Feng Yunxia resolutely suppressed the immortal volcano in the south. Even with 100-fold courage, they dared not jeopardize the Phoenix clan's fortune. Meanwhile, Feng Ling Er was growing day by day, her cultivation steadily advancing. Although Yi Feng had methods to instantly elevate her powers, he refrained from doing so, knowing that such shortcuts would only hinder her progress in the path of cultivation. Thus, time passed slowly. Chapter 11. The Purple Cloud Palace and the Banishing of the River of Souls. A millennium had elapsed since Hong Jun last spoke. And once again, the vast expanse of the Honghuang realm resonated with his voice. 1,000 years have passed. Those with fate may return to the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the Tao. With that, he fell silent. In an instant, countless deities from across the Honghuang realm rushed towards the Purple Cloud Palace, their treasures soaring through the air. Yi Feng collected his thoughts and took Feng Ling Er along to the palace. Truly, Feng Ling Er was blessed beyond measure. Not only did she have Yi Feng's teachings by her side, but he also brought her with him to the Purple Cloud Palace, marking her as a pioneer in the realm. Yi Feng chose not to utilize any extraordinary powers, instead flying slowly toward the celestial realm with Feng Ling Er. On their journey, they encountered Jin Yuanzi, the ancestor of Earth Immortals, and Hong Yun. Upon seeing the two benevolent old men, Feng Ling Er joyfully greeted them as Grandpa, which delighted Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun. Jin Yuanzi then presented Feng Ling Er with the renowned spirit fruit of the Honghuang realm, while Hong Yun, lacking a gift, promised to find something precious for her in the future, bringing a bright smile to Feng Ling Er's face. Yi Feng, feeling somewhat embarrassed that Feng Ling Er was asking for gifts from others, informed her that these two were her Sherbois granduncles. After the three exchanged pleasantries, they proceeded towards the Purple Cloud Palace together. Unbeknownst to Hong Yun, this promise he made to Feng Ling Er would later grant him a chance to escape calamity. Upon arriving at the Purple Cloud Palace, nearly all the deities were present. Nuwa smiled at Yi Feng's arrival and, upon noticing Feng Ling Er, approached him, saying, "Junior brother, is this your disciple? How adorable." Yi Feng nodded in acknowledgement, while Feng Ling Er chimed in, "Sister, you are so beautiful. When I grow up, can I be as pretty as you?" She gazed at Nuwa earnestly. Nuwa blushed at Feng Ling's words and replied, "You are very beautiful." "Ling Er, When you grow up, you will undoubtedly be even more stunning than your sister. With that, she shyly glanced at Yi Feng. I could see that moment. A figure rushed into the purple cloud palace. It was the ancestor of the River of Souls, who, without acknowledging anyone, sat down upon Yi Feng's mat. He threw a disdainful glance at Yi Feng, for he had long coveted Yi Feng's seat, but had never found the opportunity to express it. Leading to this day, the River of Souls was birthed from the blood sea of the underworld, which itself was formed from Pangu's navel, a truly tainted place. Emerging from the blood sea, the River of Souls crafted countless treasures, claiming that as long as the blood sea endured, he would not perish. He was born with the primordial treasures, the abyssal sword and the two swords of Abyss, and his cultivation was at the late stage of quasi-saint, rendering him momentarily invincible. Nuwa immediately interjected, River of Souls. What do you mean by this? This seat belongs to junior brother Yi Feng. Are you not afraid of punishment? Her face was flushed with anger, yet it added a unique charm to her demeanor. The River of Souls chuckled. Nuwa, are you defending this kid? Have you taken a liking to him? He hasn't even spoken yet, and you're already in a hurry. With that, he grinned. Nuwa's face turned even redder at his words, but her expression quickly shifted back to fury. I could see this point. Feng Linger exclaimed, You big bully, quickly get off my master's seat. Otherwise, I want to go easy on you. She clenched her tiny fist, looking adorably fierce. The River of Souls, taken aback by the audacity of the little girl, growled, Little girl, the River of Souls, have a penchant for human flesh with your delicate appearance. You must taste delicious. He licked his lips, frightening Feng Linger, who promptly hid behind Yi Feng. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun were about to speak, but were deterred by the fierce glare from the River of Souls. As for the other deities, some watched as the final vestiges of primordial purple energy emerged. The deities gazed upon Hong Jun with eager anticipation. However, Hong Jun paid them no heed. With a mere gesture, he sent the last trace of primordial purple energy into the body of Hong Yun. Unbeknownst to Hong Yun, he was startled awake by a cold snort from the Kunpeng, who, consumed by jealousy upon witnessing Hong Yun's acquisition of the primordial purple energy, harbored a deep-seated resentment for the loss of his own seat. The other gods regarded Hong Yun with expressions rife with malice. Yet Hong Yun, now aware of his fortune, was unfazed by their thoughts and beamed with delight, oblivious to the seeds of disaster he had sown. At this moment, Laozi inquired, Might I ask if there exists a method to attain sanctification? Hong Jun replied, The path to the Great Way is manifold, with countless avenues leading to enlightenment. However, they can be broadly categorized into three types. The first, akin to Pangu, involves demonstrating one's power to attain the Tao, the pinnacle of strength. The second relies on the use of innate treasures to sever the three corpses, yielding lesser strength. And the third is through the accumulation of merit to achieve sanctification, which is the weakest of the three. That the three pure ones express their gratitude. At this juncture, Hotu interjected, Might I inquire, esteemed teacher, whether our which clan, lacking primordial spirits, can still attain the Tao? Hong Jun cast a glance at Hotu, sighed, then turned to Yi Feng and said, The descendants of your which clan shall find their own opportunities. With that, he fell silent. Although Nuwa hesitated to speak, her doubts compelled her to press on. May I inquire, esteemed teacher, what is the method for disciples to attain sanctification? Hong Jun regarded Yi Feng with a knowing smile and replied, In due course, opportunities will present themselves. One cannot force what is not meant to be. Zhunti and Jieyin remained silent, their thoughts aligned. They were pleased, believing that Yi Feng had yet to achieve sanctification. Thus, the previous entrapment of the gods at Pangu Mountain could only be attributed to the mysterious formation. And as long as they exercised caution, they would face little danger. This line of thinking was not limited to the two from the west. Even the demon clan shared similar sentiments, though Kunpeng wore a face of doubt. Thus, the assembly of saints was established, and each returned to their respective realms, descending as they saw fit. Chapter 12. The primordial purple energy accumulates in Hong Yun. Linger seeks salvation as the saints position themselves in their domains. Hong Yun reveled in his acquisition of the last trace of primordial purple energy, only to be pulled away by Zhen Yuanzi. Kunpeng, unable to tolerate Hong Yun's fortune, believed that Hong Yun was responsible for his lost seat, nurturing a grudge deep within his heart. Meanwhile, Dongwang Tai and Dijuan, born of the solar star, regarded themselves as superior and dismissed the other gods, contemplating how they might seize Hongyun's primordial purple energy for themselves. They followed Jieyin and Zhunti and Hongyun, waiting for the opportune moment to strike the 8T this time. Yifeng and Fenglinger were engaged in casual conversation before the Zhixiao Palace. Nuwa affectionately beckoned to Fenglinger, saying, "Linger, come here. I have a treasure for you." As she spoke, a shimmering white silk, an innate treasure she had discovered during her travels through the wilderness, materialized in her hand, an artifact designed for offense. Yifeng felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that while Nuwa presented a treasure of innate quality, he had only crafted a postnatal artifact for his own disciple. Yet, Fenglinger, at her current level, would find the innate treasure little more than ornamental. Fenglinger turned to Yifeng, silently asking if she could accept it. Reluctantly, Yifeng nodded, not wanting to offend Nuwa. Delighted, Fenglinger accepted the silk, sweetly thanking Nuwa, which elicited a gentle laugh from the goddess. Nuwa, yet to take a disciple, felt a fondness for Fenglinger, appreciating her charm and innocence, hence her generous gift. That Yifeng clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior sister, for this precious gift. My disciple is unworthy of such a treasure." Nuwa responded, "Brother, we are all disciples of Master Hongjun. Why such formality? Have I offended you in some way, that you keep your distance?" She gazed at Yifeng with seemingly teary eyes. Yifeng, flustered, quickly replied, "Sister, there is no need for misunderstanding. It is I who has been remiss, and I assure you it shall not happen again." Seeing this, Nuwa smiled and said, "Brother, do not fret. I hold no grudge against you. We are of the same sect, after all." Then, as if struck by a thought, she added, "When you have leisure, do bring Linger to my palace for a visit. My brother Fushi is engrossed in his cultivation, and I often find myself without company." Despite their sibling bond, Fushi resided in the fire cloud cave of the outer realms, rarely visiting Nuwa as a woman destined for greatness. She, like any girl, preferred not to be alone. Thus, upon seeing Yifeng with a disciple, she felt a sense of kinship. Yifeng replied, "Indeed, I shall make a visit, and I hope it will not be an imposition." He then took Fenglinger by the hand and said, "Sister, the day is waning. I must take Linger and depart. We shall visit again soon." Nuwa responded, "Yes, do come by." With a smile for Linger, she watched them head toward Nuwa Palace. As Yifeng and Fenglinger flew toward the northern continent, Linger remarked, "Master, Nuwa's sister is so wonderful. She gave me such a precious gift. Do you think she is beautiful?" Yifeng was taken aback by Linger's words. She had been easily won over by Nuwa's gift and was now praising her. He replied earnestly, "Linger, in the future, do not accept gift from others too readily, understand?" Linger asked, "Master, why not? If Nuwa's sister gives something, can I accept it?" She tilted her head in confusion. Yifeng gently tapped her nose, saying, "Just remember, unless I give my consent, do not accept anything from anyone." Fenglinger rubbed her nose, puzzled, but eventually nodded. As Yifeng and Fenglinger enjoyed their leisurely flight, they suddenly noticed a dazzling light in the distance. Fenglinger exclaimed, "Master, there seems to be a fight ahead. Shall we go take a look?" She gazed at Yifeng with eager anticipation. Yifeng had already anticipated this turn of events. He had heard from his grandfather that Hongyun, having acquired the last trace of primordial purple energy, was attacked and killed by the old ancestor of the Mingyi and the demon master Kunpeng. Yifeng did not wish to involve himself in the conflict, but now found himself faced with the unexpected presence of Dongwang Tai and Dijuan. He was perplexed by Hongjun's intentions in bestowing the last trace of primordial purple energy upon Hongyun, and resolved to seek clarification from Hongjun in the future. Jieyin was aware that Hongyun's acquisition of the primordial purple energy would inevitably attract lethal consequences. Among the 7 disciples of Hongjun, it was known that all would attain sanctification, yet Hongyun was unaware of Hongjun's true intentions, failing to inform the other deities of his potential. Thus, even those with modest strength began to harbor thoughts of seizing the treasure. However, Hongyun, as a primordial deity, was closely allied with Jieyin and Zhunti, and their combined strength deterred many from confronting them. Yet exceptions existed, as exemplified by Kunpeng, who, fueled by envy over Hong Yun's loss of his seat and jealousy over the primordial purple energy, conspired with Dongwang Tai and Jieyin to kill and claim the treasure. As such, Xinyuanzi and Hong Yun found themselves in a precarious situation. Just as they sped forward, a diagram and a book flew from behind. Blocking their path, Xinyuanzi was alarmed, fully aware of the tenacity of the three demon clan members, while Hong Yun remained surprisingly calm, convinced that, as a gift from Hong Jun, no one would dare to act against him. However, the unfolding events would prove otherwise that, in an instant, the three figures materialized. It was Kuanpeng, Dongwang Tai, and as they approached, Kuanpeng could no longer restrain himself and spoke first. Hong Yun, you scoundrel, not only have you destroyed my seat in the Zixiao Palace, but you have also acquired the opportunity for sanctification through the primordial purple energy. What merit do you possess to enjoy such a status? Hand over the primordial purple energy today, and I may spare your life. Resist, and do not blame us for being merciless. With that, he wielded his divine staff, releasing a radiant green light. Donghuang Tai added, Xinyuanzi, I respect you as one of the mightiest deities of this realm. If you withdraw, we shall not trouble you. Jieyin further stated, Hong Yun, as long as you surrender the primordial purple energy, we will allow you to leave unharmed. I, Jieyin, stand by my word. Xinyuanzi declared, I, Xinyuanzi, have been friends with Hong Yun since his emergence into the world. How could I abandon him in his hour of need? Even if I am outmatched, I shall fight to the death for my friend. Upon uttering these words, he withdrew one of his three sacred texts. The Earth Book, enveloping both himself and Hong Yun within its protective confines, in his hand appeared a branch, a precious artifact forged from the life fruit tree of Jieyin. In contrast, Hong Yun possessed no such artifact. His red gourd had yet to be refined into the legendary Red Cloud gourd and was merely employed for storing wine. Thus, he could only sit like a turtle, withdrawing his head beneath the grand formation of Xinyuanzi's Earth Book. Nevertheless, being one of the few great beings of the primordial world, despite lacking suitable treasures, he understood the gravity of the situation. He channeled all his power into the Earth Book formation, reinforcing its strength. Jieyin activated his power, urging the He-Tu and Luo to press against the Earth Book formation, while he glanced at Donghuang Tai and Kuanpeng. The two exchanged knowing glances and approached Xinyuanzi and Hong Yun within the Earth Book. Kuanpeng raised his azure with divine staff and struck it against the formation, which emitted a burst of azure light, rendering Kuanpeng's attack null and void, yet the formation remained steadfast. Witnessing this, Donghuang Tai hurled the Eastern Emperor Bell, producing a resonant chime as a layer of yellow light surged towards the Earth Book formation. This time, the formation trembled violently under the assault, prompting Xinyuanzi to spit out a mouthful of blood, while Hong Yun felt his vital energy surge uncomfortably, forcing himself to suppress the impending outburst. After all, being a primordial treasure, the impact was enough to injure both Xinyuanzi and Hong Yun. Seeing this, Donghuang Tai bellowed, and another resounding chime echoed across the primordial land as a thicker layer of yellow light descended upon the Earth Book formation. Both Xinyuanzi and Hong Yun hastily summoned their full powers to resist. But with a loud sound, they both coughed up blood, their spirits waning, as the Earth Book formation quaked on the brink of collapse. Jieyin steadied his mind and transmitted a message to Hong Yun, saying, Brother Hong Yun, soon I shall create a gap in the Earth Book for you to escape. These three will be left to me. You may seek a hidden place to cultivate diligently. And in the future, you shall have your chance for revenge. Hong Yun replied, Brother Jieyin, do not speak so. These three demons are after me. Not you. If anyone should leave, it should be you. The demons will not trouble you for my sake. Tears streamed down his face as he recalled their friendship since the dawn of the primordial era. Their relationship had always been amicable, yet they had not anticipated that their possession of great treasures would lead to such peril. Xinyuanzi responded, We, as brothers, shall face them together. If misfortune befalls us, we shall become a pair of ghostly brothers. Resolute, he spoke, and upon seeing that he could not dissuade Xinyuanzi, Hong Yun ceased his pleas and channeled all his energy into the Earth Book formation. At that moment, Dong Huangtai, Yi, and Kuan Peng exchanged glances and simultaneously raised their artifact to strike the Earth Book formation. Just then, Yi Feng and Linger beheld the dazzling spectacle overhead. Linger, upon recognizing the red-haired elder, exclaimed, "Those two old gentlemen are being besieged by the villains. Master, please save them." Her expression was filled with hope as she looked at Yi Feng, uncertain of Hong Juan's intentions. Yi Feng hesitated to intervene, but upon hearing Linger's plea, he replied, "Linger, they must face this tribulation themselves. Saving them today would only postpone their eventual trials." He then turned his gaze toward the fierce battle involving Na and the others. The cataclysmic clash reverberated throughout the primordial land, drawing the attention of many great beings who watched with a mix of curiosity and reluctance to intervene, deterred by their own powerlessness. Meanwhile, Dong Huangtai, Yi, and Kuan Peng joined forces. And with a single strike, the Earth Book formation could no longer withstand the assault, shattering in an instant. Zhenyuan Zai and Hong Yun were sent hurtling backward, spitting blood, and only came to a halt hundreds of miles away. Gasping for breath and lacking the strength to continue fighting at this moment, Feng Ling cried out, kneeling beside Yi Feng, "Master, please save the two old gentlemen. Linger begs you." Her face was drenched in tears. Yi Feng sighed at Linger's earnestness and said, "Your heart is kind, Linger. Very well. I shall come to their aid." He then appeared beside Jane Zhe and Hong Yun, producing 2 5-elements fruits and handing them to Ling. "Feed these to them." Turning to face the demon trio, he added, "Kuan Peng, do you intend to repeat the mistakes of the past? It seems my kin have no grievances with you." Dong Huangtai interjected, "Yi Feng, last time you humiliated us with your formations. Today, let us engage in a true battle and see if you can emerge victorious again." He scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. Dijun added, "Brother, it seems my kin have no grudges against you. Why not allow us to deal with these two? In the future, we shall treat you with respect if we meet again." Yi Feng replied coolly, "These two share a connection with my young disciple. Today, it is not right for them to suffer this calamity. Should you demons persist in your obstinacy, I shall have no choice but to intervene." He turned away from the 3 demons without further acknowledgement. Chapter 13. The Golden Giant Python blocks the path. Kunlun received disciples from the 3 pure ones. Dong Huangtai, he could barely contain his anger, but Dijun quickly restrained him and exchanged glances with Kuan Peng. Kuan Peng leaned in to whisper something to Dong Huangtai, who then refrained from acting impulsively, albeit still grumbling under his breath. Dijun approached Yi Feng, clasping his hands in respect. "In light of our brother's presence today, we shall spare these two." With that, he bid farewell to Yi Feng, and the 3 departed. The numerous great beings observing from the shadows found the encounter lacking in excitement and eventually returned to their own pursuits of cultivation. At this moment, Zhenyuan Zai and Hong Yun gradually regained consciousness after Linger fed them the primordial 5 elements fruits. Their wounds had healed significantly, and upon seeing Yi Feng, they clasped their hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, brother, for your rescue. Zhenyuan Zai and Hong Yun are unsure how to repay you." Yi Feng replied indifferently, "It is merely the will of fate. I could not ignore Linger as please. Your lives are a gift from her." He then turned away, no longer regarding Zhenyuan Zai and Hong Yun. The 2 were momentarily taken aback. Though both were of great stature, they quickly set aside their surprise and once again expressed their gratitude. Zhenyuan Zai thanks the young friend Linga. Hong Yun followed suit, saying, "Thank you, young friend Linga." The innocent girl, unaware of the gravity of the situation, smiled sweetly. "You 2 old gentlemen should hurry home, lest you fall prey to bad people again." Her innocent words stirred waves of emotion within them. As powerful figures of the primordial land, they had always been kind-hearted, forging friendships without prioritizing their own cultivation or the crafting of protective artifacts, which had led to their current predicament. They silently resolved to diligently cultivate and forge protective treasures upon their return to guard against demons and those with malicious intent. Thus, they took their leave, heading back to Wuzhuang Temple. Yi Feng and Feng Linger slowly made their way toward the northern continent of Jilu, only to be halted at its edge by an imposing figure, a colossal golden python, measuring several thousand feet in length. With eyes as large as millstones, it scrutinized Yi Feng and Ling before declaring, "You too, hand over your magical artifacts, and I shall let you pass. Otherwise, humph." Its cold snort stirred up a tempestuous wind. Feng Ling, startled by the sudden appearance of this monstrous creature, instinctively hid behind Yi Feng, a typical reaction for a child. Yi Feng, however, maintained a calm demeanor, gazing at the golden python with indifference. The python, feeling slightly unnerved by Yi Feng's unwavering gaze, became enraged and retorted, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen such a magnificent and beautiful python?" It raised its head even higher, trying to assert its dominance. This declaration amused Feng Ling, dispelling her fear as she stepped out from behind Yi Feng, saying, "How shameless! Who praises themselves like that?" She playfully pinched her cheek, provoking the golden python to roll in irritation. "Little girl, if you keep talking, I might just eat you, leaving nothing but bones. Are you afraid?" It glared at Feng Ling, fuming. Feng Ling boldly responded, "I'm not afraid of you, you big monster. My master could crush you with just a finger. So stop boasting." With a giggle, she ran back to Yi Feng's side, clutching his arm. Only then did the golden python turn its attention to Yi Feng, but its irritation grew as it perceived Yi Feng's continued indifference as a deep-seated contempt, which was utterly intolerable for a creature like the golden python. It barked, "You, Taoist, hurry up and hand over your treasures. Your grandfather, the golden python, has no time to waste." With that, it pressed its enormous head down as if to threaten Yi Feng. At that moment, Yi Feng pondered the situation. It seemed the python was on the verge of transforming. Once it did, it would possess the power of a deluo golden immortal, capable of turning from serpent to dragon. Given that Ling adored small creatures, Yi Feng contemplated capturing this golden python as her mount, preventing her from causing havoc among the beings of Pangu Mountain. He asked, "Ling, would you like this little snake to be your mount?" Ling paused for a moment before joyfully exclaiming, "That sounds great, master, but I want it to be small when it becomes my mount." Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at the golden python. Upon hearing this, the colossal python let out a furious roar that reverberated across the land, causing the surrounding creatures to scurry away in fear. The python exclaimed, "How dare you, little rascal, to provoke your grandpa?" The giant python, "Just wait and see how I will tear you to shreds." With that, it unleashed a foul-smelling green liquid from its mouth. However, before the noxious substance could reach him, Yi Feng effortlessly waved his hand. Dispersing it into nothingness, he then extended his arm, summoning a hand that grasped the giant python as one would a mere chick. The python thrashed in vain, its struggles futile as it shrank in size with each passing moment. By the time it was beside Yi Feng, it had diminished to a mere 2 meters in length, yet its golden scales still shimmered brilliantly. "You, beast, should not obstruct my path. Today, you shall become my disciple steed. And in time, you shall reap the benefits of your service," Yi Feng declared. The now diminished golden python continued to squirm, prompting Yi Feng to gently tap its head, causing it to cease its struggles. It was then taken back to Pangu Mountain. Meanwhile, after the teachings of the three pure ones, Hongjun prepared to depart for Kunlun Mountain. He had already pointed out that the three of them would all attain the esteemed rank of saint. Thus, they proclaimed to the vast wilderness that they would be opening their mountain gates to receive disciples. Zuwei remarked, "Those with fate will naturally be drawn to us." Yuanshi communicated to the wilderness that anyone with a desire for the Tao, regardless of their noble birth, could come to Kunlun Mountain to seek guidance. Tong Tian proclaimed to the wilderness that any seeker of the Tao, regardless of their origins, could enter his school. The announcement resonated throughout the land, causing a stir as numerous powerful beings rushed to Kunlun Mountain to seek mentorship. Consequently, Kunlun Mountain became a vibrant hub of activity. Laozi disguised himself as an ordinary practitioner among the throngs of disciples. After 3 years, he accepted Xuandu as his disciple, marking the end of his recruitment. In contrast, Yuanshi Tianzuan welcomed over a dozen disciples, including the 12 Golden Immortals, who each represented various locations, such as the Peach Garden of Jioshin Mountain and the caves of various immortals. Each of the 12 was of great cultivation, highly regarded by Yuanshi, Tian, and Tongtian, however, accepted countless disciples without regard for their backgrounds, boasting the largest following, which included many formidable figures such as the Jieyin and others of great power. The Kunlun Mountain soon became a gathering place for the most powerful beings in the wilderness. Yet despite being brothers, the three pure ones held differing doctrines. Laozi espoused non-action. Yuanshi focused on innate nature. And Tong Tian advocated for inclusivity. One day, as Tong Tian observed his disciples' training, Yuanshi, filled with righteous indignation, approached him, saying, "Brother, your disciples are but rare gems, yet they have turned Kunlun Mountain into a den of chaos, engaging in rebellious acts." Before he could finish, Tong Tian retorted, "Brother, what do you mean by that? Do you think your disciples are devoid of their own flaws? You overthink things. Cultivation is about the heart, and appearances cannot deceive us." Their argument caught the attention of their disciples, who were soon drawn into the fray, nearly resulting in a physical confrontation. I could see that moment. Laozi arrived, surveying the scene before saying, "Why must you two quarrel over trivial matters? Such disputes will only invite ridicule from outsiders." After a brief pause, he continued, "Now that we are all receiving disciples, it seems challenging for us to coexist on Kunlun Mountain. Perhaps we should seek another location to avoid further discord." As the eldest, Laozi's words carried weight, and both Yuanshi and Tong Tian agreed with his proposal. Laozi added, "I only have Suandu as my disciple. I shall leave Kunlun Mountain to establish a Dozhui palace beyond the 33 heavens, solely for my own teachings. You two may decide amongst yourselves who stays and who leaves." With that, he took Xuandu and departed Kunlun Mountain for the distant heavens. Once Laozi had left, Tong Tian scoffed, "I shall seek a mountain in the eastern sea for my disciples, no longer bound to Kunlun Mountain. Is that satisfactory, brother?" He then led his disciples to the eastern sea, where they built the Bo Palace, establishing the future headquarters of the Jie sect. Yuanshi, feeling that his words had offended his fellow brothers, was too proud to apologize and thus chose to remain at Kunlun Mountain, erecting the Yushu Palace as the future base for the Chan School. The three pure ones split their disciples, leading to a rift that marked the beginning of their future schemes against one another. As time passed in the boundless wilderness, 1,000 years flew by, and the three pure ones established their own sanctuaries to propagate their teachings. Yifeng continued to lead a tranquil life, with the notable exception of the occasional appearance of a 7-colored divine dragon soaring from Pangu Mountain, accompanied by a tall woman clad in green. This woman, with her unadorned beauty, captivating demeanor, and form-fitting attire, drew the gaze of all who beheld her. She was none other than Yifeng's disciple, Feng Linga, who had now grown to a height of 1.70 meters, her long hair flowing gracefully, enchanting all with her every smile. That moment, Feng Linga, with a face full of irritation, shouted, "You little golden dragon. Stop right there. Just wait until I catch you." Despite her growth, she still enjoyed running around and often treated the 7-colored dragon, transformed from the golden python captured by Yifeng, as her pet. She had even used the ribbons gifted by Nuwa to tie the dragon's 2 horns, riding it as one would a horse. This infuriated the divine dragon, a creature of great lineage, who had reported her antics to Yifeng countless times, only to receive the dismissive response that Linger is still young. You should indulge her. This left the dragon feeling quite vexed. However, having tasted the sweetness of Yifeng's nurturing, it was reluctant to leave, enduring Linger's playful torment instead. Every so often, Yifeng would reward it with a 5-elements fruit, which was the divine dragon's greatest hope, for it was this fruit that had allowed it to shed its python form and evolve into a majestic dragon. This act had considerably enhanced its cultivation, elevating it to the late stage of the Luo Jin Xian, surpassing Feng Linger by a whole level. Thus, she would chase after it for half a day each time, affectionately calling it Little Gold, a name the dragon detested. Sitting within the Pangu Hall, with the Chaos Pearl in his left hand and the Creation Book in his right, Yifeng furrowed his brow. He soon stepped out to witness Feng Linger pursuing the 7-colored dragon across the mountains. With a wave of his hand, he pulled them both to his side and said with a hint of exasperation, "Linger, you're quite grown up now, yet still so mischievous." He affectionately ruffled her hair, to which she stuck out her tongue and complained, "Master, look at this little gold. It only listens to you and never to me, constantly bullying me." She clung to Yifeng's arm, seeking sympathy. The seven-colored dragon, having transformed back to its 2-meter-long form, approached Yifeng and said, "Miss, I'm a dignified seven-colored dragon. Please do not treat me as a mere mount. Where shall I place my dignity?" Upon seeing Yifeng's calm demeanor, it felt relieved, knowing that Yifeng cherished it dearly as his only disciple. But why Yifeng chuckled at the scene before him and said, "I must venture out for a while. You two should remain here to guard Pangu Mountain. If any issues arise that you cannot resolve, seek out the Feng clan or Kong Xian for assistance." After a moment, he turned to the seven-colored dragon and inquired, "Do you know why I do not permit you to transform into human form?" The dragon was taken aback, not expecting such a question from Yifeng. Bowing its head, it replied, "Little dragon does not know. I humbly ask for your guidance." Why Yifeng explained, "Though you have benefited from my 5 elements fruit in your cultivation, rapid advancement can hinder your future growth. If you were to hasten your progress, you might find yourself unable to cultivate further. Thus, I have restricted your transformation, requiring you to gradually comprehend your abilities. When the time is right, you may take human form, which will greatly aid your future cultivation." With that, he fell silent. The seven-colored dragon, its eyes brimming with tears, expressed its gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your teachings. When I achieve success in my cultivation, I will never forget your great kindness." This seven-colored dragon was not just any dragon. It was a divine being of a higher order than even the ancestral dragon, a rare entity born from the transformation of the golden python. Feng Linger tugged at Yifeng's arm and pleaded, "Master, please take me with you. I've been cooped up in this mountain for so long, and I hardly get to go out. I'm going to die of boredom." She gazed at him with wide, eager eyes. Wai Yifeng was acutely aware that this outing could entail numerous complications. Thus he deemed it unwise to bring Feng Linger along. He solemnly stated, "Linger, you must not act recklessly. My master has significant matters to attend to. I shall leave it at home to keep you company." Without waiting for a response from the two, he vanished from their sight. Pouting, Feng Linger remarked, "What a stingy master." Then, turning her gaze towards the seven-colored divine dragon, she smiled and exclaimed, Let's see where you can run off to. Now that my master has departed, you shall entertain this young lady." With that, she playfully tied herself to the dragon's twin horns. The seven-colored divine dragon let out a mournful cry, and thus the pair, one person and one dragon, began to flit about within Pangu Mountain. The dragon's increasingly loud huffing and puffing clearly revealing its vexation due to Feng Linger's antics. Meanwhile, a legend had recently circulated across the Primordial lands. It was said that in the Eastern Sea, an island known as Pangu appeared intermittently. This island, a remnant of the chaos that emerged after Pangu split the heavens and the earth, was said to be replete with countless treasures and rich in spiritual energy. The gods could cultivate there for just a day and gain the equivalent of a year's worth of cultivation in the primordial lands. Consequently, over the years, various deities had ventured to the Eastern Sea in search of this immortal island. Yet none had laid eyes upon it, as the gods began to lose interest due to the lack of tangible evidence. Whispers of sightings of Pangu Island resurfaced recently, claiming it would manifest within the next couple of days before disappearing once more. This prompted the gods to mobilize once again, eager to claim its bounty for themselves. Present, the Eastern Sea was managed by the Dragoning, which had gradually regained its strength, unlike its former glory. Aware that he could not offend any of these primordial deities, he chose to hide beneath the waves, unconcerned with the commotion above, focusing solely on his own recuperation. The various gods congregated at the Eastern Sea. The two royal figures of the demon clan led the demon master Kunpeng and the 10 great demon saints. The 12 ancestral witches from the witch clan also arrived, each group casting wary glances at the other. However, under the mediation of Hutu and Xianyuan, open conflict was averted. Otherwise, the entire Eastern Sea would have faced instant obliteration. The 3 sages, Laozi, Yuanxi, and Tongten, remained united as they led their disciples. Meanwhile, the 2 figures from the west, Zhunti and Jin, gazed compassionately upon the assembly of gods, still seeking worthy disciples to guide towards the west. Nuwa and Fuxi stood alongside the demon clan, not out of desire to claim Pangu Island. but rather due to the invitations extended by Donghuang Tai and Daijun, long absent from the scene, the river of the underworld and the legendary mosquito Daoist, the first mosquito to attain enlightenment, were also present. The situation indicated that the demon clan was the most formidable force, and Donghuang Tai and Daijun were in high spirits, indulging in light-hearted banter. Conversely, the witch clan seethed with anger, wishing to devour the demon clan whole. Yet Donghuang Tai and Jieyin feigned ignorance, continuing their jovial discourse. Just as the witch clan could barely contain their frustration, a loud cry pierced the air, announcing the emergence of Pangu Island. All eyes turned skyward over the eastern sea, where a shimmering island-like apparition flickered into view, ethereal and indistinct, eluding the discerning gaze of even the most powerful deities. That Yi Feng, now cloaked in invisibility, made his appearance at the edge of the eastern sea, well aware of the illustrious reputation of Pangu Island. However, he knew that regardless of its allure, it could not compare to the abundant spiritual energy and treasures found in Pangu Mountain. Yet, something on the island seemed to beckon him, drawing him closer. With his formidable strength, Yi Feng easily discerned the grand formation surrounding the island, infused with spiritual energy. Other than the object of his attraction, he found little else of value. Thus, he stepped forward and ventured into the island, heading toward the source of his intrigue. Outside the island, the first to act upon the appearance of Pangu Island were the demons. Donghuang Tai, wielding the Donghuang bell, soared toward the island, only to be obstructed by the witch clan's fire god Zhurong and water god Gongong. Tai, you wish to lay claim to this Pangu Island? You must first contend with your elder, the fire god, he proclaimed, and together with the water god, they charged at Donghuang Tai, stopped in his tracks. Tai faced the two and retorted, "You insignificant witch clan brats dare to impede me. Today shall mark your demise." With that, he brandished the Donghuang bell and launched an assault on them. Tai called out to Jieyin, "Brother, join forces with the demon masters to seize the island before it falls into the hands of the unworthy." Upon hearing this, Jieyin left Kunpeng behind with Tai to fend off the witch clan, both of whom were quasi-saints, barely managing to hold their ground against the relentless witches. The remaining ancestral witches surged forward to join the fray, clashing with the two quasi-saints. Jieyin assigned 5 demon saints to accompany Tai, while he himself led another 5 demon saints into the island. Nuwa and Fushi, wishing to avoid conflict, found themselves ensnared by the river of the underworld and the mosquito Daoist, unable to extricate themselves. Observing the unfolding chaos, Yuanshi seized the opportunity to interject, "Eldest brother, we 3 sages are one. We must not let trivial matters hinder our greater purpose." Upon hearing this, Laozi nodded in agreement, while Tongtin merely huffed but acquiesced. Thus, the 3 sages proceeded toward the island, only to be met by Zhunti and Jin, who appeared before them. "Esteemed brothers, we come bearing greetings. This Pangu Island is destined for our western lands. Our disciples are in dire need of its resources. We humbly request your cooperation," Zhunti said, his expression radiating compassion. Jane echoed, "We kindly ask for your support." Yuanshi replied, "Such words are misplaced. This island belongs to the Eastern Victory Divine Continent and cannot be transferred to your western lands. I implore you to step aside lest we damage our brotherly bonds." Laozi, maintaining a stoic silence, silently endorsed Yuanshi's stance, while Tongtin, though initially dismissive, ultimately nodded in agreement. Zhunti, undeterred, insisted on their claim, and a confrontation ensued. Chapter 15. Once more, the primordial spirit of Pangu emerges. The gods engage in a feudal battle. Tongtian led the disciples of the 3 sages toward Pangu Island. Meanwhile, Jieyin, accompanied by the 5 great demon saints, flew toward the island. However, after traveling several hundred miles, he sensed something was amiss. Although the island appeared to be within reach, they found themselves unable to land. It soon became apparent that the grand formation surrounding Pangu Island was in effect. Any attempt to enter would activate its defenses. After enduring a lengthy flight of several thousand miles, they finally ceased their efforts, realizing that the island remained tantalizingly close, yet perpetually unreachable. Contemplating the situation, Jieyin pondered, could this island be guarded by a formidable formation? It certainly seemed so. After some reflection, he resolved to release his primordial spirit to investigate. Upon doing so, he discovered the underlying issue. Indeed, a protective formation enveloped the island, creating an illusion that led them to believe they were making progress when they were not. The formation was only a few dozen miles in size. Traversing it would grant them access to Pangu Island, as Jieyin prepared to utilize the combined strength of the 5 demon saints to breach the formation. They were unexpectedly confronted by Tong Tian and his companions. Tensions flared between the two factions, and with the demons unable to contend with the sages, they opted for a tactical retreat. As Jieyin faced off against Tong Tian, both parties inadvertently triggered the formation's hidden defenses, unleashing a barrage of meteors and falling stars from the heavens. Forced to abandon their conflict, they united in their efforts to shield themselves from the celestial onslaught. Upon entering Pangu Island, Yifeng was greeted by a verdant landscape bursting with life. Rare, spiritual herbs and vibrant flowers flourished, and auspicious beasts soared through the air, rendering the island a veritable paradise. However, Yifeng had little interest in the scenery and pressed onward towards the source of his calling. Soon, he encountered a towering mountain, at the base of which lay a vast and mysterious cave, its depths shrouded in darkness. With a sweep of his divine sense, he discerned that the object attracting him resided within this cavern. Summoning the Genesis Blue Lotus to envelop his form, Yifeng proceeded cautiously, aware that despite his elevated cultivation, it was wise to remain vigilant to avoid unforeseen pitfalls. Shielded by the lotus, he glided deeper into the cave, where an unyielding wind howled, yet it posed no threat to him. The cave's labyrinthine passages were intricate, yet with his formidable divine sense, Yifeng navigated without error. After traveling 1,000 zhang, he discovered a downward slope extending further into the abyss. There, the path grew even more obscure, yet his keen perception detected the presence of small creatures scurrying along the ground, all of which he tracked effortlessly. Continuing deeper for another 500 zhang, Yifeng finally reached the terminus of the cave. At its end, the cavern brightened significantly, revealing a stone table adorned with 2 radiant spheres of golden light, upon which countless constellations danced. This was none other than the ever-shifting array of the celestial constellations, tirelessly drawing in the essence of the cosmos and infusing it into the 2 golden orbs below. Yifeng arrived here and was immediately enveloped by a familiar aura. His body trembled, rendering him speechless for a while. After a quarter of an hour, he finally stammered, "Brother, is that you?" A sigh echoed in the cavern, and a towering, ethereal figure materialized. "Second brother, you have come." It spoke in the same tone and cadence that Yifeng would never forget. Indeed, this was the primordial spirit left behind by Pangu. It turned out that before Pangu opened the heavens, he had left behind 2 strands of primordial spirit. While it was widely known that the 3 pure ones were manifestations of Pangu's primordial essence, few were aware of the existence of the other 2 strands. Yifeng composed himself and asked, "Brother, why do you possess 2 strands of primordial spirit? Is it for the witch clan?" Pangu, appearing aged, replied, "Yes. After all, they were formed from my essence. To claim there are no feelings would be disingenuous. I left these 2 strands to draw you here to undertake this task." Pangu seemed to smile faintly as he added, "Second brother, you remain unchanged." Yifeng calmed his racing heart and declared, "Brother, the second brother will always remain the same, forever your second brother. Rest assured, I will safeguard the realm you have created, as for the primordial spirit. I shall only use one to assist the witch clan. But fear not, brother, I have my ways to protect those few from the witch clan." Pangu responded, "Then do as you see fit, but what of the remaining strand?" Yifeng finally managed a slight smile and replied, "Brother, have you forgotten? The Chaos Pearl is with me." Pangu paused, then, as if recalling something, he laughed heartily. "Second brother, you are indeed astute. I have been awaiting this day, but I did not know when it would come. However, it matters not. Take care of yourself. When the time comes, we shall revel in each other as company." With that, the ethereal figure began to flicker. Ready to dissipate, Yifeng urged, "Brother, fear not. I will ensure you see the light of day once more." As he gazed intently at the fading figure, Pangu, seemingly expending his last ounce of strength, said, "Second brother, take care." With that, the figure vanished. Yifeng stretched out his hand and collected Pangu's 2 strands of primordial spirit before exiting the cave. With a wave of his hand, the mountain trembled, and the cavern was instantly filled. Disappearing from existence, Yifeng smiled with satisfaction as he looked upon the vast Pangu island, saying, "This island has lost its value since the disappearance of Brother Pangu's primordial spirit. At most, it has become just a place of emptiness." Contemplating further, Yifeng extended his divine sense and was taken aback to find that this small Pangu island had attracted so many powerful deities, observing that a primordial formation had kept everyone at bay. He realized that those who had not attained sainthood were ultimately akin to insignificant ants. Seemingly struck by another thought, Yifeng retrieved the Chaos Pearl and inhaled towards Pangu Island, causing the entire island, along with the primordial formation, to vanish into the pearl that moment. Those engaged in conflict noticed that Pangu Island had simply disappeared. They speculated whether Hung Jun had intervened to take the island. But to their surprise, they soon saw Yifeng emerging from the spot where the island had vanished, prompting the battle to come to an abrupt halt. Everyone turned their gaze towards Yifeng, who, draped in black, exuded an air of aloofness and indifference. Seemingly striking a chord in the hearts of the deities, Yifeng continued to walk forward with an air of nonchalance until he reached the assembled crowd and casually remarked, "I am merely passing by." Du continued to cast a meaningful glance at the members of the witch clan. The 12 ancestral witches felt a sudden pang in their hearts, inexplicably moved to the verge of tears. In Yifeng's gaze, they saw a reflection reminiscent of Pangu. The witch clan possessed their own divine abilities and were aware of this. Unbeknownst to them, Hutu and Xianyuan were already shedding tears, while several others had reddened eyes. The fiery deity, known for his temper, was the first to voice his confusion, saying, "How peculiar. Just a glance from that lad makes me feel like crying." He turned to the other witch clan members, only to realize they all felt the same way. Stunned, the fiery deity pondered whether this young man had employed some sort of sorcery. Huta, sensing the fiery deity's agitation, interjected, "Elder fire deity, this one is Yifeng, the 7th disciple of Master Hongjun. Do not act rashly." It turned out that only Hutu and Xianyuan had visited the Zixiao Palace, while the others had not. Thus, for the witch clan, their knowledge was rather superficial. At this moment, Nuwa approached Yifeng and softly said, "Junior brother, a millennium ago, I invited you to the Nuwa Palace for a visit, yet I find that you have not graced us with your presence since." Yifeng had initially intended to leave, but feeling compelled to respond, he said, "There have been numerous matters to attend to within the mountains, and I simply forgot to visit my elder sister. I shall make time in the future." Feeling embarrassed, he could not bring himself to meet Nuwa's gaze. In truth, he had entirely forgotten about her invitation. Nuwa, aware of his pretense, recognized that his claims of having much to do in the mountains were unfounded. Yifeng was merely one individual with one disciple. The affairs within the mountains were never of his concern. Moreover, who in Beiju Luozhou would dare to create disturbances? Only someone seeking their own demise would do so. However, seeing the multitude gathered, Nuwa chose not to press the matter further and simply remarked, "Then I shall await your visit in due time." With that, she returned to Fushi's side, though her eyes still bore a hint of melancholy. At this juncture, Zhunti approached Yifeng and bowed, saying, "Junior brother, it is a pleasure to see you. I wonder if your recent disappearance from Pangu Island has yielded any insights." He looked at Yifeng with eager anticipation, as did the other deities, their eyes wide and ears perked. Eager to hear his response, Yifeng glanced at Zhunti and replied, "I have already stated that I was merely passing by. Do you not believe me?" "Senior brother?" He fixed his gaze intently on Zhunti. Zhunti flinched and, with a forced smile, replied, "Of course not. I was merely curious. I hope you do not take offense." He adopted a compassionate demeanor, although he had never witnessed this great emperor of the wilderness apart from Hongjun's teachings. He felt no fear towards Yifeng. However, after having been defeated by Yifeng in their previous encounter, he could not shake off the lingering shadow of that defeat, which made him act submissively. The 3 pure ones, Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian, observed in silence. They had never clashed with Yifeng and were thus unaware of his true power. Therefore, they found it difficult to believe his words, yet they could not afford to lose face. Leading to Lao Zi's cold snort of discontent at Yi Feng's response. Tong Tan, on the other hand, remained silent, though his expression was tense. I could see this moment. The three members of the demon clan gathered, gazing at the witch clan with disdain as the latter glared back fiercely. Yi Feng, sensing that the matter had come to a close, looked at the assembled deities before stepping into the void and vanishing from sight. The witch clan had intended to call out to him, but his sudden disappearance quelled that impulse. Seeing Pangu Island vanish, the deities lost their zest for battle. I could see that moment. The witch and demon clans had yet to sever ties completely, so it was prudent to minimize conflict. Thus, they dispersed to their respective abodes. The three pure ones also separated, each leading their disciples to their designated locations. Nuwa and Fushi departed the Eastern Sea under the insistence of Dongwang Tai and Emperor Jun. Seeing that there was nothing further to gain, Mingyi Ancestor also vanished into a swirl of crimson clouds. Likewise, the mosquito Taoist disappeared without a trace. Once the deities had departed, a small head emerged from the Eastern Sea. Adorned with a turtle shell, it was the turtle prime minister who exhaled a breath of seawater and exclaimed, "That almost scared me to death. Those fiends have finally left." After cautiously surveying his surroundings, he submerged back into the depths. Chapter 16. Hong Jun merges Dao and distributes treasures. Yi Feng is tricked. The tale resumes. After Yi Feng departed from the Eastern Sea, the deities did not linger and returned to their respective domains. Yi Feng stepped into Pangu Mountain and settled upon a tranquil meditation cushion within the Pangu Hall. He carefully placed the two strands of Pangu's primordial spirit within the Chaos Pearl, ensuring that the Pangu Island was securely housed within. Before withdrawing his divine sense, he then released his divine sense to see Feng Linger and the seven-color dragon wandering leisurely in the Feng clan territory and chose not to intervene. Retrieving his divine sense, he held a pearl in his left hand and a book in his right, immersing himself in the comprehension of the path of the saints. Time swiftly passed, and one day, the vast wilderness reverberated with Hongjuan's faint yet authoritative voice. All deities of the wilderness may gather at Zhixiao Palace. I have important matters to discuss. With that, his voice faded into silence. Yi Feng calculated and mused. Is Hong Jun preparing to merge Dao? With a single step, he arrived at Zhixiao Palace. Upon seeing Yi Feng, Hong Jun offered a faint smile and said, "Friend, you are aware of my intentions. What are your thoughts?" He continued to regard Yi Feng with a calm demeanor. Yi Feng replied, "The path you have chosen is destined, and changing it would be exceedingly difficult. However, I believe that beneath the heavenly Tao, there lies a glimmer of hope, and there will surely come a day of liberation." He gazed at Hong Jun with serene composure. Hong Jun chuckled and remarked, "Since I have made my decision, I must adhere to it. Those in power must fulfill their duties. In the future, there will be many matters on this vast land that I cannot intervene in. I hope you can manage them appropriately." With that, he seated himself on the high platform. No longer speaking, Yi Feng reassured him, "Rest easy. I will assist in whatever is within my capability." At this point, other deities of the wilderness began to arrive in succession, exchanging greetings before awaiting Hongjuan's address. After a while, when all had gathered, Hongjun surveyed the crowd and proclaimed, "The Tao comprises 50, the heavenly cycle 49, that I shall merge Tao to complete the missing piece, ensuring that the great trend remains unchanged. And Hongjun shall not emerge. Furthermore, with my absence, sages shall arise. Soon, the wilderness will witness the emergence of multiple sages. I hope you all will remember to care for all living beings and foster creation." Upon finishing his words, he closed his eyes, and after a quarter of an hour, he opened them again and said, "I have once traversed the vast primordial lands and acquired several innate treasures, which I shall bestow upon you today." The assembly of deities was struck with astonishment. This concept of Hongjun unifying the Tao was unprecedented to them. Some rejoiced while others were dismayed. For some, the absence of Hongjuan's oversight meant freedom in their endeavors, provided they did not act too rebelliously. Yet, others wished for Hongjun to remain, fearing that if a powerful sage were to bully them, there would be no one to advocate for their justice. Each harbored their own thoughts. Hongjun first produced a diagram and handed it to Laozi, saying, "This diagram is called the Taiji diagram, a transformation of the primordial Pangu. Capable of regulating the elements of wind, fire, earth, and water, serving as a defensive treasure of innate origin that can stabilize fortune, a priceless asset for the great teachings. After presenting it to Laozi, a rare smile broke across Laozi's face. For this was indeed an innate treasure that anyone would covet. Next, Hongjun produced a banner and presented it to Yuan Shi, declaring, "This banner is known as the Pangu banner, a symbol of dominion over slaughter. Capable of stabilizing fortune, a treasure of the great teachings, also an innate treasure, transformed from the Pangu axe." Subsequently, Hongjun cast a complex glance at Tong Tian and handed him an object, saying, "Tong Tian, your character is straightforward and impulsive. Thus, I bestow upon you this sword of extermination. This treasure cannot stabilize the fortune of the great teachings. It is primarily for slaughter, and the four swords can form the first innate killing formation. The extermination sword array, only breakable by the four saints. You must wield it with caution." Initially displeased that both Laozi and Yuan Shi received innate treasures, Tong Tian's mood soured further upon hearing that the extermination sword could not stabilize fortune. However, upon learning that the extermination sword array was unbreakable by anyone but the four saints, he eagerly accepted the four swords, even as Laozi and Yuan Shi seethed in frustration. In truth, Hongjun was somewhat biased. It was not that the extermination sword could not stabilize fortune, but rather he feared Tong Tian might become arrogant with such power, leading him to commit reckless acts. The consequences of wielding the extermination sword carelessly could lead to regretful outcomes. The three pure ones graciously thanked Hongjun. Hongjun then turned his gaze to Nuwa, presenting her with two items, saying, "These two treasures are both innate spiritual treasures that cannot stabilize fortune. This diagram is the map of mountains and rivers, capable of nurturing all things and gathering all entities. This embroidered ball, the red embroidered ball, governs all earthly unions." After bestowing these treasures upon Nuwa, she humbly expressed her gratitude. Hongjun then glanced at Zhunti and Jieyin, who appeared quite anxious as they watched the others receive their treasures. With a sigh, Hongjun produced two items, stating, "This lotus platform is the 12-petaled innate lotus platform, designed for defense and incapable of stabilizing fortune. It is an innate spiritual treasure. This bowl is the golden purple bowl, also a defensive treasure, capable of gathering all things, and likewise an innate spiritual treasure, unable to stabilize fortune." Upon receiving these treasures, the two were disheartened, for the three pure ones possessed innate treasures and the formidable sword formation that could stabilize fortune and defend against attacks. Just as they were about to plead for more, Hongjun interjected, "With these two treasures for your use, you may establish the great teachings in the future." With that, he paid them no further mind. Finally, Hongjun smiled at Yifeng and said, "As for you, Yifeng, I am unsure of what you lack." That he observed Yifeng with a bemused expression, fully aware that with Yifeng's cultivation, he could hardly be lacking in treasures, possibly even possessing chaos treasures. Yet, he did not wish to bestow anything further upon Yifeng. He merely needed to go through the motions. Why Yifeng secretly chuckled, though he kept his expression neutral, and then spoke, after Pangu opened the heavens. "There seemed to be a treasure of the first merit of creation, its whereabouts unknown. I wonder if it had been acquired by the master." He cast a casual glance at Hongjun, who paused momentarily before smiling wryly, saying, "You have a good memory, not forgetting this item. Very well, I shall grant it to you." With that, he produced a tower exuding a profound yellow aura, which was indeed the first treasure of merit following the opening of the heavens. The earthly yellow Linglong pagoda. Hongjun, feeling a pang of regret, handed it to Yifeng, who merely chuckled at Hongjun's exaggerated expression, as if a piece of flesh had been forcibly taken from him. Yifeng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, master, for the bestowed treasure," which caused Hongjun to visibly twitch. Seeing that Hongjun had fallen silent, the assembly of deities grew anxious. Emperor Jun respectfully said, "We beseech you, master, for your compassion. We seek treasures for our defense." Dong Huang Tai, he also appeared eager, as he was a bold individual, holding the Chaos Bell, an innate treasure, yet he unabashedly pleaded for more. The other deities knelt before Hongjun, imploring, "We beseech you, Master, for your benevolence. We seek treasures." They bowed deeply in gratitude. Reluctantly, Hong Jun replied, "You may go to the treasure rock before the hall and seek your treasures. These are items I found during my travels across the Primordial land." Before he could finish, the Kunping darted out of the hall, and the other deities, realizing what was happening, hurriedly followed suit, abandoning their dignified demeanor of old. Hong Jun merely shook his head at their eagerness. However, the two from the Wu clan did not rush out in search of treasures. Ho Tu, seeing the deities depart, respectfully addressed Hong Jun, saying, "Master, our Wu clan is physically robust. Lacking treasures does not greatly affect us. However, I once inquired of you, Master, about our absence of souls. I seek guidance on the path of the Tao, and the entire Wu clan expresses their deepest gratitude." Following this, Xian Ming knelt, and the two waited in earnest for Hong Jun's response. Hong Jun shook his head, appearing to ponder something before glancing at Yi Feng with an enigmatic smile, saying, "As for the Wu clan's path to enlightenment, I am also unaware." However, Xian Ming, eager, interjected, "However," realizing he had overstepped, he lowered his head. Yi Feng, too, did not scrutinize Xian Ming closely, not realizing she was a beauty, albeit a somewhat icy one. To Hong Jun smiled at Xian Ming and said, "In due time, opportunities will arise. You may later inquire with your seventh senior brother." With that, he closed his eyes and ceased speaking. Yi Feng inwardly lamented. Did Hong Jun not intend to place the responsibility upon him? Although he had planned to undertake this task, Hong Jun's maneuvering made it feel as though he were being set up. Helpless, he maintained a colder demeanor. Ho Tu glanced at Yi Feng, contemplating asking something, but upon seeing his expression, hesitated. Xian Ming, though a cold beauty, found herself at a loss facing someone colder than herself. That Yi Feng, unwilling to maintain a stern face before the two girls, remarked, "In due time, opportunities will arise." With that, he fell silent. Meanwhile, Ho Tu thought to herself, though this senior brother appears aloof, he is carrying a heart. Xian Ming, however, viewed things differently, thinking this seventh senior brother is truly stingy. Why not just speak plainly? Unaware of the girl's thoughts, Yi Feng remained in his position. Before long, the deities who had rushed out returned, some beaming with excitement, while others wore displeased expressions, having failed to acquire any treasures. Hong Jun addressed the assembly. "Those with fortune are fortunate. Those without are not. There is no need to force matters," he continued. "The Tao of Hong Jun concludes today. From henceforth, the Purple Cloud Palace shall no longer exist. The deities must take care of themselves." With a significant glance at Yi Feng, implying, "Friend, I trust you to assist with a matter I have entrusted to you," he soared into the void, merging with the heavenly Tao. The assembly of deities knelt towards the void in worship, and all beings across the primordial land felt the immense grace of Hong Jun, bowing towards the emptiness. Subsequently, the deities departed from the Purple Cloud Palace. Yi Feng, too, vanished in a flash, leaving Nuwa momentarily stunned, as Yi Feng had disappeared, prompting her to angrily call him a miser. Ho Tu and Xian Ming exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation as they descended to the lower realms. As Yi Feng left, he did not forget to take the treasure rock with him, while Hong Jun, now merging with the heavenly Tao, wore an even more pained expression. Chapter 17. The immortal abode of eternal life and longevity returning to Pangu Mountain. Yi Feng found Feng Lingerer still chasing the seven-color divine dragon through the skies. He chuckled helplessly. His smile was reserved for moments of solitude or in the company of close ones. Genuine, heartfelt, devoid of any barriers. Yi Feng contemplated admonishing them, thus summoning both the girl and the dragon, saying, "You're only aware of seeking pleasure each day, neglecting your cultivation, especially you, Lingerer, when your master departs, lacking strong abilities. Who will care for you?" Lingerer, flushed and panting, was taken aback by Yi Feng's reprimand, her eyes welling with tears, while the dragon lowered its head submissively. Seeing this, Yi Feng felt a pang of compassion and said, "As long as you take your training seriously, I shall not fault you for wanting to explore when the time comes." He then tossed each of them a 5 elements fruit, instantly igniting their excitement. Lingerer, forgetting her earlier scolding, rushed to wrap her arms around Yi Feng's arm, exclaiming, "Master, I knew you loved Lingerer the most. But why do you always give me one 5 elements fruit, and then give little Jieyin one too? Next time, could you not give mine to little Jieyin? Upon hearing Linger, the 7-color divine dragon quickly bobbed its massive head up and down. Not wanting to be threatened by Linger, Yifeng affectionately patted Linger's head. Saying you, indeed, he chose not to elaborate further, and Linger giggled happily like a tea that moment. Yifeng instructed, Long Yun, go outside the mountain to welcome the guests. Long Yun is the name bestowed upon the 7-color dragon by Yefeng. With a resounding roar, Long Yun soared from Pangu Mountain, prompting Feng Linger to exclaim, What are you bellowing about? You little golden creature. You've startled your sister. Yefeng could only manage a wry smile. Before long, Long Yun returned with a figure in tow. None other than the ancestor of Earth Immortals, Jieyin and Zhunti. Upon entering the mountain, Jieyin and Zhunti greeted Yefeng with a warm smile and clasped hands, saying, Jieyin and Zhunti pays his respects to his senior brother. Yefeng, not wishing to stand on ceremony, reciprocated the gesture. Jieyin and Zhunti then remarked, Senior brother, you possess a remarkable place for cultivation. Pangu Mountain is perhaps the foremost site for spiritual refinement in this vast wilderness, though it remains unknown to many. He gazed upon the majestic expanse of Pangu Mountain with envy and continued, Your disciples are truly exceptional. Not only is Miss Linger gifted with grace and wisdom, but this young friend Long Yun also possesses formidable powers. Yefeng replied, Such praise is unwarranted. Is not your Wuzhuang temple also a land of extraordinary talent and spiritual essence? Why concern ourselves with such matters? What truly matters is the heart's desire to pursue the Tao. Regardless of one's location, he regarded Jieyin and Zhunti with a subtle gaze, causing the latter to blush and acknowledge. Your words hold great truth, senior brother, he then added. I have come to express my gratitude for your assistance in rescuing me and my brother Hong Yun during our previous encounter. Our Wuzhuang temple has a rare, innate spiritual root, the Run Shanggua, which I believe you are aware of. It has just ripened, and I would like to invite you to partake in its tasting. While it may not be an extraordinary treasure, it is a token of our goodwill, and I hope you will honor us with your presence. As Jieyin and Zhunti spoke, Yefeng felt compelled to accept, particularly upon seeing Feng Linger's eager expression. Thus, he replied, Then I shall trouble you, junior brother Jieyin. After casting a warning glance at Feng Linger, who eagerly tugged at Yefeng's arm, he found himself unable to maintain his aloof demeanor, though he appeared indifferent. He could not bear to be stern with his disciple, believing it unnecessary. Guided by Jieyin and Zhunti, they proceeded toward Wuzhuang Temple, a place Yefeng had yet to visit since his rebirth. Rarely venturing outside, he had become somewhat isolated. Often immersed in solitary cultivation, it was no wonder that he had required Pangu's constant reminders and guidance to enhance his cultivation. The extraordinary experiences he had undergone weighed heavily upon his heart. Regardless of his attempts to remain detached, they flew toward Wuzhuang Temple. The land of the wilderness was rife with conflict between the witch and demon clans, perhaps incited by the previous events in the Eastern Sea. As tribal leaders sought to regain their lost honor, the air was filled with the sounds of battle and cries of death. Yefeng lamented, the war between the witch and demon clans has only lasted a few millennia. Yet the heavenly Tao seems unable to tolerate their existence, revealing its authority. Jieyin and Zhunti, being the kind-hearted person he was, shook his head at the chaos, his compassionate expression tinged with sorrow. Observing Jieyin and Zhunti's demeanor, Yefeng silently mused. No wonder Jieyin and Zhunti has yet to attain sanctity. While being kind-hearted has its merits, indecisiveness in matters of conflict and a lack of assertiveness will prevent one from achieving greatness, even through countless tribulations. Half a day later, they arrived at the southern continent, where Wuzhuang Temple stood in the distance. The temple, surrounded by an expanse of spiritual herbs and celestial grasses, was dominated by a towering green fruit tree, exuding a powerful aura of spiritual energy. Though concealed by Jieyin and Zhunti's formations, Yefeng could perceive it effortlessly. While it lacked the grandeur of Pangu Mountain and the awe-inspiring Pangu Hall, it could still be considered a sacred abode of immortality. Feng Linger gazed at the temple with wide-eyed curiosity, having rarely ventured beyond Pangu Mountain, and was captivated by the novelty of the place. Long Yun, however, displayed less curiosity, having roamed freely before arriving at Pangu Mountain. He was already familiar with Wuzhuang Temple's reputation and had passed by it before, though he would never dare to cause trouble there, well aware of Xinyuan Zizi's formidable prowess. Upon reaching the entrance to Wuzhuang Temple, they were greeted by a couple of young acolytes. Xinyuan Zizi addressed them. "Qing Feng Mingwei, are you not going to greet your seventh uncle?" The two acolytes hurriedly approached Yefeng. Bowing respectfully, Qing Feng and Mingwei greet seventh uncle, wishing for his eternal well-being. Yefeng, not wishing to appear overly formal, waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities. He then produced two shimmering pills from his sleeves, which were the creation pills he had crafted during his leisure time. The delightful fragrance wafted through the air, causing Xinyuan Zizi to be visibly moved. These pills could elevate one's cultivation to the next realm beneath the saint level, given that Qing Feng and Mingwei were at the celestial immortal stage. Consuming one would immediately elevate them to the great Luo celestial immortal level. Xinyuan Zizi quickly interjected, "How can my little disciple accept such a precious gift? I implore you to take it back." He averted his gaze from the acolyte's eager expressions. Yefeng replied, "These are merely trifles. There is no need for concern." After handing the pills to Qing Feng and Mingwei, the two expressed their gratitude, and Xinyuan Zizi echoed, "Thank you, senior brother." Though Xinyuan Zizi was not a miserly person, he had observed the unwavering loyalty of his disciples over the years, and had been concerned that the potent energy of the Run Shenghua would be too much for them to handle. Yefeng's gift of the pills perfectly aligned with Xinyuan Zizi's intentions, bringing him great joy. After Qing Feng and Mingwei exchanged greetings with Feng Ling'er and Long Yun, Xinyuan Zizi instructed, "Qing Feng, Mingwei, go to the orchard and gather 10 Ren Shenghua." The two acolytes paused, surprised by their master's generosity. After all, the Ren Shenghua only blossomed once every 10,000 years, bore fruit only after another 10,000 years, and required a total of 30,000 years to mature. Yielding just 30 fruits, they had never seen their master so generous before, realizing that Yefeng held considerable weight in Xinyuan Zizi's heart. The two hurried off toward the orchard like a tea that moment. Hong Yun emerged from the temple and, upon spotting Yefeng, clasped his hands in greeting. "I pay my respects to seventh brother. I hope you do not mind the long journey to invite you." Yefeng sighed, accustomed to their formalities, and replied, "No need for such politeness. Junior brother Hong Yun, I've long heard of Wuzhuang Temple's reputation as a rare sanctuary for immortals and wish to visit, but I was hindered by mundane matters. Now, I am fortunate to have this opportunity and hope to impose upon you both." Xinyuan Zizi and Hong Yun insisted it was their honor. They then turned to greet Feng Ling'er and Long Yun. Feng Ling'er, however, interjected, "Grandpa Xinyuan Zizi, Grandpa Hong Yun, please do not keep calling me little friend. Just call me Ling'er. It sounds so much more affectionate." She blushed as she spoke. Upon seeing Yefeng nod in approval, Xinyuan Zizi and Hong Yun complied, addressing her as Miss Ling'er. Long Yun then remarked, "There is no need for the two esteemed immortals to stand on ceremony with me. I am merely a mount, unworthy of such respect. If you do not mind, you may simply call me young friend." He glanced at Yefeng, who regarded Long Yun's humility with newfound respect. After all had exchanged pleasantries, Hong Yun said, "While we are engrossed in conversation, we should invite you, senior brother, and Miss Ling'er and young friend Long Yun into the inner hall." With that, he and Xinyuan Zizi ushered Yefeng and the others inside. Once settled in the hall, they soon saw Qing Feng and Mingwei enter, carrying a tray laden with golden-hued fruits, the 10 Run Shenghua. Each fruit was covered with a beautiful silk cloth, and their intoxicating aroma permeated the hall. Xinyuan Zizi instructed Qing Feng to place 2 of the fruits before Yefeng, Feng Ling'er, and Long Yun. While he and Hong Yun each took one. Feng Ling'er unveiled the cloth, revealing the Run Shenghua, which resembled newborn infants, plump and delicate. Their features clearly discernible, making it difficult to eat like tea this moment. Xinyuan Zizi spoke, "Senior brother, we are deeply grateful for your previous assistance. Our departure was hasty, and we wish to express our thanks through these Run Shenghua. As there is little else to offer, we hope this token suffices." Hong Yun added, "Indeed, I too wish to thank you, senior brother. Otherwise my life may have ended prematurely." Seeing the two begin to elaborate extensively, Yefeng interjected, "As fellow disciples of the Tao, it is natural to assist one another in times of need." He then picked up a Run Shenghua and began to consume it slowly, while it offered no significant benefit to him. It was refreshing nonetheless. Long Yun, in contrast, wasted no time and devoured his fruit with gusto, eliciting laughter from Feng Linger, who refrained from eating, her feminine nature prevailing. Xinyuan Zizi remarked, "If Miss Linger is unwilling to partake now, you may take it home and enjoy it whenever you wished." He regarded her with a kind expression. Feng Linger nodded gently, but could not help but glance at Long Yun, who was gazing at her Ren Shengguo with sparkling eyes. Hastily concealing the fruit of life, he shot a fierce glance at Long Yun, who, in return, made a face at Feng Linger. After the previous gathering at the estate of Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, where the potential for tumultuous times ahead became apparent, they exerted themselves to enhance their abilities. Hong Yun also refined the gourd he had previously gathered on Buzhou Mountain into the Jiao Hong Yun Sanpa gourd, capable of capturing souls, thereby augmenting his own power. After savoring the life fruit tree, Yi Feng and his companions took their leave. Despite the persistent entreaties from Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, they returned to Pangu Mountain. Chapter 18. The Blood Sea of the Underworld and the Azura's Emergence. The conspiracy of the Mingyi Mosquito Daoist. It is said that after the last battle in the Eastern Sea, the ancestor of Mingyi returned to the vast Blood Sea. However, due to the frictions between the Wu and Yao clans, countless lives were lost, and the souls of the deceased found no rest. The Blood Sea of Mingyi is the most polluted realm in the world, accumulating the deathly energy and resentment from the vast lands of the primordial chaos. Consequently, innumerable ghosts congregated in the Blood Sea of the underworld, some of whom gradually harnessed its power to cultivate into ghostly forms, relentlessly slaughtering their kin and growing ever stronger. One day, while resting in the underworld palace, Mingyi was roused by disturbances from outside. Upon extending his divine sense, he quickly grasped the situation. Whether it was due to Mingyi's intrinsic nature or a sudden whim, he observed the growing ghostly immortals and desired to claim them for himself. Just as he considered emerging from the Blood Sea, a new idea struck him. All the deities knew that Mingyi possessed the innate treasures Yuan Tu and the two Abyss Swords. If he were to confront them later, would they not be wary? Rather than allowing himself to suffer later, it would be wiser to forge a treasure from these myriad ghosts, ensuring he had a means of self-preservation in the future. Having made up his mind, Mingyi exited the Blood Sea, witnessing that some of the higher-level ghostly beings had already reached the realm of great Luo Tian immortals, prompting a grin to spread across his face. Upon seeing a living being present, all the ghosts surged towards Mingyi. With a wave of his hand, the grand formation of the underworld Blood Sea enveloped the multitude of ghosts, and as he continued to weave various refining techniques, he compressed the countless spirits. Their anguished wails echoed through the air. Yet they failed to stir Mingyi's heart. He believed that if others were to suffer, he might as well endure the hardship himself. Ensuring a future of peace. 3 days later, countless ghosts had been completely refined by Mingyi, culminating in the creation of a black flag-shaped treasure. He inscribed the name Soul-Devouring Banner upon it, which would later become the legendary innate treasure feared by all. However, at present, it remained merely a nascent form. Observing that the Soul-Devouring Banner had not been fully crafted in one attempt, Mingyi concealed it within the grand formation of the underworld Blood Sea, further shrouding the formation within the Blood Sea itself, ensuring that passers-by remained oblivious to his treasure refinement. The Soul-Devouring Banner continuously absorbed the endless stream of souls, for it was known that countless lives perished daily in the primordial chaos. Ensuring a steady influx of spirits, returning to the underworld palace, Mingyi, with a face full of excitement, sat upon a stone chair. Yet, gazing around the vast and eerily silent palace, he felt a twinge of annoyance. Perhaps it was the response of the heavens, or simply the nature of Mingyi that led him to this action. Contemplating the incessantly arriving ghosts, he devised a new plan, reaching out to seize a terrified spirit. Observing the ghost's expression of bewilderment, he finally spoke. "What brings a second-rate little ghost to my underworld Blood Sea?" The ghost, in a flustered manner, replied, in response to the ancestor's question, "After our deaths, we were inexplicably guided by an awareness that this underworld Blood Sea is a place of refuge." Mingyi bellowed, "Do not deceive your ancestor. I am not easily fooled." With that, he flung the ghost into the blood pool. whereupon it screamed and reached out with its hands, only to be swiftly engulfed by the waters of the blood sea. Just as Mingi intended to capture another ghost for questioning, a tumult arose within the blood sea, and out leaped the very ghost he had just cast in. However, it had undergone a complete transformation. It now possessed a body that was neither human, nor ghost, nor immortal, nor demon, nor witch, but rather an entirely new species. Approaching Mingi, it knelt and bowed, uttering, "I pay my respects to the ancestor." This left Mingi momentarily stunned. Unbeknownst to Mingi, the blood sea possessed the ability to reconstruct the bodies of deceased spirits, erasing their memories entirely. Akin to the cycle of reincarnation, yet lacking its full capabilities. After the reconstruction, since the blood sea belonged to Mingi, the new beings recognized him as their master. After regaining his composure, Mingi seized another ghost and tossed it into the sea. This time, it was a female spirit, and soon emerged a tall and beautiful woman, who, upon seeing Mingi, also bowed and said, "I pay my respects to the ancestor." It was evident that with but a word from Mingi, she would comply with any command, and her cultivation level remained unchanged from her previous life. Mingi, filled with delight, exclaimed, "I never expected that Mingi, would reach such heights. From this day forth, I shall no longer fear anyone. Yifeng, the three pure ones, let them all vanish." He laughed heartily, causing the arriving ghosts to tremble with fear. Immediately, Mingi used the Ming stones from within the blood sea to forge two swords identical to his Yuan 2 and Abyss swords. Bestowing them upon the two newly formed beings, renaming them Yuan 2 Abyss, he instructed them to capture powerful ghosts for transformation, while he himself soared into the skies, brimming with excitement. Departing the blood sea, Mingi headed towards the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Soon he arrived at a chasm, its depths unfathomable, where a thick cloud of poisonous smoke gathered at the exit, with swarms of mosquitoes buzzing about. Mingi frowned at the sight and called out with great force, "Mosquito Taoist, an old friend has come to visit. Why do you not show yourself?" As his words fell, a black-faced figure with a sharp nose appeared at the chasm's edge. It was the first mosquito of the primordial chaos. Mosquito Taoist, startled to see Mingi, Mosquito Taoist remarked, "What brings you, Mingi, from your tranquil abode in the underworld blood sea to this desolate place?" With a sly grin, he added, "I must say you seem to have chosen a rather inconvenient location for your visit." Mingi, irked by Mosquito Taoist's taunting, replied, "I, Mingi, have no leisure time to waste in your company. I have urgent matters to discuss. Surely this is not how you entertain your guests," pointing towards the barren mountain pass. He continued. Noticing Mingi's seriousness, Mosquito Taoist responded, "Then please, come inside." With that, he led the way into the chasm, and Mingi followed closely behind. Before long, they arrived at a dark and eerie grand hall, the lair of Mosquito Taoist. After taking their respective seats, Mosquito Taoist instructed his attendants to serve tea, then inquired, "What brings you here today, Mingi?" After a moment of contemplation, Mingi sighed, "I have existed since the dawn of the primordial chaos. Yet I find myself envious of your comforts, Mosquito Taoist. While I dwell alone in the vast underworld blood sea, you seem to enjoy the company of many." Mosquito Taoist, observing Mingi's expression, replied, "You, my friend, are indeed fortunate to possess the blood sea. Why do not others take residence there? Is it not a life of leisure?" He regarded Mingi with a look of envy. Mingi, being a decisive individual, collected his thoughts and declared, "Perhaps I have overthought this. I have come to discuss a matter of significance." Hearing this, Mosquito Taoist perked up, eager to listen. Mingi continued, "By a stroke of fortune, I discovered that my blood sea can reconstruct the souls of individuals, granting them new bodies that are neither human, ghost, immortal, demon, nor witch, with no memories retained. This enhancement has also fortified my blood sea's power." Mingi's gaze turned inscrutable as he observed Mosquito Taoist's reaction. Initially excited, Mosquito Taoist's expression soon shifted to one of caution. Knowing that Mingi was a ruthless individual, he understood that if Mingi's power increased, it would bring nothing but trouble for him. However, driven by his own interests, he patiently awaited Mingi's next words. Seeing Mosquito Taoist's fluctuating emotions, Mingi's assessment of him rose yet another level that he asked, Do you recall that Hong Jun once transmitted the 8 strands of primordial purple qi? All 7 of his disciples received a share of this qi, which he indicated was the key to achieving sainthood. But who possesses the 8th strand? He fixed a penetrating gaze upon Mosquito Taoist. Mosquito Taoist replied, "Is it not Hong Yun?" He looked at Mingyi with an air of innocence. Mingyi glared at him, his teeth gritting in frustration, and continued, "Have you not heard that Hong Yun has the potential to attain sainthood?" Realizing Mingyi's intent, Mosquito Taoist, despite his usual cunning, understood the implications and responded, "Do you have confidence in this? We must avoid a situation where we lose both our lives and wealth. Though I am not a virtuous person, I still need to carefully consider matters that impact my own interests." The river of the underworld seemed to have anticipated that the Mosquito Taoist would speak in such a manner, and thus began to engage in a slow discussion with him. Within the grand hall, the sound of their conspiratorial chuckles echoed continuously, prompting the little mosquitoes in attendance to flee the scene upon overhearing their exchanges. The dumpling, confused by the unfolding events, pondered, what could have possessed the ancestor at this moment? Surely he hasn't gone mad. Were the Mosquito Taoist to grasp the thoughts of these mosquitoes, he would surely be incensed enough to swat them all dead in a fit of rage. Before long, the voice of the river of the underworld resonated within the hall, signaling his departure. "Mosquito Taoist, I must take my leave now, for there are urgent matters to attend to in the Sea of Blood. I shall inform you when the time is right." With that, he vanished from the grand hall in a flash. The Mosquito Taoist's voice trailed off slowly. "Dear friend of the river of the underworld, I shall await your good news." Thus, their conspiracy came to a close, awaiting the opportune moment to set their grand plans into motion. Upon returning to the Sea of Blood, the river of the underworld found his 2 newly acquired disciples diligently capturing wandering souls. Observing their hard work, he took them under his wing, designating Yuan Tu as his eldest disciple and Abi as the second. The river of the underworld, favoring both, hastened their transformation process, leading to the eventual birth of the Azura clan. Chapter 19. The establishment of the Jieyin sect by Leaf Maple and the manifestation of the creation cauldron. Let us not dwell on the river of the underworld's deeds upon returning to the Blood Sea. The Pangu mountain, however, grew ever more magnificent and vibrant, adorned with lush greenery and a harmonious landscape. Take tea this moment. Leaf Maple was deep in contemplation of the sage's path within the Pangu hall. Sensing a whisper of opportunity in the air, an indistinct yet profound calling that, despite the treacherous journey ahead, would ultimately benefit the primordial lands. Though Leaf Maple's nature was typically aloof, he felt compelled to act upon this subtle insight, which seemed intertwined with Pangu himself. Thus, he stepped forth from the Pangu hall. Calling upon Feng Linger and Long Yun, he addressed Long Yun. "Long Yun, when I brought you back, I was unaware of any discontent you may have felt over the years. Today, feel free to voice your thoughts." Long Yun was taken aback. He seldom witnessed Leaf Maple speak in such a manner. Since his arrival at Pangu Mountain, he had followed Leaf Maple unwaveringly. Hearing such words, he became flustered and replied, "I do not know what I have done wrong. Esteemed immortal, please punish me as you see fit. Since my arrival at Pangu Mountain, you have treated me with immense kindness, and I harbor no grievances." With that, he gazed at Leaf Maple with eager anticipation. Leaf Maple sighed and said, "Do not overthink it. I was merely asking out of curiosity." Long Yun exhaled in relief. Leaf Maple continued, "Would you be willing to become my second disciple?" Long Yun, momentarily stunned by the proposition, quickly composed himself and bowed. Disciple Long Yun pays homage to the master. He then joyfully turned to Feng Linger and added, "I pay my respects to my senior sister." Feng Linger, beaming with joy, looked at Leaf Maple and said, "Master, I had long wished to ask you to accept Jieyin as a disciple, but I feared it might displease you, so I kept silent." She cast a timid glance at Leaf Maple. Upon hearing Feng Linger refer to him as Jieyin, Long Yun's expression darkened with indignation. Leaf Maple, noticing Feng Linger, remarked, "Linger, I wish to establish a sect, with the aim of punishing evil and promoting good, bringing forth blessings for all beings. Those with affinity may join us, as we strive to eradicate the sins of slaughter and restore clarity to the land." He then cast a glance at Feng Linger. "From now on, You shall be my eldest disciple. Remember to embody the virtues of a senior sister, and do not tarnish the reputation of our sect." Leaf Maple spoke earnestly, turning to Long Yun. "You shall be my second disciple." Long Yun hastily bowed in gratitude. Inquisitively, Feng Linger addressed Leaf Maple. "Master, I fear I may not fulfill the responsibilities of the eldest disciple and might bring shame upon you." With her head bowed low, she spoke. Leaf Maple regarded Feng Linger and thought, after all, she is a young girl. Moreover, she has yet to experience the trials of the world within Pangu Mountain. She will require gradual nurturing. That he reassured her. "What is there to fear? You have your junior brother Long Yun to assist you. There will be a continuous influx of new disciples, and remember, you have your master to support you." With that, he affectionately ruffled Feng Linger's hair. Feng Linger felt a sense of security whenever Leaf Maple expressed such genuine affection. Dispelling her fears, she nodded resolutely. She then inquired, "Master, now that we are to establish a great sect, what name shall it bear?" Leaf Maple gazed into the distance and replied slowly, "Zhaohua sect." Though Feng Linger did not fully grasp the significance of Zhaohua, she understood that whatever Leaf Maple initiated was undoubtedly correct. With matters settled, Leaf Maple addressed the Primordial lands. "I am Leaf Maple, the seventh disciple of Hongjun. Today, within the Pangu Mountain of the North Julu continent, I established the Zhaohua sect with the aim of punishing evil and promoting good. Anyone with affinity may join my sect." His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly across every corner of the Primordial lands. In an instant, the Primordial realm erupted once more, reminiscent of the fervor following the three purities' acceptance of disciples. Countless demons and spirits flocked to the North Julu continent, though the atmosphere was not as boisterous as during the three purities' recruitment. For this region was notorious for its ferocity. Those who came were either fearsome beings or bloodthirsty creatures. Nevertheless, Leaf Maple became the first among the saints to establish a great sect, while the three purities and the Western duo had yet to do so. In the celestial realm of the Doshui Palace, Laozi summoned Xuandu, riding on a green ox as they descended from the celestial realm in Kunlun Mountain. Yuan Shi Tianduan, accompanied by his disciples, rode a Qilin towards the North Julu continent. Meanwhile, disciples from the Biqiong Palace in the Eastern Sea rode a Kuan Yo, also making their way to the North Julu continent. Zhunti remarked to Jieyin, "This Leaf Maple's establishment of a Zhaohua sect. Who knows whether it is a blessing or a curse for us?" Jieyin replied, "If it is a curse, it cannot be avoided. There is no need to overthink it. We shall see how it unfolds." After tidying up, they set off from the western Hinyo continent towards the North Julu continent. Empty-handed as they left the palace in the Nuwa Palace, Nuwa rode upon a blue bird, making her way to the North Julu continent. Notable deities from the Wu and Yao clans also headed there, along with Xinyuanzi and Han Yun from the Wuzhuang Temple, and many other deities followed suit. As Leaf Maple departed from Pangu Mountain, he waved his hands, causing the grand formation surrounding Pangu Mountain to dissipate, allowing all who arrived to enter, for he feared no disruption. With the Chaos Pearl in his left hand and the Creation Heavenly Book in his right, he stood before the Pangu Hall and declared, "Zhaohua sect, arise." With that proclamation, the Creation Heavenly Book emitted a green light, enveloping the Pangu Hall. After the light faded, the Pangu Hall vanished from sight, concealed by the radiance of the Creation Heavenly Book, for Leaf Maple wished to keep its location secret from the other deities. He then waved his hand, and a great hall reappeared within Pangu Mountain, inscribed with the words Zhaohua Hall, while the mountain itself remained unhidden. Suddenly, from the celestial realm, ethereal music wafted through the air, accompanied by a fragrant aroma. The entire primordial land beheld the emergence of an immense cauldron, towering for millions of zhong, its body a majestic purple, continuously radiating an enigmatic aura. That moment, a stream of mysterious light shot forth from the cauldron, entering Pangu Mountain, causing it to shift and restore itself. The cauldron then vanished. Leaf Maple, not wishing for the establishment of his sect to draw such attention, was taken aback by the appearance of the cauldron. This cauldron, a manifestation of the 36 strands of primordial purple energy that emerged after Pangu opened the heavens, had responded to Leaf Maple's establishment of the Zhaohua sect. aligning with the heavenly will and seeking to bestow blessings upon the primordial realm. As Leaf Maple observed the now even more ethereal Pangu Mountain, previously grand, yet now imbued with an air of mystery, the approaching deities were equally astonished, pondering the significance of Leaf Maple's mere establishment of a sect, which had summoned the creation cauldron. They were compelled to witness this extraordinary event. Hongyuan's disciples displayed varied expressions. The three purities and Laozi bore solemn faces. Yuanshi was filled with jealousy, while Tongtian wore an excited grin. Zhunti appeared furious. Jieyin looked sorrowful, and Nuwa smiled broadly, each displaying their emotions with subtle intricacies. Upon landing before the Zhaohua Hall, Leaf Maple addressed Feng Linger and Long Yun with gravity. Feng Linger, you are my eldest disciple. Always remember to uphold the principles of our sect and lead the Zhaohua sect to greatness. Feng Linger bowed and replied, disciple will faithfully follow the master's command. Turning to Long Yun, Leaf Maple continued, Long Yun, you are my second disciple. Remember to support your senior sister diligently, spreading the teachings of our sect, and do not fear the wicked. Long Yun bowed deeply in acknowledgement. Both disciples accepted their roles with great joy. That moment. Members of the Feng clan gathered around Leaf Maple. Kai Feng spoke. Esteemed immortal, the Feng clan owes countless favors to you for millennia, and we dare not forget the protection you have granted us. Our ancestral phoenix, Feng Yunxia, has sent word for us to join your Zhaohua sect, that we hope you will grant us this wish. Without waiting for Leaf Maple's response, the entire Feng clan knelt before him. Leaf Maple nodded. Very well. Since Linger is a phoenix, I shall fulfill your request today. You may join the Zhaohua sect. But should any of you commit heinous acts in the future, even kin will not be spared. Leading the way, Kai Feng and the others kneeled and proclaimed, we pay our respects to the sect leader. The original leader, Jieyin, with a wave of his hand, Leaf Maple lifted the Feng clan from the ground. Kong Xian, the great rock, marveled internally. This immortal truly possesses formidable power, with but a light wave of his hand. The Feng clan could not remain kneeling. Ye Feng proclaimed, the Phoenix clan shall obey. Kai Feng, Kong Xian, and Apeng may serve as the guardians of the Tao of creation, upholding its doctrines and promoting our teachings. Upon finishing his words, the three individuals bowed in gratitude. He continued, the remaining disciples of the Phoenix clan shall be regarded as the third-generation disciples of the Tao of creation. Remember, fellow disciples must care for one another, and any act of harm against a peer will not be tolerated. Violators will face expulsion for minor offenses, while severe transgressions may result in the forfeiture of their cultivation or even their demise. He then cast a serious gaze upon the assembly. The Phoenix clan knelt, declaring, we shall strictly adhere to the Master's command and shall not harm our brethren. Yi Feng nodded with satisfaction. At that moment, Yi Feng furrowed his brow and said, Linger, Long Yun, Kong Xian, Depeng, and Kai Feng, you five shall proceed to the mountain front to welcome our guests and bring them all back to the Hall of Creation. With that, he disregarded the crowd and entered the Hall of Creation. The others were uncertain about whom they were to welcome, yet they complied with Yi Feng's instructions and exited Pangu Mountain to await the arrival of the guests. The remaining members of the Phoenix clan stayed behind to manage the affairs of Pangu Mountain, as the newly established sect required dedicated custodians. Though Kong Xian and Depeng possessed profound cultivation, they maintained a degree of humility in the presence of Feng Linger, envying her for having such an esteemed master. Over the years, as Feng Linger matured, she became increasingly ethereal, drawing the compassion of those who encountered her, who could not bear to harm her in any way. Kong Xian and Depeng refer to her as Miss Feng Linger, recognizing her as the daughter of Feng Yunxia and as the foremost disciple of Yi Feng, holding a rank above countless others within the Tao of creation. While they refrained from discussing these matters, they awaited the arrival of guests at Pangu Mountain. Chapter 20. Saints and Immortals Visit the Mountain. Shaking the mountain and startling the gods Feng Linger and Kong Xian awaited at the foot of Pangu Mountain for a brief moment, when suddenly, a dazzling array of colors illuminated the sky, signaling the arrival of various deities. Upon witnessing the multitude of divine figures, Feng Linger felt a twinge of trepidation, but she steadied herself, reminding herself that she represented her master on this occasion. Long Yun, observing her demeanor, sensed her unease and transmitted a message. "Junior sister, what happened to your usual bravado?" He chuckled, causing Feng Linger's face to flush with embarrassment, yet she could not respond in anger. Instead, she endured, and Long Yun's teasing emboldened her slightly. As the deities approached, Feng Linger stepped forward with a respectful bow, saying, "Greetings to all esteemed uncles and aunts, and to the great deities. I am Feng Linger, the foremost disciple of my master. I have been entrusted to welcome you, and I kindly ask you to proceed to the Grand Hall for rest. I apologize for any shortcomings in our hospitality." With a radiant smile, she bowed deeply. Long Yun was taken aback, not expecting Feng Linger to exhibit such poise. Revealing no hint of fear, he regarded her with newfound respect. Yuanshi noticed that Yifeng had not personally come to greet them, and let out a soft huff, clearly expressing his dissatisfaction. That it was evident to all that Yuanshi was displeased, while Laozi, usually aloof, also exhibited a rare hint of annoyance. The expressions of the other deities varied, yet they did not outwardly display their sentiments as Yuanshi had. Nevertheless, the assembly of deities followed Feng Linger and her companions into Pangu Mountain. Upon their first sight of the mountain, they were momentarily stunned, especially the members of the demon clan, who were perplexed by the appearance of a mountain identical to the one in the Eastern Victory divine continent. However, they pressed on, entering the Hall of Creation despite their confusion. Upon entering the hall, they beheld a grand and imposing space infused with an air of profound mystery. At the center, Yifeng occupied the seat of the master. As the deities entered, he rose and bowed, saying, "Yifeng greets all esteemed senior brothers and sisters, as well as junior brothers, and my humble abode is simple. I hope for your understanding." With a gesture, he invited the deities to take their seats. The Hall of Creation was spacious, and Yifeng could have expanded it infinitely if he wished. Though the numerous deities filled the space, it still felt ample. After the assembly settled, two figures from the west remarked, "Junior brother, your great virtue has led you to establish this grand sect ahead of your senior brothers, a blessing for the primordial world. Your adherence to the principles of creation sets a model for all of us." Zhunti's words elicited disdain from the gathered deities, who silently chastised him for his shamelessness. Yet Zhunti, with his unabashed demeanor, appeared far more endearing compared to those who only schemed secretly. Jieyin gazed upon Yifeng with compassion, clearly indicating their alliance. That moment, Tong Tian also spoke. "Congratulations, junior brother, on establishing this great sect and acquiring such an excellent disciple. In the future, we must remain close and support one another as disciples of Hongjun." He finished with a broad smile directed at Yifeng. Yifeng, initially reluctant to respond, was compelled by Tong Tian's earnest gaze to say, "As fellow disciples, it is only natural that we support one another." Tong Tian nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, it should be so." Laozi then glanced at Yuanshi and turned to Yifeng, saying, "Congratulations, junior brother, on establishing this great sect that in the future, please join us in resisting external threats." With that, he fell silent, merely nodding at Yifeng. Following this, the members of the demon clan, Nuwa, the Wu clan, and various other divine figures exchanged greetings with Yifeng. Although the demon clan had previously clashed with Yifeng, they were not the type to hold grudges, understanding the importance of unity for future endeavors. Even Minghe, who had come to refine the river of oblivion, surprised Yifeng by putting aside past grievances. A rare occurrence indeed. Regardless, no difficulties would arise from their presence. After the deities had finished their greetings, Yifeng addressed them, "Esteemed guests, having traveled from afar, my humble abode lacks in hospitality, so I shall do my best to entertain you." With a wave of his hand, an array of celestial fruits appeared before the deities, fruits they had never seen before. Yet too precious to be displayed were those such as the five elements fruit, Hongmeng Dao fruit, and reincarnation fruit. Yifeng deemed it unnecessary to present these, yet the fruits he did reveal astonished the assembly. The establishment of the Tao of creation made the deities aware that Yifeng was a disciple of Hongjun. Upon arriving at Pangu Mountain, they recognized that Yifeng was not inferior to any of the other prominent disciples, save for the number of his disciples. Perhaps only those few could rival him, which made Yuan sure, Zhunti, and Jieyin envious. This moment. Ho too, seeing that the deities had fallen silent, stood and bowed. Senior brother, with the establishment of the Tao of creation, do you know the reason behind the recent emergence of the cauldron of creation? Unbeknownst to Ho too, the matter concerning the cauldron was linked to Yi Feng. The Wu clan did not cultivate the primordial spirit, thus they were not well versed in such schemes, and while she speculated, she sought clarification that why Yi Feng glanced at Ho too, noting her potential to transform into the six paths in the future, and replied, Junior sister, you are unaware that the establishment of a sect is a significant matter. Since the Tao of creation has decided to undertake this endeavor, it is in accordance with the heavens. The heavenly principles responded, manifesting unusual phenomena to assist our sect in its mission. Upon hearing this, Hotu nodded and said, Thank you, senior brother, for clarifying. She then returned to her seat. However, Xian Ming, still aggrieved over Yi Feng's previous departure from Zixiao Palace, interjected, Yi Feng, ever since our last encounter at Zixiao Palace, my sister has missed you greatly. You must come and visit us again. He cast a teasing glance at Yi Feng, who remained unfazed, well aware that Xian Ming's intentions were not pure, but rather related to the Wu clan's affairs. At that moment, Nuwa also chimed in, Junior brother, I too seek your guidance, and I hope you will indulge me shortly. Meanwhile, Yuan Shi was seething with resentment, observing how each of his fellow disciples rushed to seek fortune with Yi Feng, feeling neglected. However, he could not express his displeasure in front of so many witnesses, so he merely huffed softly. Zhunti then spoke up, Might I inquire about the disciples under your tutelage, junior brother? Please introduce them, so we may avoid any future misunderstandings. Zhunti, having noticed Kong Xian's presence upon entering Pangu Mountain, was evidently plotting something, eager to recruit Kong Xian and Depeng, as long as they were not core disciples of Yi Feng. The demon clan members perked up, eager to hear Yi Feng's response. Why Yi Feng, recognizing Zhu Ti's intentions and seeing the expressions of the demon clan, replied, Kong Xian is my sex guardian, and thus a disciple of the Tao of creation. I wonder why you inquire so, senior brother. Are you contemplating a repeat of your previous plans? He fixed his gaze intently on Zhunti, who had yet to attain the status of a saint, thus unable to rival Yi Feng. Zhunti awkwardly retorted, Junior brother, you jest. Since Kong Xian is now part of your esteemed sect, he shall be regarded as your disciple, that I meant no offense. With that, he hastily resumed his seat. The demon clan members reassessed their strategies. Yi Feng proceeded to introduce Feng Ling'er and Long Yun to the deities, who were now aware that both were his disciples. Upon seeing Feng Ling'er's unparalleled beauty and ethereal demeanor, many of the divine beings harbored clandestine feelings of admiration. Unbeknownst to her, Feng Ling'er graciously accepted the compliments with a warm and poised smile. Long Yun further astonished the assembly. Each god, being a figure of great power, immediately recognized Long Yun's true form, marveling at Yi Feng's fortune. They understood that the golden giant python's transformation into the seven-color divine dragon was as rare as the life fruit of Zhenyuanzi. At this moment, as Yi Feng sensed that Zhunti and the others were still reluctant to abandon their ambitions, he decided to deliver a stern warning to dissuade them, stating, Kong Xian and Depeng are guardians of my Tao of creation. Should anyone harbor intentions against them, they shall find themselves at odds with me, Yi Feng, and I shall not hesitate to eliminate them. Following his declaration, ominous red tribulation clouds emerged in the skies above Pangu Mountain, crackling with lightning, startling all the deities present, who were taken aback by Yi Feng's sudden display of wrath. Observing the situation, it seemed that anyone who dared to provoke further would risk being reduced to mere ashes. Zhunti, witnessing this, quickly interjected, Junior brother, why such anger? Should anyone dare to engage in such actions in the future, I, Zhunti, shall be the first to take offense. With that, he donned a generous expression, regardless of his sincerity. He had at least made his stance clear. Yi Feng, recognizing the moment, chose to withdraw gracefully. He nodded, and the ominous clouds of calamity above dissipated. The deities, perplexed by the cause of Yi Feng's ire, soon moved past it and indulged in a feast. Feng Ling'er quietly approached Yi Feng, tugging at his sleeve. Master, you've given all the good things to the deities. What shall I do when I crave delicacies in the future? Master, master! She persistently pulled at his robes that Yifeng gently tapped her small head and remarked, You little one, how is it that you remain so greedy at your age? Rest assured, the fruits I offered are of little value. There are plenty more where they came from. He then turned his attention away from her. However, Feng Ling'er protested, Master, why do you still tap my head? I am no longer a child. If that esteemed deity sees me, I would be utterly embarrassed. With that, she shyly concealed herself behind Yifeng. He chuckled lightly. Oh, our Ling'er knows the feeling of embarrassment. I wonder who it is that chases after Long Yin all day long on the Pangu Mountain. Imitating the demeanor of the electric master sister, this time, Feng Ling'er became even more bashful, lightly pinching Yifeng's arm and retorting, Master, you mustn't say such things. Her face flushed with a rosy hue, rendering those who beheld her utterly enchanted. Yifeng gazed at Feng Ling'er with a smile, while she finally managed to escape his teasing. This scene did not go unnoticed by Ho Tu, who mused to herself, My senior brother truly conceals his intentions well. As the deities recognized that the matter had concluded, they rose to take their leave. The gathering had attracted a multitude, including members of the Jieyin and Dragon clans, drawing curious glances from those present. Eventually, those who needed to depart did so, leaving only a few celestial maidens behind. Yifeng remained seated, contemplating how to explain the situation to his sisters, given his character. He would have typically left without a care, but he realized that they would inevitably cross paths again, which would lead to awkwardness. After much deliberation, Yifeng finally devised a plan to maintain the secrecy of heavenly machinations. He would cleverly navigate the conversation with Nuwa, Ho Tu, and Xianming. In the meantime, those who were meant to leave had done so, leaving many others still at Pangu Mountain. Yifeng instructed Long Yun and Kong Xian to select suitable disciples for his teachings. He then vanished from the Hall of Creation and made his way to the Pangu Palace. Chapter 21. Nuwa enlightens to achieve sanctity, countless mortals fell into the primordial chaos. Without delving into the previous establishment of the Hall of Creation by Yifeng, the deities had all gathered at Pangu Mountain to offer their congratulations, except for Hongjun, who had chosen to remain absent. As Hongjun had only recently aligned himself with the Tao, he and Yifeng regarded each other as friends rather than as senior and junior, with the exception of his guise as the deceiver of the deity's seventh disciple. Though Hongjun did not personally attend, he entrusted a young attendant, Hao Tan, to convey his congratulations after the other deities had departed. Meanwhile, Nuwa returned to her palace after Yifeng's establishment of the Hall of Creation. With no pressing matters, she wandered through the vast primordial lands, witnessing the continuous slaughter between the Wu and Yao clans, which left her heart heavy. One day, as she passed by a village, she observed a group of children molding figures from clay. Curious, Nuwa approached and inquired what they were doing, yet the children could not articulate their intentions. Contemplating the clay figures, Nuwa reflected on her teacher's words regarding her own destiny. Resolute, she decided to seek guidance at the Zhixiao Palace and set off on her cloud. Before long, she arrived at the Zhixiao Palace, where she found Wu Tian, the young attendant, guarding the entrance. Upon seeing Nuwa, he inquired, Sister, what brings you here? Although Wu Tian was not an official disciple of Hongjun, he had accompanied him since his emergence, and thus referring to Nuwa as sister was not inappropriate. Nuwa replied, I have come to pay my respects to the master. Wu Tian, knowing her purpose, merely conducted the formalities and said, The master is currently in a state of divine meditation and may not be present. He then led her to the elevated platform that belonged eternally to Hongjun. Upon reaching the platform, Hongjun, with an expression of indifference, regarded Nuwa and said, I am already aware of your endeavors. The time for your fortune has yet to arrive. He closed his eyes again. Nuwa, taken aback, responded, Disciple is dull-witted. I sense that my fortune is approaching, yet I remain utterly oblivious. Hongjun did not open his eyes, stating, The path of the Tao lies in understanding. One must not confine oneself to isolation, lest they fall to lower realms. He continued, Nuwa, I have previously mentioned that your connection with the Wu clan lies with Yifeng. This is not a casual remark. Go forth. When the time is right, you shall inevitably attain that sacred status. If the time is not yet ripe, all efforts will be in vain. Confused, Nuwa exited the Zhixiao palace. Yes, she descended from the celestial realm. She still heard Hong Jun's voice echoing in her ears. All beings possess a spirit. With each great battle, new life emerges. Following this, a distant sigh reached her. Nuwa paused, then promptly bowed in the direction of the Zhixiao palace, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Master. She now comprehended that her path to enlightenment was inextricably linked to the creation of life. Yet she found herself at a loss regarding the full understanding of this concept. With no immediate course of action, she continued her exploration of the primordial lands. Before long, she found herself once again at the village, where she observed the same group of children molding figures from clay. Perhaps inspired by the heavenly insights, Nuwa grasped the key to her purpose. She realized that her ascension to sanctity required the creation of living beings. Thus, she squatted down and fashioned a small clay figure resembling herself. But the ordinary clay lacked sufficient spiritual energy, rendering it lifeless despite the abundance of spiritual essence in the primordial lands. Recalling Hong Jun's words, which indicated that her fortune was intertwined with Yifeng, she summoned her cloud and journeyed towards Beiju Luzhou, where Yifeng resided. At that moment, Yifeng, sensing Nuwa's intentions, summoned Feng Ling and Kong Xian. Giving them instructions before departing for Beiju Luzhou on her way, Nuwa encountered Yifeng and said, "Junior brother, I'm unsure of your destination, for I was just heading to Pangu Mountain myself, when I unexpectedly ran into you." With curiosity, she inquired further. Why? Yifeng replied, "What I am pursuing aligns with what you seek." His tone was calm. Upon hearing this, Nuwa's spirits lifted, and she eagerly requested, "Please, enlighten me." Junior brother Yifeng responded, "Sister, you have already visited the Zhixiao Palace. While others may assist on the path to enlightenment, it is essential that you discover it for yourself. If you wish to create living beings, proceed according to your vision. Confront mountains as mountains and waters as waters." With a wave of his hand, he presented her with a cauldron, the Qian Kuan Ding, and conjured a small mound of soil, the primordial divine soil, known as Ju Tian Shirong. He added, "Sister, you must earnestly contemplate this. Your path to enlightenment is at hand." With that, he vanished from sight. In truth, Yifeng had not gone far. He had merely concealed himself, not wishing to disturb Nuwa's process of enlightenment. Nuwa, momentarily stunned by the two divine gifts bestowed upon her, realized that Yifeng intended not to intrude upon her journey. She took the Qian Kuan Ding and the Jiutian Shirong and began to contemplate. Soon, she placed the Jiutian Shirong within the cauldron for refinement. After a while, she successfully shaped a small figure resembling herself, placing it upon the earth, yet it remained lifeless and soon perished. Nuwa, feeling disheartened, was left with no choice but to abandon her efforts. Yifeng, observing Nuwa's struggle to create a living being, could not help but send a thought transmission. How can a being exist without blood? Nuwa, startled, promptly added her essence blood into the Qian Kuan Ding and refined the Jiutian Shirong once more. In no time, the cauldron radiated brilliance, and with a wave of her hand, she retrieved the Jiutian Shirong. This time, it was filled with vitality. Nuwa scattered the soil upon the ground, mixed it with water, and shaped another figure in her likeness. Upon casting it onto the primordial earth, a woman emerged, capable of walking and living. Elated by this success, Nuwa continued to mold figures, but soon realized that where there is yin, there must be yang. Where there is a female, there must be a male. Thus, she began to create numerous male figures modeled after her brother, Fu Shi, and inspired by Yifeng, she crafted several more. However, the process was slow. Spotting a vine nearby, she grasped it, dipped it in the soil, and with a flourish, countless humans sprang forth. Nuwa tirelessly swung the vine, and in no time, hundreds of thousands appeared. Satisfied with the outcome, she finally ceased her efforts. Gathering around her, the multitude of humans bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We pay homage to Nuwa and thank her for the gift of life." Nuwa raised her hand to silence them, declaring, "No need for formalities. I am Nuwa, and today, moved by the heavenly decree, I have created a new race of beings to inhabit the primordial lands, henceforth known as the human race." Upon finishing her words, a brilliant display of multicolored clouds illuminated the sky, accompanied by a melodious celestial sound. A vast array of resplendent hues descended from the heavens, a manifestation of the divine golden light. Moved by the profound benevolence of Nuwa in creating humanity, the heavenly Tao bestowed a portion of merit to honor her sanctity. Allowing her to attain the esteemed status of sage. It was observed that the vibrant clouds encircled Nuwa's head, with a portion of the light entering the Qiankuan cauldron, while another portion, seemingly summoned by Yi Feng's gesture, was also directed into the cauldron. This division of merit was a response to Yi Feng's gratitude for the treasures he had borrowed and his guidance from Nuwa. Thus he accepted the entirety of this benefaction. Henceforth, Nuwa ascended to the rank of a sage, becoming the first to achieve such status apart from Pangu, Yi Feng, and Hongjun. From within Nuwa's being emanated a stream of purple vitality, the very essence of the sage's opportunity. Hongming purple QIAS, this ethereal energy intertwined with the golden light of merit, an even more profound aura was released, exuding an overwhelming pressure that resonated across the vast expanse of the primordial realm. All beings sensed the majestic authority of Nuwa the sage, causing even the most rudimentary creatures, devoid of intelligence, as well as those of the witch clan, to kneel in reverence, exclaiming, "May the sacred body of Lady Nuwa remain eternally golden and safe." In that moment, deities from all realms hastened to the place where Nuwa Saturday, approaching Yi Feng. Nuwa returned the Qiankuan cauldron to him, expressing her gratitude with a bow. "Thank you, junior brother, for lending me your treasure. Sister is at a loss as to how to repay you." With a shy glance at Yi Feng, he replied, "There is no need for such formality. We are all of the same sect." Yi Feng had been burdened by Hongjuan's arrangements, left to handle numerous matters, albeit with a sense of obligation, especially considering that Nuwa was, in essence, his ancestral figure from the future. Realizing that there was no need to dwell on such matters, Yi Feng shifted the conversation. "What do you intend to do with these beings of the human race?" Nuwa momentarily faltered, aware that her opportunity had allowed her to attain sagehood, yet uncertain about the next steps to take with her creations. She gazed at Yi Feng, who, equally at a loss, suggested, "You may seek out a suitable place for habitation." With a gesture towards a grand tree, Yi Feng conjured a simple pair of pants made from leaves, stating, "You may replicate this to create garments for modesty." He draped the leafy trousers over one individual, ensuring their essential parts were covered, eliciting expressions of gratitude from the crowd. Before long, the heavens were filled with radiant lights as numerous powerful beings arrived to congratulate Nuwa on her ascension to sagehood. Observing the gathering, Yi Feng took his leave, vanishing as the three purities and several from the western realms arrived, with the most enthusiastic being the demon clan. The Eastern Emperor Tai declared, "Congratulations to Lady Nuwa on her elevation to the sage's position. The demon clan shall no longer fear the witch clan henceforth." He laughed heartily, while Emperor Jun added, "We hope that, as a member of our clan, you will assist us in achieving great things." Nuwa, though displeased, maintained her composure that a sage must not meddle in the mundane conflicts of the world. "While the demon clan is indeed my kin, I fear the limitations of our strength, with differing intentions among them." The deities exchanged pleasantries and congratulations, some genuinely rejoicing, while others merely sought to establish familiarity for future encounters. In this moment, the Eastern Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun grew increasingly arrogant, their demeanor bold even before Nuwa's ascension. However, the demon clan was now formidable, bolstered by the presence of Fushi and Nuwa, with 5 individuals at the quasi-saint level among them. Perhaps due to an inherent conflict between their races, none from the demon clan chose to approach. Although Nuwa did not voice her dissatisfaction, she felt a twinge of annoyance, for now that she had attained the revered status of sage, she found herself more conscious of appearances as the deities gathered around Nuwa. Yuan Shi remarked, "Congratulations, junior sister, on attaining the rank of sage. Your fortuitous opportunity has allowed you to surpass us." He smiled broadly, for Nuwa was indeed his younger sister, despite Yuan Shi's penchant for scheming. The bond of their sect remained intact. Nuwa returned the gesture, saying, "Your flattery is unwarranted. Brother, I merely seized upon a fortunate opportunity. I trust that you will soon achieve your own enlightenment. Yuan sure beamed at her words. Zhunti stepped forward, offering his congratulations while Yuan sure huffed in annoyance at his approach. Nevertheless, the two engaged in conversation, while Laozi remained silent, pondering Yifeng's absence, though he did not dwell on it for long. The demon clan approached, with Emperor Jun bowing. Congratulations, Lady Nuwa, on your ascension. We shall rely on your guidance. The Eastern Emperor Tai chimed in. What nonsense you speak, brother. As a member of the demon clan, Lady Nuwa will surely assist us, and not the witch clan. Nuwa, although displeased, refrained from expressing her irritation at this juncture. Kunpeng declared, Your sagehood is a blessing for our demon clan. May you lead us to greatness. He smirked at Nuwa, who felt further irritation but chose to remain composed, mindful of the multitude of eyes upon her. Recognizing the gathering, Nuwa addressed them. I have attained sagehood through fortune and shall now open a realm beyond the 33 heavens. All of you may come to observe and perhaps enhance your own cultivation. The deities willingly followed her. Yifeng, concealed in the shadows, also accompanied them. Soon, they arrived in the realm beyond the 33 heavens, where Nuwa unveiled the red embroidered ball and the map of mountains and rivers. Please observe closely, she instructed, before channeling her power and casting the red ball into the chaos as a sage. Her might was beyond the comprehension of the gathered deities, and they were pushed back 100 miles by the overwhelming force. As the red ball traversed the chaotic space, it shattered the surroundings, causing pure energy to rise and turbid energy to sink. Nuwa then cast the map of mountains and rivers into the newly formed realm, witnessing the tumultuous elements gradually settle. After some time, the newly established world stabilized, and with a wave of her hand, flora and fauna emerged, accompanied by the harmonious calls of celestial cranes. The Nuwa palace materialized from the primordial earth, and Nuwa placed it within this new realm, the name transforming to the palace of Nuwa Empress. With a flick of her finger, a newly sprouted lotus root transformed into a young boy clad in a belly band, whom Nuwa named Ling Zhuzi, destined to be the palace's gatekeeper. Upon completing these tasks, Nuwa dispersed her spiritual energy, and the deities exhaled, gaining a renewed understanding of her power. Nuwa addressed them. What I have received is but a fraction. I trust that each of you will achieve greatness in due course. As the deities regained their composure, the old ancestor of the underworld river solidified his resolve, a sinister smile gracing his face. Nuwa continued. My attainment of sagehood was accompanied by a whisper of heavenly secrets. A sage's essence relies on the support of heaven and earth. As long as the universe endures, so shall the sage. The sage defies the cycle of destruction, while all beneath the sage are bound to the eternal laws of the Tao. Her words, though delivered calmly, would later incite great turmoil among the deities. As the deities began to depart, Yifeng revealed himself. Having observed Nuwa's creation of the world, in contrast to Pangu's monumental act of creation, which established the true primordial realm, Nuwa's endeavor was a continuation within Pangu's creation. While each had its merits, Pangu's world, though formative, had left many regions unexplored, presenting future challenges. Nuwa's realm, though smaller, was undeniably more stable. Yet a downside remained. Should Pangu's creation face annihilation, so too would Nuwa's realm. Nuwa was startled by Yifeng's sudden appearance. As a sage, she had not anticipated his silent arrival. Upon scrutinizing him, she realized his cultivation remained obscured, instilling a sense of dread within her. Nonetheless, she recalled that Yifeng was a disciple of Hongjun, and thus his power could not surpass that of his master. Given that Yifeng had not engaged in any malevolent actions, she felt reassured. Thank you, junior brother, for your assistance in helping me attain sagehood. Should you have no other matters, please feel free to visit the palace. Nuwa offered. Yifeng replied. I appreciate your kind invitation, but I must decline as there are matters requiring my attention. With a swift motion, he vanished, leaving no trace of his presence. Nuwa, accustomed to his nature, bore no expression of disappointment. After Yifeng's departure, she took Ling Zhuzi and returned to the palace of Nuwa Empress. As Yifeng made his way towards the northern Julu continent, he noticed the continuous deaths among the human race Nuwa had created. Initially numbering in the millions, their count had dwindled significantly. Yifeng, however, was unaware of the time disparity between the celestial realm and the primordial earth, where one day in heaven equated to a year on earth. Though only half a day had passed for Yifeng in the celestial realm, 6 months had elapsed on the ground. The newly born human race remains oblivious to the celestial timing and the advantageous terrain, lacking the formidable strength to confront the primordial beasts that perpetually threaten their existence. Currently, the remnants of humanity are less than half of their original number. Witnessing this plight, Yifeng may have felt a surge of compassion, or perhaps it is because he is a descendant of these countless primordial beings. He turned and made his way to the gathering place of the human race. As he approached, the sky bore witness to his arrival, and all the humans rose in unison, gazing at Yifeng with trepidation as if facing a formidable foe. Upon recognizing him, they fell to their knees in tears, exclaiming, "We have encountered the immortal. Please, immortal, save us. We are fortunate to exist between heaven and earth by the grace of the goddess Nuwa, yet we know not how to sustain ourselves. And now we have lost more than half of our kin." The speaker was an elderly man, the current leader of the human race. Observing the dire situation, Yifeng realized that the once vibrant future seemed dim. Yet he understood that development must follow a certain process. Contemplating this, he remarked, "You humans must endure hardships, but remember that your fate is intertwined with the heavens, that I shall impart to you a technique for cultivation, through which you may safeguard yourselves. It is imperative to remember that if you wish to survive in this vast primordial realm, you must rely on your own strength. No one will come to your aid if you do not become formidable." With that, Yifeng created a cultivation method named endless vitality, signifying that the human race must strive for self-improvement, standing resilient in this primordial land. This technique comprises 7 realms, the pinnacle of which reaches the great Luo golden immortal level. He then shared some fundamental knowledge of survival with the human race before taking his leave. As Yifeng departed, the elder inquired about his name, wishing to commemorate him with a monument. But Yifeng refrained from revealing it, simply stating, "In due time, fate will unveil it. Do not force the matter." With Yifeng's assistance, the human race began to flourish rapidly. Unbeknownst to him, although he had only shared basic knowledge, it was an invaluable treasure for these nascent beings. From that moment on, Yifeng was etched in the hearts of the human race as a symbol of gratitude. Little did he know that his momentary act of kindness would inadvertently lead the human race into numerous tribulations in the future. All things undergo a phase of development, and as a reincarnated individual, Yifeng was unaware that his actions were akin to hastening growth, with the heavenly principles observing closely. Nevertheless, the name bestowed upon him by the elder, Jieyin, also known as Xianyuan, would guide him as he led the human race towards a prosperous future on a certain day. Jieyin led the remaining humans forward when a young man from the tribe reported that ahead lay a hill, an ideal dwelling place. Jieyin went to investigate and found the area lush with green grass, a clear stream flowing from afar, and abundant spiritual energy in the mountains, with rabbits and wild boars frolicking about. This sight filled Jieyin with joy. He led his people to explore many caves in the vicinity, settling down there and naming it Wanxiu, also known as Xianyuan Hill, with a stream referred to as Xianyuan Water. Jieyin also passed on Yifeng's endless vitality technique to some of the humans, resulting in significant growth for the race. Though Yifeng had chosen not to disclose his name, the kind-hearted and simple-minded humans erected a statue in his honor, referring to him as the great emperor of creation, placing him alongside the statue of Nuwa. Yifeng was aware of their actions, but chose not to intervene. Recognizing it as a sincere expression of gratitude from these humble beings, they lacked the wealth of modern society, but honored him with their respect, a sentiment that would remain irreplaceable for future generations. Nuwa sensed this in the Huang Palace, smiled, and resumed her cultivation. Upon returning to Pangu Mountain, Yifeng observed that, apart from the Phoenix clan, many other races had begun to appear, including various demons and monsters. However, Yifeng did not seek to eradicate them. Having established the Academy of Creation, he intended to enact the principles of creation. Kong Xian and his companions were busy assessing disciples, and Yifeng instructed them to accept anyone of good character who wished to become a disciple. He did not want to foster disciples who would betray their master, leaving behind a legacy of infamy. This time, the Academy of Creation had already welcomed dozens of members, aside from his two primary disciples, Feng Ling and Long Yun, along with the three protectors Kong Xian, De Peng, and Kai Feng. Yifeng entrusted the Pangu creation technique to Feng Ling for her to teach, while the chaotic golden body was passed on to his two disciples. Chapter 23. The Gathering of Saints and the Emergence of Hongjun. The arrival of the Celestial Assembly to hear the teachings of the newly established Academy of Creation attracted many demons and monsters from the North Jilu Prefecture. However, the other leaders did not hold a favorable view of this. Yet Yifeng remained indifferent to their opinions. Laozi, the foremost of the three pure ones and the chief disciple of Hongjun, possessed the highest cultivation among them aside from Yifeng. Thus, sensing the heavenly will, he was able to calculate the unfolding events one day. While lecturing in the Doshui Palace, Laozi felt a sense of unease. Prompting him to cease his teachings, he instructed Xuandu to lead the Azure Bull forth into the Primordial land. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Wanqiu, where he beheld the human race crafted by Nuwa. Perhaps sensing the heavenly energy, he discerned the path to his own enlightenment. He asked Xuandu to guide the Azure Bull to the human dwelling at this moment. The humans had already informed Jieyin of Laozi's arrival. Jieyin approached, bowing before the old man on the bull. "May I ask, esteemed immortal, the purpose of your visit?" Laozi replied, "I am Laozi, the chief disciple of Hongjun, and I have come to visit the human race due to our shared destiny." Upon observing the frail and poorly clothed humans, Laozi felt a flicker of compassion. This flicker of compassion ultimately became the key to his own enlightenment. Sensing the heavenly mechanisms, he proclaimed, "I am Laozi, the chief disciple of Hongjun. Today, witnessing the poverty and lack of education among the human race, I shall establish a great teaching to enlighten them, utilizing the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, to stabilize the fate of this teaching." With that, Laozi cast the Taiji diagram into the sky, and it radiated a dazzling golden light that illuminated the entire primordial land. At that moment, a spectrum of seven-colored light flashed from beyond the heavens. Descending upon Laozi, guided by the primordial purple energy, Laozi instantly attained sagehood, and a fragrant aroma wafted across the primordial land, healing those among the humans who suffered from ailments. Subsequently, a wave of pressure swept across the primordial land, and all beings felt the might of Laozi's enlightenment, kneeling before him and exclaiming, "Sage, you are merciful." Laozi's attainment of sagehood did not diminish his merits for teaching. Rather, his formidable power surged forth, allowing him to comprehend matters that had previously eluded him. Flowing like a mighty river, before long, countless lights illuminated the surroundings as an assembly of deities arrived, each drawn by the news of Laozi's enlightenment. Nuwa, swift of foot, reached Wanqiu first, extending her hands in salute. "Congratulations, elder brother, on attaining sagehood." Laozi, rarely displaying a smile, responded, "I owe my gratitude to you, sister. Without your creation of a human race, how could I have attained sagehood?" Nuwa, aware of the underlying significance, remarked as fellow disciples, "It is only right to assist one another." With that, she refrained from further discourse. The humans, upon seeing Nuwa, also bowed in reverence. "We greet the Holy Mother." Nuwa noted that while the human race was still small in number, they had improved slightly compared to when she first created them, attributing it to their natural development and not scrutinizing it further. Soon after, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian arrived beside Laozi, their faces adorned with smiles. Yuan Shi exclaimed, "Congratulations, elder brother. I did not expect sister to attain sagehood so swiftly after her own enlightenment." Filled with admiration, he approached and bowed. "Congratulations on your sagehood." Tong Tian followed suit, also offering his congratulations without saying much more. Laozi, understanding Tong Tian's nature, remained silent, aware of the changes that had transpired since their separation at Kunlun Mountain. Before long, the two figures from the west arrived, sensing Laozi's attainment of sagehood, and they all approached to extend their congratulations at Yifeng. Witnessing Laozi's elevation, felt compelled to join the gathering, for as a fellow disciple, his absence might cause Laozi to feel slighted. Seeing the assemblage of deities, Laozi's smile broadened. Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, and the others, having witnessed Laozi's enlightenment, were inspired and sat down to meditate. Shortly thereafter, Yuan Shi spoke first. I am Yuan Shi, the second disciple of Hongjun, that I have felt the heavenly mechanisms and shall establish a teaching named Chan teaching, to elucidate the heavenly will, using the innate treasure, the Pangu banner, as the foundation of our teachings. With that, the Pangu banner soared into the sky, expanding to a colossal size, and a cascade of 7-colored light descended, enveloping Yuan Shi as he attained sagehood. Next, Tong Tian declared, I am Tong Tian, the third disciple of Hongjun. Today, sensing the heavenly mechanisms, I shall establish a teaching named Jie teaching, to seize the slender thread of opportunity beneath the heavenly path, using the 4 swords of extermination as the foundation of our teachings. As he spoke, the 4 swords of extermination materialized above his head, transforming into a majestic size, and a flash of 7-colored light illuminated the sky as Tong Tian ascended to sagehood. The deities were left in awe, wondering if attaining sagehood was truly so effortless. Unbeknownst to them, the 3 pure ones, Nuwa, and the 2 from the west were all recognized by Hongjun as worthy of the title of sage. And since Hongjun acted in accordance with the heavenly will, their accomplishments came naturally and effortlessly. Before the deities could fully comprehend the situation, the 2 figures from the west revealed their 12-petal lotus platforms. As one person revealed the purple gold bowl, 2 others simultaneously proclaimed, We are the 4th or 5th disciples of Hongjun. Today, feeling the heavenly machinations, despite the barren land of Western Yozhou, we must establish a great doctrine, cultivate the golden body of Buddha, and create the world of ultimate bliss. Thus, we make a grand vow to enlighten the world, establishing Mahayana Buddhism. The 2 continue to express a multitude of lofty aspirations. As the 12-petaled lotus platform and the purple gold bowl transformed into colossal sizes that moment, a swirl of 7-colored divine light descended from the heavens, and the 2 instantly attained sainthood. The celestial beings, however, awaited Yi Feng's ascension to sainthood. Yet, after a considerable time with no sign of his advancement, they all approached to offer their congratulations to the newly anointed saints. The celestial beings were eager to cultivate these relationships in advance to ensure their own survival in the future. With several saints having achieved their status, Zhunti felt a surge of joy. After attaining sainthood, many opportunities would now open to him. Previously fearful of Yifeng, that fear dissipated, for he understood that saints are immortal. Casting a glance at Yifeng, he remarked, Junior brother, why have you yet to attain the Tao? Perhaps your opportunity has not yet arrived. Upon finishing, he looked at Yifeng with a beaming smile. Yifeng, aware of Zhunti's thoughts, replied, What does it matter whether one attains the Tao or not? We are but insignificant ants beneath the heavens. Furthermore, what is seen with the eyes is not necessarily the truth. Yifeng reiterated the words he once shared with Nuwa. Zhunti chuckled softly, but chose not to respond. At that moment, a figure descended from the outer heavens, none other than Hongjun Laozu. Although the saints had achieved their revered status, they still treated Hongjun with the utmost respect. All the saints exclaimed, We greet our master. Hongjun released an aura of power, causing the saints to be greatly alarmed. They had not anticipated that, even after attaining sainthood, they would still lack the strength to resist Hongjun. They silently speculated about his might. Hongjun paid no heed to the saints and looked at Yifeng, stating, All saints have gathered. It is time for Hongjun to reappear. After a moment's contemplation, he added, With all saints present, remember that the grand momentum must not change. Saints must not intervene. The saints were taken aback. Not so much by Hongjun's decree that saints must not intervene, but by the realization that they had no idea when Yifeng had attained sainthood. Of course, it was no surprise. Hongjun himself was unaware. So how could they possibly know? Then Hongjun continued, You are all saints. You must understand that as long as the heavens and earth endure, so too shall the saints. You must be mindful not to let this world fall out of balance and suffer harm. With that, he vanished once more. Subsequently, the celestial beings departed, while Laozi returned to the outer heavens to reopen the cosmos and establish the Daoshui Palace. Tongtian, however, chose not to venture there, but remained at his Biao Palace. While Yuanshi also refrained from establishing a new venue and returned to Kunlun Mountain, which was already a rare paradise. The two who founded Mahayana Buddhism returned to West Yozhou, officially transforming Qianfu Mountain and the Qianfu Hall into a Buddhist sanctuary. With their attainment of sainthood, they were able to guide many souls, marking the beginning of their grand endeavors in Buddhism. In no time, the primordial earth was thrown into disarray, with saints gathering from all directions. Those not affiliated with the Wu and Yao tribes flocked to various sanctuaries to seek discipleship. Laozi remained in the outer heavens, where the celestial beings could not reach him, while others made their way to Kunlun Mountain. Yuanshi was particularly stringent in accepting disciples, making it generally difficult for most to enter the Chan teachings. The celestial beings of West Yozhou, however, were met with skepticism. Many regarded the land as barren and were disinclined to pursue a path as monks. Observing this, Zhunti announced throughout the primordial earth that anyone who sincerely wished to follow Buddhism could do so while retaining their hair, which attracted many followers, including Mo, Jia, Mithriya, and Dizong. The remaining celestial beings, seeing the unfavorable conditions in North Zhou, directed their efforts towards the Biao Palace in the East Sea, where Tongtian welcomed all without exception. Henceforth, tales of the East Sea Biao Palace became widely known, with many celestial beings arriving. Tongtian found joy in their arrival, keeping his mouth agape in delight. Each of the three sisters began to expound on their respective doctrines in their own sanctuaries. Laozi spent his days teaching at Xuandu, greatly benefiting Xuandu in the process. Yuanshi would hold lectures periodically, but apart from his few treasured disciples, the rest found it exceedingly difficult to gain entry into his teachings and had to find a spot on the mountain to listen attentively. Tongtian set up a venue outside the hall, where he sweetly shared the Tao. Although his disciples were many, all were treated equally. Despite their varying levels of cultivation, the opportunity to receive teachings from a saint proved to be immensely beneficial. Although Yifeng of Pangu Mountain had little interest in such matters, with the great doctrine now established, he considered the cultivation of others and, for future endeavors, set up a high platform in front of the Zhaohua Hall. Occasionally delivering lectures on the Dao.at this time, Feng Linger had reached the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, just a step away from becoming a quasi-saint, while Long Yun had already achieved quasi-saint status. The two were overjoyed at having such a revered master as a powerful ally, thinking of the security it would afford them in times of trouble. Little did Yifeng know their thoughts. Had he been aware, he would have been greatly vexed. The two Buddhist founders were proactive, recognizing their shortcomings, and thus held teachings daily and monthly, enabling even the cicadas to attain enlightenment and transform into golden cicadas. Nuwa, having not taken in disciples, found herself enjoying a much quieter life. Chapter 24. The three sisters commanded to roam the primordial world. The red-furred monkey plays with three maidens one day, after Tongtian concluded his teachings at the ECBO Palace. He summoned the three sisters, who were left puzzled as to his intentions. They stood patiently, awaiting his instructions. After a brief moment, Tongtian raised his head, lost in thought, and said to the three sisters, "You are all beloved disciples of mine. However, remaining in this Biao Palace all day is not beneficial for your cultivation. It would be better for you to venture out and explore the world." Upon hearing Tongtian's words, the sisters' expressions changed dramatically. The youngest, Bixiao, whose temperament was also the most impatient, began to tear up, exclaiming, "Master, have I done something wrong? Why do you wish to send my sisters and me away?" Unable to hold back her tears, she began to weep profusely. Tongtian, seeing Bixiao's distress, stepped down from the high platform, approached her, and gently lifted her chin, saying, "Child, I only wish for you to avoid boredom on this island, which could hinder your cultivation. A journey will broaden your horizons and temper your character." Bixiao looked up at Tongtian, skepticism written on her face. "Master, you are not deceiving us, are you?" She tugged at his sleeve. Tongtian laughed heartily. "Do you doubt me? I am a revered saint. My words carry weight." He affectionately ruffled Bixiao's hair. Yunxiao, the eldest sister, was comparatively more composed. Upon seeing Tong Tian's demeanor, she chimed in, "Sister, at your age, you should refrain from crying so easily. Do you not fear being ridiculed?" Saying this, she too could not help but chuckle lightly. Bixiao hastily wiped her tears and playfully chased after Yin Xiao, and the three sisters began a frolic before Tong Tian, who watched them with a benevolent smile. After a while, Yin Xiao, sensing the seriousness of the matter, halted her two younger sisters and approached Tong Tian, saying, "Master, please guide us on our journey, since we became your disciples. We have not left this Bo palace and do not know where to go." Xiong Xiao and Bixiao looked at Tong Tian with curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, Tong Tian replied, "You may travel to North Juluzhou, which is now the territory of your seventh master. When you arrive there, simply mention his name, and you will be safe. You may also visit Pangu Mountain to pay respects to your seventh master and convey my regards." The three sisters, upon hearing Tong Tian's words, collected themselves and prepared to depart. As they exited the grand hall, Tong Tian remained within the palace, speaking to himself. "Ah, junior brother, you harbor many secrets, and your cultivation is so high that none of us may compare." Tong Tian, being meticulous, observed everything keenly despite appearing unassuming at times. The three sisters each possessed innate treasures. Yin Xiao wielded the primordial golden dipper, which would later be used as a toilet. It could capture enemies and strip them of their treasures and powers. Xiong Xiao possessed a pair of scissors fashioned from the essence of two dragon serpents, gathering the spirit of heaven and earth, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, and soaring through the skies. Cloaked in auspicious clouds, Bixiao wielded the eye-piercing pearl, derived from the solitary eye of a cold-scaled fish, tempered through millennia of icy refinement, transparent and luminescent. The owner need only infuse a small amount of celestial energy for the pearl to emit a blinding light, specifically designed to harm one's eyesight. The next day, the three sisters bid farewell to Tong Tian and their fellow disciples, setting forth from the East Sea towards North Juluzhou. The distance between the East Sea and North Juluzhou was not great, and as they traveled, they delighted in their exploration and growth, making their way towards Pangu Mountain. On this day, as they reached the outskirts of North Juluzhou, they encountered swirling toxic mists and lurking wild beasts. Despite their formidable powers, the girls were startled by the wild creatures. They activated their protective shields and ventured into North Juluzhou, but within moments, they caught a glimpse of a dark shadow darting past, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. The elusive figure appeared and disappeared around them, and though Yin Xiao, a great Luo golden immortal, could not grasp it, she discerned it bore a resemblance to a monkey. The three sisters halted their advance, but suddenly rain began to pour around them. Despite their protective shields, they found themselves drenched as they struggled against the deluge. A towering, red-furred monkey, towering at least 10 feet tall, appeared before them, its eyes glowing ominously red and foreboding. It is said that within the celestial realm, there exist 5 immortals, deities of heaven, earth, spirits, and ghosts, alongside 5 creatures, scaled, feathered, fuzzy, and insectoid. This monkey was neither heavenly, earthly, divine, human, nor ghostly. Nor was it any of the 5 types of creatures. It belonged to a distinct category entirely, embodying a chaotic essence that transcended classification. The red-haired great monkey is none other than the cheeky Mammon, one of the 4 mischievous monkeys. The 4 are the Lingming stone monkey, adept in transformation, aware of celestial timings and earthly advantages, capable of shifting stars and altering constellations. The cheeky Mammon, knowledgeable of yin and yang, proficient in human affairs, skilled in evasion and prolonging life. The Tongbi gibbon, who seizes the sun and moon, compresses mountains, discerns fortune and misfortune, and manipulates the cosmos. And the Lu Maimon, who excels in auditory perception, discerning principles, understanding the past and future, and comprehending all things. The cheeky Mammon, in particular, possesses a remarkable ability to control water, to the extent that even the ancestral deity Gong dares not claim superiority in the art of hydromancy over him. Though the cheeky Mammon has yet to reach full maturity, its innate talents are formidable. Despite the superior cultivation of the three beings from Yinxiao, they find themselves at a slight disadvantage due to the cheeky Mammon's natural swiftness. The cheeky Mammon approaches the trio cautiously, observing their drenched forms, and bursts into a hearty laugh, unable to speak yet clearly reveling in their misfortune. In a moment of impatience, Qiongxiao brandishes the golden cicada scissors, intent on confronting the monkey. Sensing the scissors' formidable power, the cheeky Mammon swiftly vanishes from sight. The rain that had been drenching the three also ceases. Yinxiao, probing with his divine sense, finds no trace of the cheeky Mammon. Silently marveling at its speed, Bixiao, with pouted cheeks, declares, "Next time I see that rascal, I shall surely blind it." The fleeing cheeky Mammon pauses abruptly. The trio, having dried their clothes with their powers, makes their way toward Pangu Mountain. On this day, Longyun transforms into a 2-meter-long, 7-color dragon, patrolling the vicinity of Pangu Mountain. He had exerted considerable effort to escape the clutches of Feng Linger and now soars joyfully through the skies. However, he is soon startled by a distant voice. "Sister, look at that little dragon. It's so beautiful. Let us catch it and play." This voice belongs to Bixiao, one of Yunxiao's companions. Longyun shivers at the sound. Recognizing it as Feng Linger, turning to face the trio, he notices their inferior cultivation and glares at them. Yet this only incites Bixiao to exclaim that they should capture him. Longyun, adopting his human form, exclaims loudly, "You wild girl, how dare you cause trouble in the Tao of creation?" His expression is one of indignation. Yunxiao, realizing that Longyun has transformed, addresses him respectfully. "Greetings, fellow cultivator. We are Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao, disciples of the Tontian saint from the EC's Bio Palace." My younger sister spoke thoughtlessly. "I hope you will not take offense." He gestures to introduce his sisters. He then continues, "We have come under the guidance of our master to visit our esteemed Uncle Qi." Longyun, upon learning they are disciples of Tontian, though unfamiliar with them, acknowledges Tontian as Yifeng's senior brother. He recalls Tontian's previous visit to congratulate Yifeng on the establishment of the Tao of creation, noting the numerous attendees he had not met. Thus, he does not dare to be dismissive, saying, "Ah, so you're the 3 junior sisters wishing to see my master. Please follow me." He leads the way. As the trio enters Pangu Mountain, they are immediately struck by its grandeur. The mountain is vibrant with life and enveloped in ethereal energy, leaving them envious. Though Bio Palace is also a place of celestial blessings, it pales in comparison to Pangu Mountain. Unbeknownst to them, they are led deeper into the mountain by Longyun. Before they can fully comprehend their surroundings, a melodious voice resonates. "Xiaojin, where have you run off to? Your senior sister has been searching for you." With that, a tall, green-clad woman appears, revealing herself to be Feng Linga. Her sudden presence captivates the trio. Despite their own beauty, they find themselves overshadowed by her radiance. Upon hearing her voice, Longyun addresses the trio. "Esteemed junior sisters, I must take my leave that my senior sister has arrived to escort you to meet our master." With that, he vanishes in an instant. Feng Linger approaches the trio and greets them. "Greetings, fellow cultivators. May I inquire as to your purpose in visiting Pangu Mountain?" After another round of introductions, Feng Linger, beaming with joy, leads them to meet Yifeng, adopting a sisterly demeanor as if they were long-lost kin. On their way to the Hall of Creation, she inquires whether they have seen Xiaojin, prompting laughter among the trio as she inadvertently promotes Longyun's merits. Once the 3 have departed, Longyun cautiously reveals his head from Pangu Mountain, inwardly exclaiming, "That was close." Although he is now a disciple of Yifeng, he is still treated by Feng Linger like a pet. Yet her nature is not one of cruelty. She simply seeks companionship in her boredom. Longyun holds deep admiration for her in every aspect, save for the times she playfully yanks at his horns. Reflecting on this, he sighs. It is challenging to cater to a young lady. With that thought, he resumes his patrol of Pangu Mountain. Meanwhile, the fleeing cheeky Mammon finds refuge in a cave, lamenting, "Once again, I have encountered a formidable obstacle." Though it harbors no ill intentions, the mischievous monkey, seeking amusement, had ventured north to play pranks on others. Unable to contend with stronger beings, it would flee, grateful that it had yet to encounter a truly powerful entity. Otherwise, even its swiftness might not save it from defeat. Chapter 25. The celestial garment suited for beauties. Bi Xiao complains to punish the spirit monkey. The trio of Yin Xiao is led by Feng Linger into the Hall of Creation, where they feel a unique charm. Modern individuals often perceive others' possessions as superior to their own, oblivious to their own treasures. Wai Feng sits with his eyes closed atop a high platform. Upon their arrival, he remains silent, prompting Feng Linger to urge, "Master, our uncle Tontian's beloved disciples have come to see you. Shouldn't you open your eyes to greet them?" She rushes to his side, but Wai Feng feels helpless toward this girl. Recognizing that his indulgence has spoiled her, he opens his eyes and looks at Feng Linger, saying, "It is you who has been spoiled by me." Then he turns his gaze toward the trio. Yi Feng had known of them since the 21st century, and now, seeing them in person, is astonished by the unpredictability of fate. Who would have thought he would meet them today as his juniors? The trio bows deeply. Yin Xiao, Qiang Xiao, and Bi Xiao pay their respects to Uncle Qi, wishing you eternal peace. They respectfully bow several times, leaving Yi Feng feeling somewhat embarrassed, realizing that those he once admired are now bowing before him. He replies, "There is no need for such formalities. The Tao of creation does not emphasize these rituals. You may be at ease." Although the trio hears Yi Feng's words, they still dare not neglect their respect. Once formalities are over, Yin Xiao speaks, "We three sisters have come to pay our respects to Uncle Qi at our master's behest. Before we arrived, our master instructed us to convey his regards to you." She gazes at Yi Feng with utmost reverence. Why Yi Feng thinks to himself, Yin Xiao truly exemplifies the rare talents among the disciples of Jiejiao. Not only is her cultivation formidable, but her demeanor and conduct are also commendable. He responds, "With your master thinking fondly of you, you should enjoy your time here in North Julu, as it will be beneficial for your cultivation." He smiles warmly at the trio. However, Bi Xiao, still vexed by the earlier antics of the cheeky Mammon, knowing Yi Feng's esteemed status, speaks up, "Uncle, I hope you will take my grievances into account." She bows respectfully toward Yi Feng. Yin Xiao, unaware of Bi Xiao's intentions, tries to signal her to remain silent, but Bi Xiao feigns ignorance, leaving Yin Xiao blushing with frustration. Yin Xiao, being a person of measured conduct, fears that Bi Xiao's words might inadvertently offend Yi Feng, hence her concern at why Yi Feng, observing this, says, "Yin Xiao, there is no need for such caution. Let Bi Xiao speak her mind." Bi Xiao, encouraged by Yi Feng's words, boldly states, "Uncle, we three sisters came to Pangu Mountain to pay our respects, but along the way, we were tormented by a red-haired great monkey that drenched us with water. I implore you to take action on our behalf." Her face flushes with indignation, making her quite endearing. Wai Feng furrows his brow at her words, then calculates briefly before relaxing his expression, saying, "I did not expect it to be that troublesome monkey." He then declares, "Very well, I shall take care of it for you." With that, he extends his hand and grasps the cheeky Mammon, pulling it into the Hall of Creation. The cheeky Mammon, unaware of its impending capture while hiding in its cave, is suddenly seized and transported to the hall. Upon arrival, it attempts to flee but finds itself unable to move despite its efforts to channel its powers. Realizing the futility of resistance, it glances around and recognizes its location. Understanding that it cannot provoke anyone here, especially not the one in charge of Pangu Mountain. Knowing the reputation of Pangu Mountain's inhabitants, the cheeky Mammon relinquishes its struggle. Now, captured by Yi Feng, the cheeky Mammon shrinks to a size resembling that of an ordinary monkey, its vibrant red fur adding a touch of charm. Feng Linger gazes at it with sparkling eyes. Contemplating her next move, Bi Xiao fixes a furious glare upon the cheeky Mammon, and seeing it unable to escape, turns to Yi Feng, saying, "Uncle, this wild monkey is the one who tormented my sisters and me. I ask that you deliver justice." She looks at Yi Feng with hopeful anticipation, but Wai Yi Feng chuckles and replies, "Very well, let Bi Xiao decide the fate of this wild monkey." Upon witnessing the scene, even the dim-witted red-bottomed monkey realized that Yi Feng had brought him here to vent his frustrations on these women. Hastily, he adopted a posture of supplication. Observing this, Yi Feng remarked, "You wretch, you are indeed bold. If I do not teach you a lesson now, you shall never learn." With that, he turned his gaze away from the monkey's pitiful expression. signaling Yin Xiao and the others to proceed as they pleased. That moment, the red-bottomed monkey found himself bound and unable to move, his face a mask of fear as he looked at Bi Xiao and the others, also displaying a pleading demeanor. Seeing this, Yin Xiao felt a pang of compassion. After all, the monkey had merely drenched them and had not committed any heinous acts. Softening, she contemplated asking Bi Xiao to spare the red-bottomed monkey. However, before anyone could react, Bi Xiao rushed forward. Feng Ling'er and Yun Xiao Qiongxiao closed their eyes, not daring to watch, while Yifeng looked on with amusement. The red-bottomed monkey shut his eyes tight, bracing for the impending punishment. To his surprise, Bi Xiao approached the red-bottomed monkey and began to tug at him playfully. After a moment of silence, Feng Ling'er and the others opened their eyes, only to burst into laughter, their bellies aching from mirth. They had expected Bi Xiao to unleash a fierce attack, yet her actions were nothing of the sort. The red-bottomed monkey, anticipating a grim fate, was astonished to find Bi Xiao's face adorned with a fierce expression as she continued to tug at him. Being an astute creature, the monkey understood that if he could just endure until Bi Xiao calmed down, he would be in the clear. Thus, he feigned agony, contorting his face in exaggerated pain. Seeing this, Feng Ling'er and the others joined in, which genuinely made the red-bottomed monkey yelp in distress. However, Feng Ling'er employed her powers, and regardless of the monkey's resilient physique, he bore marks of bruises all over. After a while, the women grew tired and ceased their antics. The red-bottomed monkey, equally exhausted, was relieved when they finally withdrew to their seats. Yifeng watched in astonishment, pondering if these were indeed the revered deities that people would speak of in reverence in the future. The red-bottomed monkey, having narrowly escaped death, rose to bow to the group. Yifeng then addressed Bi Xiao. "Have you had your fill of fun?" Bi Xiao respectfully replied, "Thank you, Shu, for your kindness. I no longer feel wronged." With a mischievous grin, she cast her gaze upon the red-bottomed monkey, who felt a shiver run down his spine at her stare. Yifeng continued, "Linger, take a few of them to explore Pangu Mountain and treat our esteemed guests well." With a wave of his hand, he instructed them to depart. As they left, Feng Ling'er shot a fleeting glance at the red-bottomed monkey, causing him to feel an unsettling flutter in his heart. Once the deities had exited, Yifeng regarded the red-bottomed monkey with keen interest. The monkey, knowing he was not permitted to leave, had no choice but to kneel obediently within the grand hall. Yifeng spoke, "Red-bottomed monkey, you, one of the 4 great spirit monkeys of heaven and earth, have squandered a remarkable opportunity. With your talents, had you committed to diligent training, you would not find yourself in such a pitiful state now." After a moment of scrutinizing the monkey, he continued, "Would you be willing to cultivate here at Pangu Mountain?" The red-bottomed monkey was taken aback. Thinking he had misheard, cautiously he inquired, "You mean I can cultivate at Pangu Mountain?" Yifeng found amusement in the monkey's reaction and affirmed, "Yes, from now on, you shall cultivate here. When I impart teachings, you may also attend." The monkey, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, "Thank you, master." He then respectfully bowed 3 times, thus becoming a disciple of Yifeng. Feng Ling'er spent several days exploring Pangu Mountain with Qiongxiao and the others, growing familiar with them. Laughter often echoed throughout the mountain, and the usually tranquil dragon cloud found respite from Feng Ling'er's antics. Meanwhile, the red-bottomed monkey, under Yifeng's guidance, was instructed to learn fundamental knowledge and techniques from Dragon Cloud. True to his reputation as one of the 4 great spirit monkeys, the monkey's cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate. Occasionally, Dragon Cloud would tease him lightly, but he was far more restrained than Feng Ling'er, and knowing that Yifeng had high hopes for the monkey's future. Time flowed unceasingly, and when Qiongxiao and the others felt they had played enough, they took their leave to return to the Baiyao Palace. Yifeng, seeing them off, did not attempt to retain them. He gifted each of them a piece of innate spiritual treasure that he had discovered during his past adventures with Pangu. Each treasure was tailored to the women. Yun Xiao received the rainbow feathered garment, Qiongxiao the rain-soaked celestial robe, and Bi Xiao the ethereal 7-colored attire. All women delighted in such treasures. Even Yun Xiao was taken by surprise. Yifeng's gifts were intended for the challenges the 3 would face in the future. Noting the bond between them and his disciple, he felt generous. With a playful remark, he said, "Celestial garments suit beautiful maidens." This comment elicited delightful laughter from the women, though Feng Ling'er pouted, claiming Yi Feng always shared his treasures with others and never with her. Yi Feng, with a resigned smile, wished to prevent Feng Ling'er from relying too heavily on magical artifacts. However, seeing her pitiful demeanor, he gifted her a suit of armor, the 9-colored phoenix garment, to appease her. After returning to the Bai Yao Palace, Xiao recounted the events to Tong Tun, who appeared quite flustered. It dawned on him that Yi Feng's lavish gifts would pose a dilemma for him in the future. He had few treasures to begin with and was left wondering how he would reciprocate Yi Feng's generosity. Beyond the 4 swords bestowed by Hong Jun, he possessed little else, and now he found himself in a quandary about how to repay Yi Feng. However, Tong Tian was overthinking the matter. Yi Feng's gifts to Xiao and the others were simply a gesture of goodwill, as he felt a connection with them, and he was not concerned about any expected reciprocation. Chapter 26. The summit of Buzhou Mountain reveals a treasure land. The demon-subduing banner summons the gathered demons since Nuwa's ascension to sainthood. Several millennia had passed, and the demon race could no longer endure their plight. The cunning demon master Kunpeng had observed the growing strength of the demon race and sought to exploit the conflict between the 2 demon emperors and the witch race for his own gain. The 2 demon emperors were ambitious individuals, merely seeking a pretext, and they found common ground with Kunpeng. One day, while patrolling the summit of Buzhou Mountain, the Eastern Emperor Tai discovered a new realm atop the mountain. Yi Feng had once known of this new domain, but had not moved it. Hoping for the smooth development of the affairs between the demon and crane races, little did he expect that Eastern Emperor Tai would discover it so soon. Upon seeing the ethereal energy and auspicious aura emanating from this new realm, which seemed to house the spiritual essence of the 4 great continents, he shared his findings with Jieyin. After deliberation, they devised a plan. On that day, as Eastern Emperor Tai and Jieyin were discussing matters within the Demon Emperor's palace, Kunpeng arrived. He joyfully greeted the 2 emperors. Greetings to the 2 demon emperors. After Jieyin invited him to refrain from bowing, he inquired, "Why are you not cultivating in the northern sea, Kunpeng? Do you have urgent matters to discuss?" Kunpeng, maintaining a non-committal expression while glancing at both emperors, replied, "I wonder if the newly discovered dwelling is satisfactory for you both." With a grin, he observed their reactions. The 2 emperors exchanged puzzled glances, suspecting Kunpeng's ulterior motives, and Eastern Emperor Tai, with a frown, retorted, "Kunpeng, we are all allies. If you have something to say, please do not beat around the bush." Kunpeng, sensing the emperor's displeasure, replied, "There is no need for haste. Allow me to elaborate." After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Since the great Pangu sacrifice, our demon race has persisted upon this vast land, and we have long been a formidable presence. Others dare not show us disrespect, even the Sanqing, who are merely incarnations of Pangu's essence. Treat us with some deference." He paused, collecting his thoughts before adding, "Moreover, with the joyous news of Nuwa's ascension to the status of a Hunyuan saint, our demon race is undoubtedly powerful. Nowadays, few dare to challenge our authority in this vast land. Yet there will always be a few obstinate individuals, such as those of the witch race." Observing the expressions of Eastern Emperor Tai and Jieyin, Kunpeng continued, "By the grace of heaven, the recent discovery of this isolated realm should mark the perfect opportunity for our demon race to establish a grand endeavor. Why not use this place to establish a heavenly court and command the world, showcasing the might of our demon race?" He looked at the 2 emperors with great enthusiasm, convinced they would heed his counsel, though he understood the need for a process to gain their approval. After all, the 2 emperors represented the dignity of the demon race, and their endorsement was essential. Upon hearing Kunpeng's proposal, Eastern Emperor Tai and Jieyin exchanged knowing smiles, leaving Kunpeng momentarily bewildered, unsure of their intentions. After a pause, Jieyin finally spoke, "Kunpeng, your efforts for our demon race are indeed commendable. My brother and I express our gratitude to you." After expressing their gratitude to Kunpeng, both Dongwang Tai and Emperor Jun rose to their feet, and Kunpeng hurriedly returned the gesture. Emperor Jun then remarked, "The intention of the demon master aligns perfectly with the desires of my brother and me. In this vast demon clan, if we do not claim dominion over this primordial land, who will?" Upon finishing his statement, a powerful aura emanated from Emperor Jun, causing all the demons within the Mount Buzhou to feel it and kneel in reverence. At that moment, Dong Wang Tai interjected, "The matter spoken of by the demon master can commence shortly. However, before that, I must venture outside for a while." The two exchanged a knowing smile, and Dong Huang Tai vanished from the demon emperor's hall. Meanwhile, the demon master made his way to the northern sea, awaiting the summons of Emperor Jun, and Dong Wang Tai exited the demon emperor's hall. He headed towards the outer heavens and soon arrived at a magnificent palace, which was none other than the palace of Nuwa. With a swift motion, he appeared at the entrance of the grand hall, where he encountered a small boy dressed in a red belly band and sporting 2 skyward braids, standing at the threshold. Upon noticing Dong Huang Tai's arrival, the boy shouted in a childish voice, "Who dares to intrude upon the palace of Nuwa? Do you not know this is the place for Our Lady's cultivation? Depart at once, lest you face my wrath." With that, he shook his tiny fist, looking adorably fierce. Dong Huang Tai smiled at this spirited little one, thinking to himself that Ling Zuzi would never grow up. Despite his status as a great demon emperor, he could not bring himself to argue with the child. He replied, "Please inform Lady Nuwa that Dong Wang Tai seeks an audience." Just then, a calm voice echoed, "Ling Zuzi, do not be rude. You may escort the demon emperor inside." Ling Zuzi, still pouting, looked at Dong Wang Tai and said, "Come on, I'll take you in to see the lady, but you mustn't look around carelessly. Be wary of inciting her displeasure." With that, he led the way inside. And Dong Wang Tai, shaking his head in amusement at the child's antics, followed suit. Shortly thereafter, they arrived within the hall. Ling Zuzi promptly positioned himself behind Nuwa, who also had a small attendant, a delightful child created from a fragment of colorful cloud, whom Dong Wang Tai was unaware of. Nuwa, noticing Ling Zuzi's melancholy demeanor from being alone, had taken pity on him and transformed a piece of cloud into this companion. As Dong Wang Tai felt Nuwa's serene gaze upon him, he was struck by an overwhelming pressure that was unmistakably the difference between a sage and a quasi-sage, one step apart, yet worlds away. Nuwa sighed upon his entrance, saying, "Tai, I am aware of your intentions on this journey. However, I implore the demon clan to refrain from committing any heinous acts, for even with my status as a sage, I cannot assist the demons should they stray from righteousness." With a wave of her hand, she conjured a golden gourd from which emerged a large banner radiating dark energy, the summoning banner. "This is the summoning banner," she explained, throwing it to Dong Huang Tai, after which she fell silent. Dong Huang Tai received the banner with gratitude, proclaiming, "Thank you, lady. Should our demon clan rise to prominence, we shall never forget your great kindness." He then exited the palace of Nuwa, only to hear a distant sigh from her. Upon returning to the demon emperor's palace, Dong Wang Tai and Emperor Jun deliberated and concluded that the establishment of a heavenly court for the demon clan was an inevitable course of action. They summoned the demon master Kuenpeng to discuss the matter, and the three of them reached a unanimous decision. On this day, under a clear sky, a magnificent banner, the summoning banner, soared from the peak of Mount Buzhou, while Emperor Jun's voice resonated throughout the primordial land. "I am Emperor Jun," alongside Demon Emperor Dong Wang Tai and Demon Master Kuenpeng, proclaiming the demon clan as the rightful heirs of this primordial realm, that we hereby establish a heavenly court upon the summit of Mount Buzhou. Henceforth, all demons shall heed the call of the summoning banner. The banner radiated a dark aura, spreading its influence across the entire primordial land. The demons, inherently responsive to the banner, gathered in droves towards Mount Buzhou. And soon, the landscape sparkled with a myriad of vibrant hues. In the outer heavens, at the Doshui Palace, Laozi opened his eyes and gazed upon the primordial land with a sigh. Meanwhile, in the Yushu Palace, the primordial one observed the direction of Mount Buzhou with interest, but chose not to speak further. The Bo Palace, Tong Tian stepped out of his abode and remarked lightly towards Mount Buzhou, "A great calamity approaches. I wonder why Sister Nuwa acts in such a manner." After this, he fell silent. In the western Thousand Buddha Mountain, Zhunti declared, "Let them fight. Perhaps it will bring opportunities for my western faction." Meanwhile, Jieyin appeared sorrowful, yet seemed to concur with Zhunti's sentiments. Pinga Mountain, In the Hall of Creation, Yefeng ceased his meditation and summoned Feng Ling'er and Long Yun, saying, Ling'er, Long Yun, you are to convey my command to the disciples of the creation sect. They are henceforth prohibited from leaving the mountain. When the time comes for our sect to emerge, I will notify you. Should anyone defy my orders and venture forth, the consequences shall no longer be associated with the creation sect. Afterward, he resumed his cultivation, leaving the two in perplexity as they communicated his commands throughout the creation sect, sealing off Pangu Mountain despite the confusion it caused among the masses, in the ancestral hall of the witch clan. The 12 ancestral witches convened, each wearing varied expressions, most dominated by indignation. I could see that moment. Jerome bellowed, how dare those wretched demons audaciously claim to be the rightful heirs of the primordial land? What do they think of our witch clan? It infuriates me. His face flushed with rage, he looked ready to explode. Gong Gong echoed his sentiments. These demons dare to disregard our witch clan. If we do not strike them down, we shall become a laughingstock. At this point, a formidable figure stepped forward, saying, Brothers, let us not be hasty. Our witch clan is a major faction in this primordial land, and we need not fear the demon clan. However, we must approach this matter with caution. This was Jieyin, the leader of the ancestral witches, and his words carried weight, prompting the others to simmer down. Hutu then interjected, Brothers, while the demon clan's establishment of a heavenly court may be disrespectful to us, if they do not provoke us, let us turn a blind eye. Why engage in conflict unnecessarily? She regarded the group with a calm demeanor. Xiangliang retorted, Sister Hutu, do not be so naive. The demon clan harbors ulterior motives. This is clearly a direct affront to us. What if they come knocking at our door? That would not reflect well on our witch clan. Hutu's face flushed with anger at this remark. Jieyin spoke once more. Let us not continue this debate. We shall observe how the demon clan proceeds and remain vigilant. The ancestral witches fell silent. Though some still had words to say, they refrained from contradicting Jieyin. Meanwhile, Mount Buzhou was bustling with activity, with countless demons gathering, numbering in the millions. The mountain was engulfed in swirling black smoke, yet despite their numbers, they were but a fraction of Mount Buzhou's vast expanse. Chapter 27. Dongwang and Emperor Jun establish the heavenly court. All deities gather at Mount Buzhou at this moment. Dongwang Tai and Emperor Jun were wearing broad smiles as they listened to the reports from the 10 great demon saints regarding the developments within Mount Buzhou. After a while, Dongwang Tai proclaimed, Our demon clan is now united, and our morale is soaring. Aside from a few sages, I doubt anyone else poses a threat to us, as long as we do not provoke them. They have no reason to act against us. He turned to Emperor Jun with a beaming smile. Emperor Jun nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, my brother speaks wisely. The establishment of our heavenly court is in accordance with the will of heaven. And surely, no one will object. Even those who might be unhappy must weigh their own capabilities. His laughter resonated, and the assembled demon gods offered their congratulations. I could see that moment. Kunpeng stepped forward, saying, Your Majesties, with the demon clan united, why not extend a grand invitation to the deities of the world to celebrate? This would showcase our demon clan's hospitality and demonstrate that we are not to be trifled with. He regarded Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai calmly, fully aware that the demon emperors would likely agree. The two exchanged glances and replied, The demon master's words resonate with our intentions. Let the demon master handle this matter and invite the deities. However, it is up to the demon master to decide who should be invited. With a pointed look at Kunpeng, they concluded their discussion. Kunpeng, being astute, bowed and took his leave. Before exiting the hall, Dongwang Tai specifically instructed Kunpeng to include not only their names, but also that of Nuwa, indicating that she would be awaiting their arrival at the Demon Emperor's Hall. It was a given that even among the sages, none would dare to slight Nuwa, ensuring a full attendance from the other deities. Meanwhile, Nuwa opened her eyes with a resigned sigh, yet ultimately chose not to voice any objections, for she was still a part of the demon clan and could not entirely sever that bond. Kunpeng, carrying the names of Nuwa and the two demon emperors, made invitations across the primordial land, which made his task considerably easier. With the names of such prominent figures, there was no one who would dare to decline. However, The atmosphere in the abodes of the other sages was far from amiable. Nonetheless, they all agreed to attend. As a swift envoy, Kunpeng completed the invitations within days, gathering all the powerful beings of the Primordial land, except for the Witch Clan. Just as he was about to return, he realized that Yefeng from the northern Jiuzhou had not been invited, prompting him to hurry over in that direction. This moment, Yifeng within Pangu Mountain was aware of the reason behind the arrival of the Kunpeng. He summoned Feng Ling and instructed her, saying, "A great bird has come to the foot of the mountain. You should go and take a look. If it has something to say, inform it that those fated will naturally part ways." Feng Ling looked at Yi Feng with curiosity. He had not spent much time playing with her lately, which felt rather unfamiliar. Lowering her head, she made her way towards the mountain's exit. After half a day's journey, Kunpeng arrived at the front of Pangu Mountain in the northern Jiulu continent. Observing the grand formation surrounding the mountain, he found it rather unremarkable at a closer glance. Yet he felt an undeniable sense of oppression. Unexpectedly, a woman clad in green emerged from the formation. Although Kunpeng was not a lecherous individual, he was momentarily taken aback upon seeing her. Quickly regaining his composure, he remarked, "Ah, you are the eldest disciple of my seventh senior brother. I am Kunpeng, military advisor of the demon clan, sent by my lady Nuwa and the two demon emperors to invite my senior brother to the heavenly court. That I kindly request you to relay this message." Turning his gaze to Feng Linger, he noted that despite her growth and maturity over the years, she still felt uncomfortable in the presence of such a renowned deity, as Kunpeng emanated a chilling aura. After a long pause, she replied, "My master has said that those with fate will naturally go." Acknowledging this, Kunpeng understood that Yi Feng was already aware of the matter, and thus, he returned to the heavenly court. On this day atop Mount Buzhou, the heavenly court was adorned with festive decorations, radiating joy, as Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai had invited the deities from across the realm to celebrate. They first welcomed Fushi to the heavenly court and subsequently persuaded him to accompany them to the Nuwa palace to invite Nuwa. With little choice, Nuwa joined them. Upon entering the heavenly court, Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai renamed the Demon Emperor Palace to Lingxiao Bao Jian, setting up 3 seats for the 2 demon emperors and Nuwa. Not long after Nuwa and the others arrived at Lingxiao Bao Jian, vibrant lights flickered in the sky, indicating the arrival of various deities who came to congratulate the demon clan. The atmosphere was lively, filled with eloquent exchanges, and soon after, several sages made their entrance. The 2 demon emperors led their subordinates to welcome Nuwa, and the crowd's enthusiasm garnered the favor of several esteemed sages, resulting in a cheerful gathering. However, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun also arrived. Although they were reluctant to come to the heavenly court, they had no choice due to its overwhelming power. They brought with them the treasures they had refined over the years. Just in case, though they were overly cautious, as the demon clan was not yet ready to covet Hong Yun's Hongming purple chi. Instead, they greeted the two with smiles and even offered apologies, which eased their concerns significantly. Since obtaining the Hongming purple chi, Hong Yun had been striving to refine it, but had yet to find the right method, gradually setting it aside. The ever-contentious Mingyi and Windarin also came to offer their congratulations, making the heavenly court a hub of excitement. Meanwhile, within Pangu Mountain, Yifeng summoned Feng Linger and Long Yun, instructing them to proceed to the heavenly court to extend his congratulations. Yifeng, however, was engrossed in comprehending the world within the Chaos Pearl. Although he was a sage, he felt that he was only marginally stronger than others. There were still many aspects of the Chaos Pearl from the Primordial era that he had yet to grasp, and thus he devoted himself to his studies, delegating the task to his 2 disciples. As the deities continued to arrive at the heavenly court, those who were to present gifts did so, resulting in the demon clan receiving numerous valuable offerings. While it was customary for sages not to present gifts to the demon clan, the 2 demon emperors skillfully endeared themselves to the sages, offering a few tokens of appreciation, ensuring that everyone left with their dignity intact. The demon clan was generous, serving an abundance of rare spiritual fruits from the primordial world to their guests. When all the expected deities had arrived, Emperor Jun exchanged glances with Nuwa, signaling that they could commence. That Nuwa, frowning slightly, communicated telepathically, "My 7th junior brother has yet to arrive. We should wait a moment." After speaking, she turned her attention to the two demon emperors, now holding the title of heavenly emperors, feeling quite vexed by Yi Feng's actions. However, recalling past grievances, she chose to endure. After a brief while, a demon clan official announced loudly, from the northern Jilu continent, Pangu Mountain, the disciples of the creation sect, Feng Ling and Long Yun, have arrived. Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell silent, with some onlookers secretly marveling at Yi Feng's apparent disregard for the demon clan. Despite their current strength bolstered by the presence of the sage Nuwa, Feng Ling, dressed in her ever-constant green attire, gracefully entered the grand hall. Upon reaching the sides of Dongwang Tai and Emperor Jun, she merely clasped her hands and said, Feng Ling, accompanied by my senior brother Long Yun, has come to convey our master's congratulations that we apologize for our tardiness and hope the two demon emperors will not take offense. Although the two demon emperors were displeased, they could only respond with smiles in front of so many witnesses. Subsequently, Feng Ling and Long Yun bowed to Nuwa, saying, Ling and Long Yun pay their respects to Lady Nuwa. Their genuine reverence only served to further irritate the two demon emperors. Nuwa, seeing Feng Ling and Long Yun arrive, was curious about Yi Feng's absence, but she warmly pulled them up, her smile radiant. After the two exchanged greetings with several sages and other deities, they took their seats. However, Feng Ling's ethereal presence and enchanting beauty drew attention wherever she went. Long Yun pondered why Feng Ling, who was usually timid, could maintain her composure and poise in critical moments. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Ling was the daughter of the Phoenix clan's ruler, and despite not having faced much adversity, her innate pride allowed her to interact with everyone confidently. Seeing that all were present, Emperor Jun cleared his throat and addressed the assembly. I am grateful to all for coming to celebrate the demon clan's joyous relocation. Both Dongwang Tai and I are deeply appreciative. He and Dongwang Tai then bowed to the gathered deities, who responded with similar gestures of courtesy. However, the sages regarded the proceedings with indifferent expressions. At this moment, Dongwang Tai proclaimed, by coincidence, I came across this auspicious site atop Mount Buzhou. Although I have little knowledge of geomancy, I can sense that the rise of our demon clan begins here. Thus, I have invited my brother and Lady Nuwa to gather all deities here. To solidify our bonds of friendship, he bowed once more to the assembly. Then Emperor Jun added, Today, in the presence of all deities, we hereby establish our demon clan as the rightful rulers of the heavenly court. Dongwang Tai and I shall serve as the heavenly emperors, while Lady Nuwa shall be the supreme demon empress. He beamed at the gathered deities, noting their reactions, acknowledging the demon clan's ascendance as a prevailing trend. The deities offered their congratulations. However, figures like Mingyi and the sages remained unimpressed. Yet, out of respect for Nuwa, they refrained from voicing their dissent. Feng Ling and Long Yun kept silent, recalling Yi Feng's instruction for them to merely make an appearance. Seeing that there were no objections from the deities, the two demon emperors felt it was as expected, especially with Nuwa present, as few would dare to voice opposition. Amidst the clinking of cups and lively exchanges, the heavenly court of the primordial realm was thus established. After 3 days and nights of celebration, the assembly dispersed, and Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun were oblivious to the greedy gazes of Mingyi and Wenderin, as well as those of the demon clan. However, the sages were adept at ensuring they would not leave empty-handed, with numerous disciples to receive whatever gifts were offered. As a result, Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai were puzzled, having noticed that despite the lavish spread, many precious treasures had been consumed with little left to show for it. Upon their departure, Feng Ling and Long Yun were retained by Nuwa, who took them to the Nuwa Palace, where they stayed for several days before leaving. Feng Ling became engrossed in play with the spirit pearl, while Long Yun enjoyed himself with the colorful cloud boy. Eventually, after several days, the two reluctantly departed from the Nuwa Palace. With Nuwa allowing them to leave, they claimed that Yi Feng had sent them to convey his congratulations before returning to Mount Buzhou. Chapter 28. The ancient beast devouring the human clan. Heaven and earth are indifferent. All beings are mere fodder. The two demon emperors established the heavenly court atop Mount Buzhou, and soon the news spread throughout the primordial realm. However, the deities each harbored their own thoughts. Fenglinger, and Longyan. Having been retained by Nuwa in the Nuwa Palace, soon departed At this time, the human clan residing in Wanxiu had experienced significant development. Under the leadership of Jieyin, they had grown steadily. And after nearly 1,000 years, the human population had reached close to 10 million. Thanks to Yi Feng's teachings of the incessant life cultivation method, many powerful individuals had emerged among the humans, including Jieyin, who had attained the realm of Tai, Golden Immortal. However, only a few had achieved this, and Jieyin specifically appointed 4 elders for the human clan, all of whom were also Tai, Golden Immortals. Beneath the elders were countless human warriors, each varying in cultivation levels, with many at or below the Golden Immortal stage. Although their strength had vastly improved compared to before, they were still insignificant compared to other races in the Primordial realm. On one fateful day, thick clouds and mist enveloped the skies over Wanxiu, and within the mist, the shape of a dragon-headed beast began to materialize, sending tremors of fear through onlookers. Soon after, 3 monstrous creatures, shrouded in dark energy, emerged. Point 1 was a creature with a dragon's head and a donkey's body, entirely purple. This was the fierce beast Yazi. Another had 8 terrifying serpent heads, each adorned with a single horn. This was the ancient beast Yamada no Orochi. Finally, a massive black dragon appeared, exuding a toxic miasma that corroded the very air. This was a member of the dragon clan, banished from their domain due to its penchant for bloodshed and its dark scales. The 3 beasts are ferocious creatures that have existed since the dawn of this primordial land in the pursuit of cosmic balance. Where celestial birds and auspicious beasts thrive, there must also exist these brutal and malevolent creatures. These 3 primordial beasts emerged alongside the celestial order, initially causing no harm and solely devoted to their cultivation. However, for reasons unknown, they eventually united and began to engage in the slaughter of humanity. One day, while the 8-headed serpent was meditating in its cave, a human inadvertently stumbled in and accidentally killed a small snake, inadvertently rousing the serpent's ire. The 8-headed serpent, known for its cruelty, could not resist its innate bloodlust. Upon witnessing the death of its kin, it disregarded the human's pleas for explanation and promptly devoured him. Astonishingly, the serpent seemed to gain strength from this act. After years of stagnation at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, it experienced a slight yet joyous increase in power after consuming the insignificant human. Elated, the serpent shared this discovery with its companions, the fierce Yazi and the black dragon. The trio then captured several hundred humans, subjecting them to a series of gruesome experiments. This brought them great joy, as their abilities saw improvement. Fueled by this newfound power, they resolved to venture into the heart of human habitation. The black dragon, being of draconic lineage, possessed a modicum of awareness. IT reflected on the fact that humans were crafted by the saintly Nuwa, and fear that should they slaughter too many, the wrath of Nuwa could lead to their annihilation. Thus, the 3 beasts agreed to proceed with caution, targeting smaller groups of humans. Thus unfolded the previous scene, with dark clouds gathering ominously above. The humans, formed from the essence of the 9 heaven soil, gifted by Yi Feng and infused with the blood of Nuwa, were inherently formidable beings. Upon hearing reports from his subordinates, Jieyin furrowed his brow, aware of the recent disappearances among the human populace. However, as the vast human race continued to grow, daily hunts and excursions resulted in casualties, making such disappearances commonplace. The frequency of these incidents, however, had begun to weigh heavily on his mind. That moment, the 3 beasts loomed over Wanxiu, instilling panic among the human populace, who flocked to Jieyi's residence for refuge. Despite his inner turmoil, Jieyin, as the leader of the humans, could not afford to show his fear. The black dragon, seizing the opportunity, inhaled deeply, drawing in thousands of humans unaware of their impending doom, swallowing them whole. Following suit, Yazi and the 8-headed serpent also consumed tens of thousands of humans. The terror among the human populace intensified, prompting Jieyin to bellow, which demon dares to wreak havoc in Wanxiu. Elders assemble swiftly to confront this menace. With that, he soared into the sky, followed closely by 4 venerable elders and countless brave warriors who shielded the vulnerable. Jieyin recognized the three mysterious beasts as potential culprits behind the recent disappearances, and his anger propelled him forward, despite the knowledge that he stood little chance against them. The eight-headed serpent cackled, mockingly addressing Jieyin. "So, you are the spokesperson for this pathetic human race? Humph, with your meager cultivation, you ought to be ashamed to show your face." With a derisive snort, it sent several humans staggering. Witnessing the merciless slaughter of his kin, Jieyin was consumed by fury. With bloodshot eyes, he confronted the beasts. "You three, after Nuwa created us, we have remained law-abiding and have not offended any celestial beings of this primordial land. Yet we find ourselves facing this unwarranted calamity. Today, even knowing we are outmatched, I shall sacrifice my life to protect my people." Upon hearing this, the previously silent Yazi let out a chilling laugh. "Let me make it clear. Those insignificant Ansumorum were devoured by my brothers and me. Today, we have come to Wanxiu to consume you all. What can you do about it?" With a sinister chuckle, they reveled in the despair of the humans. The humans, pained by the loss of their loved ones, felt a wave of sorrow wash over them. The three beasts, emboldened by the perceived weakness of their prey, laughed heartily, perhaps deriving pleasure from the torment they inflicted. The black dragon, hearing Jieyin mention Nuwa, sneered, "Do not harbor hopes that your Nuwa will come to your aid. If she intended to help, would she not have done so already?" Ignoring the black dragon's taunts, Jieyin turned to his fellow humans. "Our race, created by Nuwa, has faced relentless trials. Today, we find ourselves besieged by these brutes, but we are not cowards that we must express our gratitude to Nuwa for bestowing life upon us." With that, he led the assembly in a bow toward the Nuwa palace. The humans followed suit, paying homage. Jieyin continued. "When we first emerged into the world, the great Emperor Yifeng took pity on our frailty and granted us teachings for self-improvement. Today, we stand before him, acknowledging our failure to meet his expectations, yet we will not forget his kindness, even in the face of annihilation." After this, Jieyin turned his gaze toward the three beasts, who watched the spectacle with amusement, treating the humans as mere playthings, knowing they would eventually devour them. That moment, Nuwa sensed the plight of her creations and contemplated descending to assist them. However, as she prepared to act, she paused, furrowing her brow, and retreated back to her palace. In the Doshui Palace, Laozi frowned but offered no further reaction. In the Pangu Mountain's creation hall, Yifeng also furrowed his brow, swiftly summoning Kong Xian. The rock, observing Kong Xian, Yifeng mused on the future prowess of this formidable being, destined to be a major player in the forthcoming battle of the gods. Despite his current arrogance, he was still overshadowed by the likes of Feng Ling'er and Long Yin. Yifeng addressed the two. "Kong Xian, Rock, as guardians of the creation sect, you have both attained the great Luo golden immortal level. The humans are in peril. It is time for you to venture forth, not only to gain experience, but to demonstrate that humanity is not so easily trifled with." He cautioned them about the three great Luo golden immortal beasts they would face, emphasizing the necessity for caution. The two rejoiced at the opportunity to leave Pangu Mountain, where they had longed to venture out. They quickly bowed in gratitude and set off toward Wanxiu, where the humans resided. Unlike Feng Ling'er, who spent her days at Yifeng's side, their progress in cultivation had been slow due to their relative isolation. In Kunlun Mountain, Yusu Palace, Yuan Sure observed the unfolding events with intrigue, remarking, "How interesting. The primordial land is becoming lively." With that, he returned to his meditation on the Ode in the ECs by Yu Palace. Tong Tian opened his eyes, glanced toward Wanxiu, and shook his head in resignation before resuming his contemplation. In the western Thousand Buddha Mountain, Quan Ti smiled at Wanxiu, first chuckling before shaking his head at Jin. "Our 7th junior brother is rather hasty. Let us set this aside for now. We shall have our opportunity for acquaintance." Jieyin nodded in agreement. In a certain void, chaotic energies surged, and a human figure intermittently materialized. It was Hong Jun, who sighed, observing the primordial land. The great calamity approaches. Who shall emerge victorious, and who shall fall? With that, he vanished from sight. Chapter 29. Kong Xian and the Rock Battle the Three Beasts. The legacy of the creation doctrine endures at Jieyin, having completed his reverence to the saints. Turned to face the eight-headed serpent, Yi, and the black dragon, a fierce hatred etched upon his face. Those who take lives shall ultimately pay the price. With that, he was the first to charge at the three beasts. The black dragon, known for his fiery temperament, was incensed by Jiyin's audacity. In a fit of rage, it expelled a mouthful of black phlegm, a unique ability known as the black dragon's phlegm, which could transform all things. However, anything with greater magical power than itself could not be transformed. Without a protective treasure, Jiyin was swiftly overwhelmed upon contact. Fortunately, the four elders managed to catch him just in time, surrounding him protectively. After a moment, Jiyin regained his composure and, filled with indignation, declared, "Esteemed brothers, we have reached a critical juncture for the survival of our race. Even if we are outmatched, we must fight to the death." He then cast a resolute gaze at the three black dragons. The elders, equally determined to protect humanity, rallied alongside Jiyin for an assault. The black dragon, enraged further by the audacity of these mere humans challenging its authority, let out a thunderous roar, its body swelling to several times its size, towering thousands of feet. Meanwhile, the eight-headed serpent, Yi, was not idle, relentlessly siphoning the life force from the human warriors, despite the valiant efforts of countless human defenders. It was a futile struggle against such overwhelming might. The human race suffered continuous slaughter as Yi consumed tens of thousands with each breath. The black dragon, not one to be left behind, struck the five defenders with its tail, sending them sprawling and joined the fray. The five were soon battered and bloodied, unable to rise. With the black dragon's participation, the battlefield was thrown into chaos, and millions of humans fell to the voracity of the black dragon, Yi, and the serpent, while the remaining survivors fled in desperation. For the beasts, it mattered not where the humans fled. They were all destined for torment and death, leading to an intensified onslaught. Jiyin and the four elders, witnessing the carnage, wept blood tears, their eyes wide with horror. Just then, two streaks of black and white light surged from afar, swiftly arriving at the gathering place of the humans, Kongxian and Dapeng, dispatched by Yifeng. Upon arrival, they were taken aback by the sight of dismembered bodies and rivers of blood. Though both were proud beings, they were momentarily stunned. Kongxian roared, "Which vile creatures dare to slaughter in the land of humanity? I, Kongxian, as a protector of the Tao of creation, shall not allow your lives to be extinguished here today." With a mighty cry, he charged forward and that moment, both Kongxian and Dapeng, lacking protective treasures, revealed their true forms as towering phoenixes, each several thousand feet in height. Kongxian, having been secretly taught the five-color divine light technique by Feng Yunxia, although not a royal of the Phoenix clan, had made notable progress in mastering this innate technique. The black dragon and the beasts, upon seeing the two phoenixes charging at them, were filled with rage and anxiety. The black dragon realized that Kongxian's cultivation far surpassed theirs, while Dapeng was of similar rank. However, it seemed neither had protective treasures, or they would not last long in battle. As Kongxian approached, the black dragon bellowed, "What business do these little phoenixes have meddling in my affairs? Today, I shall teach you a lesson." After signaling to Yi, the serpent flew to confront Kongxian while Yi faced Dapeng, with Kongxian at mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm and both the black dragon and Yi at the same level. The battle was evenly matched, bolstered by Kongxian's five-color divine light. Dapeng, at the early stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm, could also hold his ground. The outcome was uncertain. Yi proclaimed, "Who dares to obstruct my affairs? Are you tired of living with bloodthirsty eyes?" It glared at Kongxian. Kongxian, brimming with pride, roared back, lunging at Yi and the black dragon, his towering form surging forward while the five-color divine light surged behind him. Both the black dragon and Yi evaded Kongxian's attack, attempting a pincer strike, their long tails whipping toward him. Despite his superior cultivation, Kongxian found himself at a disadvantage due to the incredible physical strength of the two beasts. Meanwhile, Dapeng and Yi engaged in a fierce skirmish, with Yi attempting numerous ambushes. However, despite his massive form, Depeng was surprisingly swift, thwarting Yachi's every attempt. The clash between the two phoenixes and three beasts was cataclysmic, shattering mountains and rivers alike, drawing the attention of countless powerful beings. The remaining humans were gradually escorted from the battlefield by their valiant warriors, while the four elders and Jieyin were also rescued and taken to safety. Kong Xian, mindful of the potential harm to humanity, chose to fight high in the sky, though the aftermath still resulted in significant collateral damage. Frustrated by their inability to defeat Kong Xian, both Yachi and the Black Dragon began to lose patience. Yachi raised its 8 colossal heads, seemingly gathering power, while the Black Dragon poised itself to strike. Kong Xian, recognizing their intent to unleash a more ferocious attack, stood firm. The 5-color divine light radiated from him, aimed at Yachi and the Black Dragon. The two beasts, having prepared for this moment, unleashed a torrent of black liquid from their 9 heads, the very phlegm capable of transforming all things. Although Kong Xian's power was comparable to theirs, the simultaneous assault caught him off guard. While he managed to dissipate Yachi's 8 streams of black phlegm with his 5-color divine light, it had already been depleted. The Black Dragon's single, formidable stream struck him directly. With no choice but to evade, Kong Xian narrowly escaped, the moment feeling prolonged yet transpiring in an instant, where a slight misstep would lead to injury. The Black Dragon erupted in laughter. "Ha! I thought you possessed 3 heads and 6 arms. But you are merely a coward who knows only how to flee." With a scornful expression, it failed to grasp that they were fighting as a duo against one. Kong Xian, undeterred by the Black Dragon's taunts, retorted with disdain, "What does it matter to boast for a discarded beast and an unfinished creature?" This infuriated both Yachi and the Black Dragon, who, being particularly sensitive, took offense at Kong Xian's words and seethed with rage. "You seek death." With that, they lunged at Kong Xian, their massive jaws snapping towards him. Kong Xian evaded deftly, occasionally landing strikes with his phoenix talons. Though the Black Dragon and Yachi had formidable bodies, Kong Xian's strikes proved effective, causing them to bleed profusely. Frustrated by the standoff, Kong Xian's pride surged. Having been given a chance by Yifeng, he refused to fail till he glanced at the battle between Depeng and Yachi. Observing their fierce struggle, neither gaining the upper hand, seizing the moment, he executed a series of attacks against Yachi and the Black Dragon before swiftly darting toward Depeng. Kong Xian aimed to eliminate Yachi first, hoping to then turn the tide against the Black Dragon with Depeng's assistance. In a flash, he appeared behind Yachi, unleashing the 5-color divine light, which caught Yachi off guard. Just as Yachi sensed danger and attempted to turn, Depeng ensnared it, and amidst the disorientation, Kong Xian's 5-color divine light enveloped Yachi, sealing its fate. By the time Yachi realized what had transpired, it was too late, and both Yachi and the Black Dragon were left in a state of fury. The Black Dragon roared, "Kong Xian, you cowardly scoundrel! How dare you employ such treachery?" With a furious glare, it directed its wrath at Kong Xian, and Depeng replied, "Should we still show mercy to you vile beasts? We have spared you, but that is your fortune." With a shared glance of understanding, they surged forward, Kong Xian confronting the Black Dragon, while Depeng faced Yachi. Although Depeng's strength was a tier below Yachi, his speed allowed him to hold his ground. Seeing Depeng momentarily occupy Yachi, Kong Xian unleashed a relentless attack against the Black Dragon. Enraged, the Black Dragon retaliated with a flurry of black phlegm, devastating the surrounding landscape. Kong Xian, witnessing the destruction, bellowed, "You beast, your time has come." As the 5-color divine light intensified behind him, Depeng found himself on the verge of collapse. Sensing this, Kong Xian directed his focus toward the Black Dragon, channeling his energy for a thunderous shout. "Black Dragon!" The Black Dragon, bewildered by the sudden address, momentarily faltered. Seizing this opportunity, Kong Xian unleashed the full force of the 5-color divine light, ensnaring the Black Dragon. With both the Black Dragon and Yachi now captured, Yachi was filled with dread and swiftly lashed out with its powerful tail at Depeng before fleeing, fully aware that preserving its life was paramount. Struck by the tail, Depeng tumbled several times before regaining his footing, spitting blood from the minor injury. Kong Xian, enraged by Depeng's wound, seized a massive stone from the ground, hurling it towards Yachi. The colossal head of Yachi was caught off guard, shattering upon impact, prompting a pained scream from it. In an instant, Kong Xian pursued Yachi, capturing it before it could fully recover from a blow. He then flew to Depeng's side, noting that Depeng had sustained only minor injuries, and together they made their way back to the gathering place of humanity. Kong Xian and Depeng beheld the desolation before them. The human race suffering grievously with countless casualties, a profound sorrow rising within their hearts. They were reminded of the tribulations endured by the Phoenix clan, which must have been even more harrowing than the plight of humanity today. And they found themselves shedding tears unbidden. In the blink of an eye, Kong Xian and Depeng arrived at the gathering place of the human race, only to witness the leader Jieyin and the 4 elders on the verge of collapse. Kong Xian hurriedly produced 5 pills of the creation elixir and instructed someone to administer them to Jieyin and the elders. That a quarter of an hour later, the elders gradually regained consciousness. And upon recognizing Kong Xian and Depeng, Jieyin led the others in a hurried expression of gratitude. Jieyin said, "We are immensely grateful for the assistance of the 2 esteemed immortals. May I ask for your names, so that our people may erect statues in your honor and pay daily homage?" Observing the human race's suffering, Kong Xian replied, "We come at the behest of our master to offer assistance, and cannot accept such grand tributes from the human race. You need only know that we are disciples of the creation sect." With a glance at the desolate landscape, he continued, "You must rebuild your homes to foster development. It is time for us to take our leave." With that, he and Depeng ascended on clouds and departed. I could see that moment. Jieyin, tears streaming down his face, led the others in a bow towards the northern region of Julu Island, exclaiming, "We shall never forget the great grace of the Creation Emperor." Following this, the people bowed respectfully. Thus, the teachings of Yifeng and the creation sect gradually spread far and wide. In Chapter 30, Yifeng suppresses the 3 fierce beasts. The chaotic winds swept across the devastated lands of Wanxiu, where children supported the elderly, young men aided women, and many others cleared the battlefield. The chilling breeze rustled through the remnants of trees, occasionally halting a few crows, whose mournful cries only added to the desolation of Wanxiu. Before the shattered cave stood an old man, his body rigid, as the wind tousled his wisps of white hair. Yet he stood steadfast, as if his diminutive form bore the weight of the sky itself. Though tinged with a hint of melancholy, Jieyin stood before a cave dwelling, gazing at the ravaged land and the sorrowful expressions of his kin. Unbeknownst to him, a tear fell from his eye. As the leader of the human race, the rise and fall of his people rested upon his shoulders, and now they were bloodied and battered. Even he could not suppress the tears that had never before graced his cheeks. Jieyin contemplated sacrificing himself to atone for their plight, yet he could not abandon the countless lives of his kin. He still had many roads to traverse, and though his shoulders were not broad, they bore the heavy burden of the human race's future. Regaining his composure, Jieyin joined the others in the effort to rebuild their homeland. Meanwhile, Kong Xian and Depeng had journeyed from the gathering place of the human race towards Pangu Mountain in the northern region. They traveled swiftly, reaching their destination in half a day. Upon entering the Creation Palace, they found Yifeng seated upon the Master's throne. Immediately, Kong Xian and Depeng bowed deeply, proclaiming, "Kong Xian and Depeng pay their respects to the Master." Although Yifeng was not fond of such formalities, Kong Xian persisted, and so he paid them no mind. After rising, Kong Xian addressed Yifeng, "Master, during this calamity faced by the human race, my brother and I have successfully captured the 3 beasts that have wrought havoc upon them, and we present them to you for judgment." With that, a flash of multicolored divine light emerged from behind them, revealing the captured Yachi, Yaji, and the Black Dragon. Upon their appearance, the 3 beasts were immediately on high alert. They were not foolish, and though they had been subdued by Kong Xian, they had sustained little harm and were now brimming with vitality. The Black Dragon, seeing Kong Xian, roared, "Kong Xian, where have you brought us?" "You conniving scoundrel!" His face twisted with rage as he glared at Kong Xian. Yachi and Yaji mirrored his fury, directing their ire towards Kong Xian as well. I could see this moment. Kong Xian, unfazed, cast a cold glance at the 3 beasts and scoffed. "You wretched creatures, why speak of honor? The fact that you are still alive after failing to be slain on the spot is your fortune," remembering they were still within the Creation Palace. He quickly composed himself, stating, "Now that you are in the domain of the creation sect, await the master's judgment." He then clasped his hands in respect towards Yifeng. Only then did Yaji, and the Black Dragon take in their surroundings. Realizing they had entered the creation sect in the northern region, they were aware that Yifeng was a revered sage. To him, they were as insignificant as ants. Yet to surrender without a fight was something they could hardly accept. Yachi, casting a glance at Yifeng, said, "We feel like ants provoking a sage. May I ask why you have brought us here?" He regarded Yifeng with a calm demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by their predicament. As if the human race bore no connection to the sage in his recollections. Yifeng, initially displeased by the insolence exhibited by Yaji, and the Black Dragon, could not help but feel a flash of anger, declaring, "You three ignorant beasts, even in the face of impending doom, you show no signs of remorse. You shall surely be turned to ashes." With a wave of his hand, a stream of azure energy shot towards the three fierce beasts. Instantly, Yaji, and the Black Dragon collapsed, writhing in agony. The Black Dragon let out a plaintive cry, while Yachi and Yaji, unable to endure the pain, screamed loudly. Their cries echoed throughout Pangu Mountain, instilling fear in many. The cries of Yachi and Yaji were particularly harrowing, prompting Feng Linger, the Rainbow Phoenix, and Long Yun to rush to the scene. Upon witnessing the three fierce beasts, they remained silent, knowing that their transgressions against Yifeng had led to this fate. They understood that while Yifeng was strict, he had never treated his disciples with such severity. Yifeng, having administered enough punishment, waved his hand, dissipating the azure energy enveloping the three beasts. This technique was a manifestation of his mastery, akin to the bone-splitting technique from future martial arts tales, possessing extraordinary power in this primordial realm. Unbeknownst to him, as a sage, his methods surpassed those of ordinary beings regardless of form. Yachi, and the Black Dragon were now unable to rise, lying prostrate in the creation palace. They finally realized how comforting it was to rest, yet even lying down had become a luxury for them. Yifeng, disregarding the others, spoke, "Heaven possesses the virtue of nurturing life, and yet you fail to cultivate any ambition, resorting instead to cunning schemes that harm the human race. I share a profound connection with humanity. Had I not punished you today, who knows how much more suffering they would endure." As Yifeng spoke, he subtly infused his words with magical power, projecting his voice across the primordial expanse, drawing the attention of countless powerful beings who were eager to witness how he would deal with Yaji, and the Black Dragon. After witnessing the effect of his words, Yifeng took a moment to contemplate before descending from his throne to confront the three fierce beasts. He delivered a mighty kick to Yachi, sending him flying towards the eastern sea, fortuitously landing on the island of Ijo, which would later become the territory of Japan. This island was currently home to a constantly erupting volcano, and Yachi found himself cast into its depths, destined to guard the volcano. Turning to Yaji, Yifeng kicked him again, this time sending him westward, unbeknownst to his intentions, and Yaji landed in the western region beneath a vast desert, enduring the torment of relentless drought. With a wave of his hand, two streams of azure light shot forth, binding Yachi and Yaji to their respective locations. Lastly, he cast a glance at the Black Dragon, who trembled in fear. The pain in his body paled in comparison to the terror gripping his heart, causing him to forget his physical suffering. He hurriedly knelt before Yifeng, crying out, "Spare me, O sage! I promise never to harm the human race again." He continued to prostrate himself, abandoning any semblance of pride. Seeing the Black Dragon in such a pitiful state, Yifeng, feeling a pang of sympathy, remarked, "You wretched dragon, having committed such a grave offense, even if I wish to spare you, your fate is sealed. Death is inevitable." Before the Black Dragon could comprehend his words, Yifeng kicked him towards Pangu Mountain, transforming him into an immense path extending from the Creation Palace to the outskirts of Pangu Mountain, enduring the weight of footsteps daily. The Black Dragon, now awakened to his fate, realized he could not escape. Thus, the three ancient fierce beasts, once proud and imposing, were now dispatched by Yifeng with a few swift kicks, determining their future path, a path that would not see them released for countless years. Observing Yi Feng's handling of the situation, many deities withdrew their focus, while others, including the saints, displayed varied expressions in the western region. One sage lamented, "What a pity! Had we arrived sooner, we could have gained a few more Buddhas." His expression was one of regret, stemming from the pervasive sorrow surrounding him. Laozi, embodying non-action, merely glanced towards the northern region without further concern, though he remained displeased. This discontent arose from the fact that after Yi Feng dealt with the three fierce beasts, he let out a cold snort, which seemed to reflect on his relationship with Nuwa. Although they had not been harmed, the mere fact that Yi Feng was his junior brother stirred Laozi's ire. Yuanshi, perplexed by the unfolding events, furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, in the eastern sea, the celestial palace's Tontian relaxed his brow, contemplating that despite his seventh junior brother's peculiar character, his actions were ultimately beneficial to the primordial realm. With that, he resumed his cultivation. However, Nuwa's expression soured, as she understood the reason behind Yi Feng's cold snort. Recognizing his grievances, with a bittersweet smile, she chose to remain silent. After Yi Feng concluded this matter, Feng Ling and the others swiftly departed the creation palace, awaiting his words. Yi Feng regarded his disciples, and, sensing their curiosity, turned to Feng Ling and inquired, "Ling, do you have any questions?" Feng Ling, observing Yi Feng's return to his former self, timidly spoke up, "Master, I have never seen you so angry before." Yi Feng, taken aback by Feng Ling's demeanor, could not help but chuckle, and with a smile he replied, "You little girl, after all these years, you still do not understand your master's temperament. I am one who does not discriminate between right and wrong." With a face full of mirth, he gazed at Feng Ling, who, feeling shy under his scrutiny, blushed and quickly regained her playful nature, leaping to his side and tugging at his arm while shaking it. "Master, you are so mean, scaring me with that serious face." She pouted at him with an expression of feigned grievance. Yi Feng, however, felt helpless toward this disciple, having granted her unparalleled privileges and indulged her excessively. After a moment, Yi Feng addressed Feng Ling and the others, saying, "I am not angry at those three beasts, but rather at the audacity of that person calling me old ancestor and that Nuwa of the Wahuang Palace. Humanity was created by Nuwa, yet she remains indifferent, using humanity to achieve her own saintly status, monopolizing the entire fortune of our race. Your Grandmaster, too, is truly negligent, unworthy of being the leader. His teachings merely benefit himself through humanity." His face was etched with anger, leaving Feng Ling and the others too intimidated to utter a word. At this moment, from the direction of the celestial Doshui Palace, thunder and lightning erupted, a clear sign that Laozi was incensed by Yi Feng's reprimand. Yi Feng, however, was undeterred, although he lacked the power to confront several saints simultaneously. He felt more than capable of facing one at that moment. The crackling lightning surged toward Pangu Mountain, and in a fit of rage, Yi Feng brandished the chaos sword, appearing at the site of the thunderstorm. With a swift stroke of the sword, the lightning dissipated, and he returned the chaos sword to the Hall of Creation. Laozi, in the celestial Doshui Palace, felt his body tremble, letting out a huff of anger. Yet he refrained from responding. The events that unfolded in that instant left the deities of the primordial earth gasping for breath, too afraid to emerge until the thunderstorm had subsided. Meanwhile, Nuwa of the Wahuang Palace felt increasingly helpless. She realized there was little she could do now that matters had escalated. Yi Feng returned to the Hall of Creation, dismissing the stunned onlookers, and chose to immerse himself in the understanding of the Great Tao. Chapter 31. Emperor Jun's daughter, Wang Shu. The beginning of the conflict between Wu and Yao. After Yi Feng dealt with the three fierce beasts, he delved into the comprehension of the saintly Great Tao. At this juncture, the demon clan was brimming with vigor. Ever since the establishment of their celestial court, they had relentlessly waged wars against any demon or deity that refused to submit. However, they did not disturb the renowned deities of the primordial earth, such as Xinyuanzi Hongyun of the Wuzhuang Temple, the ancestor of the underworld and Taoist one. The Wu clan, however, had not yet felt the encroachment of the demon clan, though minor skirmishes were not uncommon. One day, Emperor Jun was on the Moonstar, spending time with his wife, Xia. Jieyin was a primordial deity birthed from the right eye of Pangu after the latter opened the heavens, emerging cradling the Jieyin sword. A treasure of innate origin, she later married Emperor June and bore him 10 sons, known as the 10 Sons. Unbeknownst to the other deities, Emperor June and Jieyin had a daughter named Wang Shu. Upon her birth, the moon star resonated, utilizing its power to forge the Wang Shu sword, also a treasure of innate origin. Emperor June cherished this daughter deeply, fearing the day powerful enemies would arise, thus leaving Wang Shu on the moon star, unbeknownst to the other deities. Now, Wang Shu had matured into a graceful young woman, comparable to Fenglinger, though the latter was naturally more vivacious. While Wang Shu was taciturn and frosty, making her difficult to approach, with only Emperor June, Jieyin, and the Eastern Emperor Tai able to converse with her. Emperor June, preoccupied with governing the celestial court, seldom visited the moon star, which strained his relationship with his daughter. Nevertheless, despite his regal demeanor in public, he cared well for his wife and daughter, although time was scarce, leaving him helpless in this regard, allowing Wang Shu to be as she pleased. As Emperor June and she had cherished their precious time together, they were suddenly interrupted by an urgent matter. With a furrowed brow, Emperor June hastily bid farewell to Jieyin, casting a reluctant glance at the seemingly lonely figure of Wang Shu before sighing and making his way back to the celestial court. Upon his swift return to the Buzhou Mountain celestial court, he found the Eastern Emperor Tai, the demon master Kunpeng, and the 10 great demon saints all gathered, waiting for his arrival. Taking his place beside the Eastern Emperor Tai, Emperor June inquired, "My dear brother, what matter is of such urgency?" As he entered, his regal aura became palpable, contrasting sharply with the tender paternal figure he had presented on the moon star. The Eastern Emperor Tai smiled and suggested, "Let us hear the details from General Bays." Indicating for Bays to speak, the latter, one of the 10 great demon saints, stood forth, greeting the 2 heavenly emperors respectfully. "Your Majesties," Bays began, "the demon clan has established a celestial court, attracting many gods to submit. Even those who refuse to yield face eradication under your leadership. However, given our vast power and prestige, it is unacceptable to allow ungrateful individuals to challenge our authority. The Celestial Court has been established for some time, and those who do not acknowledge it not only disregard us, but openly resist that we seek your Majesty's decree to eliminate these dissenters." He bowed again before stepping back. Everyone was aware of the underlying motives behind this discussion. It was merely a matter of procedure. Emperor June then turned to Kunpeng to invite his input. Kunpeng stepped forward, clasping his hands. "What General Bei says is indeed reasonable. Yet we must deliberate further." Noticing the 2 heavenly emperors' silence, he continued, "The Sanqing are disciples of Hong Jun, and they are also saints. It would be unwise for us to confront them directly if they do not trouble us. We shall refrain from hostility. The 2 from the west, also disciples of Hong Jun, dwell far away in Xihinyo, and while the North Jilu continent is vast, it is not suitable for us to engage. Moreover, the Underworld Blood Sea and Wuzhuang Temple are formidable territories. We should only act when our strength has increased." Seeing that the demons were attentively listening, Kunpeng felt encouraged and declared, "Our grievance lies with the Wu clan. Since we established our celestial court, they have proclaimed themselves the rulers of the earth, slaughtering our kin, that if we remain passive, they may think us fearful. Furthermore, the Wu clan's refusal to submit to our celestial court constitutes a grave offense. I request your Majesties to issue an edict to eliminate the Wu clan." Following his lead, the 10 great demon saints bowed in unison, urging the 2 emperors to decree the annihilation of the Wu clan. Understanding the collective sentiment, Emperor June and the Eastern Emperor Tai too had contemplated ways to eradicate the Wu clan, yet lacked the appropriate timing and justification. Now that the demons had voiced their wishes, it aligned perfectly with their own thoughts. The Eastern Emperor Tai turned to Emperor June and suggested, "Elder brother, we must issue an edict demanding the Wu clan submission, and we must ensure we present a facade of diplomacy to avoid any backlash." Aware that the Wu clan would never comply, he proposed this strategy. Emperor June nodded in agreement. "Your words hold merit." He then drafted an edict to be sent to the Wu clan. The gathering of demons dispersed. Preparing for the impending conflict in the ancestral hall of the Wu clan, The 12 ancestral witches had reconvened to discuss the actions of the demon clan. A minor demon delivering Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai's edict unexpectedly encountered the ancestral witch Gonggong, who, without a word, struck him dead and urgently summoned the other ancestral witches for a discussion. Within the ancestral hall, Emperor Jiang stood at the center while the other ancestral witches occupied the sides. He addressed them, brothers and sisters, what are your thoughts on the demon clan's actions? The fiery Zhu Rong rose in anger, exclaiming, what further discussion is there? How dare those demon brats trample upon us? I say we lead our kin to assault Buzhou Mountain and eliminate those demon scoundrels. Gonggong echoed, Zhu Rong speaks wisely. If we do not respond, we will be the laughingstock of the primordial earth. He clenched his massive fists. Emperor Jiang regarded the other ancestral witches, asking, what say you? Do you share the sentiment? At that moment, the previously quiet Zhu Rong rose, stating, I too support Zhu Rong and Gonggong's views. The demon clan has repeatedly troubled us. If we do not retaliate, how can we face the world? Hutu, though a woman and naturally averse to conflict, bore the pride of Pangu's essence, refusing to bow to anyone else, yet remained silent. Xianming then added, I too concur with my elder brothers. If we show weakness now, it will only embolden the demon clan. His face bore a cold smirk. The others also agreed, and they resolved to prepare for the impending confrontation. In a side chamber of the ancestral hall, Hutu and Xianming conversed softly, with Hutu glancing at Xianming, sister, I wonder how many lives will be lost if we engage in a great battle with the demon clan. And after death, where will those souls find rest? She lowered her head, filled with sorrow. Xianming, upon witnessing the state of Hutu, approached her with a sense of urgency, extending her immaculate hands to comfort. Sister Hutu, the provocations from the demon clan towards our witch clan have become intolerable. We act with the hope of securing a peaceful future for our kin, while loss of life is indeed unavoidable. Isn't it worth it if it leads to a stable existence for all? After speaking, she tightened her grip on Hutu's hand. Hutu, noticing Xuanming's crimson eyes, sighed and replied, Sister, do you think I am unaware? It is merely difficult to come to terms with in this moment. Yet you, my dear girl, were just full of spirit in the ancestral witch hall. Why the sudden melancholy now? With a beaming smile, she gazed at Xianming. Flushed by Hutu's attention, Xianming playfully pinched her and exclaimed, Sister, are you mocking me? Just wait until I get back at you. The two began to frolic and tease each other, a sight that would astonish their fellow clansmen, who regarded the ancestral witches as exalted beings, rarely seen even among their own kin. After a bout of laughter, perhaps feeling they had played enough, Hutu paused to straighten her attire and continued, the demon clan possesses formidable spiritual powers. Though their physical forms may not match ours in strength, they're still incredibly powerful, with the likes of Dong Huangtai wielding the Eastern Emperor Bell, and Di Jun brandishing the innate He Tu and Luo Shu, alongside the cunning Kuanpeng with his divine staff. Our witch clan may find ourselves at a disadvantage. Hutu gazed into the distance, her expression filled with bitterness, as if she wished to pierce through the ancestral witch hall itself. Xianming, having listened, chimed in, indeed, the demon clan boasts powerful figures like Di Jun, Dong Huangtai and the scheming Kuanpeng. Our witch clan seems somewhat outmatched. After a moment of contemplation, Hutu added, Teacher Hongjun once spoke of our clan's fortune being tied to seventh senior brother, yet we have not received any news of him. Xianming, frustrated at the mention of Yi Feng, retorted that seventh senior brother is like a dragon, elusive and untraceable, as if he considers us a burden and runs at the sight of us. She huffed indignantly. Upon hearing her words, Hutu's eyes sparkled with an idea. Sister, do not fret. If Teacher Hongjun indicated that our fortune lies with seventh senior brother, it must hold true. Perhaps the time for it has not yet arrived. As for the demon clan's impending war, it is likely they will not strike immediately. Why not we too visit North Julu Island to seek our brother and see if we can uncover the fortunes of our clan? Moreover, I have heard that the Pangu Mountain, where he resides, is a remarkable place, and the Tao of creation teaches the ways of all things. We could consider it a journey of exploration. She looked at Xianming and added, whether we go or not depends on you. Hutu then headed towards the ancestral witch hall's exit. Xianming, momentarily taken aback, quickly followed, declaring, "Of course we're going. I want to hear what our seventh senior brother has to say. The two of us, as great beauties, visiting his Tao of creation will surely be a grand honor for him. Let us see how he reacts." With a mischievous grin, she raced to catch up with Hutu. Seeing Xuanming's playful banter, Hutu chuckled, "You silly girl, with such a demeanor, how will you ever find a husband?" Xianming paused in surprise before chasing after Hutu, playfully scratching her sides. "Who said anything about getting married? Is it you who is thinking about it?" She laughed heartily. Thus, the two continued their journey to North Julu Island, filled with laughter and mischief. Chapter 32. The two maidens inquiring about Pangu Mountain in the realm of Pangu. Where the essence of time flows unceasingly, spring ebbs and flows, yet the visage of Pangu Mountain remains unchanged. Yi Feng, instead of cultivating within the hall of creation, strolled leisurely across the mountain, attuning himself to the breath of every living being. Every subtle fluctuation, he was delving into the essence of life itself. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Feng had grown fond of this lifestyle. While wandering, he furrowed his brow momentarily, then relaxed, instantly returning to the hall of creation. He summoned Feng Linger, saying, "Linger, your two uncles are visiting Pangu Mountain and require you, the grand disciple of the Tao of creation, to welcome them." Feng Linger looked at him. Puzzled, Yi Feng playfully tapped her head. Chuckling, "Why are you still standing there? Go on." Rubbing her head, she replied, "Oh." After departing the ancestral witch hall, Hutu and Xianming made their way towards North Julu Island, witnessing the mingling of the witch and demon clans along the way, with sporadic skirmishes resulting in rivers of blood. Alarmed by the sight, the two hastened their pace. Upon arriving at the majestic Pangu Mountain, they marveled at its grandeur. Noticing the absence of disciples from the Tao of creation outside, they contemplated sending a message inside when a woman clad in green appeared before them. It was Feng Linger, come to greet Hutu and Xianming. The two witches were instantly captivated by her ethereal beauty, which prompted silent admiration from their hearts. Feng Linger, perplexed by the appearance of such two stunning figures, found herself even more bewildered. Upon recognizing her, Hutu beamed and addressed her. "Ah, so you are seven senior brothers' esteemed disciple. Linger, we are Hutu and Xianming of the Witch Clan, here to pay our respects to seventh senior brother. We hope you can announce our arrival." Although Feng Linger rarely ventured from Pangu Mountain, she was well informed about the external situation and recognized the two witches that "So it is you esteemed uncles. Master specifically instructed me to welcome you both. Please, follow me," she said, bowing respectfully before leading them into the hall of creation. As they entered, both women expressed their awe at the intricate beauty within. Moments later, under Feng Linger's guidance, they reached the hall, where Yi Feng sat regally in the position of the leader. He did not rise upon their entrance, but instead remarked, "It is rare for you two sisters to visit Pangu Mountain. What brings you here?" Yi Feng feigned ignorance, aware of their intent, but sensing the timing was not yet ripe. Xianming, unable to bear his demeanor, stepped forward and asserted, "Seven senior brother, we have traveled a great distance. You wouldn't deny us even a cup of tea, would you?" Her expression was one of indignation. Hutu, noticing the tension, gently tugged at Xianming's sleeve and interjected, "I hope seven senior brother does not take offense that my sister speaks her mind. If she has offended you, please forgive her." Yi Feng, who had no grievances with them, merely maintained his usual demeanor, which often left others feeling uncomfortable. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. He instructed Feng Linger to serve tea to the two maidens and then said, "Now, dear sisters, you may reveal the purpose of your visit." Fearing Xianming might again be too forward, Hutu took the initiative, stating, "To be candid, seventh senior brother, chaos looms over the vast wilderness, and our witch clan is on the brink of war with the demon clan. However, their strength surpasses what we can currently withstand. Though we cultivate our physical forms, which are the strongest in the wilderness, the demon clan boasts Nuwa, who has achieved sainthood, while we have yet to attain such a status." Her voice trailed off, filled with sorrow. Yi Feng, upon hearing Hutu's words, chose not to feign ignorance any longer and replied, "I am aware of your clan's fortunes, yet seeking them too early may not bode well for you." He closed his eyes, revealing no emotion. Xianming, upon hearing Yi Feng's response, decided not to act rashly and said, "We seek your assistance, senior brother. if you could help us uncover the fortunes tied to our clan. We would forever be grateful for your great kindness. Hutu, sensing the gravity of the moment, spoke with determination. While I may not know how our clan will develop in the future, as long as I, Hutu, live, I will seek out the opportunities for our witch clan survival. I implore you, senior brother, to assist us. Yifeng regarded the two maidens thoughtfully and quietly mused. If only you two were not bound to the witch clan. Perhaps you could lead carefree lives. As he pondered, an idea formed in his mind, a way to help them avoid their impending calamity. Sighing resignedly, he finally said, "Very well, I shall grant your request." With that, he summoned the Chaos Pearl, and upon its appearance, both maidens were taken aback by the overwhelming chaotic aura, causing them to stagger backward. Yifeng swiftly waved his hand, dissipating the pearl's power, and without further explanation, he summoned forth a golden orb from within the Chaos Pearl. The essence of Pangu, the essence emerged. Both maidens recognized the familiar aura that emanated from it, akin to that of a beloved kin. Huta gasped in astonishment. Could this be? She stared wide-eyed at Yifeng, who nodded in affirmation. In a surge of excitement, the two knelt before the floating essence, exclaiming, "Father God!" Unperturbed by their astonishment, Yifeng drew the Pangu essence into his hands, where it emanated a soft, azure glow. Moments later, the essence split into two, and with a wave of his hand, the two portions entered the bodies of the maidens. Yifeng understood that both women were destined for peril, and thus he divided the Pangu essence between them. However, he knew that relying solely on this essence would not lead them to sainthood, but rather allow them to attain a quasi-saint status. However, should the heavenly path be evaded, with Yifeng's assistance, the subsequent developments would be beyond imagination. The two women, upon integrating the primordial spirit of Pangu, found a multitude of information flooding into their minds, and 1,000 previously unknown matters became strikingly clear, including the realization that the mastermind behind the robbery was their own witch clan in conjunction with the demon clan. Yet they did not acquire any information regarding Yifeng from the primordial spirit of Pangu. This was a deliberate act by Yifeng, who wished to keep all aspects of his existence shrouded in secrecy. Once the two women comprehended the entire sequence of events, they clasped their hands in gratitude towards Yifeng, saying, "Thank you, senior brother, for your assistance. In the future, our witch clan shall never forget your kindness." Having just received the primordial spirit of Pangu, they needed time to digest it. Aware of this necessity, Yifeng waved his hand, transporting both women into the long-hidden Pangu hall. That moment, two new mats appeared within the hall, and Yifeng's voice resonated from afar. "Sisters, take your time to refine the primordial spirit of Pangu. No one shall disturb you here." After this, silence enveloped the hall. The two women understood that this was pivotal to the future rise or fall of the witch clan, thus they settled down to refine the primordial spirit. Years passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Yifeng felt a stirring in his mind and arrived at Pangu Hall, where he found Hutu and Xianming awakening, both having elevated their cultivation to the early stage of quasi-saint. Yifeng, observing this, congratulated them. "Congratulations, sisters, on your significant advancement in magical prowess." The two women, now enlightened on many matters, especially Xianming, who no longer felt the same embarrassment upon seeing Yifeng, spoke up. "Senior brother, we were once ignorant and may have offended you. We hope for your forgiveness." Upon finishing her words, she blushed, feeling somewhat bashful. Yifeng, now a figure of saintly stature, did not exhibit the haughty demeanor typical of other saints. He was unconcerned with such trivialities and replied, "Such minor matters are not worth dwelling upon." He then continued, "Now that this matter is resolved, you two may return to the witch clan, as tensions with the demon clan are at a boiling point." Unbeknownst to them, they had already appeared outside Pangu Mountain. Hutu and Xianming, astonished at Yifeng's ability to discreetly remove them from Pangu Mountain, marveled at his strength. Yet, Yifeng's voice echoed from afar. "Beneath the heavenly path lies a thread of opportunity. Let us see how you seize it." With that, Pangu Mountain resumed its formidable appearance, fortified by its great array. Hutu, in contemplation, glanced at Pangu Mountain, while Xianming, though considerably changed, pouted in response to Yifeng's treatment. However, Both women were left with no choice but to proceed towards the ancestral witch hall from the northern Julu continent. Now that both had attained quasi-saint cultivation, their speed had notably increased, and they soon returned to the ancestral witch hall. Meanwhile, Yifeng returned to the concealed Pangu hall, holding the chaos pearl and gazing intently at it that moment. Only a remnant of the primordial spirit of Pangu remained within the pearl, and Yifeng looked at that last fragment with a nostalgic expression. Upon returning to the ancestral witch hall, Hotu and Xianming noticed that their kin were already in a state of readiness for battle. They hurriedly entered the hall, where all the ancestral witches had gathered, except for the two of them. The other ancestral witches beamed with joy upon their arrival. Gong gong boomed. "Sisters, you have returned. We have been eagerly awaiting your arrival." Following this, he let out a hearty laugh. Seeing the attention directed towards her, Hotu recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing her account, the ancestral witches rejoiced. Members of the witch clan are not prone to jealousy, especially among the ancestral witches, as they share mutual care and concern. The other ancestral witches bore no ill will towards Hotu and Xianming for attaining the primordial spirit of Pangu and enhancing their cultivation. Rather, they rejoiced that the strength of the witch clan had been bolstered, making them all the more formidable. Jiang, being the meticulous one, spoke. "Based on what you two have shared, we, the witch clan, owe Yifeng a tremendous debt of gratitude. Has he made any requests?" His expression turned tense as he awaited their response. Xianming, who had remained silent since her return, finally spoke. "He did not make any demands. He merely said upon our return, 'Beneath the heavenly path lies a thread of opportunity. Let us see how you seize it.'" Jiang pondered these words, ultimately finding no further insights to pursue. Chapter 33. The Red-Butt Monkey Becomes a Disciple. The witch and demon clans prepare for war as the two women return to the witch clan and gathered with the ancestral witches. Tensions between the witch and demon clans had reached a boiling point, with war imminent. At this moment, Yifeng emerged from the Pangu hall within Pangu Mountain and transmitted his voice throughout the mountain. "I shall commence imparting the Grand Tao. All beings within Pangu Mountain may come to the Hall of Creation to listen." The announcement stirred excitement among the creatures within the mountain, for Yifeng had not expounded on the Tao for many years. Those who had previously attended his teachings understood that his discourse was centered on the Tao of creation, and all who listened would undoubtedly benefit, prompting them to flock towards the Hall of Creation. Seated upon a cloud platform, Yifeng surveyed the multitude of beings, including the disciples of the Tao of creation, and a profound sense of responsibility welled within him. Indeed, since his rebirth, he had enjoyed myriad opportunities for creation, and as his strength grew, so too did his responsibilities. Even though Yifeng typically remained aloof, the unfolding of the heavenly path compelled him to gradually engage. That moment, a small, sprightly figure hopped into view from a distance. Seeing the path ahead blocked by the eager listeners, it curiously peered forward, contemplating how to advance. This was none other than the Red-Butt Monkey, whom Yifeng had left on Pangu Mountain years ago. Upon noticing the monkey's antics, Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle. What a mischievous creature it was. Unbeknownst to the Red-Butt Monkey, its actions had drawn Yifeng's attention, altering its fate in ways yet to be realized. Yifeng extended his hand and effortlessly drew the curious monkey before him. The Red-Butt Monkey, caught off guard, knelt before Yifeng in reverence, observing that the monkey still lacked the ability to speak. Yifeng felt a surge of compassion. With a wave of his hand, he removed the obstruction from the monkey's throat, granting it the gift of speech. The Red-Butt Monkey, now capable of expressing itself, understood the significance of Yifeng's actions, for it was one of the four great spiritual monkeys of heaven and earth. It bowed again in gratitude, finally managing to stammer out, "Thank you, Master." Yifeng returned the gesture, and, seeing the monkey struggle with words, gently inquired, "Little monkey, would you like to become my disciple?" With a smile, he gazed at the Red-Butt Monkey. Realizing the magnitude of this opportunity, the monkey, not one to be foolish, prostrated itself on the ground, fervently knocking its head in submission. Yifeng then declared, "You shall be my disciple, Sendi Z." With a wave of his hand, a golden staff materialized, the very same Rui Jingu Bang once wielded by the Dragon Clan's leader. Yifeng had recognized its innate potential upon first encountering it. knowing that although it displayed great power in the hands of Long Batian, it ultimately could not unleash its full capabilities. He had thus claimed it, and now it was perfectly suited to gift to the red-butt monkey. Yifeng announced, "This is the Rui Jingu Bang, a treasure of innate origin. Consider it a gift from your master." He tossed it to the red-butt monkey, who, still at the golden immortal level, struggled to grasp the staff as it fell to the ground, eliciting a hearty laugh from Yifeng. Observing this, Yifeng infused the staff with a portion of his power, lightening its weight and rendering it manageable for the monkey so that it would be easily wielded once it advanced in cultivation. The red-butt monkey bowed deeply, expressing its gratitude. "Thank you, master." However, its speech still lacked fluidity as Yifeng took in another disciple. The other creatures present looked on with envy. Among them were the Kong-Xian brothers, who, despite holding high ranks within the Tao of creation, had yet to be accepted as disciples by Yifeng, leaving them feeling somewhat disheartened. After rising, the red-butt monkey settled beside Feng Ling'er and Long Yun, grinning at them and eliciting an eye roll from Feng Ling'er while Long Yun shot at a mildly annoyed glance. Thus, Yifeng commenced his teachings within Pangu Mountain, while outside, turmoil brewed at the summit of Buzhou Mountain. Within the heavenly court, the leaders of the demon clan convened at Dijun and Donghuang Tai presided over the throne. At this moment, Kunping stepped forward declaring, "Your Majesties, the Witch clan has shown blatant disrespect towards our heavenly court, defying our edicts. Such insolence cannot be tolerated. I implore you both to lead our demon kin in assaulting the ancestral Witch Hall to eradicate these traitors." With that, he bowed and stepped back. Ji Ming also rose to speak. "We beseech your majesties for permission to mobilize our forces and annihilate them utterly." The demon saints gathered, seeking direction from the two leaders. Dijun exchanged glances with Donghuang Tai. He could not fathom why Dijun always hesitated. However, given the current situation, he recognized that a decisive stance was necessary to prevent disillusionment among the demon kin. In truth, Dijun had his own concerns. He had a family, particularly a daughter with whom he shared a strained relationship. He understood that if war broke out, it would likely be the last time he would see them, and there was a risk of involving his loved ones in the conflict. Yet, the time for hesitation had passed. The arrow was on the string, and it must be released. Therefore, he steeled himself and declared, "We have been patient with the Witch clan, but their audacity has grown beyond measure." After exchanging a glance with Donghuang Tai, who nodded in agreement, Dijun continued, "All generals, heed my command. We, the demon clan, are destined to emerge as the rulers of this world, ordained by heaven. The Witch clan not only refuses to submit, but dares to consider themselves the sovereigns of the earth, thus insulting the authority of our heavenly court. The 10 great demon saints shall follow my lead and mobilize our 3 million troops to the land of the Witch clan to eradicate the rebels. My brother Tai, the demon master Kunpeng, and I shall lead the charge." With a commanding sweep of his hand, he concluded his proclamation. The sovereign remains sovereign. Even in moments of despondency, he can adeptly adjust his mood. The 10 great demon saints of the demon clan were commanded to mobilize their forces, while the Eastern Emperor Tai and Kunpeng of the Imperial Army remained within the Lingxiao Palace. At this juncture, Dijun remarked, "Brother, are you blaming me for my indecisiveness?" Upon finishing, he cast a helpless glance at Eastern Emperor Tai. Taken aback, Eastern Emperor Tai had never before witnessed such an expression on Dijun's face. And thus he responded, "What are you talking about, elder brother? I would never blame you. I merely perceive that you have changed recently." Dijun sighed and inquired, "Do you still remember the ancient war among the 3 races? And who emerged victorious in the end?" Upon hearing Dijun's words, Eastern Emperor Tai understood his brother's concerns and sighed in return. "There is no need for such thoughts, brother. Our demon clan is the legitimate heir of this vast wilderness. Our actions align with the will of heaven. With the strength of our demon clan, how could we possibly repeat past mistakes?" Upon finishing his statement, he wore a proud expression. Dijun regarded Eastern Emperor Tai, but refrained from further comment. After all, he too was a sovereign of the demon clan, and it was not appropriate to display such emotions at this moment. That he then stated, "Indeed, our demon clan is blessed with the presence of the Saint Nuwa. a figure the witch clan cannot hope to match, that he glanced at Kunpeng and asked, "Do you believe we have a solid chance of victory?" Eastern Emperor Tai also looked at Kunpeng with concern. After a moment of contemplation, Kunpeng spoke, "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, there is no doubt we will triumph. However, should any unexpected events arise, the outcome is uncertain." Both Eastern Emperor Tai and Jieyin regarded Kunpeng with expressions of inquiry. As a strategist of the demon clan, Kunpeng's words carried weight, especially since he was known for his cunning. That he organized his thoughts and continued. An unforeseen event would entail someone intervening to assist the witch clan, though the likelihood of that happening is minimal. Upon hearing this, both brothers felt reassured, recognizing that the witch clan, despite their formidable reputation, lacked the strength to rival the demon clan. The three of them concluded that the situation was not as dire as it seemed and proceeded to lead the demon army, which numbered nearly 30 million, toward the territory of the witch clan, fully aware that the witch clan was not to be underestimated. Nevertheless, the demons held unwavering confidence in their abilities at that moment. Within the witch clan, a miner which was reporting to Xingtian about the approaching demon forces, a massive army on the brink of invasion. Xingtian raised an eyebrow. He was not one to shy away from challenges. Yet with two armies preparing for battle, he could not afford to act recklessly and hastily made his way to the ancestral witch palace. Upon arriving, he did not bother to announce his presence, but barged in. There, the formidable Shangli frowned and remarked, "Xingtian, why do you appear so flustered? What manner of behavior is this?" Xingtian hastily bowed to the ancestral witches and replied, "According to reports from our scouts, the demon forces are advancing, and both Eastern Emperor Tai and Jieyin are heading toward our territory." He glanced at the gathered ancestral witches, fully aware that he could not act with impunity in their presence. Seeing this, Daijang decided not to consult with the other ancestral witches and instructed Xingtian, "Go summon Jiufeng, Hou-Yi, and the other great witches. Rally our warriors swiftly to prepare for battle." Xingtian immediately dashed out to muster the troops. Meanwhile, the ancestral witches were cracking their knuckles, for although their strength paled in comparison to that of the demon clan, the witch clan would never bow down to this moment. Plutus spoke, with the demon clan's invasion. "I wonder if the Saint Nuwa has made an appearance." Xianming then interjected, "It is unlikely that Nuwa will come. As a saint, she adheres to the teachings of Hongjun, who once declared that saints must refrain from intervening in mortal affairs. I doubt Nuwa would transgress her teacher's edicts." The other ancestral witches agreed with Xuanming's reasoning and felt reassured, gathering their composure as they exited the ancestral witch palace to observe the younger witches of their clan. In the Nuwa palace, Nuwa furrowed her flawless brows, contemplating the actions of the demon clan. She feared that such behavior might lead to dire consequences, ultimately jeopardizing the fortunes of the demon clan. Yet, she found herself powerless to intervene. Eastern Emperor Tai and Jieyin had launched their military campaign against the witch clan without consulting her. Although she possessed immense power, she found herself constrained, as both Jieyin and Eastern Emperor Tai were resolute in their intent to annihilate the witch clan. Even if she could prevent this confrontation, how many more could she thwart in the future? With no other option, she could only observe silently as the two clans approached one another. The demon forces, brimming with fervor, surged toward the witch clan, dark clouds overwhelming the vast wilderness, causing scattered cultivators to cower in their lairs, too frightened to emerge. Chapter 34. Historically, war begins with insults. Countless treasures display their might wherever the demon clan tread. Ominous clouds loomed, forcing deities to hide in their abodes. The demons, emboldened, remained unrestrained, causing the very earth to tremble a day later. The demon army arrived at the gathering place of the witch clan, only to find the latter fully prepared for battle. Awaiting the demons' approach, the 12 ancestral witches stood resolutely at the forefront of the witch forces, exuding an imposing presence that rivaled that of the demons at this moment. Jieyin and Eastern Emperor Tai also emerged at the forefront of the demon army. Kunpeng stepped forward boldly, addressing the witch clan. "You witches defy the heavens, foolishly aspiring to dominate this vast wilderness, refusing to submit to the rightful authority of the heavenly court. Such a grave transgression warrants your immediate surrender." His face was a mask of fury as he glared at the witches. Xianming, having tempered his arrogance somewhat, stepped forward defiantly, stating, "What an audacious creature you are, daring to boast without fear. We, the Witch Clan, are the embodiment of the primordial god Pangu's essence. How dare you, a mere demon, presume to dictate our actions?" With a disdainful snort, Kunpeng could hardly tolerate such an affront, as a high-ranking strategist of the demon clan. He was accustomed to being treated with utmost respect. Today, however, he found himself insulted by a mere girl, inciting his wrath. Unable to contain himself, Kunpeng drew forth the Qingshu divine staff and directed a surge of dark energy toward Xianming. Unfazed, Xianming extended her delicate hand backward to produce a silver hairpin, the falling star pin, a treasure of innate quality. With a swift motion, she unleashed a stream of silver light to counter Kunpeng's dark energy. The collision of the two energies tore through the fabric of space, creating a vast black hole. Kunpeng remained steadfast, though he let out a muffled grunt. Xianming, despite having received Pangu's primordial essence from Yefeng, was still inexperienced. The impact sent her staggering back 100 miles, causing her to spit blood. Hutu quickly steadied Xianming, who for the first time had endured such a setback, her pride struggling to cope. Igniting her anger as she sought to retaliate, only to be restrained by Jieyin and Zhunti this moment, Kunpeng was alarmed. He was aware that he had attained the late stages of quasi-saint cultivation, in the wilderness. Aside from the saints, finding a worthy opponent was a rarity. Yet he had underestimated the Witch Clan's strength. He had never anticipated that Xianming possessed early-stage quasi-saint capabilities. Was it not said that the Witch Clan did not cultivate their primordial spirits? How then could they reach such heights? Not only was Kunpeng struck by this realization, but Jieyin and Eastern Emperor Tai were equally astonished. They had not expected such prowess from the Witch Clan, particularly from Xianming, who had always seemed unremarkable. This led them to ponder the potential strength of the other witches. After closely observing the 12 ancestral witches, they felt somewhat relieved to discover that only Xianming and Hutu had reached the quasi-saint level, though they remained puzzled about how this had come to be. However, now was not the time for such inquiries. Eastern Emperor Tai stepped forward, emanating a formidable aura that pressed down upon the Witch Clan as he spoke. "You witches claim dominion over this earth. Yet disregard the face of my heavenly court. We, the Demon Clan, have established the heavenly court, and the world has responded favorably. Yet you, of the Witch Clan, refuse to submit, foolishly challenging our authority. Today, we shall not hesitate to eliminate you." Upon concluding his statement, he exchanged a knowing glance with Jieyin, who was equally astute. Understanding Eastern Emperor Tai's intention, Jieyin stepped forward as well. "Witches, will you not submit to my heavenly court? I, Jieyin, assure you that you shall remain the rightful lords of this land, with no one daring to infringe upon your domain." With Jieyin and Eastern Emperor Tai playing their respective roles of the hard and soft approach, they executed their strategy with precision. Yet, they overlooked the inherent nature of the Witch Clan, who were born warriors, prioritizing dignity over life itself. How could they ever consider bowing to the demons? Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Zhu Rong erupted with a thunderous roar that echoed for miles. "How dare you? Beasts claim to be the lords of heaven and earth. Do you think I, of the Witch Clan, would ever submit? Enough with your cowardly bluster. If you have the guts, let us fight." Her furious expression startled the lesser demons around her. While Jieyin could sometimes be indecisive, he was resolute in this moment. Seeing the Witch Clan's refusal to yield ignited a fury within him, and he declared, "Witch Clan brats, you seek to defy us. Let us see how our Demon Clan will deal with you." With a wave of his hand, the million-strong demon army surged forward, a tidal wave of fury aimed at the witches. Eastern Emperor Tai invoked the Eastern Emperor Bell and charged toward the ancestral witches, while Jieyin unleashed the innate He-Tu and Luo Shu. Kunpeng brandished the Qingshu divine staff and advanced, and the 10 great demon saints each showcased their unique abilities, all surging forward. Among the Witch Clan, Gonggong, known for his fiery temperament, wielded the Xian Yuan water controlling staff and bellowed, "Demon brats, prepare to face my wrath." Zhurong, with a firm grip on the heavenly fire mirror, which holds dominion over all flames and is a formidable offensive treasure, directed a torrent of fire towards Emperor June. Observing this, Qianliang swiftly brandished his mighty thunder tower, another preeminent artifact, intending to strike Emperor June. The three ancestral witches encircled Emperor June, launching their relentless assaults. Although Emperor June possessed the strength of a quasi-saint, he found himself momentarily reduced to a defensive stance against the fierce onslaught of the three ancestral beings. Dong Huangtai Yi, renowned as the mightiest among the myriad of demons, wielded the unparalleled Dong Huang Bell, a treasure not only of supreme defense, but also capable of unleashing catastrophic harm with a mere toll. Meanwhile, Ho Tu and Xian Ming confronted him directly, with Ho Tu brandishing the Earth God Ring, a defensive treasure of great renown. Both were at the quasi-divine level, yet facing Dong Huangtai, he rendered their efforts futile. Their aim was merely to stall him. The remaining Kunpeng was led by Di Jiang, alongside Zhu Meng and Ru Shou, who contended against him. That Di Jiang wielded the time-space staff, a personal artifact capable of ensnaring foes within a temporal array. Zhu Meng utilized a verdant branch, the Rebirth tree, a treasure unique to him as the progenitor of wood, capable of resurrection, yet also lethal to adversaries. That Yu Shou brandished a golden ruler, the Linglong ruler, which could alter the proportions of entities and reveal their true forms. The trio encircled Kunpeng, gradually intensifying their offensive, leaving Kunpeng unable to contend with anyone else. Zhu Jieyin, Shibai Shi, Tian Wu, and Yu Zi led a contingent of great witches, including Xing Tian and Jiu Feng, against the remaining 10 demon saints and their myriad soldiers. Zhu Jieyin brandished the Eternal Tower, a treasure that could capture beings and preserve them in a timeless state. Shibai Shi wielded the Four Seasons banner, capable of altering the climate of the primordial world to ensnare foes. Tian Wu held the Sky Wind Bag, while Yu Zi possessed the Thunderstrike. Both treasures of the highest order. As the two armies clashed under the leadership of their respective chiefs, the battlefield erupted into chaos, with a surge of corpses rising like a tidal wave. The winds howled as the valiant warriors faced an uncertain fate, determined to eradicate the witch tribe. Despite the presence of two quasi-saints blocking their path, this only fueled the demon clan's resolve to annihilate their adversaries, plunging the realm into tumultuous darkness. Emperor June, equipped with the primordial He Tu and Luo Shu, remained unfazed by the three ancestral witches' attacks, countering their advances with ease, inciting the ire of Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, and Xiangliang. Zhu Rong bellowed, "You cowardly firebird, hiding beneath your treasures to launch sneak attacks. Come forth and face me, Zhu Rong, in a fair fight." With that, he charged towards Emperor June in a fit of rage. Emperor June, a three-legged golden crow nurtured on the sun, had undergone countless years of cultivation, now transformed into a six-legged golden crow, rivaling Dong Huangtai. He responded with a thunderous roar. "Those who are not of my kin harbor different intentions. What can your puny witch tribe do to me?" His laughter echoed through the air, leaving Zhu Rong and his companions seething with indignation. In the midst of the battle, the outcome was becoming increasingly clear. It was merely a matter of time. Dong Huangtai Yi, brandishing the Dong Huang Bell, relentlessly assaulted Ho Tu and Xian Ming. Though both had reached the quasi-saint realm, they were still no match for him. Their attempts to retaliate were effortlessly thwarted, and with each toll of the bell, they were shaken to their core, struggling to hold their ground. Dong Huangtai Yi arrogantly proclaimed, "If you two surrender, I could plead with my elder brother to spare your lives. However, you must become my wives." His audacious words left Ho Tu and Xian Ming blushing with anger. Yet, as they fought, Xian Ming retorted with scorn. "Dong Huangtai Yi, perhaps you should take a look in the mirror before making such proposals. A mere beast dares to speak so grandly." This sharp retort struck a nerve with Dong Huangtai Yi, who, despite being a sovereign, was still a creature of the demon race, his true form a three-legged golden crow. The mention of his lineage stirred deep-seated insecurities within him that in a fit of rage. He commanded an increase in the bell's power, relentlessly targeting the two women, who could only cry out in despair. Nevertheless, their resolve remained unbroken. Meanwhile, Kunpeng displayed remarkable prowess, effortlessly navigating the battlefield. Unbeknownst to him, he was pitted against the top-tier figures of the primordial realm. Showcasing his overwhelming strength. Di Jiang, Zhu Meng, and Ru Shou attempted to confront him but found themselves relentlessly pursued as Kunpeng unleashed devastation upon the Witch Clan, causing chaos and disarray. Chapter 35. Nuwa's Protective Fury Unleashed. The demon's fortunes severed. The battle between the witch and demon clans raged fiercely in the southern Jambu continent, while the myriad deities of the primordial realm observed silently, adopting a stance of detached amusement. They were well aware that the ancient conflicts of the primordial three clans had led to their eventual disappearance, and it was a tragic fate that the witch and demon clans were now mirroring. Yet, these divine beings, in their lofty positions, showed little concern for the plight of those embroiled in the conflict. Nuwa, a saintess of the demon clan, was acutely aware of the dire situation, though she adhered to the principle of non-interference. Her kin were at risk, and she would do everything in her power to intervene. However, the admonition of Hongjun to refrain from hasty actions impeded her intentions at that moment, within the Nuwa palace. The saintess gazed with a furrowed brow at the ongoing battle. For a being of her stature, observing any corner of the primordial world was a trivial feat. The spirit pearl, usually mischievous, sensed Nuwa's turmoil and refrained from speaking. Aware of the gravity of the situation, unable to remain idle, Nuwa rose and made her way to the battlefield, startling the spirit pearl and the cloud child with her sudden movement in the southern Jambu continent. The battlefield was shrouded in chaos, with limbs of fallen witches strewn about as the demon clan ruthlessly consumed their remains. The sight was enough to instill terror in the hearts of onlookers. As the witch clan suffered devastating losses from Kunpeng's stealthy strikes, Zhu Meng, recognizing Kunpeng's cunning, transmitted a message to Di Jiang and Ru Shou before taking matters into his own hands against the lesser demons. With Ru Shou wielding the Linglong ruler to assist him, they wreaked havoc among the demon ranks, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Dong Huang Tai Yi, meanwhile, unleashed a powerful blow with the Dong Huang bell against Ho Tu and Xianming. Despite their desperate attempts to counter, they were ultimately overpowered, forced to spit blood as the bell's might overwhelmed them. Yet they stood resolute, unwilling to yield. As Dong Huang Tai Yi turned his attention to the witch clan. He raised the Dong Huang bell high, channeling his energy into a devastating strike that a wave of yellow light erupted from the bell, sweeping through the witch ranks and causing untold devastation. In a single stroke. Nearly 100,000 members of the witch clan fell, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. The 12 ancestral witches bore witness to this atrocity, their cries of fury shaking the very foundations of the primordial realm. Ho Tu and Xianming, incensed by Dong Huang Tai Yi's merciless onslaught, summoned the last remnants of their power to retaliate, but the demon's resurgence left them with little choice but to endure. Meanwhile, the fiery temperament of Gong Gong was ignited by the sight of his kin's slaughter. Alongside Zhu Rong and Xiang Liang, he charged at Emperor Jun, unleashing his fury upon the demonic forces with unbridled ferocity. The Eastern Emperor Tai Yi and Emperor Jun were consumed with fury, their magical artifacts swinging fiercely as they aimed to hurl the several ancestral witches away. Yet, the ancestral witches resolutely resisted, encircling the two men with unwavering determination. In their plight, the situation became dire. Sensing the chaos, Kunpeng launched a powerful assault on Emperor Jiang and Zhu Rong. As the two retreated, he seized the opportunity to dart toward the multitude of the witch clan. In an instant, anguished cries echoed incessantly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Emperor Jiang and Zhu Rong hastily pursued Kunpeng. However, Kunpeng, known for his remarkable speed, proved difficult to catch, darting away as he occasionally struck at the witch clan. The two pursuers, filled with rage, could only roar in frustration. Thus, the battle raged on for an entire day, with casualties mounting on both sides. The demon clan, initially confident of victory, was taken aback by the formidable prowess of the witch clan, especially with the unexpected emergence of the quasi-saints, Hutu and Xianin, leading to a miscalculation. Yet, like those crossing a vast sea, retreat was no longer an option. They could only press forward. The various deities were unprepared for the ferocity of the conflict between the witch and demon clans from the outset. Each harbored thoughts of whether their teacher, Hongjun, would emerge after the Tao was harmonized. Hong Jun had previously stated that he would remain hidden as long as the heavenly laws were unchanged, yet the battleground lay in ruins from the clash between the two clans. Regardless of other speculations, the battle persisted. Gong became increasingly embroiled in the fight. An eruption of curses pierced the air. "What a beast! How dare you slaughter my demon kin?" It was Nuwa, who had arrived with the intent to mediate, only to witness Gong ruthlessly eliminating members of the demon clan. Enraged, she could hardly contain herself. Gong, struck by Nuwa's furious rebuke, spat blood in shock, and before he could recover, a massive red embroidered ball hurtled toward him. There was no evading it. With a resounding crash, Gong plummeted like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the earth beneath, silenced. The ancestral witches were taken aback. They knew the physical might of their clan surpassed that of others in the Primordial land. Yet to see Gong so swiftly rendered voiceless was shocking. Amidst the uproar of the ancestral witches, Nuwa gracefully descended to the battlefield, compelling both clans to cease their conflict. The presence of a sage rendered further fighting futile. With a mere gesture from Nuwa, the witch clan could be obliterated entirely. Eastern Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun, upon seeing Nuwa's arrival, were filled with elation. Eastern Emperor Tai discreetly signaled to Emperor Jun, who refrained from intervening. Tai stepped forward, pleading, "I beseech you, revered Nuwa, to grant justice for my demon clan." Tai was well aware that Nuwa belonged to the demon clan. On one hand, he aimed to bind her through flattery, while on the other, he sought to intimidate the witch clan, but he continued, "Your Grace, you are unaware of the wickedness of the witch clan. Their refusal to submit to us is one matter, but their relentless slaughter of our kin is utterly disrespectful. As a sage, how can you allow the witch clan to treat us with such disdain?" After wiping his face, Tai's performance was remarkably convincing. Nuwa, inflamed with anger, momentarily lost her composure, failing to exercise her usual wisdom. Observing the devastation inflicted upon her kin, she found herself swayed by Tai's words. At this juncture, Emperor Jun approached, bowing deeply. "We implore you, Your Grace, to advocate for our people." Nuwa, despite her confusion over the sudden shift in demeanor from those who had previously shown her little respect, replied with satisfaction, "As a member of the demon clan, I shall protect your safety." Meanwhile, Gong had been retrieved by several ancestral witches. He lay there, breathless, his face devoid of color, his bones shattered. It was only due to Nuwa's restraint that he retained any semblance of life. Otherwise, he would have been utterly lost. Zhu Rong, disregarding the sanctity of the sage, boldly emerged wielding the heavenly fire mirror, declaring, "Nuwa, in your folly as a sage, you heed the slander of a villain and turn against my witch clan. Though we lack knowledge of heavenly timing, we have heard from teacher Hong Jun that sages must not intervene." Zhu Rong's voice trembled with indignation, yet he could not continue as Hutu stepped forward, stating, "Nuwa, you, as the saint of creation, should not wish harm upon my witch clan. Should you disregard our teacher's reprimands and strike at us, know that the witch clan does not harbor cowards. We shall fight you to the bitter end." Hutu, a formidable ancestral witch, stood resolute, unwavering in her defiance. The other ancestral witches glared at Nuwa, their faces etched with fury. Though she was revered as a sage, the disdain she faced from the witch clan stoked her anger. Regardless of the consequences, she brandished the red embroidered ball, asserting, "No matter how you argue, today you shall not harm a single one of my kin. The damage inflicted upon my demon clan is too great. Retribution is inevitable." Nuwa's intervention was not to be taken lightly. That moment, the Taoist Laozi from the outer heavens opened his eyes, casting a glance at the battlefield, and remarked coolly, "Nuwa, why must you involve yourself? Are you unaware that your interference will leave the demon clan without a glimmer of hope for redemption?" With that, he resignedly closed his eyes once more. From the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain, the Primordial beginning observed the unfolding drama from his cloud platform, amusement dancing in his eyes as he remarked, "The show has begun." Meanwhile, at the Bo Palace in the Eastern Sea, Tong Tian furrowed his brow, gazing at the chaos, eventually sighing without further reaction on Pangu Mountain. Within the Creation Hall, Yefeng cast a dispassionate glance at the battlefield, remaining unperturbed, for he knew that soon Hongjun would be compelled to intervene, and it appeared that Nuwa would face punishment for her actions in the western realm of Qianfo Mountain. Amidst the thousand Buddha Hall, the ever-unwavering Zhunti and Jieyin observed the turmoil. Zhunti remarked to Jieyin, "Teacher has stated that as long as the heavenly laws remain unchanged, he shall not emerge. One wonders if he will this time. Should he remain hidden, the witch clan is destined for annihilation." Thus revealing his stance, that a cunning smile graced Zhunti's face as Jieyin joined his hands in reverence, replying, "Indeed, if we discern the teacher's intentions, we shall be better positioned to act in the future." With that, they began to carefully observe the battle. Unbeknownst to Nuwa, her involvement had already sealed the fate of the demon clan's future opportunities. Chapter 36. Hongjun intervenes to suppress Nuwa. The witch and demon clans divide the heavens and earth. At this moment, Zhu Rong, witnessing Gonggong grievously injured by Nuwa, could no longer restrain himself. "Nuwa, we hold you in esteem as a sage, yet you fail to respect yourself, seeking to impose your strength upon us. The witch clan shall not yield." Enraged, Nuwa's countenance darkened. The dignity of a sage was paramount. Zhu Rong had unwittingly provoked her wrath, and she retaliated with another red embroidered ball, sending Zhu Rong crashing to the ground. Appearing as though he could only gasp for breath, the onlookers were taken aback by Nuwa's sudden aggression, while the demon clan rejoiced and the witch clan seethed with anger. Just as the ancestral witches and their kin prepared to swarm Nuwa, a figure emerged from beyond the heavens. It was the Taoist Hongjun, harmonized with the Tao. Hongjun retained his familiar demeanor, though now more inscrutable than ever. His sudden appearance felt both unexpected and yet inevitable. Upon Hongjun's manifestation, all the saints assembled instantly. Nuwa, regaining her composure, realized that her actions had crossed a threshold, prompting her teacher's emergence. Anxiety gripped her, for despite her status as a sage, she dared not confront the formidable presence of her teacher, who surpassed even the combined strength of several sages. Nuwa had always revered her teacher. Yefeng was the last to arrive, and upon his presence, Hongjun nodded slightly before resuming his enigmatic demeanor. All the saints had encountered Hongjun, and he addressed Nuwa. "Nuwa, as a sage, you should not interfere in the conflict between the witch and demon clans." With an expression that deepened the mystery surrounding him, he regarded Nuwa, realizing she could not evade accountability. Nuwa spoke. Nuwa acknowledges her wrongdoing and implores the teacher to mete out punishment. Bowing her head in remorse, she awaited her fate. That moment, the demon clan's Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai stepped forward. Bowing low before Hongjun, Emperor Jun implored, "We beseech you, teacher, to spare our demon saint." It was but a moment of provocation from the witch clan that incited her wrath. Eastern Emperor Tai echoed the sentiment. Recognizing Nuwa as their sage, the demon clan collectively knelt before Hongjun, pleading, "We implore the Tao ancestor to spare the punishment of our saint. Nuwa, we are willing to bear the repercussions on her behalf." Nuwa, though aware of the demon clan's propensity for violence, felt a surge of comfort knowing they would advocate for her, despite her usual distance from them. In that moment, a golden light soared from the distance, swiftly reaching the assembly of saints. It was Fushi, Nuwa's brother. Although Fushi belonged to the demon clan, he had inherited Nuwa's aversion to violence and spent most of his time in cultivation. Yet he lacked the primordial essence necessary to become a sage. Fushi, sensing Nuwa's impending punishment, rushed forth without hesitation. Upon seeing the gathered saints and the long-absent Hongjun, he spoke. "Fushi greets all esteemed sages and the teacher." After acknowledging the assembly, he bowed before Hongjun, stating, "I implore the teacher to grant mercy. Fushi is willing to bear the punishment in place of my sister." Nuwa had not anticipated that her brother, who had been secluded in cultivation, would come forth to plead on her behalf at this moment. Overcome with emotion, she gazed at Fushi with reddened eyes and called out, "Brother." However, though Nuwa was a woman, she was no less formidable than any man. Observing that her kin and brother were advocating for her, she spoke up. Nuwa expresses her gratitude for everyone's appeals. However, the actions taken by Nuwa are one she shall bear alone. Nuwa is not one to shy away from responsibility. With that, she turned to face Hongjun at this juncture. Hongjun interjected, Nuwa, the balance of heavenly law dictates that the conflict between the witch and demon tribes is unavoidable. Yet, by intervening in their affairs, you jeopardize the future fortune of your demon kin. The witch tribe will have its own opportunities, but your demon lineage shall suffer. Hongjun sighed and continued, Very well, since we are teacher and student. I shall seek to find a sliver of chance for your demon tribe. He then turned his attention to Yifeng. Yifeng, understanding Hongjun's intentions, realized that Hongjun sought to utilize the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda that Yifeng had acquired from him. Without uttering a word, Yifeng tossed the pagoda to Hongjun. As Hongjun received the pagoda, he addressed Nuwa. Nuwa, I shall use this pagoda to confine you for a millennium. After 1,000 years, you shall emerge from the pagoda, and that day will herald the opportunity for your demon kin, that if you can seize that chance, your lineage may yet endure. Upon hearing this, Nuwa resolutely replied, Thank you, Master, for your understanding. Nuwa expresses her gratitude on behalf of the demon tribe. With that, Hongjun raised the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda, which emanated a brilliant aura, enveloping Nuwa and drawing her inside. As she was being taken in, she cast one last glance at the assembly of saints. And upon seeing Yifeng, her eyes reddened before she vanished within the pagoda. It was only as Nuwa entered the pagoda that she pondered why her kin and brother had pleaded for her, while none of the saints had done the same. Heartbroken, she felt the sting of sorrow. Though a saint must not shed tears, still, her eyes betrayed her pain. Hongjun, having confined Nuwa within the pagoda, inscribed an intricate glyph upon it and turned to Yifeng, saying, You shall be responsible for this pagoda. The restrictions will naturally lift when Nuwa's tribulation is fulfilled. With that, he entrusted the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda to Yifeng. Yifeng accepted it and immediately concealed the pagoda. He assured, Yifeng will ensure its safety. This moment, the previously silent Yuan Shi spoke up. Master, what shall become of the witch and demon tribes? Their conflict has wrought significant destruction upon the primordial lands. The two from the west nodded in agreement. Yuan Shi, pleased to find his thoughts aligned with theirs, felt a surge of satisfaction. Laozi and Tong Tian remained silent, observing how Hongjun would respond. However, Hongjun did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he turned to Laozi. Laozi, you are my most esteemed disciple. Do you have any thoughts on this matter? Seeing the ball pass to him, Laozi replied, We beseech you to take charge, Master. We shall act according to your guidance. He wore an expression of indifference. Noticing Laozi's lack of enthusiasm, Hongjun shifted his gaze to Yifeng, who, understanding Hongjun's intent, turned away to gaze at the clouds on the horizon, feigning ignorance, which vexed Hongjun. He thought to himself that he must play the role of the villain. Observing the silence among the saints, Hongjun glanced at the injured witch and demon tribes and sighed, From this day forth, the demons shall govern the heavens, and the witches shall govern the earth. Cease all hostilities. He cast a meaningful glance at Yifeng before vanishing. With their matters concluded, the saints took their leave, though Tong Tian, upon bidding farewell to Yifeng, appeared somewhat embarrassed, having thought about the treasures Yifeng had gifted to his 3 disciples. That Yifeng, aware of Tong Tian's thoughts, reassured him that there was no need for concern. As the two from the west departed, they exchanged furtive glances, plotting their next move, yet gradually made their way towards the western Hinyo continent. Fushi, recognizing that there was no turning back, approached Yifeng and clasped his hands in gratitude. Sister, with 7 senior brother watching over you, Fushi thanks you, senior brother. Yifeng noted that Fushi had yet to become embroiled in the affairs of the demon tribe, surmising that the critical moment was not far off. Fushi departed, unaware that Jieyin and Zhunti had not forgotten about the formidable figure he represented. His reappearance had piqued their interest, ultimately leading to Fushi's impending calamity. The witch tribe had also returned with Gonggong and Zhurong. But if they did not receive healing, even their robust bodies would struggle to recover, given that they had been struck by a saint. The demon tribe faced a similarly dismal fate, their initial ambitions shattered. Now, both tribes had suffered significant losses and were preoccupied with recuperating. The initial clash between the witch and demon tribes had ended in a disheartening stalemate, which none had anticipated. However, thanks to Hongjun's decree of separation, there was a silver lining. For the time being, no cataclysmic battles would erupt. Hongjun, feeling helpless, knew that the witch and demon tribes were essential products of the heavenly law. He could not act against the dictates of fate, and thus he postponed each matter. While the present situation was manageable, the next confrontation would undoubtedly be even more catastrophic, threatening to obliterate the world. Upon returning to Pangu Mountain, Yifeng entered the Pangu Hall and placed the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda upon the cushion that Nuwa had once crafted. He could almost perceive the silent sorrow emanating from within the pagoda. With a sigh, he addressed the pagoda. "Sister, take care. Remember that from ruin can arise greater strength." With a wave of his hand, a beam of azure light shot into the pagoda, rendering it invisible as Yifeng concealed it. For a time, the primordial lands fell into a tranquil silence, as no one could have fathomed that even a saint like Nuwa had been subdued. Consequently, opinions on the ascension to sainthood varied. Some believed that while becoming a saint conferred immortality, it did not guarantee invincibility. Others contended that those who sought the path of the great Tao would eventually transcend, becoming supreme saints above all else. Divergent thoughts circulated, yet there were those with ulterior motives, such as Donghuang Tai, Jieyin, and the enigmatic Laozu of the underworld, who were resolute in their pursuit of saintly power. Though the opportunity to act had yet to present itself. Chapter 37. Disciples descend the mountain to explore. Divine beings unite against the four beasts with the initial clash between the witch and demon tribes concluded. Both factions guarded their territories. However, it was unrealistic to expect an end to hostilities. Skirmishes among minor factions of the two tribes continued sporadically across the primordial lands. One day, within the Zhao Hua Hall of Pangu Mountain, Yifeng summoned Feng Ling'er and Kong Xian, along with others, to the Grand Hall. Feng Ling'er, having grown weary of her prolonged stay on the mountain, longed to venture outside but hesitated to voice her desires to Yifeng, leading to her discontent. Occasionally, she would take to teasing Long Yun and the red-bottomed monkey, yet such antics did little to alleviate her boredom. Yifeng, perceiving Feng Ling'er's demeanor, could not help but chuckle. Once everyone had gathered, he spoke. "Kong Xian and Peng, since joining my Zhao Hua sect, you have both contributed significantly. As you lack suitable treasures, I shall bestow upon you each a powerful artifact today." With a flick of his wrist, two radiant swords materialized in his hands, one black and one white. He presented the white sword, the white feather sword, to Kong Xian, and the black sword, the black feather sword, to Peng. The two expressed their heartfelt gratitude, having long envied Feng Ling'er for her treasures. Today, their wishes had finally been fulfilled, leaving them deeply moved. These artifacts, both innate treasures, were collected by Yifeng during his travels with Pangu. Now, they were perfectly suited as gifts for his disciples. Yifeng continued. With the conclusion of the witch and demon war, you may explore the primordial lands, gaining insights into the Tao and expanding your horizons. Feng Ling'er, taken aback by the prospect of being allowed to descend the mountain, squealed with joy and rushed to Yifeng's side, grasping his arm. "Master, you are truly magnificent. Just as I was feeling bored, you grant us the chance to explore." "Thank you, Master," she exclaimed, shaking his arm excitedly. But Yifeng, having spoiled this disciple since childhood, could only indulge her. He then turned to Long Yun and the inquisitive red-bottomed monkey, saying, "Long Yun and the red-bottomed monkey, you shall remain here to oversee matters within the Zhao Hua sect." The dragon and monkey exchanged glum expressions, much to the amusement of Feng Ling'er and the others. Noticing their disheartened looks, Yifeng inquired, "What? Is it a grievance to have you stay in the Zhao Hua sect?" The dragon and monkey hurriedly bowed. "Master, please do not take offense. We are grateful to be here in Pangu Mountain, a blessing bestowed by you. How could we dare to complain?" Yifeng merely teased them, smiling gently. "Do not envy your fellow disciples. In time, I shall provide you with opportunities as well." They quickly expressed their gratitude. Thus, Feng Ling'er and the others tidied up and set off from Pangu Mountain towards the primordial lands. Not only did Yifeng release his disciples, but Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, and the others also sent their disciples into the primordial realm to seek opportunities for further cultivation. However, Laozi's sole disciple, Xuandu, did not descend to the mortal realm, but continued to accompany Laozi daily, listening to his profound teachings. the spiritual pearls of Nuwa Palace, and the Cloud Youth could only remain within the confines of Nuwa Palace. As Nuwa was suppressed, leaving them with nowhere to go but to await her return after countless millennia. As for the future Jade Emperor and Queen Mother, they still resided within the hidden Zhixiao Palace. Although the vast expanse of the primordial earth had experienced the devastating battle between the witch and demon clans, rendering it somewhat desolate, it was nonetheless bustling with life. One cannot help but marvel at the extraordinary reproductive capabilities of the human race. After years of development, their numbers had swelled to tens of millions. The Wanqiao region was insufficient to accommodate all the disciples, prompting the human race to gradually spread across the primordial land, akin to a flood breaching its banks, inundating every corner. Yet, one constant remained. Wanqiao was still the epicenter of humanity. Jieyin did not forget his responsibilities, tirelessly ensuring the stability of human development. At present, Jieyin had achieved the realm of the Luo Golden Immortal, while the elders of humanity had reached the level of Tai E Golden Immortal, marking a significant advancement, though still incomparable to the Crane and Demon clans. As Fenglinger and her companions journeyed, they witnessed the mutual affection among humans. The elderly enjoyed their twilight years, while the younger ones fiercely protected their homes and cherished their spouses. This sight deeply moved Fenglinger and her companions. And unbeknownst to them, their resolve to pursue the Tao was steadily heightened. When they saw ferocious beasts attacking humans, they intervened to rescue them. In areas where humans were suffering from hunger, they assisted in hunting and imparted knowledge. Gradually becoming well known among the human populace, everyone recognized that the disciples of the Emperor of Creation were dedicated to nurturing the human race. Whenever Fenglinger and her companions arrived in a new locale, they were met with grand receptions, which revealed the simplicity and sincerity of the human heart. Perhaps in matters they deemed trivial, they inadvertently benefited humanity, with no grand gestures of gratitude in return. The humans could only offer heartfelt respect to their benefactors. This was the uncomplicated love and lifestyle of humanity at that time. The reputation of Fenglinger and her companions continued to spread throughout the human communities. Disciples from various sects sought fortunes in the deep mountains, while others delved into human society in search of opportunities. In the West, the likes of Methra Buddha, Ananda, Kasyapa, and the ever-stagnant Golden Cicada arrived. Having learned the profound teachings of the Mahayana Buddhism from Guanyin, they practiced the principles of guiding and saving beings, traversing the primordial land and liberating many souls. Even now, humanity was aware of the existence of deities, albeit lacking the chance to encounter them. The West pursued a realm devoid of desires, seeking boundless bliss. Those who failed to grasp Jieyi's teachings of perpetual vitality followed the bald-headed monks instead. Fenglinger and her companions had accompanied Yi Feng for countless years and had come to understand his character and approach to matters. Yi Feng had once advised them to always leave a glimmer of hope in every endeavor, a principle as unchanging as the Tao itself. Thus, even as they assisted humanity, they did so with restraint, emulating Yi Feng's demeanor like a tea that moment. Within the Palace of Creation, Yi Feng furrowed his brow, perplexed by the slight increase in his cultivation that had hitherto remained stagnant. He soon discerned the cause. Fenglinger and her companions' actions had evoked profound gratitude from humanity, who expressed their appreciation by paying homage to Yi Feng's statue. The human heart was exceedingly pure in its gratitude, and this sentiment gradually coalesced into a force of faith. The entity they revered was Yi Feng, and this faith energy surged into him, blending with the Taoist power he cultivated, thereby enhancing his cultivation, albeit marginally, yet significantly for Yi Feng and his fellow sages. Sensing no adverse effects, Yi Feng relaxed his brow and resumed his observations. One day, after bidding farewell to a human tribe, Fenglinger and her companions continued their travels. Upon reaching a valley, they halted, having heard the sounds of a fierce battle. They flew towards the source of the commotion and soon arrived at the scene, where 3 women and 1 man were engaged in combat with 4 monstrous creatures clad in scales. Although the 4 were agile and utilized magical artifacts, they had sustained various injuries, and the 4 beasts were equally wounded. Fenglinger gasped, recognizing that the 3 women were the disciples of the Jiejiao, Yin Xiao, Bi Xiao, and Xiao, and the man was none other than Zhao Gongming. Feng Linger exclaimed, drawing the attention of the combatants, who were then given an opportunity by the beast to strike them hard, sending them flying. Kong Xian and the others swiftly swooped in to catch them. Embarrassed, Feng Linger apologized. "I am terribly sorry. I momentarily forgot and caused you all to be injured." Upon seeing Feng Linger, Yunxiao's expression shifted from joy to concern as she warned, "Sister Linger, be cautious. These beasts possess formidable strength." Kong Xian produced several creation pills for the four to consume, and in an instant, they felt significantly better, angered by the arrival of four new opponents. The four beasts roared ferociously, ready to attack at any moment. Zhao Gongming then bowed and introduced himself. "I am Zhao Gongming, a disciple of Jie Jiao, and I sincerely thank you for your timely rescue." Unaware that the three sisters had already known Feng Linger, he was overjoyed to learn of her connection, exclaiming, "So you are disciples under my esteemed teacher." With that, they turned their attention back to the four beasts, which bore wings and resembled a cross between a bull and a tiger, exhaling torrents of fierce flames from their mouths. They were four Qiongqi, formidable beasts from the Shanhaijing, classic of mountains and seas. Initially, the group had intended to enter the valley, enchanted by the celestial aura and abundant spirit herbs, to gather some, but they had not anticipated the presence of these vile creatures. The four Qiongqi proved to be as powerful as the group, leading to a fierce struggle with no clear advantage for either side. Feng Linger, a startled cry disrupted the battle, inadvertently causing more injuries. Observing the exceedingly grotesque Qiongqi, Feng Linger, irked, declared, "Shall we unite to subdue these four beasts?" Upon looking at her companions, they readily agreed, for their combined strength was now twice that of the beasts, making victory a trivial matter, especially with the swift Kong Xian among them. The outcome was as expected. The four Qiongqi were vanquished, and they looted the magical artifacts from the beasts in the primordial realm. Both men and women harbored a proclivity for violence, though it was understandable given the brutal nature of their world. If one did not slay others, they would inevitably become prey themselves. Thus, they viewed these harsh realities with equanimity. The group decided to journey together across the primordial land. Chapter 38. Red Cloud seeks fate at Zhixiao Palace. The cave transformed into a thatched cottage as Feng Linger, Kong Xian, Da Peng, Kai Feng, and Zhao Gongming ventured forth into the primordial realm. Meanwhile, within the five, meticulously maintained by the gentle breeze and bright moon, the fruit trees flourished abundantly. Yet the master of this abode bore a troubled expression. At this moment, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun wore countenances of helplessness. Jin Yuanzi sympathized with his friend Hong Yun, while Hong Yun felt a deep sense of frustration. Why was this so? Because Hong Yun could not fathom why he was unable to find the opportunity to attain sainthood. Despite his relentless efforts to refine the primordial purple energy, he found it impossible to transmute. As he watched others who had acquired the primordial purple energy ascend to sainthood, even Yifeng, who had attained it under mysterious circumstances, his anxiety only intensified. Moreover, he feared that his possession of this primordial purple energy might attract unwanted attention. He was aware that many coveted it, and although the demon clan appeared dormant for now, he could not shake the fear of their sudden and violent actions. What of those lurking in the shadows? Even Jin Yuanzi, despite his formidable prowess, was no match for them, and he wished to avoid embroiling Jin Yuanzi in his troubles. At this juncture, Jin Yuanzi spoke, "Brother Hong Yun, years of cultivation cannot compare to a moment of enlightenment. If it proves unfruitful, I am willing to accompany you to Zhixiao Palace to consult with the teacher before making a decision." Ever since Hong Yun had received the primordial purple energy bestowed by Hong Jun, he had been striving for enlightenment, yet the opportunity for sainthood remained elusive, leaving both men in a state of distress. Jin Yuanzi intended to accompany Hong Yun to Zhixiao Palace to seek guidance from Hong Jun. However, they were unaware that since Hong Jun had merged with the Tao, Zhixiao Palace had remained hidden, and whether they could locate it depended on their own fortunes. The two gathered their thoughts and exited the five. Although Hong Yun had initially wished to go alone, he could not resist Jin Yuanzi's insistence, and thus the two journeyed together. After half a day of riding the clouds, they arrived at the former site of Zhixiao Palace in the outer celestial realm, only to find it absent. After searching in vain with their powers, they reluctantly departed. Yet, as they descended to the lower realms, Hong Yun faintly heard a voice. When the witch and demon clans battle again, calamity shall befall Hong Yun. The cycles of cause and effect emerge, drawing forth the primordial purple energy. Hong Yun wished to listen more closely, but found the voice had vanished. He paused to contemplate, as if he had gained some insight, yet remained perplexed. Zhan Yuanzi, noticing Hong Yun's stillness, inquired with a puzzled expression, "Brother Hong Yun, why do you not proceed?" Hong Yun, with a face full of confusion, inquired of Zhen Yuanzi, "Have you not heard someone speak just now?" Zhen Yuanzi, equally perplexed, listened intently as Hong Yun recounted the words he had just heard. After a moment of contemplation, Zhen Yuanzi took Hong Yun's hand and bowed towards the direction of Zixiao Palace. Hong Yun gazed at Zhen Yuanzi with even greater bewilderment, prompting Zhen Yuanzi to share the crucial details with him. Upon hearing this, Hong Yun was taken aback, not by the revelation that he had not yet attained sainthood, but by the impending threat of his own demise. Both of them could not help but break into a cold sweat. Ultimately, Hong Yun was not a heartless being. Rather, his compassion was for all living beings, a sentiment that individuals could hardly perceive. The two hurriedly ascended on their clouds towards Wuzhuang Temple. Yet unexpectedly, on their way back, Hong Yun suddenly recalled the need to seek out Yefeng. For reasons unknown, he remembered his promise to Feng Linger to present her with a gift. Back then, Zhen Yuanzi had gifted the life fruit. But Hong Yun had nothing of note to offer, which had been postponed until now. Seeing that there was no pressing matter at hand, Zhen Yuanzi also felt it was time to visit Yefeng at the Creation Sect, and together they turned towards the northern region of Julu Island. Meanwhile, Yefeng, within the Pangu Hall, was aware that Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun were en route to Pangu Mountain. He instructed his third disciple, Chikao Mahu, to greet them outside the mountain. Yefeng then exited the Pangu Hall and went to the Creation Hall to await their arrival. Upon reaching the outskirts of Pangu Mountain, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun spotted a monkey darting about outside the mountain. As soon as they approached, the monkey spoke. "Greetings, esteemed uncles. My master has entrusted me with the task of welcoming you both. Please follow me." The two exchanged glances astonished. If they were not mistaken, this monkey was indeed Chikao Mahu. They had not anticipated that he would be taken in by Yefeng, suggesting a future of boundless potential. Without hesitation, they followed Chikao Mahu into the mountain, soon arriving at the Creation Hall. Upon entering, they saw Yefeng standing in the center of the vast hall. They hurriedly approached and offered their respects, but Yefeng, disliking such formalities, waved his hand to halt them, saying, "Though I am a sage, we are still brothers. There is no need for such distance." The two refrained from further discussion. After they were seated, Hong Yun spoke first. "Brother, might I inquire if Linger is here in the mountain?" Upon speaking, he turned to look at Yefeng. Yefeng, aware of Hong Yun's intentions, was surprised to learn of this matter. He replied, "Not long ago, I sent Linger and Kong Xian, among others, down the mountain to travel. What business do you have?" Hong Yun, upon realizing Feng Linger was absent, Hong Yun was not disheartened. Instead, he smiled and said, "I recall promising Linger a gift when she was younger. Yet time has slipped away, and she has grown up." With a flick of his wrist, he produced a green gourd, which was the result of his own 9-9 dispelling soul gourd, nurtured over countless ages and now complete. Its function was to contain all things, including living beings, and was named the Emerald Spirit Gourd, contingent upon the wielder's power. Yefeng was taken aback that Hong Yun remembered this matter, regarding him with newfound respect. He accepted the green gourd and said, "Then I shall express Linger's gratitude on her behalf." Hong Yun quickly declined, for he would not accept thanks from Yefeng. Had it not been for Feng Linger's plea, Yefeng might not have intervened to save them at the tea that moment. Zhen Yuanzi interjected, "Brother, your disciples are truly exceptional. Not only do you have talents like Linger and Long Yun, who are rare gems, but also the likes of Chikao Mahu, a spirit monkey of heaven and earth." He looked at Yefeng with envy. Yefeng merely smiled faintly and replied, "It is all a matter of chance and opportunity. The quality of disciples matters more than the quantity, as long as you nurture your own Qing Feng Mingyue well. It will not be difficult for them to achieve greatness in the future." Yefeng chose not to dwell on this topic further, and instead asked, I wonder if you two have any other important matters to discuss. The two, seeing Yefeng's direct inquiry, felt no need to conceal anything. Hong Yun recounted their recent visit to Zishao Palace and shared the message conveyed by Hong Jun, inexplicably revealing everything to Yefeng. Upon hearing this, Yefeng remarked, Hong Yun, are you not afraid of my greed? If I desired to seize the primordial purple energy, even if you hid it well, I could obtain it in an instant. He regarded them with curiosity. At this, Hong Yun replied, Brother, while we may not have had much interaction, I have heard enough about your character. If you were truly a treacherous individual, would you have intervened to stop the ancient three clans war? Would you have sheltered the Phoenix clan here in Pangu Mountain, along with Kong Xian and the others who returned later? He looked at Yefeng with solemnity. Yefeng had not anticipated Hong Yun would voice such sentiments and chuckled, saying, Well, your actions will reveal their outcomes in due time. When the moment arrives, I will make my arrangements. The two felt reassured by Yefeng's words. Since he had agreed to assist them, they believed they could navigate through their impending calamities, perhaps turning misfortune into fortune. They quickly expressed their gratitude to Yefeng. He then led them on a tour of the mountain. Yefeng had his own intentions. Firstly, for Feng Linga, as she and the two had a fateful connection that warranted saving. Secondly, it pertained to his future plans, which he chose not to disclose for the time being. Under Yefeng's guidance, they explored every corner of Pangu Mountain before bidding farewell and departing. Unbeknownst to them, as they exited the northern region of Julu Island, someone had noticed and followed closely behind until they entered Wuzhuang Temple, where they finally departed, wearing sinister smiles, none other than the old ancestor of the Mingi. How Dao are Ian a Song Yun and Xinyuanzi entered Wuzhuang Temple. They turned to leave, and Mingi, with a wicked grin, said to Wenzi Daoist, Let Hong Yun live a little longer. Once our grand scheme is complete, we can strike Wuzhuang Temple, seize treasures, and eliminate witnesses. Wenzi Daoist replied with a conspiratorial smile, At that time, we shall erase all traces, and no one will know it was us. Ha ha, we shall claim everything for ourselves. The two shared a knowing laugh. However, deep down, they understood that even if they succeeded in seizing treasures, they still had to contend with two formidable opponents, necessitating a fierce battle to determine the victor. These two malevolent figures, though having no prior connection, had united through shared interests. They departed with hearty laughter. Yefeng entrusted Long Yun and Chikao, Mahu, to oversee all affairs within the mountain before making his way to the human settlement at Wansu. Since Nuwa created humanity, he had not properly met these descendants. After all, he himself was among them. Thus, it was not difficult to comprehend why he would lend assistance to the human race. Yet, unlike Nuwa, who had once disregarded them, Yefeng had grown frustrated and unleashed the chaos sword to shatter Laozi's torrential thunder. Upon reaching Wansu, he observed that the remnants of the three ferocious beasts had vanished, replaced by a thriving community. The men ventured out to hunt, while the women stayed home to care for the children, still dwelling communally. Seeing this, Yefeng approached the entrance of the cave and was met by a guard who blocked his path. A burly man stood before him, asserting, Who are you? This is the dwelling place of humanity. Do not trespass recklessly. Leave at once, and I shall not hold it against you. Otherwise, you shall suffer the consequences. With that, he fixed his copper-like eyes upon Yefeng. Though Yefeng was a sage, he did not respond with anger, merely saying, You may summon Jieyin to see me. He will recognize my identity. Seeing that Yefeng would not leave, the burly man approached, attempting to seize him, but before he could reach Yefeng, he was deterred by a fierce glare that sent him retreating. The onlookers quickly pulled the burly man back into the cave to find Jieyin. Shortly thereafter, Jieyin emerged swiftly, looking at Yefeng with confusion. After a moment, he knelt before Yefeng with excitement, proclaiming, I, Jieyin, pay my respects to the great emperor of creation. He then turned to the others behind him, scolding, Why have you not paid your respects to the great emperor? In an instant, everyone fell to their knees, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaiming, We pay our respects to the great emperor of creation. May the emperor enjoy eternal peace. Yefeng was taken aback by the title they had bestowed upon him, but he did not linger on it, simply saying, You all may rise. As the gathered humans stood, Yefeng gestured for Jieyin to disperse the crowd before addressing him. You have not disappointed me. You have governed the human race with great diligence. Jieyin quickly bowed and replied, We, the human race, owe our salvation to the great emperor. We dare not forget that Jieyin, strive tirelessly to strengthen our people. He gazed at Yefeng with sincerity. Seeing this, Yefeng did not wish to burden Jieyin further and said, I have observed that your people still dwell together in the cave, which is not ideal. That I possess an item that can enable your people to live independently, allowing each family to reside separately and alleviating the difficulties of communal living. With that, he pointed to the ground, and in an instant, numerous trees, bamboo, and other materials appeared. With a flourish of his hands, those materials danced through the air, constructing a thatched house of considerable size. Yefeng beckoned Jieyin inside. Upon entering, Jieyin felt an overwhelming sense of coolness and protection from the elements, his face lighting up with excitement as he rushed back to Yefeng, saying, Great Emperor, what is this called? With this aid, our people shall endure far less hardship from the elements. Tears welled in his eyes as he spoke. Yifeng, upon witnessing this, chose to remain silent. Only after Jieyin had regained his composure did he speak. This is a house, suitable for human habitation. You may instruct the human race in its construction. Without waiting for Jieyin's response, he vanished, taking the newly constructed house with him. Jieyin promptly knelt in gratitude. Subsequently, he returned to Wan Xiao and imparted all that Yifeng had taught him to the human race. From that moment onward, the humans learned the rudiments of architecture, specifically the method of building the straw huts that Yifeng had demonstrated. Thus, the caves were replaced with humble straw dwellings. Yifeng, not wishing to hasten their progress, harbored a unique affection for the human race and quietly hoped for their stable development, which is why he only passed on the knowledge of crafting these thatched houses. Yifeng then retreated to Pangu Mountain, spending his days sharing his teachings with the myriad beings residing within. The Longyun continued to advance steadily, while the Qi Ho experienced rapid progress, now reaching the late stages of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. The restrictions placed upon the Rui Jingu Bang by Yifeng have been lifted by a third. Chapter 39. The emergence of the demon sage amidst a chaotic world. Hongjun and Yifeng discussing Red Cloud, since Yifeng imparted the skill of house building. The human race experienced significant improvements in their lives, gradually evolving towards a more structured society. The vast expanse of the primordial land was shrouded in darkness, with the ground covered in pitch-black soil and stones. Unmistakably dark, yet discernible as black. This moment. Thick green smoke continuously billowed from a massive pit at the bottom of this dark expanse, occasionally accompanied by the chilling sounds of wailing spirits. Upon closer inspection, the roar of rushing water could be distinctly heard. The Jieyin Zhunti have finally emerged. From this moment forth, the primordial land shall become even more vibrant. With that, he burst into boisterous laughter. Within the pit, a figure clad in black robes and a conical hat emerged, his face obscured, save for his two glaring eyes, radiating a sinister green light, exuding an otherworldly aura. Beside the dark-clad figure appeared a lake, its waters a murky black-green, constantly releasing green smoke that drifted toward the outside of the pit, eroding countless flowers, grasses, and trees in its wake. The tumultuous sounds emanated from this lake, where the water ebbed and flowed in a rhythm, revealing glimpses of enormous beasts lurking beneath the surface, seemingly restrained by an unseen force, unable to escape the confines of the water. This moment, the man in the conical hat spoke. Hongjun, a saint? Surely my presence will make this primordial land all the more intriguing. With that, he conjured a wheel in his hand, radiating a dark glow. This black artifact emerged. The beasts in the lake ceased their roars, trembling in fear and collapsing to the ground. This artifact was the demon wheel, a congenital treasure, embodying both offense and defense. This location was the remnant of Pangu's demise, the very essence of his being transformed into this form. While many knew the Ming River was born of Pangu's navel, they had forgotten this aspect. The Jieyin Zhunti was a primordial deity born alongside Hongjun and others, yet Hongjun was universally acknowledged as the Tao ancestor. While the Jieyin Zhunti was the demon god of deviance that in the grand balance of heaven and earth, where there exists a righteous deity, there must also be a malevolent one. Thus, the Jieyin and Zhunti made his entrance, plunging the entire primordial land into chaos. With a flick of his wrist, the Jieyin and Zhunti hurled the demon wheel towards the lake, and, as it spun, a wave of dark light engulfed the entire lake. The various beasts caught in the dark glow howled in agony, and after a brief moment, they fell silent. However, they were no longer the same. Previously, their eyes glimmered with a murderous intent and autonomy. But now they appeared dazed, clearly under the control of the Jieyin and Zhunti. The Jieyin and Zhunti extended his hand toward the lake, plucking one of the creatures into his grasp. This beast was colossal, nearly 100 feet in head size, with a body stretching several hundred feet, its tail resembling a towering pillar, summing up to nearly 1,000 feet in length, though its eyes were devoid of light. It emanated an even greater ferocity. The Jieyin and Zhunti nodded in satisfaction and extracted 9 more beasts, each differing in appearance. Some bore double horns, others had wings sprouting from their backs, while some had large heads. Small heads with sharp beaks, and even those with relatively smaller bodies, though none smaller than several dozen feet. The Jieyin and Zhunti practiced the first method of the blood demon cannon, derived from Pangu's remains, and periodically absorbed these beasts to enhance his cultivation. Now he had reached the late stages of the Saint Realm. However, the Jieyin and Zhunti was astute. He understood that there were beings in the outer world, like Hongjun, whose powers surpassed his OW and AS. Several saints now existed. He recognized that if he wished to dominate the primordial land, it would be an impossible feat. Thus, he devised a plan to unleash these creatures to hunt the beings of the primordial land, thereby replenishing his own spiritual energy. In this manner, the primordial land would become his dominion. Yet he was unaware that, beneath the heavenly order, while all things existed in balance, there were exceptions, such as the existence of beings like Yifeng. These beasts bore a striking resemblance to the dinosaurs that future scientists would explore, though their size was not as grand as those of the present. This transformation would later unfold in subsequent narratives. For now, let us refer to them as dinosaurs, and this place shall be known as the Cliff of Dragons. With a wave of his hand, the Jieyin and Zhunti summoned 10 diverse dinosaurs and dragon-like creatures. Casting them from the Cliff of Dragons, he laughed heartily. "I await your good news." With that, he transformed into a green light and dove into the lake. As the 10 beasts emerged from the Cliff of Dragons, their curiosity was piqued, despite being under the Jieyin and Zhunti's control. Almost immediately, they encountered several spiritual beasts of the primordial land, which provoked a fierce reaction from the dinosaurs. They expelled green venom, swiftly swallowing several celestial beasts. Sensing a delightful taste, they pressed forward, leaving a trail of shattered mountains and broken trees in their wake. As the dinosaurs made their appearance, dark clouds shrouded the sky above the primordial land, creating an oppressive atmosphere that made breathing difficult. A whirlwind swept across the ground, and after a moment, the clouds dispersed as if nothing had occurred. Far beyond the heavens, Laozi opened his seemingly expressionless eyes, curiously surveying the scene. After a moment, he frowned, puzzled, and closed his eyes once more. Laozi remained indifferent, content as long as his interests were not harmed, allowing the turmoil of the outside world to unfold without concern. At Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace, Yuanshu sat high upon the cloud platform, also observing the unfolding events with curiosity. Noticing the emergence of these new species, he became increasingly intrigued. After a while, seeing the 10 dinosaurs merely engaged in battles with other animals, he felt reassured and resumed his contemplation of the DAO in the EC's Bo Palace. Tong Tian frowned, pondering for a while. "I wonder whether this is a blessing or a curse." With that, he closed his eyes and disregarded the matter. Meanwhile, the 2 from the west were alarmed. They hurriedly flew towards the location of the monstrous appearance, as it lay at the juncture of the western Hinyo continent and the eastern Shungshan continent. Naturally cautious, they feared that these inexplicable creatures might disrupt the fortunes of Buddhism in the west. However, they found solace in the fact that the 10 dinosaurs were heading towards the eastern Shungshan continent, their expressions reflecting a continuous scheming look like Pangu Mountain. Yifeng meticulously observed the newly emerged dinosaurs. As an entity from the future, he had some knowledge of dinosaurs from his rudimentary upbringing in a small mountain village. Though they were relatively primitive, he had learned of them through Yi and Tian and various texts. However, Yifeng was puzzled. The largest dinosaurs from the future were under 100 meters, yet these creatures exceeded that size. Had his arrival altered the course of the heavenly order, or was there some unforeseen event from the future? Yifeng pondered endlessly, yet his cultivation level rendered the situation obscure. Ultimately, he resolved to take each step as it came. Nevertheless, he refused to dismiss this unknown factor and thus made his way to the Zixiao Palace in the heavenly realm. Upon arriving at the Zixiao Palace, Yifeng discovered it concealed, with a sweep of his divine sense. He discerned its location and stepped inside. At that moment, Hao Ian had made significant progress in his cultivation, now reaching the late stages of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. Behind Wu Tian followed a woman clad in yellow. Though not as beautiful as Feng Ling'er, she exuded a hint of maternal grace, a precursor to the future Queen Mother of the West. That Wai Feng mused to himself. Everything is developing gradually, in constant motion. These two young acolytes will soon emerge. When Wu Tian noticed Yi Feng's arrival, he was momentarily taken aback, not expecting anyone could locate the Zixiao Palace. He then inquired, "Yi Feng, Master Brother, what brings you here?" "The Master is not present." Yi Feng replied with a gentle smile. "No matter, just take me inside." Reluctantly, Wu Tian led Yi Feng into the palace. Upon entering, Yi Feng saw a figure slowly materializing atop the high platform created by Hong Jun. It was indeed Hong Jun. Hong Jun waved Wu Tian and his companion away, greeting Yi Feng with a serene smile. "I am aware of your intentions, my friend. Allow me to share a tale with you." Yi Feng was taken aback, realizing that Hong Jun's cultivation had surpassed his own, having once been on par with him, but now, having merged with the Tao, his powers had increased significantly, eclipsing Yi Feng's. That at this moment, Yi Feng had also reached the late stage of sagehood. So it was only natural that he could not compare to Hong Jun with a stern expression. Hong Jun declared, "After Pangu separated heaven and earth, the great Tao reached its fullness at 50. Yet the celestial evolution stands at 49. This exemplifies the cycle of cause and effect. The heavenly way must maintain balance. Where there is a positive, there must be a negative. As my disciples propagate the teachings to enlighten the world, all sages must emerge, and thus, it is inevitable that a corresponding demonic path will also arise." After finishing his discourse, Hong Jun glanced at Yi Feng, who was attentively listening, and continued, "The emergence of this new species heralds the coming of the demonic beings. Besides myself, there will be 8 sages from our Tao, all of whom shall soon manifest. Consequently, there will also be 9 demonic sages emerging, yet it is perplexing why the original 9 innate demonic sages have not yet appeared, leaving only this forthcoming demonic sage, who monopolizes fortune and possesses formidable strength, currently rivaling your own and advancing rapidly." With that, Hong Jun fell silent. That Yi Feng was taken aback, realizing that he had obtained a connection to future destinies, where everything seemed to favor him, yet there were matters unknown to him. After contemplating, Yi Feng inquired, "Might I ask when our Tao's 8th sage will manifest, and why do you bestow the 8th primordial purple energy upon Hong Yun?" He gazed at Hong Jun, his face etched with confusion. Seeing Yi Feng's inquiry, Hong Jun sighed. While Hong Yun may not possess significant fortune, he and Jin Zi are among the few virtuous individuals in this vast wilderness. I intended to assist him, yet unforeseen circumstances have arisen. It seems my considerations were lacking. However, there is still a way forward, which lies with the imminent emergence of this demonic sage." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng understood. Hong Jun's strategy was to push Hong Yun to the brink, thereby allowing him to seize great fortune. Yet, despite both being sages, circumstances can sometimes deviate from expected outcomes. Chapter 40. Nuwa requests aid for the Demon Clan. Xidigarba and Methria's helplessness. Yi Feng admired Hong Jun. In his eyes, Hong Yun was as insignificant as an ant, yet Hong Jun fought for his opportunity. Hong Jun continued, "The demonic sage possesses the demon sky wheel, a primordial treasure. When he manifests in this vast wilderness, his cultivation will be on par with mine. However, I must maintain the balance of the heavenly Tao and cannot intervene. Only you may take action. As for this newly emerged species, let us temporarily refer to it as dinosaurs. At that time, you should refrain from interference. Even with the human race, that if the humans do not undergo trials, how can they become the protagonists of the world in the future? He cast a meaningful glance at Yifeng, that why Yifeng recognized that extremes lead to counterforces. If he were to shield the human race unconditionally, they would inevitably face even greater setbacks in the future. He clasped his hands and said, "Thank you for your reminder, Dao friend, that Wai Yifeng will act according to the situation." Hong Jun then replied, "You may take your leave for now. All will become clear after the battle between the witches and the demons." With that, he vanished into the void. Wai Yifeng also departed from the Zixiao Palace and returned to the Creation Sect. Upon returning, Yifeng sent a message to Feng Ling'er and the others, instructing them to return to the mountain promptly. Feng Ling'er and her companions have been wandering the wilderness for several millennia, frequently appearing in various human tribes to punish evil and promote good, instilling the teachings of the Creation Sect into the hearts of the people. Feng Ling'er was revered by the human race as the Holy Heart Mother, Kai Feng as the Heavenly Mother of Unity, Kong Xian as the Great Sage of Extermination, and De Peng as the Great Sage of the Heavenly Peng. Statues of them could be found throughout the land of the humans, though they were not as grand as those of Yifeng and Nuwa. Standing beneath them, upon receiving Yifeng's message, the group promptly set off for Pangu Mountain. Upon their return, they found Yifeng seated in the position of the sect master, with Long Yun and Qi Jiao Maho present. While the other disciples were absent, Feng Ling'er and her companions hurriedly bowed to Yifeng, observing that they had matured considerably after millennia of wandering and spoke with more decorum. Yifeng felt a sense of joy, noting their significant improvement in cultivation, with only a period of seclusion needed to break through to the next level. With a smile, Yifeng said, "I urgently summoned you back so that you may enter seclusion and refine your skills, consolidating what you have gained to enhance your cultivation. That I am truly gratified by the deeds you have accomplished during your travels." Feng Ling'er, now considerably more composed, could not suppress her innate playful nature and smiled. "Master, you should reward us with some gifts from time to time." Her laughter echoed in the grand hall, a rare audacity that only she would dare display in front of Yifeng. Despite Yifeng's generally lenient demeanor, the sages were not to be trifled with, and his cultivation had left them in awe, making them cautious in his presence. That Wai Yifeng chuckled helplessly, "You are incorrigible." He then presented each of them with a 5 elements fruit, saying, "You may consume these fruits, then enter seclusion for cultivation. By the time you finish, you should be able to elevate your realms." The group eagerly accepted the 5 elements fruits, with Feng Ling'er grinning like a little fox. They bid farewell to Yifeng and returned to their cultivation in the grand hall. Only Long Yun and Qi Jiao Maho remained. After thousands of years of cultivation, Long Yun had reached the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood, while Qi Jiao Maho had attained the initial stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. They did not envy Feng Ling'er and the others. Instead, they relished the sweet rewards of listening to Yifeng's teachings, which spared them from Feng Ling'er's mischievous antics. Wai Yifeng dismissed the two and stepped into the Pangu Hall, where everything remained unchanged, save for the addition of the heavenly earth mysterious yellow Linglong pagoda. This moment, a celestial sound emanated from the pagoda. "Junior brother, has something significant occurred in the outside world? Recently, I sensed a powerful evil aura, but it vanished in an instant. I wonder if a major event has transpired in the wilderness." It was Nuwa, who lay suppressed beneath the heavenly earth mysterious yellow Linglong pagoda. Nuwa, now filled with sorrow, could not help but perceive the impending fate of the witch and demon clans, and due to her intervention, she felt she had severed the demon's opportunity. How could she not feel grief? Sages are. After all, human. Nuwa's heart was heavy with worry for the demons, prompting her to ask that Wai Yifeng sighed. "There is nothing grave, merely the emergence of a demonic outsider. Sister, do not concern yourself. This matter does not pertain to your demon clan." With that, he settled onto a tranquil mat. After a while, Nuwa's melancholic sigh echoed through the hall. "Every action and every morsel has its cycle in the heavenly Tao," Nuwa lamented, feeling helpless. Her voice carried forth, "I do not dare to request anything of you, junior brother, but I hope that should the demon clan face a life and death crisis before I am freed, you might lend your aid, remembering our bond as fellow disciples." Ultimately, Nuwa could not forget her ties to the demon clan, Similarly, Yifeng could not forget his roots as a member of the human race. Nuwa, too, was unable to forget her identity among the demons. Yifeng understood her sentiments and nodded silently. Meanwhile, Buddha, Kasayapa, and the others, having been sent by Kunti and Jieyin to wander the wilderness, arrived in the East Victory divine state. They marveled at the celestial mountains and rivers, the divine herbs and auspicious beasts, feeling envious of the bounteous land. They lamented that their own western Hinyo continent lacked such fortune. The best among them, the Thousand Buddha Mountain, was merely a modest elevation compared to the East Victory divine state. Nevertheless, influenced by Kunti and Jieyi's teachings of seizing opportunities, they recalled how Kunti had encouraged them to bring more people back to the western Hinyo continent to bolster their strength. Thus, they employed their Buddhist methods and managed to convert a significant number of people. When asked if joining the West meant becoming bald monks, they replied, "One can enter the Western paradise and still practice with hair. One can return to secular life." With such persuasion, many were swayed to join them. They also achieved some success in the East Victory divine state, much to the delight of Kunti and Jieyin back at the Thousand Buddha Mountain. One day, for reasons unknown, the group received a message from Kunti, commanding them to return swiftly to Thousand Buddha Mountain. They set off westward, nearing the border between the western Hinyo continent and East Victory divine state, when suddenly the earth shook and mountains trembled, startling them. They quickly ascended into the sky, and after the dust settled, they beheld a monstrous creature nearly 1,000 feet long, with a gaping maw filled with teeth several meters long, oozing red liquid, evidence of its recent consumption of prey. The dinosaur, noticing the figures in the sky, let out a disdainful roar. The group, though monks who sought to remain detached, could not withstand being mocked by such a beast. However, they were taken by surprise when, after the dinosaur's roar, a massive bird resembling the ground creature soared into the air. This creature was smaller, but had wings. As it approached, the force of its wings pushed the group backward. The creature darted towards Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, who transformed into a golden light to evade it, though the wind still stung painfully. Mithra Buddha bellowed, "Vile beast, how dare you harm others? Prepare to face my wrath." With that, he removed a string of relics from around his neck, comprised of 24 sacred relics from the Buddhist tradition. The solitary relic does not enter the realm of the primordial, yet a string of 24 relics is indeed a treasure of unparalleled worth, akin to the primordial itself. Behold, Mithra Buddha clutches that string of relics in his hands, murmuring incantations. In an instant, a beam of golden light emanates from the relics, targeting the monstrous bird soaring in the sky. Despite its massive size and agility, the creature swiftly evades, though a few of its feathers are struck down by Mithra Buddha's power. Both Mithra and the others are taken aback, realizing the formidable strength of this avian foe. Below, a colossal dinosaur, nearly 1,000 feet in height, appears to be enraged, unleashing a torrent of green mist towards the airborne figures. The moment the mist escapes, a nauseating stench pervades the air that compels one to retch. The revered bodhisattvas hastily summon the protective golden light to shield themselves from the foul odor, retreating in various directions. Enraged by the failure of its attack, the dinosaur bellows once more, sending waves crashing toward the group, while simultaneously the monstrous bird descends upon them. Mithra Buddha urgently calls out, "Brothers, gather around me." In this critical moment, he disregards any semblance of dignity. The group deftly avoids the dinosaur's massive waves, uniting their strength to strike at the descending bird. Sensing the threat posed by the group, the creature attempts to veer away. However, seizing the opportunity, they unleash a flurry of golden light, ultimately bringing the avian beast crashing to the ground, bloodied and motionless after a few feeble attempts to rise. The group exchanges glances, aware that their combined efforts barely subdued the weakest of the beasts. While the dinosaur remains a looming threat, they choose not to dwell on this realization. Just then, the ground trembles once more, and small hills emerge. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva states, "Something is amiss. It seems there are numerous monsters afoot, that we should return to our temple and report this matter to our master. We must not risk our lives." Having witnessed the monster's might, the group is filled with trepidation and ascends higher, making their way towards the West Hinyo continent. The remaining monsters below roar in their flight path, but do not pursue. For they know the barren land behind them offers little sustenance. They seem to be heading towards the East Victory Divine Continent. At this moment, only 5 monsters remain, having encountered equally fierce adversaries along the way, suffering losses in the fierce battles. However, these remaining beasts are formidable. Yet Mithriya and his companions manage to instill fear in these unfamiliar creatures. Otherwise, had they calmed their nerves, it is unlikely these monsters would stand a chance against them. Regrettably, the group returns to the Thousand Buddha Mountain, recounting their adventures over the millennia to the 2 masters. They then speak of the monsters, only to be unexpectedly instructed by the Master Kani to remain within the mountain, henceforth forbidden from venturing out. Without further mention of the beasts, the group descends, filled with questions, for reasons unknown. After Mithriya and his companions return in defeat, each master calls back their disciples, issuing strict orders for them to remain in the mountain. The atmosphere across the vast wilderness grows tense, while the oblivious human tribes continue their lives of hunting and self-sufficiency. Chapter 41. The River Diagram and Luo Book Formation. The Witch Clan also has divine arrays. Disciples from various sects are summoned back to their respective mountains, though each gains something in the process. Being ancient immortals, even the most inept among them make progress over millennia. Thus the disciples' strengths see a notable increase. As for Laozi's disciple, Xuandu, he experiences significant advancement but remains stuck at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, leaving Laozi feeling helpless, since the last battle between the witch and demon clans. Thousands of years have passed. Despite the heavy losses during the Primordial era, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is abundant, allowing for rapid reproduction. After millennia of development, they have not only regained their former strength, but have surpassed it. After returning, Emperor Jun does not lose heart, but instead intensifies his efforts in cultivation. One day, while deep in meditation within the depths of Mount Buzhou, he receives a transmission from Emperor Jun. Brother, come to the Heavenly Court's Lingxiao Palace. I have joyous news to share. The excitement in Emperor Jun's voice is palpable. Curious, Eastern Emperor Tai wonders if the Witch Clan has been vanquished, for what else could elicit such enthusiasm from his brother? Nevertheless, he makes his way to the Heavenly Court without delay. Upon arriving, he finds only Emperor Jun seated on the throne in the Lingxiao Palace, with no one else present, causing Eastern Emperor Tai to feel perplexed. He inquires, "What is the matter that you have summoned me, brother?" Emperor Jun, still brimming with excitement, responds, "Brother, our demon clan is about to flourish." He gazes at Eastern Emperor Tai with a beaming smile. Eastern Emperor Tai, anxious, urges, "Brother, do not keep me in suspense. Tell me quickly." Finally, Emperor Jun elaborates, "Brother, do you know the purpose of the treasures I wield?" Eastern Emperor Tai replies, "Brother, you are not unwell, are you? The treasures you use are, of course, the Primordial River Diagram and Luo Book." He looks at Emperor Jun as if he were mentally unstable. Seeing that he has meandered enough, Emperor Jun clarifies, "This matter begins with the treasures I employ. Previously, I only understood how to use the River Diagram and Luo Book to ensnare others. However, during the last battle with the Witch Clan, I made a new discovery regarding the River Diagram and Luo Book. Upon returning, I have devoted myself to researching it and uncovered a great secret." He looks at Eastern Emperor Tai, who is attentively listening, and continues, "It turns out that the Primordial River Diagram and Luo Book conceal a primordial great formation known as the Great Formation of the Celestial Stars, requiring 365 individuals to set it up, along with a primary array master. Once established, those entering the formation will find themselves in a myriad of voids, where countless celestial meteors endlessly appear. And the seasons within the formation can be freely altered, at times freezing cold, at others ablaze with fire. There exists an infinite void, where one could easily become lost." Eastern Emperor Tai exclaims, "Is this formation truly so?" His excitement mirrors that of Emperor Jun, who nods and adds, "This formation harnesses the power of the celestial stars. As long as the stars endure, the formation's strength will not diminish, allowing the power to vary according to the cultivator's prowess." With a hearty laugh, Emperor Jun declares, "I am glad you believe me, brother. Congratulations on acquiring this great formation. In the future, how can the Witch Clan's minions possibly challenge us? Both share a hearty laugh. And Emperor Jun adds, with this great formation of the celestial stars and your Eastern Emperor Bell, even if the Witch Clan's minions develop for 100,000 years, they will not stand a chance against us. Their confidence is palpable, as they are indeed the demon emperors. After their jovial exchange, Eastern Emperor Tai returns to his cultivation, growing increasingly adept with the Eastern Emperor Bell, contrary to the belief that the bell is merely defensive. He gradually discovers its unique offensive capabilities. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun takes no immediate action to select the formation's practitioners, but instead flies toward the moon star. It has been 5,000 years since his last visit. And although 5,000 years is but a fleeting moment for them, he yearns to reunite with his beloved wife and children. Upon arriving at the moon star, Emperor Jun feels an inexplicable sense of desolation. Unsure if it is his mood or the inherent nature of the place, each visit evokes a deep melancholy within him. The palace remains unchanged, as does the osmanthus tree, and he spots his wife. Shiha, lost in thought within the palace, oblivious to his arrival. Gently, Emperor Jun approaches and wraps his arms around Shiha, who gasps in surprise but soon calms, recognizing her husband's familiar presence, his towering figure, and the warmth of his embrace. Shiha turns and nestles into Emperor Jun's arms, savoring the warmth of their reunion. Her delicate arms encircle him tightly, fearing he might slip away. Emperor Jun tenderly caresses Shia's hair and softly inquires, "Shiha, how have you been?" This simple question brings tears to Shia's eyes, and she cannot help but weep. She softly responds, though she says little, she clings to Emperor Jun even tighter. Recognizing Shia's distress, he can only utter, "I am sorry." After a while, seeing Shia's mood improve, Emperor Jun asks, "Where is our daughter?" Shiha sighs. She is still beneath the osmanthus tree. It is not good for her to remain cooped up all day. It will only deepen her resentments towards you. Emperor Jun sighs. What can be done? I only wish the best for her. If she harbors hatred, so be it. He appears aged beyond his years, this moment. Shiha suggests, "My husband, why not let her go out for some fresh air? With her cultivation, she is safe from harm. Besides, who would recognize her as our daughter? Even the Witch Clan would not know." She looks at Emperor Jun with hopeful anticipation. Jun wore a troubled expression, and after a moment contemplation, he replied, "Very well, you may speak to her. I shall dispatch someone to safeguard her in due course." He, filled with joy, grasped Jun's hand and exclaimed, "Thank you, my lord." With that, she smiled, leaving Jun utterly captivated. Beneath the osmanthus tree, that solitary figure remained steadfast, defiantly enduring the gusts of wind that in the Wu clan. Within the ancestral witch hall, the 12 ancestral witches gathered once more, their faces alight with excitement. The members of the Wu clan had swiftly recuperated, akin to their demonic counterparts, and had even grown somewhat stronger than before. At that moment, the central ancestral witch, Jiang, spoke first. "Truly, we have been blessed by our Father God, for we have uncovered such a wondrous grand formation that in the future, let us see how the children of the demon clan meet their demise." The other ancestral witches voiced their agreement. As the powers of Ho-Tu and Xianming advanced, they became increasingly aware of the disparity between the Wu clan and the demon clan. Day after day, they pondered how to enhance the strength of the Wu clan. Thus, the 12 ancestral witches devoted most of their time within the ancestral witch hall, where they discovered an innate grand formation named the Du Tian Shunsha formation, specifically tailored for the Wu clan. Only when all 12 ancestral witches participated could its full potential be realized. When activated, it could summon the 12 malevolent entities from before the creation of the world. Although these manifestations were mere energy constructs and not as potent as the original demons, their strength still depended on the skill of the one who arranged the formation. Gradually, the 12 ancestral witches honed their mastery of the grand formation, engaging in daily study, each reaping their own rewards. Ho-Tu's cultivation steadily progressed towards the late quasi-saint stage, while Xianming reached the mid-quasi-saint stage. In contrast, aside from Nuwa, the demon clan boasted 3 quasi-saints, soon to be joined by Fu Shi, totaling 4. Thus, the Wu clan, despite its newfound formation, still found itself inferior to the demon clan. However, they believed that with this formation, they could contend with the Demon Clan, unaware that the latter also possessed the Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Formation. Both clans were thus engaged in a relentless accumulation of power. The Du Tian Shin Sha Formation and the Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Formation were both innate formations. And should they clash, the challenge would be formidable, as everything hinged upon the skill of the one who arranged the formations. Consequently, two formidable killing formations were born, with the Du Tian Shun Sha formation exhibiting slightly greater lethality than its counterpart. The ancestral witches reveled in their discovery, but at that moment, Ho-Tu interjected, "My esteemed brothers, there is no need for pride. Though we possess the Du Tian Shun Sha formation, the Demon Clan is unlikely to be weak. Moreover, we remain unaware of what other hidden cards they might hold. Therefore, we must tread carefully, prioritizing the welfare of our clan above all else." They were fortunate that Gong Gong and Zhu Rong did not oppose them this time. After being severely injured by Nuwa in their last encounter, they had returned to the Wu clan, where the ancestral witches had no means of assistance. It was only through the considerable efforts of Ho-Tu and Xianming that they were rescued. Having observed that the ancestral witches did not voice any objections, Ho-Tu smiled with relief and remarked, "However, we shall not fear the Demon Clan. Should they provoke us in the future, we shall not hesitate to take action." The Wu and Demon clans were currently in a phase of recuperation for the impending Great Battle. Though minor skirmishes continued to erupt, small demons and witches frequently clashed, as if they were born adversaries. Upon reflection, it became evident that their actions were motivated solely by the desire to benefit their respective clans, yet the operation of heavenly principles allowed them little room for contemplation. The ancestral witches departed from the ancestral witch hall to their individual tribes, savoring the tranquility before the storm of war. The distinctions between the Wu and Demon clans were not as clear-cut as one might think. There were individuals from the Wu clan among the demons and vice versa, albeit in small numbers. Chapter 42. The release of dinosaurs causes chaos in the wilderness. The saints, pressed for strategies, observed the Wu and Demon clans, who failed to learn from the lessons of their previous battle, busily amassing forces. Meanwhile, the remaining dinosaurs leisurely quenched their thirst, seemingly summoned by some unseen force. The 5 dinosaurs abruptly turned and sprinted towards the junction of Shihin Zhou and Dong Zhou, shaking the earth beneath them. Upon reaching the rift, they leaped into the chasm, vanishing into the depths of the earth, leaving behind only a trail of dust as evidence of their passage. The 5 dinosaurs, undeterred by the perilous descent, were unexpectedly caught by an unseen force before they could land, swiftly propelling them toward the nearby lake. As they hovered above the lake, a man clad in black with a conical hat and piercing green eyes reappeared. It was the malevolent Tianzun. Within the confines of Pangu Mountain, Yifeng had been monitoring the movements of the dinosaurs since his last visit to the Zhixiao Palace, hoping to glean information regarding the whereabouts of the demon sage. One day, upon witnessing the dinosaurs heading towards the junction of Shihin Zhou and Dong Zhou, he expanded his consciousness and followed them closely. The malevolent Tianzun licked his lips, green liquid oozing forth, evoking a sense of revulsion. His gaze remained fixed on the remaining 5 dinosaurs, as if attempting to penetrate their very essence. Though the dinosaurs were under his mental control, they still trembled in fear before him, kneeling in the sky, quaking from the depths of their souls. The malevolent Tianzun, dissatisfied with his observations, inhaled sharply, causing the 5 dinosaurs to shrink visibly, ultimately transforming into 5 streams of green liquid that he consumed in a single gulp. As he absorbed the green liquid, the malevolent Tianzun remarked, "This pace is far too slow. I wonder when I, the great malevolent Tianzun, shall emerge into the world." With a newfound resolve, he reached into the lake, and in an instant a multitude of dinosaur-like beasts erupted forth. Some were different from the earlier ones, yet much of their form remained similar, varying in size, with some approaching 2,000 zhang in height. This time 100 dinosaurs were captured, all trembling and kneeling before the malevolent Tianzun. He smiled in satisfaction and commanded, "You shall go forth and consume any living beings you encounter," utilizing his powers of infusion. The malevolent Tianzun stripped the 100 massive dinosaurs of their intellect, leaving them with a singular thought: to venture forth and devour living creatures. With a wave of his hand, he flung the 100 gargantuan dinosaurs from Longjia. With a sinister grin, he gazed into the void, his eyes radiating an even more ominous hue. Emanating a formidable aura that crashed against the void, he soon detected the intrusion of Yi Feng's consciousness. Yi Feng was taken aback by the overwhelming strength of the malevolent Tianzi and, as the latter launched an attack, Yi Feng did not back down, summoning all his power to confront him. He had no desire to suffer a setback, so he faced the threat head-on. A dull thud echoed through the void. Though the sound was not loud, it resonated heavily. The entirety of the wilderness trembled. Both figures emitted muffled groans, and Yi Feng, realizing the situation, withdrew his consciousness, marking the first time he had sustained injury since his rebirth. However, he understood the gravity of the situation and chose not to prolong the confrontation. The malevolent Tianzun, equally astonished, had not anticipated the existence of such a formidable adversary beneath Hong Jun previously. He had scarcely paid attention to Yi Feng, viewing him as comparable to Yuan Shi and the others. But today he had suffered a setback. This revelation rendered him more cautious, prompting a decision to wait until his cultivation reached a breakthrough before emerging. Thus, he began to heal his injuries. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, within Pangu Mountain, found himself in a state of dejection. Although his injuries were minor, the damage to his consciousness, vital for those who cultivate their primordial spirit, had resulted in his current predicament at this moment. Nuwa's voice rang out in alarm. "Junior brother, how could you sustain such grave injuries?" Nuwa understood that saints were not easily harmed, and in her eyes, Yi Feng was the strongest among them. The occurrence of such an event could only indicate two possibilities: the combined efforts of the saints or an assault by Hong Jun, however. The likelihood of either scenario was low, and if it had happened, she would have sensed why Yi Feng managed a wry smile and replied, "It's nothing. It was the malevolent Tianzun. I did not expect his power to be so formidable that I would be injured. However, he will not fare any better, for he too has been wounded." With a faint smile, he set about mending his consciousness. Nuwa, seeing this, refrained from further comment, though her concern deepened. The 100 dinosaurs, cast into various locations across the wilderness by the malevolent Tianzun, were intended to assess where they might cause the most havoc. However, he was careful not to release any in the northern region, now aware of Yi Feng's prowess, and thus refrained from such folly. Nevertheless, he did not spare any other continent, including those inhabited by the Wu and Demon clans. Yet the dinosaurs that fell into the realm of the Wu and Demon clans caused little chaos before being swiftly eradicated by their inhabitants. It was a foregone conclusion. If the clans could not even eliminate such creatures, they had no right to exist in the wilderness. Many dinosaurs landed in Zhou, but even they could not evade the relentless onslaught of the many disciples of Zhunti and Jieyin, ultimately being wiped out entirely. Only Zhunti and Jieyin wore expressions devoid of sages. They had been unaware of the circumstances until now, but the sounds conjured by Yi Feng had awakened their awareness of the situation. With so few souls saved, the emergence of an exceedingly powerful demon sage left them unable to feel elation. Zhunti's formerly benevolent demeanor had vanished, replaced by a countenance of caution. After a moment, he addressed Jin, "Brother, it seems we must pay a visit to our other brothers." Upon hearing this, Jieyin's face reflected deep sorrow as he lamented, "It can only be so." The two then summoned several bodhisattvas and Buddhas, relaying their concerns before setting off towards the celestial palace of Doshui. In no time, they arrived at Doshui Palace, where the earnest Xian-Du awaited their arrival. Approaching them, he bowed and said, "Xian-Du greets the two esteemed uncles. The master has instructed that I guide you inside." After this, he performed a respectful bow. Seeing Xian-Du's earnestness, the two were greatly pleased and replied, "We appreciate your efforts, nephew." Thus, the three entered the inner sanctum of Doshui Palace. Upon entering, they beheld Yuan Shi, Tiantian, and Tongtian already seated within, seemingly anticipating their arrival. The two could not express their discontent openly, instead approaching to pay their respects as junior disciples. After mutual greetings, Yuan Shi spoke first. "I presume you two have come regarding the matter of the demon sage. I wonder what thoughts you might have to share for our collective consideration." He regarded them with a pallid expression. Zhunti felt a surge of anger. yet refrained from causing a disturbance in Laozi's Doshui palace. He replied, "We have no worthy suggestions of our own. We have come to inquire if our three brothers possess any clever strategies that we may employ." Zhunti was, after all, a master of discourse, adept in verbal duels. Tongtan, unable to endure the scene, let his fury surface as he retorted, "Are you not plotting rebellion against your own? The enemy has yet to arrive, and you are already turning against each other." He cast a scornful glance at the others. Yuan Shi, taken aback by Tongtian's lack of support, felt his ire rise, ready to retaliate, when Laozi interjected, "There is no need for such discord among brothers. The demon sage is but one individual. Do we, as sages, truly fear him?" His words carried weight, silencing the others. As the sages convened, Yifeng remained absent, preoccupied with healing, observing the lack of consensus among the sages. Jieyin spoke up. "Might the elder brother possess any profound methods? We could at least prepare ourselves." Jieyin, at this moment, was playing the role of the good cop. The two from the west were, in an instant, performing a play, one taking the role of the villain and the other the hero, reveling in their dynamic. Yuan Shi silently scorned their antics, but chose not to speak. Laozi continued, "With the emergence of the demon sage and our teacher's lack of response, it suggests we may act freely as long as we oppose the demon sage. We stand on our teacher's side. Even if our actions prove misguided, we can always attribute the blame to the demon sage." After saying this, he closed his eyes, prompting the others to ponder his words. That Laozi's statement implied that the arrival of the demon sage posed a threat to all sages. Without them, the entire Hongwang would be endangered. Allowing for unrestricted action at this juncture, Yuan Shi queried, "What of Yifeng's stance?" He turned to Laozi. Laozi opened his eyes, meeting Yuan Shi's gaze as if discerning his thoughts, and replied, "There is but one path ahead. Ultimately, Yifeng will choose it. We sages are all part of the Tao, sharing in both fortune and misfortune." With no further discourse to be had, the sages returned to their respective abodes. Thus, 100 dinosaurs fell victim to the conflict between the Wu and Yao clans, while those seeking refuge within various sects were eradicated by their disciples. Only a mere dozen managed to flee, arriving at the gathering place of the human race in the eyes of the dinosaurs. The humans moved sluggishly, yet their flesh was delectable and easily captured, leading to a spree of carnage among the humans. That moment, Jieyin was instructing his people in basic survival skills, when he was abruptly interrupted by a frantic human warrior. Noticing the warrior's distressed expression, Jieyin sensed trouble. With a wave of his hand, he calmed the warrior. After a pause, the warrior reported, "Chief, a dozen strange beasts have appeared 1,000 miles away, each over 1,000 feet long, and they delight in slaughtering our kin." His face was etched with urgency as he gazed at Jieyin. Fuming, Jieyin struck the ground, pulverizing the hard stone beneath his hand. "Where are the elders of our clan?" 4 towering elders emerged before Jieyin. Bowing respectfully, "Please, chief, guide us," Jieyin commanded. "Elders, select 1,000 valiant warriors immediately. We shall eradicate these beasts." The elders swiftly departed to gather the warriors, while Jieyin strode purposefully towards the entrance of the thatched hut. Chapter 43. Raising fists against dinosaurs and taking on a new disciple. Once the 4 elders had assembled 1,000 human warriors, Jieyin and the elders soared into the sky, followed closely by the warriors as they sped towards the location of the dinosaurs. Within moments, Jieyin spotted the colossal beasts in the distance, resembling mountains. The humans, ever curious about the new world around them, were captivated by these creatures as they continued to devour the defenseless. Jieyin, filled with rage, bellowed, "Warriors of the human race, charge!" He led the charge himself. The dinosaurs, angered by the sight of these diminutive figures hurtling towards them from the sky, unleashed a torrent of green liquid. Jieyin, witnessing the devastation wrought by the liquid, was taken aback and shouted, "Scatter!" The warriors, never having encountered such ferocious beasts, swiftly complied, scattering to avoid the onslaught. However, several were caught in the green deluge, vanishing without a trace. Furious, Jieyin ordered, "Elders, each target a dinosaur. The rest shall engage in guerrilla tactics against them." He then charged towards the largest dinosaur, displaying remarkable bravery. Jieyin, with fists raised, leaped onto the creature's back. Channeling his power with each punch, the immense dinosaur thrashed about, attempting to dislodge him, but Jieyin clung tightly to the gaping wound he had created, refusing to let go until the beast lay lifeless beneath him. Next, he soared towards another target, as the four elders emulated his daring tactics, launching attacks from the backs of their chosen dinosaurs one by one. The dinosaurs fell. Eventually, only two remained, but they were summoned by the malevolent Jieyin and Zhunti, who commanded them to flee towards the borders of the western and eastern realms. Despite their size, they moved with astonishing speed, quickly vanishing from sight. Jieyin tasked his followers with tidying the battlefield while he pursued the retreating beasts. However, just as he flew a short distance, he seemed to receive an unseen message, halting abruptly to bow in the direction of the horizon before returning to the battlefield to assist his kin. The losses for the human race were not catastrophic. Although their tribes lay in ruins and over 3,000 lives were lost, such losses were insignificant in the grand scheme of the vast human populace. Yet, the mourning for lost loved ones echoed throughout the land. Meanwhile, the remaining two dinosaurs raced back to Dragon Cliff, leaping into the air before reappearing above a lake, where the dark-clad Jieyin and Zhunti awaited. This time, he did not observe but instead transformed the two dinosaurs into green liquid, inhaling deeply. His expression shifted, culminating in a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. Who would have thought that these insignificant humans could enhance my power so swiftly? Yet, it seems the sage has a significant connection to them. I must tread carefully. With that, Jieyin and Zhunti's nefarious scheme began to unfold. From that point onward, the occasional appearance of dinosaurs plagued the human territories, leaving behind trails of destruction and casualties. Though the core of humanity remained unscathed, Jieyin and his companions were left seething with indignation. As time passed, the calamity brought by the dinosaurs lessened, and the sages found a measure of relief, particularly the two from Buddhism, who were ever wary of losing their disciples to such beasts. A millennium later, Yifeng had long since healed from his injuries, having recovered 500 years prior. Now he stood upon his teaching platform, addressing a multitude gathered within Pangu Mountain, including Fenglinger and others who had emerged from their seclusion. Despite the innate limitations of the Great Peng and Kaifeng, they had not achieved Yifeng's anticipated results. Yet Fenglinger and Kongxian had attained the early stages of quasi-sainthood. Currently, aside from Yifeng himself, the Zhao Hua sect boasted 3 quasi-saint disciples, making it the most formidable sect among the various teachings that Yifeng dedicated his time to imparting the Tao to his disciples, hoping to cultivate their independence so they could carve their own paths in the world. Under the auspices of the Zhao Hua sect, there were 36 appointed protectors, a structure based on the hierarchy of the creation Green Lotus. Beneath them, countless disciples thrived, yet the administration of such a vast number was manageable. Even those with ill intentions among the saintly disciples were identified and sent away by Kongxian and the others. The guardianship now finds itself lacking only its 4th member, for Jieyin has been appointed as the protector elder by Yifeng, making him the sole elder at present. The remaining guardians include Kongxian, Fenglinger, De Peng, and Kaifeng. However, in light of future endeavors, Yifeng has also designated the Qi Jiao Maho as a guardian, leaving only 3 vacancies. Jieyin currently enjoys boundless glory. Why is that? It is because Fenglinger, despite having attained the status of a quasi-saint, appears to have reigned in her former exuberance during her recent travels, no longer riding him as she once did. Moreover, now that he has been elevated to elder status by Yifeng, he occasionally struts around Fenglinger's vicinity, inciting her ire to the point of grinding her teeth in frustration. On a particular day, while Yifeng was delivering a discourse, he suddenly furrowed his brow, an unexpected occurrence. In response, he paused his teachings and began to calculate with a wave of his hand. Shortly thereafter, a faint smile graced his lips as he addressed the assembly. Today's discourse concludes here. You may disperse. Without waiting for their bows, he vanished from the scene. When Yifeng reappeared, he found himself within a secluded mountain range, surrounded by dense foliage and flowing streams, where various spiritual beasts flitted in and out of sight. This was Qingqiu Mountain, The sanctuary of the Jieyin clan, though it sprawled 2/3 into the southern region and 1/3 into the northern realm. Quite a marvel. Yifeng chose not to disturb the Jieyin clan and strolled forward. After some time, he heard the sounds of combat. No shouts, just the chattering and hissing of creatures. Concealing his presence, Yifeng approached the source of the fray, where he beheld a colossal black python, measuring dozens of feet in length and thick as a meter in diameter. Opposite it stood a towering monkey, its fur a vivid green, wielding a wolf-toothed club as it engaged the python in battle. Though not as massive as the serpent, the monkey exhibited a tactical prowess, deftly landing blows on the python's body. This was the Tongbi Yuanhou, known for its tremendous strength and ability to manipulate the sun and moon, discern fortunes and misfortunes, and traverse mountains with ease. Unlike the Qi Jiaomahou, this monkey had not enjoyed the same fortuitous fate of early discipleship under a sage that Yifeng had come in search of this very monkey. As the Tongbi Yuanhou appeared to grow impatient, it tossed aside the wolf-toothed club and nimbly evaded the black python's assault, seizing its tail instead. The python retaliated, but with a powerful heave, the Tongbi Yuanhou swung the serpent around in circles. After a dozen spins, the monkey hurled the black python several miles away. Grabbing the club, it rushed toward the now dazed serpent, which was disoriented and unable to discern its surroundings. Seeing this, the Tongbi Yuanhou lifted the club, preparing to strike the python's head that moment. The serpent was whisked away by a sudden force, transforming into a 50-centimeter-long snake in the grasp of Yifeng. Once in Yifeng's hands, the black python ceased its struggles, recognizing the overwhelming pressure emanating from him. Meanwhile, the Tongbi Yuanhou leaped up, eager to seize the black python for itself, while Yifeng pointed at the monkey, sending a surge of azure light into its body. The Tongbi Yuanhou collapsed onto the ground, writhing in agony, a result of Yifeng's manipulation technique. Addressing the fallen monkey, Yifeng remarked, "You wretched creature, why pursue a total annihilation? Do you not recognize the virtue of preserving life?" In that moment, Yifeng realized that this Tongbi Yuanhou was still little more than a beast, unaware of the wisdom he spoke. The now diminutive python gazed at Yifeng with pleading eyes. Filled with trepidation, the Tongbi Yuanhou mirrored this look of desperation, its pride as a celestial monkey momentarily subdued in the presence of Yifeng. Observing the Tongbi Yuanhou's submission, Yifeng lifted its punishment. However, the monkey remained prostrate, unable to rise, kneeling before Yifeng. Seeing this, Yifeng released the black python and said, "You may depart." Without waiting for a response, the python promptly bowed thrice in gratitude before slithering away. Yifeng then detected a foul odor emanating from the Tongbi Yuanhou, a consequence of its punishment. Frowning, he waved his hand, conjuring a curtain of water that enveloped the monkey, cleansing it thoroughly as the water receded. The Tongbi Yuanhou appeared revitalized, yet hesitated to rise. Yifeng, perceptive to its thoughts, remained silent. Unable to withstand the tension, the Tongbi Yuanhou knelt, gesturing fervently. Upon understanding, Yifeng chuckled. The monkey was not asking for anything other than food. Amused, Yifeng addressed the Tongbi Yuanhou. "I wish to take you as my disciple. Do you accept?" "I am Yifeng, the youngest disciple of Hongjun." After saying this, he regarded the monkey with a calm demeanor. The Tongbi Yuanhou, seemingly aware of Yifeng's significance, promptly knelt in reverence. With a wave of his hand, Yifeng dispelled the Tongbi Yuanhou's inhibitions and taught it to speak truthfully. Moments later, the monkey was able to utter words. Calling Yifeng master and inquiring after his well-being, as Yifeng prepared to take it away, the monkey voiced a concern. "Master, what will become of my monkey wives and children?" It looked at Yifeng with hopeful eyes, prompting Yifeng to helplessly use his powers to transport the entire family back to Pangu Mountain. Upon arrival, the first word from the Tongbi Yuanhou were, "Master, I am hungry," leaving Yifeng seething with frustration. He had not anticipated that his first disciple would come with a family in tow, now requiring him to provide sustenance. With a huff, Yifeng instructed the Tongbi Yuanhou, "There is food in the mountain. Go find it yourself." And with that, he vanished. Thus, the Tongbi Yuanhou took up residence in Pangu Mountain. becoming Yi Feng's fourth disciple and, alongside Kai Feng and the others, was included in the ranks of guardians. With the Tongbi Yuanho's addition, Pangu Mountain buzzed with life, although more often than not, it found itself the target of teasing from Long Yun and Qi Jiaomaho, who were eager to reclaim the grievances of the past when Feng Ling'er had bullied them. Chapter 44. Fuxi invited as a bodyguard. Wang Shu descends to the primordial wilderness with the Tongbi Yuanho's arrival at Pangu Mountain. It began to accompany Long Yun and the others in listening to Yi Feng's teachings, gradually enhancing its cultivation. The Pangu Mountain of today is no longer the tranquil place it was when Yi Feng first arrived. Instead, it resonates with joy and mirth. Yi Feng has shed his previous obscurity. Once indifferent to all matters, he now finds his heart stirred by the vastness of the Taoist teachings, fully integrating into the primordial realm. Meanwhile, Di Jun and Shihi's daughter, Wang Shu, having spent her time on the Taiyin Star, felt the absence of familial warmth due to Di Jun's rare displays of affection. After deliberation, Di Jun and Shihi decided to send Wang Shu down to the mortal realm, acknowledging that if he could not provide the emotional connection she craved, he would at least fulfill her desire. However, Di Jun recalled Fuxi from times past and devised a plan. On this day, Di Jun and Shihi journeyed to the Fire Cloud Cave in the outer heavens to seek out Fuxi. This cave was discovered by Nuwa and Fuxi during their travels and had since fallen under Fuxi's dominion. The Fire Cloud Cave is a naturally formed abode in the outer heavens, sheltered by a fiery red mist. Inside, colorful phoenixes sing amidst lush green grass, and waters as clear as pearls flow like a maiden's hand holding a pristine bottle. Upon their arrival, Fuxi awaited them outside the cave, and, upon seeing Di Jun and Shihi, greeted them with a respectful bow. Fuxi pays his respects to your majesty, the heavenly emperor and the empress. Although Fuxi was a mighty deity of the primordial world, Di Jun held the title of the demon clan's emperor, deserving of such honor. Di Jun, beaming with warmth, approached Fuxi and helped him rise, saying, "What virtue have I, Di Jun, to receive a bow from the great Fuxi? If you do not mind, shall we refer to each other as brothers from now on?" Fuxi, not one to harbor grudges, readily agreed. Di Jun and she then clasped their hand together and said, "Today, we have come with a request, and we hope that you, Brother Fuxi, can assist us." Unsure of their intentions, Fuxi welcomed them into the cave. Once seated, Fuxi spoke. "Your Majesty is the heavenly emperor of the demon clan. Should you have any tasks, do not hesitate to ask that I, Fuxi, will surely assist without reservation." This moment, Di Jun exchanged a glance with Shihi, who understood and rose to speak. "To be frank, Brother Fuxi, it is known far and wide that my husband and I have 10 sons, those 10 three-legged golden crows. However, few know that I'm also expecting a daughter named Wang Shu, a matter known only to my brother Tai Yi, and even the demon masters are unaware." Upon hearing this, Fuxi was secretly astonished but maintained a composed demeanor as he stood and clasped his hands. "Congratulations to your Majesty and the Empress on the joyous arrival of a daughter." Though surprised, Fuxi recognized that such matters were neither trivial nor overly significant. It all depended on how one approached them. Di Jun, observing Fuxi's calmness, thought to himself, "Indeed, a primordial deity. I have not traveled in vain." Di Jun then spoke. "As Wang Shu grows, I find myself lacking the time to be with her, leading to an increasing rift between father and daughter. I fear that one day my daughter may turn against me." His face clouded with sorrow, while Shihi's eyes brimmed with tears. Witnessing their distress, Fuxi spoke. "Your Majesty, if there is anything you require, please speak freely, and I, Fuxi, will surely lend my assistance as far as my abilities allow." At this moment, Emperor Jun spoke again. "Our demon clan is currently in a period of development, and I cannot neglect my responsibilities. After all, Shihi alone cannot provide the warmth of a family to Wang Shu." With a sigh, he continued, "I see Wang Shu all alone on that Taiyin Star, and I fear she might fall ill from loneliness. Therefore, I have agreed to allow her to travel through the vast wilderness. However, as you, Brother Fuxi, are aware, the relationship between the Wu and Yao clans is fraught with tension. I worry that she is still too young to protect herself. Hence, my wife and I have come to implore you, Brother Fuxi, to secretly safeguard our daughter, We sincerely hope for your assistance." Upon finishing, his expression grew even more sorrowful. Fu Shi, not one to be unkind, felt no shame in the situation and replied, "Your Majesty, as a father concerned for his daughter, I shall certainly lend my support." After this, Emperor Jun and Shi expressed their gratitude and resumed their seats. Shi then added, "There is one matter I must ask you to remember. Brother Fu Shi, you must not let our daughter know that someone is protecting her. She possesses a stubborn nature, and should she discover our arrangements, it may lead to unforeseen troubles." With a hopeful gaze directed at Fu Shi, he felt there was no harm in agreeing. Emperor Jun and Shi then engaged in casual conversation within the Fire Cloud Cave for half a day before taking their leave. Unbeknownst to Fu Shi, Emperor Jun had inadvertently dragged him into the future conflict under the pretext of protecting his daughter. Although Emperor Jun had never intended to exploit his child, the reality seemed to suggest otherwise. From that moment on, Fu Shi bid farewell to his tranquil life. One day, Wang Shu, clad in white, descended from the Taiyin star. Her delicate skin, kissed by the gentle breeze, appeared as if it might glisten with dew. Furrowing her brow, she felt uncertain of where to go. Aware of the ongoing conflict between the Wu and Yao clans, she was reluctant to venture into the territory of the Wu, without a clear destination. She began to wander aimlessly. Before long, she found herself beneath a great mountain when suddenly, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed across the sky, followed by a torrential downpour. The sound of hurried footsteps interrupted her thoughts, and she saw a man draped in animal hides, pulling a young woman along as they hurried past her. As the rain began to fall, their pace quickened, but the young woman slipped and fell. Her face reddened from the impact, tears welling in her eyes from the pain. The man, helpless, rushed to assist her. Witnessing this, Wang Shu felt a twinge of sympathy, for she had never encountered such beings and had never experienced life in this manner. She descended from the clouds to approach them. Noticing a pond by the roadside adorned with lush lotus flowers, Wang Shu extended her hand, and a large lotus leaf, about a meter in diameter, flew into her grasp. She gently approached the pair and offered the leaf to them. The man, puzzled by its purpose, looked at Wang Shu in confusion. She then summoned another leaf, and using one to shield herself from the rain. The man followed suit, placing the leaf above himself and the young woman. Indeed, no raindrops fell upon them thereafter, and the man ensured that the majority of the leaf sheltered the young woman. Wang Shu couldn't help but feel a pang of envy at their bond. After expressing their gratitude, the young couple slowly made their way back to their tribe, glancing back to find a white-clad figure had vanished from the rain. Thus, the world was introduced to the lotus leaf and other forms of rain protection, which would evolve over time into the umbrellas we use today. Meanwhile, the young couple, walking together beneath the rain, created countless beautiful tales. Wang Shu, unaware of the impact of her simple gesture, unknowingly set the stage for future romances that in this manner. Wang Shu continued her explorations across the vast wilderness, encountering ferocious beasts and strange insects along the way. Yet, each time she wielded her sword, she managed to fend off numerous threats, while some creatures inexplicably appeared only to vanish without a trace. Years of wandering fostered her growth and maturity. Unbeknownst to her, she arrived at a small tribe that had once been attacked by dinosaurs. The sight of her beauty left the villagers in awe. The simplicity of the human race during that time was beyond the imagination of modern folk. Both young and old greeted her warmly, with some particularly enthusiastic individuals inviting her to their homes. Observing the families of the human tribe, Wang Shu noted their modest living conditions, yet the concealed contentment radiated harmony and authenticity. Witnessing the humans consuming their own kind, she no longer felt the impulsive rage she once had, for she understood that sometimes humanity was compelled to prey upon its own point one day, while assisting the tribe in hunting. The villagers initially resisted allowing the beautiful Wang Shu to join. However, her determination prevailed, and although aware of her formidable skills, the tribe leaders still assigned over 10 warriors to surround her for protection. Wang Shu felt touched by their concern. Upon reaching a distant plain, as they approached the mountains, the earth began to tremble violently. Dust rose in clouds, throwing many of the villagers to the ground. As confusion reigned, Wang Shu soared into the sky, instructing everyone, seek refuge in the mountains. The villagers, regaining their composure, rushed into the forest. Wang Shu, propelled by urgency, flew toward the source of the disturbance. To her astonishment, she beheld a colossal creature, its massive body charging across the land, flattening nearby hills with each step. That it was a dinosaur unleashed by the malevolent Tianzun, a being who seldom allowed such creatures to roam the world. Yet, one had appeared now, and as it charged toward the human domain, Wang Shu flew to intercept it, drawing forth her sword. The weapon radiated a blue light and exuded a powerful aura, causing the rampaging dinosaur to halt in its tracks. The beast, perceiving another diminutive challenger to its might, unleashed a stream of green liquid aimed at Wang Shu. However, she remained composed, deftly slicing through the liquid with her sword, though inwardly she marveled at the creature's strength. Thus began a fierce exchange between the human and the dinosaur, both attacking and defending for an extended period. Eventually, Wang Shu discerned the creature's attack patterns, skillfully evading its strikes, channeling her energy, and delivering a decisive blow that vanquished the beast. The villagers celebrated the creature's demise, and Wang Shu was hailed as the heroine of the tribe. Gradually, her demeanor brightened, shedding the somberness she had carried while on Tying Star. Fu Shi, who had been observing her from afar, felt a sense of fulfillment witnessing her growth, though it bore no direct relation to his own pursuits. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun and she frequently kept watch over their daughter, ever fearful of misfortune befalling her. As time continued its relentless march, Chapter 45, the cycle of all things and the restoration of heaven's path in this era, both the Wu and Yao clans were mutually restraining their kin, preventing any conflicts between their people. This temporary tranquility afforded the vast wilderness an opportunity for development. Nevertheless, minor skirmishes remained inevitable. After receiving the primordial spirit of Pangu from Yi Feng, the Wu clan's Ho Tu experienced a significant surge in her cultivation. On a day when she wandered through the wilderness, she observed the ongoing skirmishes between small factions of the Wu and Yao clans. The bodies of the fallen began to decay, yet Ho Tu noticed an intriguing detail from the deceased. A translucent, smoke-like gas emerged, drifting away from their bodies toward the horizon. Puzzled, she waved her hand to capture the gaseous essence, which gazed back at her in astonishment, exclaiming, "I have met the great ancestor." Ho Tu turned out to be the remnant of a Wu clansman who had perished. Confused, Ho Tu inquired, "What has become of you?" The spirit, sorrow etched upon its features, replied, "Forgive me, ancestor, we have transformed into souls. Our true forms long since departed. We do not understand why our souls have separated from our bodies, yet we feel drawn toward a distant destination, which we believe to be our rightful abode." The spirit's expression was one of despair as it gazed at Ho Tuesday, realizing that her own cultivation had stagnated. Ho Tu felt a sense of incompleteness. Upon hearing the spirit's words, the threads of fate began to weave together in her mind. Though the vision remained unclear, she sensed that her path lay intertwined with the essence of the soul. Releasing the spirit, it soared into the distance, prompting Ho Tu to follow. Soon, she arrived at the eerie, blood-soaked sea of the underworld river, witnessing the spirit vanish into the depths. This place was not only marked by the crimson tide of blood, but also shrouded in thick, black mist, within which echoed the anguished cries of countless souls, haunting and dreadful. This was the result of the underworld river's use of souls to forge soul-devouring banners or the mutual consumption of spirits. With her profound cultivation, Ho Tu observed keenly, detecting the underlying issues. Yet she remained unaware of the banner's existence. Her heart ached witnessing the torment of the souls, and in a moment of clarity, she felt as if countless spirits were rushing toward her. Pleading, "Lady, save us," suppressing her emotions, Ho Tu returned to the ancestral hall of the Wu clan. Unbeknownst to her, fate would soon bring matters to her doorstep. As she returned to the ancestral hall, she sat in silence, seeking enlightenment, yet found no answers. Her cultivation stagnant. One day, she ventured out again, arriving at a human settlement where she observed a group of humans mourning the loss of one among them, their cries echoing through the air as they bid farewell to the departed. In a short while, the soul of the buried individual soared forth from the earth, catching sight of their beloved kin, and rushed forward to embrace them. Yet, no matter how fervently they exerted themselves, it proved futile. Their cries echoed in vain, for their ethereal form merely passed through the bodies of their family and friends. It was as if some unseen force beckoned them, for the spirit of the human was drawn away into the distance. Ho-Tu closely followed the spirit, and after a while, it arrived at the blood sea of the netherworld, vanishing into its crimson depths. Observing this, Ho-Tu hesitated momentarily before plunging into the blood sea, where she beheld countless fleeing souls amidst the surging tides of blood. The wails of the spirits sent chills down her spine. In the distance, a towering apparition roamed, capturing the fleeing souls and devouring them whole. Ho-Tu was taken aback. She had not anticipated that this formidable spirit had attained the cultivation of a golden immortal. Before she could fully grasp the situation, the towering spirit seemed to be called forth, soaring towards the blood sea, prompting Ho-Tu to hastily pursue it. She witnessed the spirit descend into the blood sea, where the blood surged restlessly. Moments later, a handsome young man emerged, saluting two individuals beside him. Greetings. Senior brother and senior sister. It was none other than the two disciples, Yuan-Tu and Abi, whom the river of the underworld had once gathered. They had dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to creating an ever-growing number of Azura beings, now numbering in the millions. The river of the underworld, known for its caution, had kept its secrets well hidden. Ho-Tu approached and inquired, "Which vile creature dares to harm the souls of the deceased?" Startled by her presence, Yuan-Tu and Abi were taken aback. They had not anticipated that anyone could breach the protective enchantments of the blood as they prepared to rebuke her. A voice rang out, causing them to retreat. "The river of the underworld welcomes you, Sister Ho-Tu, to the blood sea. I apologize for any lack of hospitality." It was the ancient ancestor of the river of the underworld. The moment Ho-Tu entered the blood sea, the river of the underworld had already sensed her arrival. Upon recognizing the river of the underworld, Ho-Tu exclaimed, "Why do you treat the souls of the departed in such a manner? They were brutally slain in life, and now in death they endure your torment." Her face was flushed with anger. The river of the underworld, unfazed by her fierce demeanor, retorted, "Humph, the blood sea belongs to me. The river of the underworld, I shall do as I please. What right do you have to question my actions?" The river of the underworld, disregarding decorum, spoke boldly. Ho-Tu replied, "If you do not cease such actions, do not blame me for being ungracious." With that, she produced the divine ring of the earth. The river of the underworld, incensed by her defiance, laughed heartily. "Let me see what your witch clan is capable of." With a wave of his hand, the blood sea's currents surged around Ho-Tu, intending to ensnare her within the blood sea's enchantment. In response, Ho-Tu summoned a protective barrier to shield herself from the encroaching blood. Her vision filled with the crimson liquid that moment. A blood-red sword materialized silently behind her. Startled, Ho-Tu intensified her defenses, yet the blood sword struck her, sending her flying, though she emerged unscathed. The river of the underworld, however, had overlooked a critical detail. Despite the witch clan's innate lack of spiritual cultivation, both Ho-Tu and Xianming possessed unique opportunities that moment, in a secluded corner of the blood sea's enchantment. The river of the underworld observed Ho-Tu with a sinister smile. Ho-Tu, calming her mind, directed her consciousness to scan the blood sea's array. After a while, she discerned the river of the underworld's location. Pretending ignorance, she gradually made her way toward him. As the river of the underworld chuckled to himself, he was suddenly taken aback by a beam of earthy yellow light that shot forth from the divine ring of the earth. Unprepared, he was sent sprawling dozens of miles away, utterly disheveled. Regaining his composure, the river of the underworld seethed. "Ho-Tu, for the sake of the great Pangu, I had no intention of holding this against you. However, you have gravely underestimated me, and today I shall demonstrate the true might of the river of the underworld." With that, he summoned the Yuan-Tu Abi sword and directed it toward Ho-Tu's day. It was indeed an oversight on the river of the underworld's part not to fully activate the blood sea's enchantment. Otherwise, Ho-Tu would not have easily discovered his hiding place. He had also failed to consider that Ho-Tu possessed the cultivation of a quasi-saint, which would have otherwise rendered her incapable of gaining the upper hand. The river of the underworld continued. I did not expect you to reach the quasi-saint level. Impressive indeed, but against me, the river of the underworld. You still stand no chance. With that, the Yuan 2 Abi radiated light as it sliced toward Ho-Tu's day. She felt an overwhelming pressure. Even among quasi-saints, the disparity was immense. She could only manage a feeble defense. Gradually being forced back after several exchanges, IT that moment. Doubts began to creep into Ho-Tu's mind. IT was not fear of death that plagued her, but rather a desire to uncover the truth behind the soul's plight. Fighting the river of the underworld might not be a worthy endeavor. Realizing that action spoke louder than thoughts, Ho-Tu harnessed the power of the river of the underworld strike and retreated from the blood sea. Noticing her withdrawal, the river of the underworld made no attempt to pursue her. Back in the ancestral witch hall, Ho-Tu grew increasingly restless and thought of Yifeng. Thus, she set off toward the North Julu continent. After half a day, she arrived at Pangu Mountain, where Feng Linger awaited her outside. Though not well acquainted, Feng Linger found her senior aunt to be quite beautiful. The two traveled in silence to the creation hall, where Yifeng remained seated in his position as the sect leader. Upon seeing Ho-Tu approach, he remarked, I am aware of your intentions, junior sister. Your opportunity lies within the realm of these souls. But I must confess, it is a delicate matter. Ho-Tu replied, Senior brother, please speak freely. I am prepared for anything. Yifeng, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, simply stated, after Pangu opened the heavens, the navel became the blood sea of the netherworld. Gathering the filth of the entire primordial land, IT is the most perilous place in the wilderness. The souls congregate there, drawn by the tainted energy. If these souls could find a place to rest, they would be spared the torment of the river of the underworld. With that, he turned a deaf ear to Ho-Tu's day, reflecting on Yifeng's words. Ho-Tu grasped the situation with clarity. If she remained oblivious, it would be foolish indeed. After a moment, her eyes brimmed with tears as she addressed Yifeng. Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. I now understand my path. With Yifeng's reminder and her own intuitive awareness, Ho-Tu finally discerned her future. Unable to contain her tears, she wept openly. For the first time since his rebirth, Yifeng witnessed Ho-Tu shed tears, and though he could not fathom why, he felt a pang of sorrow. Was it the fate of the virtuous to ultimately perish? Having witnessed the demise of Pangu, he felt a profound connection to Ho-Tu's inherent goodness and was compelled to offer her salvation. Yifeng, driven by her selflessness and dedication, resolved to assist her. Since you have made your decision, then go forth that I cannot offer you further aid, he concluded, shutting his eyes. Left with no choice, Ho-Tu departed. Within the ancestral witch hall, a fervent debate ensued. I oppose this, exclaimed Zhu Rong. Why should the fate of others concern our witch clan? If they are destined to die, then let them die. What is there to mourn? His voice was laced with anger. Xian Ming, in tears, pleaded, Sister Ho-Tu, I cannot agree to this. Do you intend to abandon me? She grasped Ho-Tu's hand, refusing to let go. Di Jiang interjected, Sister Ho-Tu, you must think this through. If you go, there will be no turning back. The other ancestral witches echoed their dissent. Who would consent to such a course of action? The formidable heavenly god slaughtering formation prevented Ho-Tu from operating freely, and the bonds of sibling affection forged over countless years were not easily severed. Ho-Tu responded, I too am reluctant to part from my brothers and sisters. However, since our Father God opened the heavens, he has lacked a vital essence, the abode for souls that we, formed from the essence of our Father God, must fulfill that void. After casting a reluctant glance at her kin, she soared from the ancestral witch hall, heading towards the blood sea of the netherworld. As a quasi-saint, Ho-Tu flew at full speed, leaving her brothers and sisters far behind. As she journeyed, tears streamed down her face, and wherever her tears fell, the earth bloomed with flowers and trees, filling the primordial land with a fragrant aroma. In the 46th chapter, Creation of Living Beings, the six paths manifest, the colorful virtues transform into Mengpa. Ho-Tu disregarded her siblings' attempts to stop her and resolutely ventured into the blood sea of the netherworld. Upon her arrival, The river of the underworld was already waiting outside the Blood Sea. Seeing Ho-Tu approach, he declared, "Ho-Tu, you have repeatedly disturbed my Blood Sea. If I do not slay you today, how can I maintain my standing in the primordial realm?" His face was contorted with rage as he brandished the divine staff of greenwood. Preparing to attack, Ho-Tu raised her hand, saying, "Not so fast, river of the underworld, I did not come here to fight. Your misdeeds will eventually attract those who will deal with you." With that, she turned, her expression one of despair as she gazed upon the primordial land. The river of the underworld was momentarily stunned by her words, but quickly retorted, "Humph, that may be so, but you cannot simply come and go as you please in my Blood Sea." Ignoring him, Ho-Tu resolutely turned back and startled the river of the underworld, who feared a sudden ambush. She raised her head skyward and proclaimed, "I am Ho-Tu of the Witch Clan. I am willing to sacrifice myself to complete the missing piece of the heavenly Tao for our Father God, seeking the peace of souls. May my death ensure that our Witch Clan endures for all eternity." With that, Ho-Tu soared above the Blood Sea, radiating a brilliant yellow light. Her voice resonated once more. "I, Ho-Tu, sacrifice myself to the 6 paths of reincarnation." In an instant, her form transformed into a circular disc resembling the yin-yang symbol. Divided into 6 gates, each inscribed with ancient characters: heaven, humanity, Asura, beasts, hungry ghosts, and hell, representing the 6 paths of reincarnation, 2 of which were virtuous, while 4 were malevolent. The Tao of Heaven is the path that allows celestial beings to enter upon their death, or for those virtuous individuals who bring blessings to the primordial world. From that moment onward, they may exist as carefree and liberated deities. The Tao of humanity pertains to the human race, crafted by Nuwa on the vast primordial earth, wherein souls are judged and enter according to the magnitude of their earthly sins. The Asura Tao is the realm of the Asura clan, created by the river of the underworld, where upon their demise, they may enter this path. The beast Tao is designated for creatures lacking sentience, who upon death will find themselves within this realm. The evil spirit's Tao is for those beings who have committed grievous acts of slaughter. The hell Tao is reserved for individuals burdened with unforgivable sins, who are cast into this domain, enduring perpetual torment thereafter. The cycle of the 6 realms of rebirth separates the sea of blood. If a living soul contemplates hell, they must traverse this sanguine expanse, yet few possess the strength to do so. Thus, the underworld manifests in this realm, as the ancestral shamans pursued. They happened upon Ho-Tu, transforming into the 6 paths. Causing a stir among them, Xianming, overwhelmed, cried out, "Sister, why must you do this?" Zhu Rong, in a fit of urgency, struck the Blood Sea with a mighty fist, provoking the river of the underworld to roll its eyes in exasperation. The ancestral shamans were engulfed in sorrow. Their bond, forged from the essence of Pangu, was not something outsiders could comprehend. At that moment, a radiant cascade of multicolored merit descended from the heavens, shimmering before splitting into 3 parts. One small fragment soared towards Pangu Mountain, collected by Yefeng using the Qian Kuan Ding, while another merged into the underworld, transforming into a woman strikingly similar to Ho-Tu, albeit aged and frail. This was the future Meng Po of the underworld, destined to boil water day after day. The remaining majority of the merit light settled within the 6 paths of rebirth and the underworld itself before the gathered could react. The sky emitted a scroll, revealing the Ming Shu, one of the 3 great sacred texts. The scroll bifurcated into a ledger and a pen, which were the Book of Life and Death and the Pen of Rebirth. The Book of Life and Death ascended above the sea of blood, radiating golden light, imprinting the souls of all beings across the primordial land, ensuring that henceforth no soul could escape the cycle of life and death. Subsequently, it vanished into the underworld. The entire primordial world felt the grace of Ho-Tu and knelt towards the Blood Sea in reverence. Periodically, golden light filled the sky, accompanied by fragrant aromas, revealing 3 figures. The 3 pure ones had arrived. Shortly thereafter, the west was also awash in golden light and resonant chants as Zhunti and Jieyin made their entrance, while Yefeng quietly positioned himself among them. At this moment, Xianming, typically proud, found himself red-eyed before Yefeng. beseeching, "Senior brother, please save my sister Hutu. We dare not forget your great kindness." His tear-streaked visage was filled with desperation. The other ancestral shamans, though lacking a close rapport with Yefeng, also displayed expressions of hope. Yefeng, puzzled, considered that Xuanming's deference could potentially embarrass the other saints. Did they not possess the means to assist? It seemed to confirm Yefeng's suspicions as he heard the disdainful snorts from the saints. At this juncture, Yuan Shi spoke. Hutu's transformation into the cycle of rebirth is ordained by heaven. Even the teacher cannot save her. His expression was one of discontent, harboring resentment that Yefeng consistently overshadowed him. Zhunti added, "Hutu possesses great virtue. We cannot act against the will of heaven." Laozi and the others remained silent, adopting a stance of non-interference. Xianming, seemingly deaf to the saint's discourse, continued to fixate on Yefeng, who felt helpless and sent a mental message. "Sister, do not despair. I will devise a plan." Upon hearing this, Xianming was taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Yefeng before redirecting his focus to the saint's unfolding drama. Yefeng then addressed the Blood Sea. "Minghe, what are you hiding for? Are you afraid to show yourself?" Fueled by resentment towards the river of the underworld for its consumption of souls, he sought to admonish it. Minghe, caught observing the scene, emerged with a hearty laugh. "Ah, esteemed brothers, I apologize for not welcoming you to my Blood Sea. Pray tell, what brings you here?" He feigned ignorance as he gazed at Yefeng. Yefeng, aware of Minghe's pretense, chose not to confront it directly. "Minghe, you hide well. Your Azura clan has been quite the boon for you. Soon, none will dare to challenge your authority," he remarked, his demeanor growing cold. Minghe, undeterred, retorted, "I, Minghe, merely act in accordance with the heavenly will, providing for the spirits. Otherwise, how would the souls find their rest?" A classic case of stubborn fool. Seeing Minghe's obstinacy, Yefeng pressed on. "Do you believe your actions go unnoticed?" He cast a pointed glance at the depths of the Blood Sea, which startled Ming. If it were merely the Azura clan, he could concoct excuses or seek recourse from Hongjun. However, should Yefeng choose to discuss the soul-devouring banner, Ming would find himself in a precarious position. Thus, he fell silent, brooding in frustration. Yefeng seized the opportunity to declare, "This underworld holds no ties to you. Minghe, I advise you against defying the heavens in the future." Pained by the truth, Minghe begrudgingly acquiesced. The saints, unaware of Minghe's crafting of nefarious artifacts, paid no heed to the matter. Now, with the saints present, they scrutinized the underworld with keen interest at this moment. Zhunti spoke. "My western lands are barren. However, the 6 paths of rebirth resonate with us. If so, we might cultivate the primordial realm in the future." He beamed with excitement as he surveyed the underworld. Jieyin concurred. "Indeed, brother, this underworld rightfully belongs to the West." Suddenly, 2 cold snorts resounded, emanating from Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, who united in opposition to this claim. Although Laozi remained non-committal, the 3 pure ones, despite their outward appearances of division, would not allow the West to gain an advantage in this matter. Thus a quarrel ensued, shedding any semblance of saintly decorum as they disregarded Yefeng entirely. Taking advantage of their distraction, Yefeng casually reached for the 6 paths of rebirth, extracting a beam of yellow light and swiftly sealing it within the chaos pearl. This was the primordial essence of Hutu. The saints remained oblivious, but Xianming, who had been observing Yefeng closely, took note. Fearing Xianming would disrupt his plans, Yefeng transmitted a message. "Act as if you know nothing. I will ensure Hutu is returned to you intact." Xianming, initially elated, quickly tempered his exuberance, recalling Yefeng's caution to remain discreet, casting a grateful glance at him instead. As Yefeng contemplated returning to Pangu Mountain, the saints shifted their focus toward him. Taken aback, he quickly grasped the situation and remarked, "The underworld resides in the east. When did it become entwined with the west? This debate is premature. Let us await the outcome before devising our strategies." The saints recognized the wisdom in Yefeng's words and, upon reflection, ceased their disputation. Although the underworld had yet to find a master, the 6 paths of rebirth began their autonomous operation, continuously drawing in souls from the primordial expanse and guiding them into the respective realms. The cycle of the six paths was officially underway, albeit without a stakeholder. The group departed. The shaman clan remained, their spirits low. Hutu, being a primordial shaman and inherently kind-hearted, had often been deemed excessively compassionate by her kin, who occasionally felt her benevolence undermine their ancestral stature. Figures like Zhu Rong and Gong Gong would frequently challenge her. Yet now, all bore expressions of profound sorrow and indignation. Yefeng, as he led Xianming away, instructed him to keep the matter confidential, even from the other shamans. Though Xianming was filled with doubt, he complied with Yefeng's directive. The shaman clan was deeply affected. With Huta's absence, the grand divine killing formation could not be activated, casting a pall of despair across their ranks. In stark contrast, the demon clan reveled in their newfound elation. The absence of a primordial shaman signified the removal of a formidable adversary, and they relished the thought of the shaman clan's demise. Thus, a vivid dichotomy emerged between the two factions. Upon returning to Pangu Mountain, Yefeng delved into the depths of the Chaos Pearl, revealing a realm of primordial chaos. Within this space resided two luminous orbs, one representing the essence of Pangu, devoid of sentience, while the other embodied Hutu's essence, remarkably aware. Upon perceiving Yefeng's presence, Hutu's countenance bore a hint of melancholy as she queried, "Why did you save me, brother?" Her demeanor reflected profound despondency, as she had glimpsed the heavenly machinations just before her transformation into the Six Paths, realizing both her clan and the demon race were mere pawns, destined for sacrifice. Thus, she willingly chose to embody the Six Paths to procure a glimmer of hope for her kin. Yefeng replied, "I save you not for any ulterior motive, but because you possess a heart capable of saving others." That he regarded her with a gentle gaze before continuing. "Since there is a chance for survival, devote yourself to cultivation and do not squander Xianming's heartfelt intentions." With that, he withdrew from the Chaos Pearl, his demeanor transformed from the cold indifference of yore. Now, he was willing to extend a hand to those he wished to save, no longer concerning himself with the opinions of the saints. Yet he yearned to gauge his own strength and hoped for an opportunity to engage with the saints in discourse. Chapter 47. The emergence of the demon saint and the battle against the saints, dinosaurs rampage. Endangering all beings, Hutu transforms into the six paths of rebirth, yet her primordial essence is preserved by Yefeng. However, the river of oblivion had instilled such fear in Yifeng that he dared not stir up trouble. Thus, time passed for several millennia, during which the various sects refrained from sending disciples down the mountain. Occasionally, Western monks would venture into the east to guide souls, but their efforts were merely trivial skirmishes, and no one took notice. Meanwhile, the embodiment of the six paths, Hutu, was reshaped in her true form by Yifeng through the merit of the golden light of Hutu's transformation, restoring her former strength, and even surpassing her original ancestral witch form after Yifeng's remolding. The ancestral witches were overjoyed upon hearing the news of Hutu's resurrection, yet her warlike nature remained unchanged. Upon witnessing Hutu's revival, the great divine killing formation could once again be activated, which delighted them even further. However, Hutu chose not to return to the ancestral witch hall, instead instructing the other ancestral witches to feign ignorance regarding her resurrection, allowing them to catch the demon race off guard when the time came out. Yifeng observed that the warlike disposition of the witch clan was unyielding, but he acquiesced to it. Nevertheless, Hutu's presence on Pangu Mountain posed a dilemma for Yifeng, not least because Nuwa was also trapped there. Unbeknownst to Hutu, Yifeng opted not to disclose the existence of the Pangu Hall to her on the day of Hutu's revival. A slight trouble arose when the heavenly Tao sensed that Hutu should not exist. Yifeng, acting against the heavens, faced the chaotic tribulation thunder that had once sought him out, yet he effortlessly subdued it. Xianming frequently visited Pangu Mountain, which caused Yifeng to smile wryly, as it seemed his domain had become a social hub for the masses. Whenever he contemplated expressing his thoughts, Xianming would appear to have an uncanny ability to read his mind, declaring with fervor, "Brother, on this vast land of Hong Huang, aside from my sister, you are the one I trust the most." Yifeng could only respond with resignation, to the juncture between the western Hinyo continent and the eastern Shungshan continent. Within a deep abyss lay the lair of the demon saint. After several millennia of consuming remnants, the demon saint's power had significantly increased, now capable of contending with Hong Jun without facing defeat. However, Hong Jun could not intervene, leaving the demon saint unsatisfied, yearning to devour the human race swiftly. Once he surpassed Hong Jun, none in the entire Hongwang would be able to contend with him. The evil heavenly sovereign emerged from the gathering of monsters at the lake with a sinister smile, proclaiming, "I, the evil heavenly sovereign, have truly arrived on the land of Hongwang." Following his proclamation, he erupted into wild laughter. After a while, he ceased his laughter and waved his hand toward the lake, soon revealing numerous dinosaurs of varying sizes being cast out into the outside world. This time, the evil heavenly sovereign was resolute in leaving this place, disregarding the consequences as he summoned all the dinosaurs. The once small lake inexplicably contained millions of dinosaurs, ranging from the size of a water buffalo to that of swallow, all possessing sharp teeth. Having completed this act, the evil heavenly sovereign flew out of Dragon Cliff, aware that the saints would soon come seeking him. As soon as the dinosaurs emerged, chaos ensued across the entire land of Hongwang. Even the lofty demon and crane races felt the invasion, while the human race, although less capable than the witch and demon races, also faced devastation. Ultimately, their losses were bound to be the least severe, especially since the lake continued to spawn monsters, leaving uncertainty about when it would cease. The human race once again began to suffer tribulations, as their journey of growth could never be smooth sailing. Even during their scattering across the land of Hongwang, they were frequently assaulted by other beasts, incurring significant losses. Upon the dinosaurs' landing, Yifeng within Pangu Mountain furrowed his brow, unable to remain idle as their numbers grew. How could he bear to witness the destruction of the living beings on the land of Hongwang? He promptly made his way to the western Hingyo continent. Zhunti and Jieyin had also arrived early, greeting Yifeng before they seemed to wait for something together. Shortly thereafter, the three pure ones also arrived. Upon seeing that the saints had gathered, the evil heavenly sovereign revealed himself, a foul stench instantly permeating 100,000 miles. The saints wrinkled their noses, clearly repulsed by the odor. The evil heavenly sovereign laughed heartily. "Esteemed saints, I have long envied your elevated status, and I have come to witness it firsthand. I did not anticipate my arrival would summon you so promptly." The conjunction of East and West, a challenging yet seamless endeavor, had transpired, for the saints could not discern the cultivation of this mysterious figure in black. Zhunti was the first to speak. "Ba, may I inquire why you have unleashed such a multitude of beasts, harming the beings of Hongwang?" "As saints, we cannot overlook this matter." The evil heavenly sovereign responded with laughter. "Ah, you are Zhunti, right? A mere sapling dares to bark at me." With that, he scoffed at Zhunti. However, Zhunti, being a saint, was not so easily trifled with. He merely shifted slightly, absorbing the evil heavenly sovereign's chilling rebuke. One should not underestimate the weight of such a cold sneer, for while it was a mere probe of Zhunti's strength, it carried with it 4/10 of its might. To his astonishment, Zhunti managed to withstand it. Seeing his junior brother suffer an attack, Jieyin erupted in fury, for the two had shared a brotherly bond for countless eons. Witnessing Zhunti's plight, he bellowed, "How dare you harm my brother? You wicked fiend! Behold my treasure!" With that, he produced his purple gold bowl, directing its light toward the evil heavenly sovereign. However, the radiant beam merely vanished into the evil heavenly sovereign's body without effect. Jieyin was taken aback, realizing that his full strength had failed to phase the opponent. Knowing that the saints were at an impasse, Yuan Shi glanced at Laozi, who signaled for him to speak. Clearing his throat, Yuan Shi declared, "You vile fiend, the land of Hongwang is not a place for you to meddle. And no matter how strong you are, can you surpass all the saints present?" Upon hearing these words, the evil heavenly sovereign scoffed dismissively. "If you don't believe me, feel free to test it. But I still harbor concerns about Yifeng, as I remain unaware of his cultivation progress." Tongtian, having endured in silence for long enough, finally spoke up. "Humph. Evil cannot prevail over righteousness. We must settle this in due course." That moment, Laozi, who had remained silent, Interjected, this evil heavenly sovereign possesses formidable powers, regardless of any past grievances among us. We must unite today. But he glanced at Yifeng, seemingly acknowledging him as the only one with whom he had a past conflict. Yifeng admired Laozi's broad-mindedness, realizing that he was indeed a person capable of both holding grudges and letting go. Thus, he also voiced, very well, we must stand united against external threats. And so, the saints gathered in unity. Faced with several saints, the evil heavenly sovereign dared not act arrogantly, producing the demon wheel, but focusing most of his energy on Yifeng. Tong Tian struck first, wielding the 4 swords of extermination to block the evil heavenly sovereign, that he intended to ensnare him within the extermination sword formation, recalling Hongjuan's words when he had bestowed the swords. The 4 saints are indomitable. The other saints rejoiced at Tong Tian's use of the extermination swords, which promptly encircled the evil heavenly sovereign. Laozi produced the Taiji diagram. Yuan Shi brandished the Pangu banner. Zhunti summoned the 7 treasure mysterious tree. And Jieyin wielded his purple gold bowl. Yifeng, however, did not produce any treasures, remaining vigilant over the extermination sword formation, prepared to act at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, in the realm of humanity, Tian led the human populace in a desperate defense against the onslaught of dinosaurs. Yet, no matter how high Tian's cultivation was, the strength of a single individual was limited. Despite the assistance of the 4 elders and countless human experts, their efforts were but a drop in the bucket against the overwhelming destructive power of the dinosaurs. Those who had not cultivated were no match for the beasts, and even those with cultivated skills found it challenging to confront such sudden threats without golden immortal cultivation. With nearly 1 billion humans, only tens of thousands could resist the dinosaurs, yet the true number of dinosaurs remained unclear, delivering catastrophic blows to the human race, lacking the formidable experts of the witch and demon races. As well as their treasures, the humans found it exceedingly difficult to withstand the assault. Many knelt on the ground, praying toward the direction of North Jilu continent, calling out for the great emperor of creation to show mercy and save them. Others directed their pleas toward the heavenly Nuwa palace, unaware that Nuwa had long been suppressed. Yifeng had foreseen that the human race could not withstand the dinosaur invasion. Hence he had instructed the sect members to rescue them, while ensuring that Ho-Tu and Feng Linger remained at North Jilu continent to guard the creation sect. Despite Ho-Tu not being a member of the sect, the witch clan, along with the ancestral witches, engaged in fierce battles against the dinosaurs. Facing the mighty ancestral witches, the dinosaurs were hardly a threat. Yet they could still be fierce against the lesser witches. Fortunately, the people of the witch clan were valiant, suffering casualties, but not to a significant extent. Within the confines of Pangu Mountain, Ho-Tu was anxiously moving in and out, yet restrained herself from succumbing to the impulse of departing Pangu Mountain. Instead, she collaborated with the disciples of the Tao of Creation to gradually expand outward. This expansion entailed the eradication of the dinosaurs and the demon clan of Buzhou Mountain. With the presence of 3 quasi-saints, Eastern Emperor Tai, Emperor Jun, and the demon master Kunpeng, the slaughter was relentless. Wherever they went, death followed. The Eastern Emperor Tai's Eastern Bell served as a bane to these dinosaurs. Although the dinosaurs had lost their capacity for self-reflection, their senses of hearing and sight remained intact. The Eastern Emperor Tai incessantly struck the bell, causing the dinosaurs to bleed and perish in droves. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun was in a state of great agitation, primarily due to the lack of news regarding his daughter, Wang Shu, and the inability to contact Fuxi. Observing this, the Eastern Emperor Tai reassured him, saying, "Brother, do not fret. I trust that our niece Wang Shu possesses formidable powers and will not fall prey to these beasts. Moreover, there is Fuxi to protect her." After patting Emperor Jun's shoulder, he understood that fretting would yield no benefit, and he could only resign himself to the situation. Chapter 48. The Extermination Sword Array battles the Demon Saint in the Primordial Expanse. A grand battle unfolded. Upon witnessing Tong Tian draw forth the 4 extermination sword against him, Xie Tianzun made no attempt to hinder the action. He was eager to witness the legendary invincibility of the Extermination Sword Array. Thus, Xie Tianzun cast the Demon Heaven Wheel above his head for protection. Quietly observing Tong Tian's incantations, Tong Tian, noting Xie Tianzuan's inaction, felt a surge of relief, thinking he would not have to exert much effort. With the extermination sword in hand, Tong Tian boldly proclaimed, "Watch as I employ the extermination sword array to capture this demon." He unleashed 4 beams of golden light from the 4 swords, solidifying the formation. Xie Tianzuan remained motionless within the array, which infuriated Tong Tian, who exclaimed, "How dare that demon underestimate my extermination sword array? Witness how I shall subdue you." With that, Tong Tian channeled his magical energy, causing the 4 swords to follow his movements incessantly. Within the array, Xie Tianzuan felt the chilling winds of ice and the searing flames of fire. And at times, massive rocks from the heavens came crashing down, only to be followed by the onslaught of colossal sword lights. Yet, Xie Tianzuan remained unmoved, not because the array's manifestations were mere illusions, but because he transformed everything encroaching upon him into nothingness with his own magical might. Realizing he had not subdued Xie Tianzuan, Tong Tian's face flushed with anger, compelling him to escalate his assault. With determination, he raised both hands skyward, summoning countless bolts of celestial lightning. He directed the lightning into the array. They vanished upon striking within 2 meters of Xie Tianzuan, infuriating Tong Tian further. Yet he refrained from using his ultimate technique. Seeing no effect on Xie Tianzuan, Tong Tian gritted his teeth and declared, "Extermination sword array, unite the 4 swords." The extermination sword, the slaughter sword, the trap sword, and the absolute sword emitted a blinding radiance, colliding into a singular, massive sword. This giant sword exuded an overwhelming killing intent, causing the other saints to tremble involuntarily. Though Yifeng remained unfazed, with a sword surpassing the extermination 4 swords and a cultivation level exceeding that of Tong Tian. He felt no fear as the united swords charged toward Xie Tianzuan. He smirked maliciously and said, "Come at me." With a flick of his hand, he unleashed a surge of black energy, which upon contact with the colossal sword, sparked a jolt of electricity. He then toyed with the massive sword as if it were a plaything. Ultimately, he directed the sword back toward Tong Tian. Caught off guard, Tong Tian realized that his own treasure had turned against him. Before he had time to react, the giant sword struck him, sending him flying. The saints gasped in shock as they witnessed Tong Tian's misfortune. If the extermination sword array could not contain this demon, they had no choice but to unite their efforts. If they did not eliminate this threat, their future days would be fraught with hardship. Ignoring any notions of pride, Zhunti and Jieyin bellowed, "Let us all attack together and see how he handles us." With that, they led the charge. Laozi, not to be outdone, brandished his treasure and joined the assault. The Yifeng, however, did not immediately engage. Instead, he circled the group, which was precisely what Xie Tianzuan feared, an ambush from Yifeng. Although the dinosaurs had lost their capacity for thought, they were still aware of their surroundings, that in the land of the demon clan. Amidst the chaos, the once mighty dinosaurs were being slaughtered relentlessly. Despite having the advantage of terrain, the demon clan faced significant losses. The dinosaurs, stripped of their cognitive abilities, were reduced to mindless slaughter, while the Eastern Emperor Tai reveled in the carnage. Witnessing countless dinosaurs turn to ash with each toll of the Eastern Bell, Kunpeng, swift as the wind, wreaked havoc upon the pterosaurs in the sky, raining down destruction like petals scattered by the wind. Yet, amidst the turmoil, a colossal dinosaur, towering 2,000 zhang, let out a deafening roar, seemingly summoning its kin, before turning tail and fleeing. The other dinosaurs, whether on land or in the air, followed suit, creating a tremor that resonated across the primordial expanse. The demon clan, caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, stumbled and fell, cursing the cowardice of the fleeing dinosaurs. The demons prepared to pursue. Emperor Jun intervened, stating, "They are but uncivilized beasts. There is no need to chase after them. Attend to the battlefield, for our clan has also suffered considerable losses." The demon clan then shifted their focus to managing the chaos, unaware that the fleeing dinosaurs were inadvertently heading towards the territory of the human race. In the land of the witch clan, the ancestral witches were indifferent to the dinosaurs, yet they could not allow them to threaten their kin. Thus, they continuously clashed with the dinosaurs. However, upon entering the territories of the witch and demon clans. The once mighty dinosaurs were mostly slaughtered. Amidst the land of the Wu tribe, the ground lay strewn with the lifeless bodies of dinosaurs. The 11 ancestral witches exuded an aura of formidable power. Whether it be Xianming or Zhurong, a mere flick of their wrists could send numerous dinosaurs to their doom. The mighty witch Xing Tian wielded a colossal axe and a shield, reminiscent of the Pangu axe and the divine shield forged from the remnants of its splintered form, reveling in the carnage. The Wu tribe, known for their bloodlust, found Xing Tian akin to a bulldozer, leaving a path of devastation in his wake, blood and flesh scattered in the air. Though Xianming was a woman, she was no less formidable than any man. She danced through the chaos like a flower fairy, her movements a blend of grace and intoxication, leaving an indelible impression on all who beheld her. Yet, not a single drop of dinosaur blood marred her garments. In that moment, fear took root in the hearts of the dinosaurs, prompting them to flee in haste, fortuitously heading towards the realm of humanity, just as the dinosaurs from the land of the demon tribe had done. The ancestral witches chose not to pursue, opting instead to conserve their strength for greater advantage. Outside the Azure Palace of the EC, the esteemed disciple of Tontian, Daobao Daoran, led his fellow disciples in a fierce battle against the dinosaurs. With the spiritual treasures gifted by Yi Feng combined with their own, they soared through the air, continually harvesting the bodies of their adversaries. Zhao Gongming and several revered mothers engaged tirelessly in the slaughter of these beasts. The entire primordial land erupted in conflict, instigated by the malevolent Tianzuan, whose dinosaurs wreaked havoc across the expanse. Regardless of the individual strength of the dinosaurs, their sheer numbers rendered them a significant threat. From the depths of the Mingi River to the domain of the mosquito deity, swarms of dinosaurs rampaged, mercilessly slaughtering any living beings they encountered, employing group attacks against the weak and devouring the strong. They exploited their numerical advantage, while from the bizarre lake at the Dragon Cliff, even more monstrous creatures continued to emerge. Despite the overwhelming presence of these beasts, the disciples of various sects maintained order as they battled the dinosaurs. However, the human race lagged in strength, finding themselves relentlessly pursued by the dinosaurs, their speed insufficient to evade capture, resulting in many being swallowed whole. The likes of Guang Chengzi from Kunlun Mountain also engaged in a relentless struggle against the dinosaurs. Although the gods were formidable, the overwhelming numbers of the dinosaurs created a stalemate, with neither side gaining a clear advantage. The Doshui Palace and the Nuwa Palace in the Celestial Realm remained untouched. Had these dinosaurs breached such sanctuaries, the Wu and Yao tribes would find themselves facing an insurmountable challenge in the human realm. Ji Tian led his people in a valiant resistance against the dinosaurs. Some among them lamented their plight, pondering why humanity had faced such incessant calamities since their inception, why their strength was so feeble, and why they were perpetually subjected to slaughter. Despair deepened within some. It ignited a fierce resolve among others. A collective urge to fight back surged forth, prompting more individuals, young and old alike, to charge towards the dinosaurs. Yet, despite their valor, they were ultimately outmatched, for the dinosaurs, devoid of intellect, were behemoths that overwhelmed the humans, leading to further casualties among their ranks. This moment exemplified the indomitable spirit of humanity as they continued to rise anew. Even as one batch perished, another emerged behind them. While the humans lacked the potent magical prowess and robust physiques of their foes, they possessed an unwavering spirit that propelled them forward, undeterred by the specter of death. Within Pangu Mountain, Nuwa felt a deep sense of urgency. Both the demon tribe and the human race were intricately connected to her. She recognized that the demon tribe could withstand the onslaught even without her aid. Yet the vulnerability of humanity weighed heavily on her heart. As their creator, her bond with them was unbreakable. However, the heavenly yellow tower, sealed by Hong Jun himself, posed a challenge that Nuwa could not easily unravel. The last time the dinosaurs had ravaged humanity, she had intended to intervene, only to be thwarted by Hong Jun, which had led to Yifeng's misunderstanding. Now, she was left in a state of anxious helplessness. Even if she wished to communicate, the tower's enchantments rendered her voiceless, leaving her to silently pray for the safety of humanity In the celestial realm, Yi Feng and his companions were embroiled in a fierce clash with the malevolent Tianzun. Yi Feng bore wounds from the onslaught, having been struck by the demon wheel of Tianzun, his right chest injured. Despite the remarkable healing abilities of a saint, the nature of the wound prevented recovery. Fortunately, he had managed to contain the injury, halting its deterioration. Laozi and his companions were similarly battered, their appearances far from dignified. Zhunti bore the marks of fire, while Jieyin was charred over much of his body. Laozi's once pristine beard had turned black, and he was covered in blood. Yuan Shi fared worse. Limping from a severe blow, unable to stand straight, Tong Tian exhibited a gaping wound in his abdomen, gasping for breath. Tianzun, too, bore significant injuries. His once black visage was reduced to a third of its original form, and he was covered in various wounds. Yet fury radiated from him, for he had not anticipated sustaining injuries, having underestimated the strength of the saints. Especially Yi Feng, the entire primordial land quaked under the intensity of their battle. After a fierce exchange, all 7 combatants paused, panting heavily. Yi Feng, filled with righteous indignation, declared, "Tianzun, I know that slaying you is impossible. However, I shall fight to the death to seal you away today." With each breath, his resolve grew stronger. Tianzun, nursing his wounds, retorted, "You underestimated our strength, but to think you can seal me is a grand delusion. Beware of overreaching your claims." He chuckled darkly, provoking Yuan Shi, who had never endured such humiliation. Those saints are not invincible. Yuan Shi's long tenure as one granted him a sense of pride that could not be trampled upon. "You, Val Demon, I shall drag you down with me today," he thundered, though his anger made him cough violently. Tianzun seized the opportunity to mock. "With your frail state, you may perish before I do, and that would be unfortunate." His words twisted Yuan Shi's expression in fury. Zhunti and Jieyin remained silent, channeling their energies, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. That moment, Laozi broke a silence. "My fellow disciples must exert their utmost. If we do not vanquish this demon today, the primordial land may cease to exist." He cast a meaningful glance at Yi Feng, who understood the implications, recalling their previous disagreements. Laozi feared Yi Feng would not exert himself fully. Yi Feng scoffed. "Had the demon made every effort, perhaps you wouldn't be in this predicament." Yet he refrained from further provocation, stating, "Eldest brother speaks wisely. We must all fight with our full strength." He then conveyed a strategy to Laozi and the others. "I shall engage the eldest brother from above. You 4 should surround Tianzun and strike when a moment is ripe." They nodded in agreement. Tianzun sneered, unconcerned by their plans, yet wary of the silent Hongjun. Should Hongjun arrive, he knew his fate would be sealed. As he pondered, Hongjun, indeed, approached, an elderly figure with white hair and a benevolent countenance. The reactions of the others diverged. The saints were filled with excitement, while Tianzun's face contorted with rage and fear. "Hongjun, did you not merge with the heavenly Tao and refrain from intervening? Should you not avoid acting against the natural order?" Hongjun ambled forward, devoid of any imposing presence, yet none dared to underestimate him, for he was Hongjun. With an expression of neutrality, he regarded Tianzun, who was on the verge of losing composure. Finally, Hongjun spoke. "I never said I would intervene. I am merely here to observe." He stepped back slightly, suggesting, "You may continue your battle. I shall watch." This infuriated Tianzun, who envisioned delivering slaps to Hongjun's face, yet he was aware of the saint's watchful gaze. At that moment, Hongjun turned to Yi Feng. "Do you remember the Finbao rock?" Yi Feng was taken aback. Why was Hongjun bringing this up now? He replied, somewhat sheepishly, "What of it? It was the very rock Yi Feng had taken after Hongjun had distributed treasures." And upon seeing Yi Feng's expression, Hongjun smiled. "You may present it to me. I have great use for it." Reluctantly, Yi Feng produced the Finbao rock and handed it over. Hongjun gazed at it fondly. And in an instant, the rock transformed into a 9-layered black tower, exuding an aura of chaos that Yi Feng was astonished. He had been oblivious to the existence of another realm when he first took the rock. Now filled with regret, Hongjun declared, "This is the demon sealing tower, a primordial treasure. I initially transformed it into the guise of the Finbao rock to see who might possess the fortune to claim it. I never anticipated it would end up in your hands, yet you have squandered its potential. He fondly caressed the demon sealing tower, leaving Yi Feng embarrassed. With that, Hong Jun turned his gaze to the others. You may commence your battle. A momentary pause overcame a few, yet they continued to assault the evil celestial master. Disregarding Hong Jun, in truth, Hong Jun found himself at an impasse. It was not that he was incapable of intervening, but rather that he held no certainty of victory against the evil celestial master. Thus, he chose to wait until the others had sustained injuries in their battle before making his appearance, allowing him to apply pressure on the evil celestial master. The demon-suppressing tower stood ready to subdue the foe. Although Hong Jun appeared calm and collected, his heart was filled with trepidation, for he needed to seize the opportune moment to capture the evil celestial master. As the evil celestial master remained vigilant of Hong Jun, the battle raged on among the others. Under Hong Jun's influence, the evil celestial master found himself in a position of extreme passivity, struggling against the combined onslaught of several adversaries. Nevertheless, being a formidable entity, he gradually turned the tide. Yi Feng, undeterred, wielded the chaos sword, unleashing waves of chaotic sword energy with reckless abandon towards the evil celestial master, inciting a deep-seated wrath within him. The presence of Hong Jun instilled a sense of reassurance in the other saints, prompting their attacks to become more measured, albeit still powerful, having regained much of their magical energy during a brief respite. Yi Feng, however, refrained from revealing his Genesis Heavenly Book and Genesis Blue Lotus, understanding that conserving some strength was essential for enduring survival. The evil celestial master, seething with rage, no longer paid heed to Hong Jun, directing his full attention to the relentless assault from the others. Despite the mounting pressure, they fought valiantly. In a fit of anger, the evil celestial master wielded the demon heaven wheel, striking at the group with chaotic fervor, causing them to flounder. At this juncture, Yi Feng discerned Hong Jun's intentions and recklessly provoked the evil celestial master, hoping that in his moment of confusion, Hong Jun might seize the opportunity to act. The evil celestial master, further infuriated, perceived Yi Feng as harboring a personal vendetta, determined to annihilate him. As the other saints began to comprehend Hong Jun's strategy, they recognized the tower as the demon-suppressing tower, and their resolve to intensify their attacks grew. However, the consequences were dire. The evil celestial master, driven to desperation, launched a furious counterattack, inflicting more wounds upon the saints. Seizing an opportunity, he unleashed his full magical power against Yi Feng. Caught off guard by such reckless audacity amidst so many saints, Yi Feng was struck by the demon heaven wheel, sending him flying for miles, blood spilling from his lips as he struggled to rise and rejoin the fray. The evil celestial master grew increasingly agitated. Acutely aware of the catastrophic state of his dinosaur army and the looming threats posed by Hong Jun and the saints, but he had never endured such torment, having merely sought a brief respite, only to find himself besieged by these saints fearful of losing their status. In a moment of carelessness, he was struck by Yi Feng's chaos sword, eliciting a clenched teeth grimace of pain. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Hong Jun, who had refrained from intervening until now, finally made his move. The demon-suppressing tower soared above the evil celestial master, expanding to an immense size, emanating a golden radiance from within, drawing him toward it with formidable force. Furious, the evil celestial master exclaimed, "Hong Jun, how despicable you are!" Yet, Hong Jun remained silent, intensifying the absorption of the evil celestial master. Realizing he could not simply succumb, the evil celestial master retaliated by propelling the demon heaven wheel, unleashing a similar-sized black beam toward the tower. The two forces collided, causing the tower to tremble perilously, yet both combatants endured the backlash, groaning under the strain, as they were of equal caliber. The saints recognized the gravity of the situation and collectively launched their attacks against the evil celestial master, denying him the opportunity to counter the tower. Enraged, the evil celestial master declared, "You shame yourselves as saints, resorting to such despicable tactics to this." Hong Jun retorted, "We may be deemed despicable, yet we fight to preserve countless lives. No matter your protests, today marks your rise and demise." With that, he amplified his absorption of the evil celestial master's essence. Faced with the combined might of Hong Jun and the Saints, the evil celestial master found himself overwhelmed. A powerful strike from Yi Feng sent him reeling, drawing him ever closer to the grasp of the demon-suppressing tower. At that moment, a formation was established. Hong Jun channeled his magic from atop the tower to ensnare the evil celestial master, while the Saints relentlessly assaulted him from below in unison. One cannot deny the prowess of the evil celestial master, who, despite his dire predicament, stood resilient. As the Saints synchronized their efforts, they summoned the remainder of their magical reserves to unleash a united assault on the evil celestial master. Even he, despite his formidable nature, could not easily withstand the combined forces of 6 Saints, and he was propelled toward the tower. Realizing he was on the brink of being absorbed, the evil celestial master regretted his arrogance. But he summoned all his might to strike against the tower's walls. Though he managed to shake it, it ultimately held firm. In a fit of defiance, the evil celestial master bellowed, "I shall return." And with that proclamation, he was drawn into the tower. The Saints collectively exhaled in relief, while Hong Jun hurriedly descended to reinforce the tower with protective spells. The 6 Saints joined him, collaborating to fortify the enchantments surrounding the demon-suppressing tower. Chapter 50. Yi Feng's resolve to capture the dinosaurs as the sun set. Casting a melancholic glow, the vast wilderness bore witness to the aftermath of the conflict, though the witch and demon clans had repelled the dinosaur onslaught. The land lay strewn with corpses, both of dinosaurs and various tribes. Meanwhile, amidst the fierce battle between the Saints and the evil celestial master, the human realm faced a grim reality. The humans, ignited by an unprecedented fervor, fought valiantly against the dinosaurs, blissfully unaware of the tragic fate that awaited them. The dinosaurs, having been driven back by the witch and demon clans, now surged toward human territory, leaving devastation in their wake. Human expressions are a tapestry of emotions. Anger, sorrow, joy, each vividly portrayed. Yet when all expression fades, it signifies either a natural disposition or a heart rendered lifeless. At this moment, Jieyin embodied the latter, his face devoid of color. Mechanically battling the dinosaurs, his aged body, beset by rain and wind, appeared on the verge of collapse, yet he stubbornly persevered. The humans lacked the strength of the witch and demon clans to repel the dinosaurs, nor did they possess disciples of formidable power or protective formations like the various sections. They could only rely on their own strength. Yet countless humans fell prey to the merciless carnage. Even the strongest among them could be overwhelmed, let alone an elderly figure like Jieyin. As Jieyin swung his arms in a daze, a thunderous roar shattered the silence, pulling him from his stupor. He beheld countless dinosaurs charging toward human territory from miles away, leaving destruction in their path. With a heart-wrenching cry, he lamented, "Our clan is doomed," as the remnants of the dinosaur army surged forth. Having been repelled by the witch and demon clans, the human population was scattered across the wilderness, yet Wanxiu had gathered a significant portion. However, this time, the dinosaur threat was not confined to a localized area. It threatened the entirety of the wilderness. The relentless onslaught showed no signs of abating. Just as the dinosaurs approached Wanxiu, they suddenly halted. Their massive eyes shifted from lifelessness to clarity, though their bloodthirst remained intact. The evil celestial master had been captured by the Saints, releasing the dinosaurs from his control. However, born to slaughter, the dinosaurs, upon sighting the diminutive humans, immediately charged with a cacophony of war cries. Feng Linger and her companions, alongside various demons and spirits from the North Julu prefecture, fought valiantly to repel the dinosaurs. But the direction of their retreat led them straight toward human territory that Yi Feng had previously instructed them to aid the beleaguered humans. And without hesitation, Feng Linger led her followers toward the human lands, leaving a river of blood in their wake. Rarely did they encounter human corpses, for they had all been devoured by after soaring thousands of miles. The multitude finally arrived above Wanxiu. However, the sight that greeted them was nothing short of chilling. Kong Xian had already plunged in a battle against the dinosaurs, and Feng Linger, without hesitation, led the others to confront the dinosaur army. They discovered that countless dinosaurs had encircled the human race, mercilessly slaughtering them. Now, the remnants of the human race on Wanqiao were reduced to merely a few million, and that number continued to dwindle. Jieyin and several bloodied elders flew about, desperately attempting to rescue as many as they could, striving to preserve whatever they could save. Within the ranks of the human race, there were circles of the old. Weak women and children kneeling in hopelessness, pleading to the divine. Some implored Nuwa, others sought the aid of Yifeng, while some recklessly called upon Laozi. Meanwhile, the warriors on the outskirts were engaged in relentless combat with the dinosaurs. The arrival of Fenglinger and her companions invigorated the human race, inciting them to fight fiercely. Yet, the dinosaurs had evolved beyond mere killing machines. They had regained their intelligence and cunning. The hapless humans were no match for them, and their numbers continued to dwindle. Fenglinger and her companions were taken aback by the transformation of these once dull beasts into tactically adept opponents. Had this been during the time of the northern Julu continent, they might have found it exceedingly difficult to repel such foes. Regardless, there was no time to hesitate. The disciples of the creation sect continued to battle fiercely against the dinosaurs beneath the Xianhuang pagoda. Nuwa wept profusely. Revered as the mother of humanity, she had long since regarded the human race as her own children. Although she could not intervene, as a sage, how could she remain ignorant of the calamities befalling humanity? She could only lament her inability to assist them, feeling the weight of her helplessness. Following the capture of the evil celestial venerable, Han Jun vanished, leaving behind a significant remark. Someone must take charge of the dinosaur calamity. After casting a meaningful glance at the sage, he disappeared. Laozi, the leader of the human sect and the elder brother to many, felt compelled to act. He exchanged a glance with Yifeng before setting off towards the primordial earth. And Yifeng did likewise, while the remaining sages, though willing, were preoccupied with their own concerns and took their leave, anxious to check on their own disciples. Yuan Shi also headed towards Kunlun Mountain, fearing for the safety of his own students. Indeed, these sages were deeply concerned about the welfare of their disciples. Upon arriving at Wanqiao, despite being a sage, Yifeng was taken aback by the scene before him. The catastrophe wrought by the evil celestial venerable was far more immense than he had anticipated. Laozi silently thanked his stars that his own abode lay beyond the skies, while Yifeng's aura grew increasingly frigid, startling even Laozi beside him. With a sweep of his divine sense, Yifeng grasped the situation on the primordial earth and refrained from discussing it further with Laozi. Instead, he summoned the Qian Kuan Ding. Hurling it into the sky, the ding expanded endlessly until it reached a size of millions of zhong, at which point Yifeng bellowed, infusing a stream of azure light into the ding's walls. The ding radiated golden light, enveloping much of the primordial earth. Wherever the golden glow touched, dinosaurs were drawn into the Qian Kuan Ding, unable to escape their fated capture, no matter how they struggled. Fueled by his anger, Yifeng left behind a trail of lifeless dinosaurs. Witnessing Yifeng's actions, Laozi took out the Taiji diagram, which also soared into the sky, transforming into a colossal size. It, too, emitted golden light, drawing in countless dinosaurs. Though both were sages, they had sustained injuries earlier, and now the exertion of such power took its toll, causing their expressions to darken. Thus, the two continued their relentless collection, and after a quarter of an hour, only a handful of dinosaurs remained on the vast primordial earth, soon to be eradicated by the multitude. Why Yifeng stowed away the Qian Kuan Ding, which shrank to the size of a palm. Peering inside, he observed a miniature version of countless dinosaurs violently colliding against the ding's walls, desperately attempting to escape. Yet, the Qian Kuan Ding, being a primordial treasure, was impervious to their efforts. Frustrated, Yifeng's eyes glimmered coldly. With a slight exertion of his grip, the dinosaurs within instantaneously disintegrated into nothingness. Laozi, witnessing this, shivered, but he was not one to shy away from such actions. The Taiji diagram shrank as well, and with a firm grasp. Countless dinosaurs were similarly reduced to void. Turning to Laozi, Yifeng clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, elder brother, for your assistance in saving the human race. Regardless of our past grievances, today warrants my deepest respect." He then bowed deeply. Laozi, taken aback by the unexpected reverence from Yifeng, replied, as the leader of the human sect, This is but my duty." With that, he departed towards the outer heavens that Yifeng descended. Arriving among the remnants of humanity, where he beheld their dwindling numbers, some wept bitterly, while others displayed mixed emotions. Various expressions of sorrow and joy intermingled, prompting him to feel a wave of sadness. Feng Ling and the others gathered around Yifeng. Bowing in respect, "We pay our respects to our master," sect leader. However, Feng Ling's eyes were reddened. Witnessing such devastation was a burden too heavy for her to bear. Being a girl after all, apart from the disciples of the creation sect, the expressions of others were steeped in profound grief. Observing their sorrow, Yifeng said, "You all have done exceedingly well, regardless of the outcome. What matters is that you have fought valiantly at this moment." The human populace, upon seeing the Emperor of Creation, knelt in tears, offering their thanks to Yifeng, which only deepened his sorrow. Jieyin, bloodied and weary, approached Yifeng, lamenting, "Your Majesty, I have failed to live up to your expectations. Now, the human race is..." His voice faltered, choked by emotion. Indeed, who could remain unscathed in the face of such tragedy? The remnants of his kin lay slaughtered, reduced to mere whispers of their former selves. Yifeng stepped forward, lifting Jieyin to his feet, fully aware of the turmoil within him. However, what had transpired was irreversible. Though Yifeng shared the same anguish, he was powerless to change the past. He constantly questioned himself. Having arrived in the primordial earth, why could he not alter these events? Why must his ancestors endure the same fate of slaughter? As Yifeng assisted Jieyin to rise, the latter felt a surge of gratitude, yet his heart bore the scars of his fallen kin, rendering him indifferent to such gestures. Yifeng sighed deeply, saying, "Let those who have passed go in peace. Those who remain must find the strength to persevere." Unbeknownst to Yifeng's thoughts, he summoned the Qian Kuan Ding once more, casting it into the sky, where it expanded to an immense size, illuminating the entire primordial earth. With a gesture, he directed a beam of multicolored light from the ding towards the lands below. As the light passed, shattered mountains and rivers restored their former glory, and lifeless bodies merged back into the earth, everything returning to its prior state, though the people were irrevocably lost. After completing this monumental task, Yifeng lightly coughed, a trace of blood staining his garments. His injuries worsened with each spell cast, yet he concealed this from everyone. Upon concluding his actions, instead of the anticipated golden light of merit descending from the heavens, a flurry of white snowflakes began to fall, blanketing the earth in white, as if nothing had ever transpired. The human race, beset by misfortunes, saw the end of an era. Yifeng sighed, turning to the remaining humans, and spoke, "To those who live, cherish your lives, and do not let the sacrifices of the fallen be in vain." With that, he made his way back towards Pangu Mountain, his figure exuding a profound loneliness and desolation. The disciples hurried to follow Yifeng, leaving behind the grieving humans, though the white snow seemed to cover all. The pain etched in their hearts would never fade, nor would the memory of that solitary figure ever be erased. In the Wanqiu region, one could still faintly discern the silhouette of an elder, solitary and resolute. The sun in the west began to descend, casting its light upon the snow-laden landscape. Chapter 51. The Calamity of the Various Sects at Qifeng Mountain. After Chang'e was imprisoned, Yi emerged. Upon returning to Pangu Mountain, Yifeng ignored his disciples and entered the Pangu Palace. As soon as he stepped inside, Nuwa's voice reached him. "Junior brother, are you injured?" Yifeng managed a faint smile, responding, "It's just a minor injury, nothing to worry about." Nuwa, however, could not be easily deceived. Though confined beneath the Xianhuang pagoda, her sage-level cultivation allowed her to discern the severity of Yifeng's wounds. Yet, respecting his desire for privacy, she held her tongue. Over time, Nuwa found herself unable to shake the image of Yifeng from her heart. Despite his aloofness, she, being a woman, possessed a vulnerable side that craved protection. From their first encounter, she had been irresistibly drawn to him, but her modesty restrained her curiosity. Yifeng, a visitor from a later time, held Nuwa in high esteem. Growing up in a humble mountain village, despite having reached 18, He remained somewhat naive regarding matters of the heart. Arriving in this primordial world, a cascade of events unfolded, leaving Yifeng little room to contemplate such feelings that to him. The idea of forming bonds with the human race felt utterly natural. He had never considered it could pertain to his own experiences. At this moment, Nuwa let out a soft sigh and said, "Junior brother, why do you deceive me?" Although Nuwa is trapped within the tower, her powers remain intact. You, my dear junior brother, have always contributed silently, never seeking any reward from others, yet you often end up injured. Upon hearing Nuwa's voice, Yifeng felt a tremor deep within his soul. Yet he calmly replied, "Sister, there is no need for concern. These minor injuries are of little consequence to me." As he spoke, a trace of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Nuwa could not see this, but she sensed it and quickly urged, "Junior brother, heal your wounds at once. For now, let the matters of the primordial land rest. There is no need for you to worry." With that, she looked at Yifeng with a face full of urgency. Yifeng understood her intentions, and without uttering another word, he closed his eyes and sat quietly upon the tranquil mat that had always accompanied him. Nuwa silently perceived Yifeng, observing this typically low-key junior brother, who always rose to the occasion in times of danger, far exceeding those sages who merely spoke of righteousness and virtue. Unbeknownst to her, she became entranced. Although Yifeng's injuries were severe, he had not anticipated that the power of faith from humanity would serve as a healing elixir, thus allowing his wounds to gradually mend. Before entering seclusion, he had informed Feng Ling and the others to remain within the mountain and not venture outside. The disciples from various sects had sustained injuries, yet none were fatal. The sages understood that they had narrowly escaped disaster. Had Hongjun not intervened, the outcome might have been dire. Consequently, they ordered the sealing of islands and mountains, resolving not to venture forth. The sages were aware that the calamity between the witch and demon clans was imminent, and to protect their disciples from harm, they dared not send them out. However, the expressions of Zhunti and Jieyin were filled with worry. For many disciples from the Buddhist sect had suffered considerable losses during the recent turmoil, causing them great distress. After all the effort to cultivate their disciples, they had lost so many. How could they not feel sorrow? Yet, in a flash, the two regained their composure, contemplating how to journey eastward to continue their mission of salvation. It must be said, they were indeed individuals of great wisdom, in the realm of humanity. Although Yifeng had restored the buildings and other structures with his supreme powers, the population had not returned to its former numbers. Jieyin continued to bear the burden of rebuilding the human race with his aging body, doing so time and time again. However, with each passing trial, his heart underwent gradual transformation. After enduring so much, one's spirit inevitably becomes dulled. Gone were his once lofty ambitions. Now, he merely sought to preserve the remaining members of his kin, with the goal of ensuring they could live peacefully. The journey of an elder who has faced countless hardships is not an easy one yet. The future development of humanity was not something he could foresee today. Time slowly slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, countless years had passed. Many had forgotten the previous monstrous war. However, the population began to thrive once more, seeking development across the primordial land, with families of all ages living joyfully together. Ho-Tu had also been returned to the witch clan by Yifeng, and apart from Xianming, the witch clan rejoiced. Nevertheless, the ancestral witches decided that Ho-Tu should not appear before the masses, lest she become a target for the demon clan. That why Yifeng continued to pursue his own desires, doing what he believed was right. Although the heavenly Tao would occasionally trouble him, he managed to handle it effortlessly. Following the Dragon War, the witch and demon clans, having suffered minimal losses, gradually resumed their skirmishes, though they remained minor conflicts. Beneath the towering mountains and lush forests, over 100 households resided, with smoke curling from their chimneys. The elders sat together, reminiscing about the past, while the women engaged in friendly chatter. That a group of young maidens, adorned in garments resembling butterflies, washed clothes by the lakeside, their laughter ringing out across the water. Among them was a particularly stunning woman, whose skin rivaled snow, brows resembling spring hills, a face like a peach blossom, and hands as delicate as jade. Her almond-shaped eyes brimmed with affection, and her flowing white dress reflected upon the water. Resembling the ethereal goddess of the nine heavens, or perhaps even surpassing her, she was none other than Chang'e. The village was well aware of Chang'e, yet she was an orphan, brought back by the village elders in her youth and reliant on their support ever since. Chang'e was exceptionally filial and kind-hearted, always eager to assist those in need within the village, winning the affection of many. Now, at the age of 18, she was at the prime age for marriage, and her every smile and frown was enough to make one swoon. Thus, many young men in the village aspired to win her heart point one day. As usual, Chang'e joined the village maidens by the lakeside to wash clothes. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from the water, causing the girls to scream and flee. A massive wave surged, revealing a fearsome man standing upon it. Chang'e, frozen in fear, failed to hear her companions' cries. The monstrous figure let out a ghastly roar and lunged at Chang'e, sweeping her away into the depths of the lake. This creature was a floral dragon, and upon its emergence, the villagers could not help but perceive it as a monster. Not long ago, it had inadvertently caught a glimpse of Chang'e's exquisite beauty, and sinister thoughts took root. Today, as fate would have it, Chang'e and the maidens had come to the lakeside once more, providing the perfect opportunity for the dragon to seize her, as Chang'e fell into the water. The villagers rushed towards the lake, brandishing sticks and shouting, but when they arrived, only a trace of Chang'e remained. Panic ensued, with some maidens bursting into tears, while the young men who admired Chang'e were filled with fury, hurling stones into the water, yet to no avail. Ho-E, the great shaman of the witch clan, excelled in archery, unmatched in his skills. Armed with the Jieyin setting sun bow, he found himself increasingly frustrated by the ongoing battles between the witch and demon clans. Witnessing his brothers and sisters perish one by one, he began to resent his involvement in this conflict. One day, while wandering outside the tribe, he heard a commotion and furrowed his brow, heading towards the source of the noise. As he approached, he saw over 100 humans encircling a lake, their faces contorted with rage, shouting at the water and throwing stones. Puzzled, Hoey grabbed an elderly man and asked, "Elder, what has transpired?" The old man, seeing the sturdy figure before him, sensed Hoey's honest demeanor and did not think him a villain. Assuming he was from another tribe, he replied, "Oh, what a calamity! An innocent life has been lost." As he spoke, he wiped away tears that streamed from his eyes. Hoey, confused, urged Elder, "Please elaborate." He did not adopt a high-handed attitude, but spoke kindly to the old man. The elder composed himself and explained, "In our village, there is a beautiful maiden named Chang'e, who is recognized as the fairest of all. Moreover, Chang'e possesses a kind heart, treating others with peace and showing great filial piety towards the elders. Yet today, a water monster emerged from the lake and whisked Chang'e away." The elder's words brought fresh tears to his eyes. Upon hearing this, he was filled with anger. He was, by nature, a man of integrity and could not condone such an injustice. He shouted, "Elder, do not despair. Allow me to confront that water monster and rescue Chang'e." His powerful voice startled the crowd. The villagers, perceiving Hoey's earnestness, felt a glimmer of hope and expressed their gratitude towards him. Hoey addressed the crowd, saying, "Please step back." The villagers complied. As they retreated, Hoey drew the Jieyin setting sun bow from his back and knocked an arrow, forming a crescent-like arc of slender. Yellow light began to coalesce upon the bowstring, a testament to Hoey's magical prowess. With a mighty roar, he released the arrow, which soared toward the lake, causing the waters to erupt as if a pot had boiled over, sending villagers fleeing in all directions. The effect was remarkable. From the lake burst forth a colossal floral dragon, measuring hundreds of feet in length, which roared with a sound that reverberated for miles. The villagers were knocked to the ground by the force of the dragon's roar as it ascended into the clouds, surveying the humans below, particularly Hoey, who stood defiantly among them. Seizing the moment, Hoey drew another arrow, forming the crescent once more, and loosed it at the floral dragon. The dragon felt as if it had been pinned down and, sensing the yellow light approaching, attempted to evade, but ultimately lost several scales to the arrow's strike, letting out a pained cry. Realizing it was no match for Hoey, the dragon transformed into a young man clad in yellow, though his eyes remained sinister. He glared at Ho-E and said, "You there, we bear no grudge. Why do you harm me and injure my body?" Ho-E, taken aback by the dragon's audacity, responded, "Release Chang'e, and I shall spare your life." His words were firm, leaving no room for negotiation. The floral dragon replied, "Ah, so you too are captivated by beauty. Humph. Once she is in my grasp, you need not hold on to any hopes." With that, the dragon lunged at Ho-E, who, filled with excitement, chose to confront the creature with his bare hands rather than relying on his bow. The strength of the Witch clan was now fully evident, as the floral dragon, despite being a dragon itself, was destined to fail against Ho-E. Unbeknownst to the dragon, he had already drawn a gleaming steel fork, which glimmered in the light. Though not a primordial weapon, it still created a gust of wind in his hands. The villagers had long since gathered, surrounding the clash between Ho-E and the floral dragon, cheering him on and aggravating the dragon further. Though Ho-E may appear to be simple-minded when it comes to combat, he is anything but hesitant, exhibiting a grand and decisive style. The flower dragon, initially no match for him, merely took advantage of its nimble reach. Observing the unfolding conflict, Ho-E realized that if this continued, there would be no hope of saving anyone. Chang'e would surely perish. Unfazed by the potential gossip of others, he seized the opportunity while the flower dragon was momentarily incapacitated, knocking an arrow to his celestial bow and releasing it in one fluid motion. The flower dragon, taken aback by Ho-Yi's use of a bow, hurriedly attempted to evade, but still suffered a deep gash to its abdomen. Wincing in pain, the flower dragon bared its teeth and, enraged, shouted, "You brute! Wait for me. I shall return one day." With that, the flower dragon fled, setting in motion a series of calamities that would befall Ho-E and Chang'e, of which Ho-E was blissfully unaware. As the flower dragon retreated, the onlookers rejoiced, only to be reminded of their urgency in rescuing Chang'e, who remained unliberated. That moment, a figure emerged from the center of the lake. It was none other than Chang'e, who had been captured by the flower dragon. The villagers and Ho-E hurriedly pulled her from the water. She had merely fainted from the ordeal. As she regained consciousness, tears streamed down her face. Overwhelmed with emotion at her rescue, the villagers eagerly recounted the tale of her plight, and upon seeing Ho-E, Chang'e could not help but smile, extending her hands in gratitude, acknowledging that it was but a minor incident. It was then that Ho-E truly appreciated Chang'e's extraordinary beauty, rivaling only that of Hutu and Xianyuan among the women he had encountered. Flustered, he averted his gaze. Meanwhile, Chang'e felt a stirring in her heart. Her hero had finally appeared, though he was somewhat unassuming. Thus, their initial encounter unfolded in this manner. The villagers delightedly escorted Chang'e back home. Chapter 52. The 10 Golden Crows appear in the wilderness. Chaos unleashed by Kwa Fu in a tale of heroes and heroines, where beauty loves bravery. Ho-E began to frequent the village of the human race whenever time permitted, as time flowed. He and Chang'e inevitably fell deeply in love and became husband and wife. The village's young men, unable to tolerate this, could do nothing but envy him from afar, knowing none could contend with Ho-Yi's prowess. Consequently, many began to emulate Ho-E in their own acts of heroism, winning the hearts of numerous young maidens, all unbeknownst to Ho-E, who had unwittingly paved the way for future generations. The couple lived in blissful harmony, yet Ho-E often found himself lost in thought. Should war break out between the Wu and Yao tribes, as the great shaman of the Wu tribe, how could he evade his responsibilities? Despite his aversion to conflict, he could not forsake his kin. Whenever Chang'e inquired about his troubled demeanor, Ho-E would merely stammer, withholding the truth of his identity as the great shaman of the Wu tribe. Thus, they spent several years together, with Chang'e never visiting Ho-Yi's tribe. Ho-E, devoid of any airs of superiority, mingled effortlessly with the village's elders and children, always ready to lend a helping hand. Gradually, the young men came to accept him, realizing that no beautiful maiden could forever remain unattainable. However, the Wu tribe remained oblivious to the fact that their leader had wed a woman from the human race. It is said that Emperor Jun and he bore 10 sons, known as the 10 Golden Crows, although they shared the same 3-legged form as Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai. Their strength was rather limited, prevent his sons from incurring any peril in the vast wilderness. Emperor Jun placed them at the easternmost edge of the sky, where a towering Wutong tree stood, serving as their perch. Without their father's command, the young princes dared not venture from the tree point one day. While the 10 princes were resting, the third prince spoke, "Brothers, we have dwelled here for countless eons at our father's behest. Is it not rather dull to remain here without purpose?" He gazed intently at his brothers, knowing that they shared his sentiments. The fourth prince concurred, "You speak true, brother, spending day and night in idleness. We missed the last battle against the beasts, causing our skills to languish." He looked off thoughtfully into the distance. That moment, the eldest prince, being the most composed and responsible, shook his head disapprovingly at his brother's restlessness. "Our father has instructed us to reside here for our own safety. It would be wise to heed his command and avoid unnecessary risks. What would we say if misfortune were to befall us?" The youngest prince, though ancient in years, remained youthful in spirit, piped up, "Brother speaks wisely. We shall remain, lest we incur our father's displeasure." With that, he lowered his head and drifted into slumber. The third prince shot an annoyed glance at the youngest, who remained oblivious to it, and chose to remain silent, though his desire to escape grew more fervent with each passing day. Perhaps by the will of heaven, or perhaps the heavens sensed the third prince's yearning for freedom. A figure emerged not far from the Wutong tree. It was the flower dragon, the water beast that had been driven away by Ho-E. This flower dragon was not of the dragon clan. Ho-E had no fear of dispatching it easily. Approaching the Wutong tree, the flower dragon was met with the intense heat radiating from the golden crows, compelling it to summon its magical powers to withstand the heat. Seeing the approaching figure, the eldest prince instructed his brothers to temper their flames. However, the flower dragon appeared to be suffering greatly, for fire and water are natural adversaries. Upon noticing the princes, the flower dragon bowed respectfully. "I, a humble creature, humbly greet the esteemed princes." Its deference was palpable. In this world, such deference could either signal ulterior motives or indicate a lack of strength. The fifth prince, known for his fiery temper, scoffed at the flower dragon's humility. "You, little creature, who grants you the audacity to come here? Do you not fear my father's wrath?" He fixed the flower dragon with a fierce glare, prepared for this encounter. The flower dragon stood resolute and replied with a smile, "Noble princes, I come not of my own volition, but bear grave news to impart." Observing the prince's expressions, the eldest prince remained impassive, awaiting the flower dragon's next words. While the youngest prince's eyes sparkled with curiosity, "What news do you bring? Speak quickly." He leaned forward, eager to hear. Seeing their reactions, the flower dragon inwardly sighed, recognizing the caution typical of the princes, and thus decided to reveal a shocking revelation. Adopting a serious demeanor, it declared, "Noble princes, while I was meditating in a lake within the human realm, a figure from the Wu tribe intruded upon my sanctuary without provocation and attacked me. After I sustained injuries, he revealed his intent to make me his steed." The flower dragon feigned sorrow, almost shedding tears, and the princes were incensed by its tale, seeing the effect of its words. The flower dragon continued, "This individual claimed to be a great shaman of the Wu tribe. Given the deep-seated enmity between our clans, I would rather perish than serve a Wu tribesman as a mount." The youngest prince, brimming with youthful exuberance, asked, "What happened next?" The flower dragon glanced at the youngest, suppressing a smile, and feigned more tears, saying, "The Wu tribesman, seeing my refusal, resorted to violence, and when I could no longer withstand his might, I invoked the names of the 10 princes. However, he dismissed you all as cowards, hiding in this Wutong tree, and boasted that he could slay you one by one, leaving the heavens devoid of sunlight." Its expression turned mournful. Though the eldest prince was composed, he understood that one who never ventured out would hardly match the flower dragon's strength, and believed only half of its tale. The third prince thought to himself, "Heaven has sent me a chance. I shall no longer be confined to this Wutong tree." He turned to the eldest prince and declared, "Brother, we are the royal heirs of the demon race. How can a mere Wu tribesman dictate our actions? If we do not stand our ground, how can we face the world?" He looked around at his brothers. The fiery fifth prince roared in agreement. "This infuriates me. The Wu tribesman dares to bully us, If we do not eradicate him, how can we face our father? His face contorted in rage. At this moment, the second prince, who had remained silent, stepped forward and inquired of the flower dragon, "Do you know the name of this Wu tribesman?" Though he felt uneasy about the situation, he followed suit as his brothers rallied together. The flower dragon, internally elated, replied respectfully, "Noble prince, the Wu tribesman did not disclose his name. However, he wielded a formidable bow and arrow, suggesting he is no ordinary foe." The eldest prince pondered for a moment before stating, "It must be Ho-E. He is the only one among the Wu tribe renowned for his extraordinary archery skills." That he fell silent, lost in thought. The third prince then proclaimed, "Regardless of who he may be, any who dares to belittle us, be it a mere Wu tribesman or an ancestral shaman, shall face our wrath." The remaining princes also expressed their agreement. At this moment, the youngest prince, with a high-pitched voice, remarked, "Brothers, it would be wise not to venture out. If Master Wang of the Demon Clan were to hold us accountable, it would not bode well." After speaking, he looked at everyone with an innocent expression. The third prince, realizing that a significant event was about to unfold, felt exasperated by the youngest prince's words, especially as he noticed the others were inclined to agree with him. He shot a fierce glance at the youngest prince, startling the 10th prince, who immediately fell silent. The third prince continued, "We must restore our demon clan's honor, regardless of how our father reacts. If we successfully accomplish our objective, he may not only refrain from reproach, but might even commend us." With this, he observed the others with an air of confidence, and they found his reasoning persuasive, thus acquiescing to the third prince's notion. Guided by the floral dragon, they began their ascent toward the location where Ho-E and Chang'e were situated. The flames emanating from the golden crows were the true fire of the sun, far too intense for this primordial land to endure, especially in a multitude of the mountains and rivers. Restored by Yifeng's meritorious golden light, shattered once more, the earth cracked open and rivers ran dry. Wherever the 10 golden crows passed, the entire human populace was scorched to death. Even the minor witches were not spared from the searing rays of the sun. Oblivious to the calamity they were inflicting upon the primordial land, the 10 princes reveled in their triumph. In this primordial expanse existed a tribe of witches known as the Quafu tribe, where every individual was remarkably tall. The mightiest among them was Quafu himself, towering at 5 zhong, with eyes like copper bells and unmatched strength. He was the chieftain of the Quafu tribe, which had been named in his honor. Quafu and Ho-E were close friends, often engaging in friendly sparring and heartfelt conversations. Gradually influenced by Ho-E, Quafu developed an aversion to warfare, believing it sufficient to protect his homeland in peace. However, under the heavens, all beings are but ants, and who could escape the dominion of fate? Although Quafu wished to avoid conflict, trouble would inevitably find him. Under the leadership of the floral dragon, the 10 golden crows rushed toward the tribe of Ho-E and Chang'e, traversing numerous other tribes along the way. Many tribes had already perished under the scorching rays of the golden crows, their inhabitants reduced to ashes, devoid of any formidable magical prowess that on this day. Quafu was hunting in the nearby mountains, and with his stature, hunting was a trivial matter. While contemplating how Ho-E spent his days with Chang'e, he realized he had few companions with whom he could share his thoughts. Suddenly, he was struck by the sounds of wailing and an overwhelming wave of heat. The 10 golden crows had arrived. Quafu, known for his fiery temperament, could hardly contain himself, aware that these 10 golden crows were the offspring of the demon clan's Emperor Jun. He couldn't turn a blind eye to the tragic fate of his tribe's people as he ascended a high mountain and roared, "Who dares to trespass in the land of my witch tribe?" With that, he brandished his innate treasure, the peachwood staff. Chapter 53. Quafu's pursuit of the sun leads to his demise. The few princes of the demon clan, held in high esteem apart from the 2 demon emperors and the demon master, had never before faced such indignation. The golden crows, regarded as the most noble beings, were unaccustomed to being referred to as crows by Quafu. The 5th prince, particularly hot-tempered, bellowed, "Who is this dark giant? I shall slay you." Without hesitation, he charged at Quafu. However, Quafu, as a great witch of the witch tribe, was at the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm and had no fear of a few little golden immortals, especially those who had slain his kin. With a swing of his peachwood staff, he sent the fifth prince flying back, though his brothers managed to catch him. Still, the fifth prince spat a mouthful of blood. The little demon, the floral dragon, scurried to the prince's side and cautioned, "Your highnesses, do not act recklessly. That towering figure is Kwafu, a great witch of our tribe, with cultivation reaching the great Luo golden immortal realm. His peachwood staff is an innate treasure of great power." The floral dragon feared that if the princes were to fall here, he would have no place to stand among the demon clan, and his vendetta would remain unavenged. Though the princes were impetuous, they were not entirely foolish. The eldest prince, seeing that the fifth prince was not gravely harmed, shouted, "Everyone, attack together. Let us vanquish this dark giant." He exchanged glances with his brothers, who had grown up together and understood his intent. They encircled Kwafu, roaring in unison as they charged. Yet, Kwafu was not without his own struggles, despite his higher cultivation. The true fire of the sun emitted by the golden crows was not something easily endured by the witch tribe, although he was compelled to erect a protective barrier against the searing flames. He pressed on. The eldest prince led the charge, and the others followed suit, but Kwafu, bolstered by the assault of the 10 enormous golden crows, found himself in a defensive position. Nevertheless, he grew braver with each passing moment, adapting to the battle and managing to retaliate with a few strikes, leaving the princes in a state of distress. For a time, neither side gained the upper hand. The floral dragon, however, had long since fled, aware that if anything were to happen to the princes, his own life would be forfeit. The 10th prince, realizing their prolonged assault was yielding no results and fearing the witch tribe would come to Kwafu's aid, bellowed, "Everyone, intensify your attacks. We must not delay." The others complied and redoubled their efforts. Kwafu, emboldened and undeterred by his injuries, roared defiantly, his voice echoing for miles, as his peachwood staff expanded to an enormous size, creating a gust of wind. At this juncture, the second prince, recognizing their inability to overcome Kwafu, relayed a message to the eldest prince. "Brother, this warrior is formidable. Let us retreat while attacking," drawing him toward our dwelling. After sharing a knowing smile, the eldest prince communicated the plan to his brothers, and they began to retreat while engaging Kwafu, making their way toward the Wutong tree. At that moment, a scene unfolded across the primordial land. A giant wielding a massive staff chased after the suns in the sky, attempting to strike them down, yet the 10 suns always evaded his blows. This was the legendary Kwafu pursuing the sun. Although Kwafu was not foolish, he was too consumed by his pursuit to consider the consequences, relentlessly chasing them. His stamina, however, was beginning to wane. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai were engrossed in their cultivation. One was studying the great array of the celestial stars, while the other focused on the Eastern Emperor clock. They remained oblivious to the turmoil unfolding across the primordial land, unaware that the 10 princes of the demon clan would soon become involved, but when they eventually learned of it, that would be a matter for another time. On this day, Ho-i was returning from a hunt. As he entered the village, he spotted his wife, Chunga, waiting at their door, peering into the distance. That a sense of fulfillment washed over Ho-i. With such a wife, what more could a man desire? Being a rough man of the witch tribe, Ho-i often found himself quietly smiling at the thought of having such a spouse. However, others in the witch tribe did not share this sentiment and looked down upon humanity. It was rare for someone of Ho-yi's stature to think so kindly of humans. As Ho-i stepped into his courtyard, Chunga hurried out to greet him, noticing the sweat on his brow. She took out a handkerchief to wipe his face. Ho-i, with a simple and honest smile, gazed at Chunga. She then teasingly asked, "Why are you grinning like that? Have I sprouted flowers on my face?" Ho-i chuckled and replied, "Indeed, my dear, you have blossomed with beauty, like a lovely flower." With that, he broke into another silly smile. Chunga was taken aback, never expecting the earnest Ho-i to utter such words. Her cheeks flushed, and she lightly laughed, saying, "You smooth talker." She then went to fetch water to wash his face. However, before she could draw any water, the sky suddenly grew unbearably hot, causing steam to rise from the basin, which quickly dried up. Startled, Chunga dropped the wash basin in shock. Meanwhile, Ho-i wore a cautious expression, his brows furrowed. Chunga rushed to his side, clutching his arm and asking, "What is happening?" Ho-E, already aware of the situation, did not wish to cause her distress and reassured her, "It's nothing, my dear. You should return home for now, that I will step out for a moment and be back shortly." Without waiting for her response, he dashed away. Chang'e watched him disappear into the distance, feeling as though something precious had been lost, and silent tears began to fall. Within Pangu Mountain, Yifeng sat in the Pangu Hall, conversing with Nuwa, when he suddenly furrowed his brow and sighed. "What was meant to come has arrived." Nuwa, her voice tinged with sadness, replied, "It is all my fault for being too impulsive. Otherwise." Yifeng, hearing this, offered comfort. "Sister, there is no need to worry. Didn't our master provide the demon clan with a glimmer of hope?" Nuwa sighed in response, choosing not to elaborate further. In the celestial Doyu palace beyond the heavens, Laozi paused his teachings to glance at the primordial land, remarking, "It seems rain is on the way." His words left the audience in the Xiandu stunned. The Kunlun Mountain Yushu Palace. Yuan Shi sat atop the cloud platform, gazing at the primordial land with a gentle smile, yet said nothing further. In the East Seas Bo Palace, Tong Tian observed the primordial land with a furrowed brow, remaining silent for a long while. In the west, at Qinhua Mountain, the Qinhua Hall, Zhunti and Jieyin exchanged glances. Zhunti declared, "Brother, we must make plans this time. We cannot let this opportunity pass us by." With a smile on his face, Jieyin replied, "You speak wisely, but we must deliberate further." The two began to strategize. Meanwhile, Quafu relentlessly pursued the 10 golden crows, launching attacks. Yet each time he fell just short of his target. At this moment, Quafu was utterly exhausted, panting like a great beast, despite being a formidable shaman. He found it arduous to both pursue and fend off the scorching rays of the sun. How could he possibly find ease in such a struggle? The 10 golden crows, noticing Quafu's momentary halt, swooped down to attack him once more, provoking his ire to an even greater extent. Thus, in this relentless game of chase, they traversed an astonishing distance of over 100,000 miles, nearing the sycamore tree where the 10 golden crows roost. A few of the crows were also weary. While they could easily outfly anyone in a straightforward race, their continuous assaults left them equally breathless. As the sycamore tree came into view, the eldest prince let out a sharp cry, prompting all the golden crows to soar towards it. Quafu, unwilling to relent, pursued them closely, oblivious to the fact that his steps had grown increasingly unsteady. The 10 golden crows alighted upon the sycamore tree, gasping for breath. Just as Quafu was about to reach them, the second prince loudly declared, "Brothers, surround that Quafu. Do not attack. Simply unleash the true fire within us and incinerate him." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Quafu, leaning on his peachwood staff, gazed at the golden crows and taunted, "What skill do you little crows possess, save for fleeing? Did the young Jun teach you this art from a young age?" After casting a disdainful glance at the prince's roost, he continued, "You waste this prime location, yet I suppose it could serve as your burial ground." Quafu's disparaging words incited the 5th prince, who could no longer contain himself, and roared, ready to charge, but was halted by the eldest prince. Exchanging glances, they simultaneously began to disperse around Quafu. Noticing this, Quafu made no attempt to stop them, as long as they did not flee. The 10 golden crow princes encircled Quafu, and the 3rd prince remarked, "You, hulking brute, dare to boast even as death looms near. Let us see if we cannot play with you to your end." With that, the 10 golden crows simultaneously unleashed their fiery assaults upon Quafu. He raised his peachwood staff in defense, yet after countless miles of relentless pursuit, he was already utterly fatigued and unable to match the prowess of the crows. In a moment, he found himself dodging flames, occasionally striking out at the crows with his staff, which they swiftly evaded. As time passed, Quafu's strength waned, and his strikes became sluggish. The crows, sensing this, intensified their onslaught, and soon Quafu's body was riddled with wounds. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered by the crows, Quafu faced the grim reality of his impending demise, yet he felt a deep sense of unwillingness. His kin had perished in flames, and he felt a profound sense of shame before the ancestral shamans of his clan. In his final moments, he longed to do something for his people. With a surge of strength, he managed to push the 10 golden crows back, flinging his staff towards the distant direction of his clan settlement. Upon striking the ground, the staff transformed into a vast expanse of peach forest, shielding all living beings within from the crow's fiery assault. The onlookers rushed towards the peach grove, and Kwafu smiled with a sense of relief. However, the 10 golden crows were no fools. Upon seeing that Kwafu had lost his magical artifact, they unleashed their flames upon him once more. In an instant, Kwafu's body was engulfed by the inferno. Thus, the vast wilderness lost a great shaman. Yet the tale of Kwafu's pursuit of the sun would remain etched in memory forever. In time, a statue of Kwafu was erected outside the peach grove for people to pay their respects. Meanwhile, a great man was hastily advancing across the wilderness when he suddenly halted, tears streaming down his face. Kneeling on the ground, he uttered, "Brother Kwafu, I have arrived too late." It was Ho-E, a fellow shaman and a comrade of Kwafu's, who had been pursuing the 10 golden crows relentlessly but had arrived a moment too late. Chapter 54. Seeking immortality at the Chang'e sanctuary, Ho-E did not immediately charge at the 10 golden crows. Understanding their formidable nature, though he could easily vanquish one, or even several, he was uncertain if he could confront all 10 simultaneously. Returning to the small mountain village of the human race, he found Chang'e still waiting with hopeful anticipation. He silently commended himself for not acting rashly. Had he done so and met with misfortune, what would become of Chang'e? Determined to confide in her, he resolved to share his identity and the news of Kwafu's death, seeking her support. Upon entering his home, Chang'e seemed to sense his intention, gently placing a finger to his lips. "My husband, I know you are no ordinary man. If you wish to undertake something, you may do so, as long as you do not forget me." Tears fell from her eyes as she spoke. Ho-E, looking at her, embraced her tightly. "My dear, with you by my side, I have no regrets in this life." They held each other close, but Ho-E still felt compelled to reveal his true identity. Chang'e was astonished by the magnitude of his revelation, but amid her joy lay a deep-seated worry for the future. As a great shaman of the witch clan, Ho-E possessed the power of immortality. Yet what of her? In decades she would wither in age. Would Ho-E still desire her then? Thus, Chang'e fell into a state of melancholy. Everyone knew of Nuwa, the mother of humanity, and the creator Emperor Yifeng. Yet only a few were aware of his name. Chang'e's anxieties were palpable to Ho-E, but he felt powerless. The witch clan did not cultivate their essence. What means did they possess to attain immortality? He remained oblivious to the fact that Ho-Tu and Xianming had already cultivated their essences. Even if he had known, he likely would not have sought their assistance. For many within the witch clan looked down upon humanity, and the ancestral shamans were far removed from offering aid. Chang'e, having overheard the village elders speak of paying respects to the creator emperor to seek guidance for their worries, decided to approach the village shrine. Kneeling before the statue, she spoke, "I am Chang'e, wed to Ho-E of the witch clan. Yet, as a human, I have not mastered the art of immortality. In decades, I shall return to dust. Leaving my husband behind, I beseech the great emperor to grant me assistance." She lamented her fate. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Unbeknownst to her, a single tear fell upon the statue, shimmering briefly before vanishing. Meanwhile, within Pangu Mountain, Yifeng furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing and smiling. The story unfolds rapidly. It has already reached this juncture. After a brief contemplation, he closed his eyes. At that moment, Chang'e was deep in her prayers. To her astonishment, a voice resonated within her heart. "Chang'e, you may rise." Startled, she glanced around, her heart racing. A woman of timid nature, she was unnerved by the voice emanating from within. Searching the surroundings, she found nothing amiss, only to notice that the statue of the creator emperor was now radiating a faint azure glow. Chang'e, not being foolish, quickly knelt and declared, "Chang'e pays homage to the creator emperor." She bowed respectfully, her forehead touching the ground. The voice belonged to Yifeng, a figure from the future. Sympathetic to Chang'e and Ho-Yi's plight, he felt compelled to assist. "Chang'e, seeing your sincerity, I can help you fulfill your wish. However, you must not speak of this matter in the future." With that, a beam of golden light descended from above, enveloping a shimmering fruit. The five elements fruit. Chang'e hurriedly caught the fruit, overwhelmed with joy and speechless. After a moment, she regained her composure and prostrated before the statue, exclaiming, "Chang'e thanks the great emperor for the gift." She continued to bow fervently. When she finally looked up, the statue had vanished. Anxious, she did not hesitate and consumed the radiant fruit. Gradually, a gentle golden light emanated from her body, and after a fleeting moment, she had transformed, achieving an ethereal form, more beautiful than ever, though whether she was more beautiful than before remained a matter of debate. Upon learning of this transformation, He was overjoyed, relieved that the lingering dread had been resolved, and his heart was filled with immense happiness. He asked for the 10 golden crows of the demon clan. Having slain Kwafu, they held humanity in contempt, reveling in their perceived superiority. Recently, the flower dragon reappeared beneath the sycamore tree. The golden crow princes, basking in their victory, overlooked their previous transgressions and failed to hold them accountable. The flower dragon, elated, offered flattery that made the 10 princes forget their identity. Sensing the timing was right, the flower dragon finally spoke. "Though you princes are indeed powerful, the young shaman of the witch clan is undeterred by death. I have learned that the one you harbor a grudge against is named He, and he is currently embroiled with the witch clan that he seeks to deliver a surprise upon you." With a meaningful glance at the princes, they, having just achieved victory, dismissed any concern for in a state of immense fury. The youngest of the golden crows, though reluctant to venture forth, found himself unable to oppose the will of his elder brothers, who showed no dissent. Thus, amidst the mocking laughter of the golden crow prince and the flower dragon, they set forth towards the tribe of out a wave of mournful cries swept across the desolate wilderness. He, engaged in hunting within the mountains, was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming heat and the distant cacophony of frantic shouts. Moments later, many lives were lost, and He, alarmed, soared into the sky, only to be confronted by the 10 great golden crow princes of the demon clan. Enraged, He resolved to confront them, but they approached him instead. With a mighty roar, he demanded, "Demon spawn, return my brothers' lives." Raising his colossal fist, he charged at them in his furious assault. Yi's formidable presence terrified the gathered golden crows. At this moment, the flower dragon interjected, "Noble princes, behold the wretched child of the Wu clan who dares to slander us." With that, he gradually retreated. Yi recognized him as the demon dragon who had previously caught Chang'e's attention. In a fit of rage, disregarding the presence of the princes, he expanded his form to several thousand zhang, his massive hands overshadowing the skies, and delivered a devastating blow towards the demon dragon. The demon dragon, already fearful of Yi, attempted to flee, but the latter was resolute in his intent to kill, and in an instant his fist accelerated, overwhelming the dragon and leaving it shattered in spirit. The princes, astonished by Yi's ferocity, felt their pride wounded as they witnessed the demon dragon's demise before their very eyes. The third prince declared, "Yi, you dare to slay one of our kind? Prepare to face your reckoning." With that, he launched himself at Yi, and the others followed suit. Although Yi was of comparable power to Kwafu, facing all 10 golden crows proved challenging. Fortunately, the Wu clan's cultivation offered him some respite from immediate danger. The second prince, with a sly grin, whispered to the first prince, "Brother, shall we not repeat our previous strategy and eliminate this Yi as well?" The first prince, seeing the merit in this proposal, signaled to the other princes, and they prepared to strike. However, they underestimated Yi, who was not Kwafu. He wielded a bow, seeing the golden crows attempting to flee. Yi grew anxious and reached out, summoning an object from the distance, the Qian Kuan falling sun bow. With the divine bow in hand, he grinned and declared, "Where do you think you're fleeing?" He reached out once more, and 10 shimmering arrows, forged from the ice of the northern sea, flew into his grasp, perfectly suited for his bow and ideally designed to slay the golden crows. The arrows, representing the element of water, were a natural counter to the fire that the golden crows embodied. With a swift motion, Yi drew his bow, aiming at the 9th prince, who, upon realizing he was targeted, was filled with dread and desperately attempted to escape. But Yi, with a thunderous shout, released the arrow. The 9th prince, feeling an inexplicable weakness, looked down to find his chest pierced by the arrow, and he fell with a wail. The first prince, witnessing this, was consumed by both sorrow and rage, pondering how he would explain this to Jieyin originally. They had stealthily departed, but now, in his fury, the first prince turned to confront Hou-Yi, and the remaining Golden Crow princes halted their flight, all directing their wrath towards him. Although Hou-Yi and Kuo-Fu were evenly matched, Hou-Yi's mastery of archery provided him with an advantage against the princes. Observing the first prince's approach, Hou-Yi smirked, drawing the Qian-Kun falling sun bow to its full tension, targeting the first prince. The latter, feeling the arrow's intent, trembled despite his stature as the eldest of the Golden Crows. Yet he was not a mere novice. As Hou-Yi released the arrow, the first prince swiftly dodged to the right, narrowly avoiding the North Sea ice arrow, which grazed his side and elicited a gasp of cold sweat. However, the arrow had inadvertently struck the fourth prince, who was unaware of its approach, leading to a tragic demise. The anguished cries of the fallen reverberated among the Golden Crows, particularly the first prince, who was stricken with horror as he realized that the arrow meant for him had claimed the life of his brother. Filled with wrath, the first prince bellowed, "Brothers, our ninth and fourth siblings have perished. We cannot allow this wretched Wu child to escape." The Golden Crows, ignited by vengeance, surged towards Hou-Yi. Chapter 55. The Sorrow of the Golden Crows, leaving only Jieyin in grief. The Golden Prince, consumed by rage, led the charge against Hou-Yi. Perhaps it was their misfortune, or perhaps Hou-Yi's existence was destined to instill terror within them. With a surge of strength, Hou-Yi's muscles bulged as 3 North Sea ice arrows materialized before him. With a mighty roar, he unleashed the arrows upon the 3 Golden Crows, but the first prince had already anticipated Hou-Yi's move and shouted, "Brothers, quickly, take cover!" Yet it was too late. The arrows pierced the 8th, 5th, and 7th princes without hesitation, resulting in their anguished cries echoing into silence. In that moment, the once mighty Golden Crows suffered the loss of 5 of their own. The first prince, now in disarray, suppressed his fury and commanded, "Retreat." The remaining Golden Crows, paralyzed by the fear of Hou-Yi's arrows, fled desperately towards Mount Buzhou, realizing that only their father could save them, breathless from the exertion of shooting down 5 Golden Crows. Hou-Yi was acutely aware of the toll it had taken on him, for they were only 1 realm apart in strength. Seeing the Golden Crows attempting to escape, he could not allow them to slip away. Grasping the Qian-Kun falling sun bow, he pursued them, his blood boiling with the ferocity ignited by Kuo-Fu's death. Meanwhile, within the heavenly realm of Mount Buzhou, Jieyin, deep in meditation, suddenly felt a disturbance that shattered his concentration. Startled, he opened his eyes and, after a brief calculation, flew out of the mountain without a word. The Eastern Emperor Tai, noticing Jiyin's frantic departure, approached him and inquired, "Brother, what troubles you so?" Jiyin, without pausing, replied, "My 10 sons are in peril," and sped off. Tai, initially confused, was soon engulfed by rage, bellowing, "Wretched Wu child, you shall pay," and hastened after Jiyin in pursuit. The remaining 5 Golden Crows fled desperately towards Mount Buzhou. Hou-Yi, catching his breath, witnessed their retreat and roared, "You think you can escape so easily?" He pursued them relentlessly. Although the Golden Crows were adept at flight, their panic under Hou-Yi's relentless chase slowed them considerably. As they neared the edge of the horizon, Hou-Yi unleashed another volley of arrows from his Qian-Kun falling sun bow. The 6th prince, trailing behind, met a tragic end, his screams echoing as he fell. The cries pierced the hearts of the remaining Golden Crows, causing the first prince to spit blood in rage. Yet Hou-Yi too was aware of his own suffering. He had endured the scorching flames of the Golden Crows' bodies during their previous onslaught. Even now, after chasing them for thousands of miles, his injuries were severe. However, spurred on by the memory of Kuo-Fu's untimely demise, he pressed on, though blood continued to trickle from his lips, ignoring his wounds. Hou-Yi drew back the Qian-Kun falling sun bow once more, releasing 3 arrows. The Golden Crows, sensing the imminent threat, were filled with dread. The first prince, realizing the danger, swiftly seized the crying young prince and urged, "Do not look back. Flee to our father for help." With a powerful throw, he sent the young prince soaring hundreds of miles away. The young prince, glancing back at his brother, could only witness the tragic fall of 3 of their kin. Unable to suppress his tears, he wept, for although he had lived countless years, he had never faced death before. Realizing the urgency, he recalled his brother's last words and fled towards Mount Bujo. But Ho-E, expelling another mouthful of blood, felt his strength waning. With only 1 arrow remaining and the last golden crow almost out of sight, he stood, dizzy and unsteady. Gritting his teeth, he gathered the last of his remaining power, drawing the Qian Kuan falling sun bow with all his might, and sent the North Sea ice arrow soaring through the sky, golden light trailing behind it, a dazzling spectacle that concealed the deadly intent within. Just as the final arrow was about to strike the young prince, a thunderous voice rang out. "Wretched Wu child, do not harm my son." A towering figure appeared beside the young prince. Grabbing the incoming arrow with ease, the North Sea ice arrow shattered into dust under the grip of Jieyin, who had arrived just in time to save his son, the young prince. His face streaked with tears, looked up to see his father, and fainted from a mix of relief and despair. Jieyin swiftly caught him in his arms, that a visage marred by sorrow. A father gazes upon his son, who now lies in a state where 9 out of 10 have perished. At Jieyin, witnessing the small prince he has caught, feels his hair turn white in an instant. Resembling a deity of calamity, and the wrinkles that had never graced his brow seemed to manifest, aging him significantly in that fleeting moment. At this juncture, the Eastern Emperor Tai arrives, his fury ignited at the sight of his nephew's demise. He seizes the long-unused Eastern Emperor bell and hurls it towards Ho-E. Ho-E, already grievously wounded, stands no chance against the might of the Eastern Emperor bell. Even if he were uninjured, he could not withstand such a blow. In an instant, he is sent flying hundreds of miles away. Fortunate only that the Wu clan's formidable strength has spared him from immediate death. However, it becomes evident that his life hangs by a thread. It is revealed that the Eastern Emperor Tai did not deliver the fatal blow, understanding that his elder brother would be devastated by Ho-Yi's death, thus sparing his life. Tai lifts Ho-E as one would a mere chick, bringing him to Jiyin's side, his face awash with sorrow as he inquires, "Brother, how shall we deal with this young Wu clan scion?" His sorrow swiftly transforms into rage. Jiyin, however, adopts an inscrutable expression, obscured by the veil of his white hair, yet the anguish beneath is palpable. After a prolonged silence, he finally speaks. "Second brother, let him go." Tai, taken aback, still seething with indignation, retorts, "Brother, why should we spare him? If we do not reduce this young Wu to ashes today, my heart shall never find peace." With that, he disregards Jiyin's words and prepares to strike Ho-E with the Eastern Emperor bell. Jiyin swiftly interjects, positioning himself before Tai. "Second brother, do you believe I do not yearn for retribution? Yet to slay him thus would be too merciful." He then shares an unspoken understanding with Ho-E, one that remains veiled from the eyes of others. In a fit of rage, Tai diverts his gaze from Ho-E and follows Jiyun away. Before departing, Jiyun nearly mends all of Ho-Yi's wounds. Believing his demise to be inevitable, Ho-E is astonished when Jiyun and Tai choose to spare him. Uncertain of the reasons, he gradually makes his way to the village where Chang'e resides. Aware that he has affronted someone beyond his capacity to offend, that he hopes to bring Chang'e to his tribe, seeking a semblance of safety. Little does he know that a tremendous conspiracy awaits him. Meanwhile, Jiyun and Tai bring the unconscious little golden crow back, ensuring his comfort before departing from Mount Bujo towards the village where Chang'e dwells. They cloak their presence, yet their murderous intent remains palpable. On that day, Chang'e stands at her doorstep, her eyes swollen from weeping, anxiously scanning the horizon. She is no fool. She suspects that Ho-Yi's recent outing may have led him into the clutches of calamity. Thus, she spends her days in a state of despair, hoping to catch a glimpse of him. Days pass, yet the familiar figure she longs for does not appear. From a distance, Jiyun and Tai spot Chang'e. Despite their hatred for Ho-Yi, they cannot help but marvel at her beauty, realizing it serves to heighten the torment they wish to inflict upon him. Jiyun does not seek vengeance lightly. He desires to make Ho-Yi suffer for the loss of his 9 sons. 9 in total. Were it not for his formidable power, how could he be so easily driven to white-haired despair? With their immense strength, Jieyin and Zhunti readily discern that Hou Yi's wife is Chang'e, which is precisely why they have spared him, to allow him to endure the anguish of losing a loved one. As they descend from the clouds towards Chang'e, she, having received the gift of immortality from Yi Feng, possesses little magical power. Upon seeing the two figures, instinctive fear grips her, and she trembles, stammering, "What do you want from me?" Her body quakes uncontrollably. Jieyin brandishes the innate river diagram and Luo book, enveloping Chang'e within its confines, rendering her motionless, her beautiful eyes wide with terror as they gaze upon her captors. At that moment, Zhunti, speaking to Jieyin, yet sounding as though he is addressing himself, murmurs, "Hou Yi, today you shall taste the agony of losing a loved one." He casts a cruel glance toward Chang'e. Although the river diagram and Luo book ensnare Chang'e, they do not mute her hearing. Trembling, she implores, "What have you done to my husband?" Zhunti, with a cruel stare, replies, "Hou Yi, is it? He has been reduced to ashes, and soon you shall join him." With that, he turns away from her. Stunned, Chang'e's tears cascade down her cheeks. Her heart had sensed the truth when Hou Yi was struck by the Eastern Emperor Bell. It felt as though her heart was pierced, yet she could not bear to believe it. Stubbornly, she waits at her door, unaware that Jieyin has healed Hou Yi, with his flowing white hair dancing in the wind. Jiyun's expression remains inscrutable beneath the pallor of his locks. He extends his arms skyward, swiftly gesturing, and in response, every celestial body he points to radiates a beam of light towards him. In an instant, 365 beams converge, and Jieyin channels this luminous energy towards the river diagram and Luo book. Meanwhile, Chang'e is drawn upward by the glowing light, helplessly drifting away from the earth. She cries out in desperation, Hou Yi, are you still alive? If you are, save me as you once did. Can you hear me? I am your wife, Chang'e." Her tears fall incessantly like rain. Chapter 56. This hatred knows no end. A smile reflects eternally in truth. Jieyin intends to imprison Chang'e within the innate great array of the celestial bodies, subjecting Hou Yi to eternal torment. With his formidable power, the array crafted using the river diagram and Luo book is beyond Hou Yi's capacity to dismantle. No wonder Jieyin initially prevented Zhunti from slaying Hou Yi. It was not that he did not wish to end Hou Yi's life, but rather that he desired to make Hou Yi wish for death while being unable to attain it. Thus, he spared Hou Yi this moment. Chang'e is lifted 200 meters into the air by the 365 beams of light. From a distance, Hou Yi hears her cries for help, and in a fit of rage, he shouts at Jieyin and Zhunti, "Jieyin, Eastern Emperor Zhunti, you are esteemed figures in this primordial land. How can you stoop to such despicable acts? Moreover, your son, who has turned this land into a graveyard, is he not deserving of death?" With that, he recklessly charges toward Chang'e in the sky. Jieyin, infuriated by Hou Yi's words, nearly erupts with rage, bellowing, "Impudent fool! The affairs of my demon tribe are not for you to criticize." With that, he directs a beam of light from the river diagram and Luo book towards the radiant Chang'e, who is swiftly pulled higher into the sky. Hou Yi, desperate to reach her, extends his hand, yet is thwarted by Jiyun's interference, forced to watch helplessly as Chang'e's tears stream down her face. Knowing he is outmatched, Hou Yi draws the Qianquan falling sun bow and fires at Jieyin. But the power of Jieyin and Zhunti, having ascended to the realm of the six-legged golden crows, renders Hou Yi's efforts futile. Before the arrow can reach them, it is obliterated by Jiyun's formidable magic. Zhunti, witnessing this diminutive Wu clan warrior daring to strike at them, raises the Eastern Emperor Bell and sends Hou Yi flying once more. Despite his injuries, Hou Yi rises and charges towards Chang'e, only to be struck down repeatedly by the Eastern Emperor Bell. Under Jiyun's deliberate machinations, each time Hou Yi nears Chang'e, she is inexplicably lifted further away. This relentless cycle continues, and Hou Yi loses count of how many times he has pursued her. Chang'e, having ceased her weeping, waves her hand towards him, saying, "Hou Yi, do not chase any longer. I am content merely to see you once more." Yet, Hou Yi seems oblivious to her words. continuing his fervent pursuit. Ultimately, Chang'e is imprisoned upon the moon, a celestial body now known in future generations. The sun goddess has long been taken to Mount Buzhou, leaving no life upon the moon save for the everlasting laurel tree. The 365 beams of light converge upon the moon, forming the demon tribe's great array of celestial bodies. At this moment, Jieyin is filled with sorrow, for he would not have easily resorted to such drastic measures otherwise. Exhausted, He collapses beneath the laurel tree, panting heavily, having expended his final ounce of strength. Chang'e's tears, having momentarily ceased, now flow freely once more. Unbeknownst to him, Jieyin approaches He and declares, "The enmity of our children must be avenged. Today I shall slay Chang'e before your very eyes." After proclaiming his intent to slay Chang'e, He could not permit Jieyin to proceed with such an act. He called out, "Stay your hand." Jieyin halted and turned to He, his face filled with perplexity. With a tender gaze at Chang'e, He said, "As long as you do not harm Chang'e, I shall offer no resistance, regardless of what you do to me." Upon finishing his words, he looked at Chang'e, and a solitary tear fell from his eye. Bitter and sorrowful, Jieyin, having already devised a plan, smirked cruelly and replied, "Good, I have awaited this very statement." He then signaled to Dong Huangtai, who approached He and raised the Eastern Emperor bell, preparing to strike him fiercely. Chang'e let out a heart-wrenching scream, unable to bear the sight. Yet, after a prolonged silence without any sound, she dared to open her eyes, only to find a burly man in Ye's place, wielding an axe and staring vacantly at the laurel tree. He advanced a step and swung the axe at the tree, but the place he struck quickly healed, returning to its former state. He, still with vacant eyes, continued to hack away. It seemed as though he was deaf to Chang'e's cries. His focus solely on the laurel tree. Jieyin had ensnared Chang'e within the grand celestial formation, yet he could not approach He, who had been transformed by Dong Huangtai into the relentless lumberjack. The most tormenting fate in the world is to stand beside someone yet remain unknown to them. The instigator, the flower dragon, had long since turned to ash. Had he lived, he would surely lament the profound impact of his words. He had been turned into the later Wu Gang by Dong Huangtai, his memories erased, leaving only Wu Gang in this world, with no trace of out on the earth. The beautiful Chang'e was gone, replaced by a solitary figure in the Moon Palace, eternally weeping. When He transformed into Wu Gang, he left behind a single lament. This hatred is without end. As for the Wu clan, they did not come to aid He, having been deceived by the combined schemes of Jieyin and Dong Huangtai. Even the reborn too remained oblivious. A tragedy indeed. When they eventually learned of it, they could only channel their grievances into the ensuing battle between the Wu and the Yao. Within Pangu Mountain, Yifeng stood in the Pangu Hall. Sighing, "It seems this calamity has arrived." He shook his head helplessly, and Nuwa's voice echoed, "Why do you not intervene, junior brother?" I am of the demon race. I too am moved by their emotions. Even if you act, elder sister would not blame you." She sighed as well. Yifeng gazed at the exquisite tower of heaven and earth, saying, "Though I am a sage, I cannot defy the heavens in all matters, nor can I govern the world." With two long sighs, the sky seemed to darken. The desolate land traversed by the 10 golden crows lay barren, and from an unknown time, fine rain fell daily from the sky upon the ravaged earth. Nourished by the rain, the land swiftly regained its vitality, sprouting numerous laurel trees. Though they did not reach the heights of those on the moon, they flourished lushly in later generations. People would claim these were the tears of Chang'e, shed as she watched He relentlessly chop at the laurel tree, unaware of her own heartbreak. In the vast wilderness, an unnamed village harbored an extraordinarily beautiful woman, whose very presence exuded an icy aura. No one knew whence she came or her name. Long ago, this woman had appeared in the village. Though unspoken, all were aware she was a celestial being, for how else could she endure so long? This was Wang Shu, the daughter of Jieyin, who during the chaos of the dinosaur age, aided humanity in vanquishing many dinosaurs, yet preferred to remain unnoticed, quietly dedicating herself. With Fushi's secret protection, the dinosaurs could not harm her. Wang Shu grew up on the Moon Star, Yet she was aware of her 10 brothers, though she had never met them. Due to circumstances, the youngest 10 princes had never witnessed her maturity. Recently, upon learning of the deaths of the 9 princes, Wang Shu felt 9 pangs in her heart, startled, thinking something had befallen her mother. The demon race had their own ways, and soon she understood the unfolding events. Despite knowing her brothers had committed heinous acts, the bond of blood stirred her heart. Thus, when Jieyin and Zhunti imprisoned Chang'e, she quietly followed, witnessing the tragic outcome between Chang'e and Yi. Feeling an ache in her heart, yet remaining silent, for they were her brothers. Now, for reasons unknown, Wang Shu felt little worth clinging to in the vast wilderness. She stepped outside her small courtyard, glanced at the village, and resolutely soared towards Mount Buzhou. Perhaps the only thing worth cherishing now was her mother. As Wang Shu ascended into the sky, a small boy appeared on the distant earth. Although he was small, he belonged to the Wu clan, his tiny eyes filled with purity. Upon seeing Wang Shu, clad in flowing white, ascending toward the heavens, the boy called out, "Celestial sister! Celestial sister!" He chased after her, stumbling over the vines that appeared beneath his feet, yet he stubbornly rose again and again. Wang Shu observed the boy from afar, clumsy yet resilient. Unintentionally, she offered him a gentle smile, leaving the boy momentarily spellbound. Though young and unaware of beauty, that smile became permanently etched in his heart, leading to future heart-wrenching events that Wang Shu could not have foreseen. That a glance over her shoulder, a smile that birthed 100 charms. Though lacking in seductive grace in the boy's mind, that fleeting beauty lingered unforgettably. Chapter 57. The primordial purple chi brings calamity, the cycle of seasons. The verdant mountains and flowing waters flourish and wither year by year, transforming the visage of the earth. Yet the memories of the past remain eternal in the hearts of the people. Now, as Hong Yun obtained the last trace of primordial purple chi, his worries lay not only in the fear of ambush, but also in the dread of theft. He tirelessly endeavored to refine it, yet remained at an impasse. Consequently, Jieyin and Zhunti was left with a perpetual headache as the complexities of the situation blurred his clarity. Over the past few days, Hong Yun continued his seclusion to refine the primordial purple chi, while Jieyin and Zhunti felt an unsettling premonition, sensing that something monumental was about to transpire. Although his powers should have allowed him insight, it seemed that some force obscured the heavenly secrets from him, leaving him perplexed. It was not that people had forgotten about Hong Yun's primordial purple chi. Many still recalled it, including the venerable ancestor of the underworld river, who had not overlooked the matter. In the depths of the underworld blood sea, 2 figures conspired in secrecy, revealing themselves to be the old ancestor of the underworld river and the mosquito Taoist. The mosquito Taoist rose and clasped his hands towards the ancestor, saying, "Old ancestor, our course of action is settled. I shall return to prepare." The ancestor smiled. "Well, await my message." They exchanged knowing smiles, and the mosquito Taoist departed the underworld blood sea. In the heavenly court of Mount Buzhou, Jieyin and Zhunti sat in the Lingxiao Hall, accompanied by the demon master Kunpeng, engaged in a secret discussion. Zhunti spoke. "Brother, we cannot delay any longer. The primordial purple chi falling into Hong Yun's hands is a disgrace to us as the legitimate heirs of the primordial land. We cannot allow this to stand." Jieyin glanced at Kunpeng, whose face was shrouded in darkness, and asked, "What are your thoughts, Demon Master?" Kunpeng, seemingly pondering, turned to Jieyin and said, "Heavenly treasures belong to the virtuous. What virtue does Hong Yun possess? Dong Huang speaks wisely. We need not endure any longer." Since the day his own son was slain by Yi of the Wu clan, Jieyin had aged considerably, his once dark hair now white. With a heavy heart, he closed his eyes for a moment, then suddenly opened them and declared, "Then let us proceed." The 3 of them began to strategize. Within Pangu Mountain, Yifeng opened his eyes with a sigh, stating, "What must come will come." He vanished from the Pangu Hall, reappearing in the land of the Wu clan. Observing the robust figures of the Wu clan training vigorously, Yifeng sighed inwardly, realizing why the primordial land faced destruction in the future. With such valorous kin, it was difficult to eschew conflict. Slowly, he approached the ancestral hall, easily sensing the aura of Pangu, Gazing upon the imposing and solemn ancestral hall, Yifeng felt a pang of nostalgia for the days spent with Pangu. At the entrance, Wu clan members attempted to block his passage. A burly man approached Yifeng, saying, "Kid, this is no place for you. Best turn back before I take action." He extended a robust arm. The sound of his knuckles cracking echoing. Yifeng, intrigued, regarded the man, knowing his own status rendered him above such quarrels. Yet he felt a peculiar warmth in his heart. Being among them was a unique experience. It had been long since he had heard such words. Yifeng replied to the imposing Wu clan member, "Go tell Jiang that Yifeng has come to pay a visit." The people of the Witch clan, upon hearing the name of the song sung by Yifeng, felt an unsettling sense of familiarity, yet could not quite place it. While the common folk were well aware of the Creation Emperor, few knew of Yifeng's true name. The burly man of the Witch clan, witnessing Yifeng's refusal to leave and his audacity to call out the name of the revered Emperor Jiang, was filled with rage. He pointed at Yifeng, struggling to articulate his fury, and finally, unable to contain his wrath, he raised his massive fist to strike. However, despite the apparent strength of his blow, it never landed, and his face turned a deep shade of crimson. That moment, Yifeng's state of mind had transformed. He was no longer the cold and indifferent figure he once was, had he remained so. The Witch clan's warrior would have long since met his demise. Suddenly, a powerful voice emanated from within the tightly shut doors of the ancestral hall, questioning the commotion. Then, the long-sealed gates of the ancestral hall creaked open, revealing a towering figure with a mane of fiery red hair. It was Zhu Rong. Upon seeing the ancestral witch, the warrior's face lit up with reverence as he rushed to Zhu Rong's side, grinning broadly, and said, "I pay my respects to the ancestral witch. This wild brat has no idea where he came from, disturbing our Witch clan." Zhu Rong regarded Yifeng with a contemplative gaze. Though he was impulsive, he was not like those lesser witches. He clasped his hands and inquired, "Might I ask who you are?" Yifeng, observing Zhu Rong's courteous demeanor, pondered, "Isn't Zhu Rong depicted in later texts as a figure of unparalleled brutality? How is it that this authentic Zhu Rong appears so different?" He couldn't help but regard Zhu Rong with a newfound respect. With a stoic expression, Yifeng replied, "I am Yifeng." Zhu Rong tapped his large head, repeating, "Yifeng, Yifeng." Instantly, the hall echoed with astonishment, and he turned to strike the Witch clan warrior on the head, admonishing, "You foolish oaf," quickly apologized to the sage. With that, he cast a fierce glare at the warrior. Although the warrior was bewildered, he understood that Zhu Rong was enraged, and hurriedly offered his apologies to Yifeng, who merely smiled in response to Zhu Rong's invitation. Yifeng entered the ancestral hall, leaving the warrior in a state of confusion. Later, he would learn that Yifeng was a disciple of Hong Jun and held the esteemed title of sage. As Yifeng followed Zhu Rong into the ancestral hall, he beheld a grand statue made of an unknown material, yet radiating an intense aura reminiscent of Pangu. Upon Yifeng's arrival, the assembled ancestral witches were momentarily taken aback. Some recognized him, while others did not. However, both Ho Tu and Xianming wore expressions of joy. Yifeng wasted no time in articulating his purpose. After a moment of silence, the ancestral witches fell into a somber mood, realizing that with the demon race acquiring the primordial purple energy, the Witch clan would face insurmountable adversity. Gong Gong rose first, bowing slightly to Yifeng before addressing the assembly. "We cannot allow the young demons to act unchecked. Their intentions are clear, and we must not turn a blind eye to their schemes." He spoke with palpable indignation, glowering at the other ancestral witches. Jiang, being the leader of the ancestral witches, appropriately interjected, "Gong Gong speaks wisely. Should the demon race obtain the primordial purple energy, we shall only await our doom." After consulting the opinions of the other ancestral witches, they unanimously concurred with the sentiments expressed by Gong Gong and Jiang. Yifeng's presence in the Witch clan was a necessity. With the sages remaining inactive, he had no choice but to seek the aid of the Witch clan, particularly since he had previously made a promise to Hong Yun. The Witch clan, not being fools, recognized that Yifeng's visit was purposeful. However, given their innate enmity with the demon race, they had little choice but to cooperate. With matters settled, Yifeng prepared to take his leave, and Ho Tu and Xianming stood to see him off. Exiting the ancestral hall, Ho-Tu remarked, "Brother, though I know not your reasons for coming, I must express my gratitude." With that, she bowed deeply to Yifeng. Each time Yifeng encountered Ho-Tu and Xianming, a tinge of melancholy washed over him. He sighed and said, "Go back now." With that, he vanished, leaving Xianming with words unspoken, her lips pressed tightly together in frustration. The two women silently watched the place where Yifeng had once stood. And after a while, Ho-Tu said, "Brother, why do you always consider others while neglecting your own needs?" With that, she pulled Xianming back inside. Within the ancestral hall, Ho-Tu extended her delicate finger, calculating something, her expression suddenly shifting to one of alarm. Xianming, noticing her sister's distress, urgently inquired, "Sister, what troubles you?" Ho-Tu's usually beautiful visage now bore an unusual ferocity as she hissed, "Kwa Fu has met a tragic end, and Ho-E is imprisoned." The ancestral witches, bewildered, awaited Ho-Tu's explanation. She contained her anger and recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out that the heavenly secrets had been obscured by Dong Huang Tai, E, and Dijun. Despite their formidable powers, the ancestral witches had not foreseen Kwa Fu's demise or Ho-Yi's imprisonment. Now, with Yifeng's arrival in the witch clan, the heavenly secrets resonated, revealing the truth to Ho-Tu. Explaining her fierce demeanor, Dijiang, unable to contain his outrage, declared, "How despicable are Dong Huang Tai, E, and Dijun to perpetrate such vile acts. Our witch clan shall not rest until we have exacted vengeance." Zhu Rong and Gong Gong remained silent, not for lack of anger, but rendered speechless by their fury. After a moment, Zhu Rong managed to utter a single sound, a snort that carried an unmistakable undercurrent of murderous intent. Ho-Tu interjected, calmingly, "Brothers, there is no need for rashness. We must seek vengeance. But first, we must ensure the primordial purple energy is secured. Otherwise, how shall we contend with the demon race in the future?" The ancestral witches, though filled with righteous anger, recognized the importance of prioritizing their actions that on a day when the winds were gentle and the clouds sparse, at Wuzhuang Temple, Qing Feng and Ming Yu were busy clearing fallen leaves, their laughter echoing through the air, bringing a long-lost smile to Zhen Yuanzi's face within the hall. The path of cultivation was a gradual journey. For some, the destination mattered, while for others, it was the process that held value. Qing Feng, feeling fatigued, paused to gaze at the sky, exhilaration lighting his face. The azure sky and white clouds, accompanied by a gentle breeze, seemed to wash away his weariness that he closed his eyes, inhaling deeply in contentment. However, in an instant, the sky darkened ominously. That moment, Qing Feng heard Ming Yu's panicked cry, "Monsters! Monsters!" Grabbing the bewildered Qing Feng, she rushed toward Zhang Yuanzi's location. As Qing Feng turned to look, he saw the horizon bathed in a blood-red hue. A multitude of figures approaching Wuzhuang Temple, instilling fear that rendered him unable to glance back. Zhang Yuanzi, realizing the gravity of the situation, was about to step outside when Hong Yun, who had remained hidden until now, emerged, holding the soul-dispersing gourd. "Brother Zhen Yuan, their intentions are nefarious, most likely aimed at the primordial purple energy, that I believe it would be wise for me to retreat stealthily, lest I bring trouble upon you," he said, moving toward the exit. Zhang Yuanzi, alarmed, countered, "Brother Hong Yun, we have been comrades for countless millennia, akin to brothers. How could I allow you to walk into danger?" He stepped forward to grasp Hong Yun, who wore a pained expression, saying, "But..." Before he could finish, Zhang Yuanzi interrupted, "No need for further discussion. We shall face this together." Zhang Yuanzi's resolute demeanor left no room for argument, and Hong Yun relented. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuanzi summoned the Earth Book, enveloping Wuzhuang Temple in a protective green light, a shield emanating from the tome. Subsequently, a tree resembling the life fruit tree soared from within Zhang Yuanzi's being, landing within the temple alongside the life fruit tree already present. The two trees emitted a vibrant green aura, reinforcing the protective barrier. Hong Yun held the gourd aloft, its red light flickering ominously. Poised for action, Qing Feng and Ming Yu were ushered into the main hall by Zhang Yuanzi for their safety. As these significant events unfolded, the vast expanse of the wilderness was soon aware, with many deities silently observing the impending developments. Among the saints, only the two from the west spoke. "Brother, allow me to take the lead. Our order is in dire need of personnel," proposed Zhunti. His face a mask of benevolence, tinged with mischief. Jieyin, maintaining a sorrowful expression, replied as saints, "It is unbecoming for us to intervene." Zhunti reassured, "Do not worry, brother. I have a plan." With that, he nodded at Jieyin and vanished from the Thousand Buddha Hall. Within Pangu Mountain, Yifeng merely chuckled softly before continuing on his path. Chapter 58. The river of the underworld opens its eyes to deceit. Experts surround Wuzhuang Temple. The overwhelming tide of blood-red clouds finally descended upon Wuzhuang Temple. And from within the sanguine haze emerged a voice that sent shivers down the spine. As the blood sea dispersed, a multitude of figures, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, materialized in the sky. Each man was strikingly handsome, and every woman was breathtakingly beautiful. They were none other than the Azura clan led by the venerable ancestor of the river of the underworld, in the past. When he first acquired the Azura clan, the ancestor of the river of the underworld had cherished them with great care. After countless years of nurturing, their numbers had swelled to several million. However, he had not brought them all forth, for the ancestor was shrewd, aware that